Within the Yinming sect, the revered Bai Ji Yu Kui Shin Palm was being executed with all the ferocity of a damp noodle. Not a single trace of killing intent, as if it were normally used to train poultry, tigers, or leopards for… What exactly? Die? A roar echoed. He tried to flee, using the Yin Ming's ghostly Mi-Ying steps, supposedly incredibly swift. You move slower than my deceased grandmother's ghost. Groot! The voice boomed. The Qishang fist is meant to kill. What in the nine hells are you cultivating? Die! With this elder's ultimate technique, a group of disciples were instantly suspended mid-air, then violently launched like human projectiles straight from the old man's palm. He spat in frustration. HMPH. This venerable one does not tolerate trash among my disciples. This is the pathetic end for those who don't cultivate diligently. This, our enraged elder, was none other than Guillemot Zhenren. He then turned his gaze to a young man across from him, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Lu Li, your turn. Lu Li quickly responded. Yes, master. Now, to rewind slightly, our protagonist, Lu Li, was originally just a game developer, who, while fixing a particularly stubborn bug, had tragically died of sudden overwork and been transmigrated here by a mysterious system. In this world, the three great paths were Taoism, Buddhism, and demonic cultivation. Lu Li was truly beside himself with despair. But at this thought, Lu Li's face crumpled into utter helplessness. Lu Li roared, utterly frustrated. The old man who had just blasted disciples was, indeed, Lu Li's master. He stalked closer, seizing Lu Li's chin with a grip of iron. Oh Lu Li, what in the name of the nine hells are you playing at? This venerable one bestowed upon you 4 profound demonic techniques, yet you've made 0 progress. Lu Li, trembling, stammered, Master. This disciple has thoroughly comprehended the techniques. I merely beg you for 1 more month. This disciple will surely satisfy Master. Fortunately, Lu Li hadn't yet proven himself utterly useless, thus preserving his pitiful little life. The Master roughly tossed Lu Li aside, grumbling, HMPH. If not for your decent innate talent, this venerable one would have long ago flayed you alive and turned you into genuine trash. Since you're the latest to join, I'll grant you 1 extra month. Thus Lu Li miraculously escaped death yet again. Guillemot Zhenren then glanced at Xiao Gongyang, but his words were clearly aimed at Lu Li. Go, learn from Disciple Xiao. In just 1 month, she's achieved multiple breakthroughs using her blood-sucking demonic arts. If you keep up her pace, the top spot among new disciples is practically yours. Xiao Gongyang beamed. Many thanks, Master. With that, Guillemot Zhenren departed, but not without delivering a few more scathing remarks to Lu Li, just for good measure. Scram, I'm letting you off this time. Next month, if you trash are still this useless, you'll all die. The disciples kneeling behind respectfully chorused, Farewell, Master. Lu Li, meanwhile, clutched his chest in dramatic anguish. He struggled to walk, his mind racing. Just then, Xiao Gongyang suddenly bounded toward him, her voice sickeningly sweet. Junior brother Lu, are you perhaps worried about cultivation? Xiao Gongyang deliberately pressed her body against Lu Li's, her voice dripping with syrupy allure. Would junior brother like to come to my room? I could teach you. Her brazen move sent a crimson flush across Lu Li's face. He gently but firmly pushed her away, stammering. Many thanks for senior sister Zhao's kind intentions, but this trivial matter truly doesn't require senior sister's trouble. Seeing Lu Li's swift evasion, Xiao Gongyang's smile froze. She awkwardly chuckled. All right then. Lu Li meanwhile wasted no time in making his escape. I need a cultivation plan. I'll head to the Kangjinggi, the scripture depository. Surely I'll find something useful there. One moment, Xiao Gongyang was all saccharine smiles. The next, her gaze tracked Lu Li, filled with an undeniably sinister glint. HMPH, Lu Li. Meanwhile, Lu Li had arrived at the Kangjinggi. Inside, he diligently searched for a suitable cultivation technique. However, the cultivation time required for this, not bad, technique, nearly made him weep. Lu Li wailed dramatically. Lu Li gazed helplessly at the towering pile of demonic manuals, letting out a profound sigh of exasperation. HMPH. No wonder this is the Demonic Sect. Not a single technique in here doesn't involve blood-sucking, killing people, or breaking bones. Just then, a voice boomed from a shadowy corner of the room. The Yinming sect is a demonic sect. If we're not killing people and raising ghosts, then what are we? Lu Li was utterly bewildered. This unexpected, formidable figure, like a sudden whirlwind, swept Lu Li's carefully stacked books, scattering them far. A tall, burly figure gradually emerged, booming. Speak! Are you a spy planted by the righteous path? Lu Li stared at the imposing figure, his mind whirring. Lu Li bowed respectfully, his voice even. This disciple would not dare. I merely seek a cultivation technique suitable for myself. I fear Master will kill me next month. With this disciple's current abysmal strength, how could I possibly be a spy? With that, Lu Lai casually tossed his identity token towards the elder. The elder swiftly caught it, examining the token. He said calmly, "An inner disciple of Gimo Zhenren, eh? Judging by the spiritual aura around you, it seems so." Having delivered his verdict, the elder turned coldly to leave. "Find it yourself." Lu Lai, however, frantically called out, "Elder! Please, wait a moment!" He hesitated, his words catching in his throat. This disciple dares to ask, "Do you by any chance possess any cultivation techniques suitable for this disciple?" Upon hearing this audacious question, the elder's face darkened considerably, his eyes losing a few shades of light. He spun around with a snap, fixing Lu Li with an intensely cold gaze. HMPH? That piercing gaze sent shivers down Lu Lai's spine, turning his legs to jelly. He squeezed his eyes shut, utterly unwilling to meet the elder's stare. The elder's voice rumbled, "HMPH. You certainly have some guts, boy." And yet, remarkably, he did help. He flung 2 ancient manuals towards Lu Lai. "These are 2 cultivation techniques I happened to acquire during my previous excursions." His business concluded, he immediately turned to leave. Cultivate them successfully or fail miserably. That's entirely your problem. Lu Lai, utterly dumbfounded, stared at the 2 manuals in his hands. He truly hadn't expected the elder to actually help him. "All right then, this old man is off to rest. Scram!" And just like that, the elder vanished as abruptly as he had appeared. Lu Li watched the whirlwind of his departure, respectfully bowing. "Many thanks, elder." As night descended, Lu Lai's room remained stubbornly lit. He sat there, utterly engrossed in studying the ancient manuals the eccentric elder had bestowed upon him. These 2 ancient manuals were, first, the Zijia Lian Ri Zhen Jing, a true inheritance of the Fei Tian Guan, instructing one to absorb death qi, then later absorb purple clouds, condensing a 5-element sun true qi majestic, blazing, utterly complete, and capable of burning all things. The second was the Jingang Ju, a body-refining divine art from the Jingang Si, with a full 12 layers. Upon mastery, the physical body would rival a Vajra magic treasure, indestructible, possessing boundless divine power. The Fei Tian Guan was one of the 3 great passes of the realm, and the Jingang Si, one of 1,000 Buddhist temples in the Western lands. Though both manuals were incomplete, there was no doubt these were techniques of the righteous path. Cultivating righteous path techniques inside a demonic sect, however, made Lu Lai just a tad bit nervous. The thought sent an immediate, bone-chilling shiver down Lu Lai's spine. But then again, if he didn't cultivate, his outcome would be precisely 0% better. Cultivate and die. Don't cultivate and die. Lu Li was truly caught between a rock and a very hard place. Lu Lai, brimming with indignation, promptly vented his anger on the 2 innocent cultivation techniques. It was at this critical juncture that he remembered his system's assistance was the most logical path. System prompt. Player has acquired Zixia Lian Ri Zhen Jing and Jingang Ju. Do you wish to learn? And Lu Lai's choice was, of course, learn. I'm dead either way. Might as well cultivate first and figure things out later. The 2 ancient manuals, officially, opened, manifesting as a dazzling swirl of spiritual energy around Lu Li's body. System notification. Learning successful. Instantly, a chibi monk and a chibi girl materialized beside him. Lu Lai blinked. He truly hadn't expected the learning process to be so ridiculously easy. The little monk calmly uttered, "Amitabha Buddha." Li Lu took in the 2 figures before him. He casually declared, "This little monk radiates Diamond Vajra scripture energy, and that girl, the purple sunset sun refining true scripture, right?" Their descriptions had so much more. Why so timid? Is their cultivation technique suffering from stage fright? The terrified girl quickly scurried behind the little monk. Li Lu instantly adopted his most convincing, coaxing a child persona, gently patting her head. "It's night now, dear. You can't absorb the pure purple sunset qi. Go get some beauty sleep." The little girl, surprisingly compliant, smiled and chirped, "Yes." Night descended upon the Yinming ghost sect, and she was soon lost in dreams. Meanwhile, Li Lu and the little monk remained diligently focused on their cultivation. The system chimed. Diamond Vajra scripture is deeply impressed by players' unyielding resolve. Cultivation efficiency plus 50%. Progress plus 1. Diamond Vajra scripture observes players' tireless effort to grasp its profound principles, growing even more pleased.
Cultivation efficiency plus 80%.
Progress plus 3.
Li Lu, upon receiving this stellar report, couldn't help but beam.
Just as he was reveling in his genius, Li Lu's triumphant gaze snagged on the figure before him. HMPH. The little monk had, apparently, decided to take an unscheduled nap.
System prompt. Diamond Vajra scripture, experiencing profound ennui due to a severe lack of Buddhist scriptures, has entered a self-imposed 24-hour cultivation hiatus. Li Lu stared, utterly helpless, at the little monk, who was now sleeping like a rock. He recalled that back when his other cultivation paths hit a snag, he'd often recite the Heart Sutra to regulate his cue and mood. Li Lu settled into meditation, calming his mind as he began to chant. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva practiced the profound Prajnaparamita, he perceived that the 5 skandhas are empty, thus transcending all suffering. Sariputra, form does not differ from emptiness, emptiness does not differ from form. In his death-like slumber, the little monk was abruptly jolted awake by the blinding spiritual radiance emanating from Li Lu.
He sleepily rubbed his eyes. MMMPH? Li Lu remained utterly absorbed, chanting, Sariputra, form does not differ from emptiness, emptiness does not differ from form. The little monk was utterly dumbstruck by the divine spectacle unfolding before his very eyes.
Wow. Li Lu's utilitarian recitation somehow managed to echo all the way up to where the Buddha himself was residing.
The Buddha, gently stirring from his enlightened slumber, calmly intoned, Who dares to chant with such vigor? A nearby monk cautiously whispered, Venerable Amitabha Buddha, has some earthly turmoil disturbed your peace? The Buddha replied, Just moments ago, while immersed in my own meditation, I found myself inadvertently subjected to an intense torrent of scripture. That chanting was like a thunderclap. I suspect this devout disciple is, in fact, the supreme Buddhist scripture incarnate. The monk, practically vibrating with excitement, quickly probed,
Is this not a most auspicious and joyous event for our esteemed Buddhist sect? Why do you seem so perturbed? The Buddha gently turned his head, his gaze sweeping towards the distant horizon, and stated flatly, Except this, Buddha, appears to be located in the south, deep within the 10,000 demon mountain.
The monk, now thoroughly bewildered, found himself momentarily speechless.
This,
the Buddha's serene facade instantly shattered. He declared with sudden alarming urgency, Issue my decree. Contact all major orthodox factions. Prepare for an immediate, preemptive strike against the demonic sects.
Locate this, Buddhist disciple, and the Buddhist scripture.
It is imperative that the demonic sects do not acquire them first. A final, unsettlingly calm, Amitabha Buddha echoed from the grand Buddhist gate. That same night, amidst a waterfall scene of almost offensively picturesque beauty, a stunning young woman abruptly surfaced from the crystalline lake, and that girl was none other than Ling Jiangxiao. Ling Jiangxiao silently glanced behind her, realizing, with a distinct lack of enthusiasm, that this idyllic spot was, in fact, the infamous 10,000 Demon Mountain.
Back in his room, Li Lu, oblivious to the cosmic chaos he had just unleashed, remained single-mindedly focused on his cultivation.
The system, with an air of barely contained digital excitement, chimed. Diamond Vajra scripture, having experienced the unparalleled wisdom of the supreme Buddhist scripture, has been utterly invigorated, entering a state of profound, instantaneous enlightenment. Progress plus 2, progress plus 3, progress plus 2, progress plus 4.
Congratulations, player. Diamond Vajra scripture has achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd level.
Congratulations, player. Diamond Vajra scripture, having absorbed the peerless insights of the supreme Buddhist scripture, has undergone a miraculous evolution into the divine adamantine, UNDECAYING, divine art. Even Li Lu, a seasoned veteran of system shenanigans, was utterly flabbergasted by this development.
Li Lu, nodding in deep satisfaction, muttered,
Who knew cultivation techniques could just evolve? And my energy? Seems I've got a fair bit more of that too.
Li Lu, brimming with this fresh surge of power, began to scout for a suitable testing subject. He scanned the room, a contemplative frown on his face. His eyes, gleaming with mischief, finally settled on a sturdy stone table, and with a flourish, Li Lu unleashed a devastating punch. With but a single, casual punch, the notoriously sturdy stone table was obliterated into 100 dust-like fragments. This result, it's safe to say, wildly exceeded his modest expectations. Lian Lu was absolutely ecstatic. Time, as it often does in cultivation stories, flew by, and just like that, morning arrived. Li Lu promptly threw open his door, inviting the glorious morning sun to bathe his humble abode. He stepped out, indulging in a rather dramatic stretch, after what had clearly been a night of extremely diligent cultivation. The system, ever the attentive reporter, chimed again. Purple sunset sun refining true scripture has greedily absorbed the essence of the radiant sun, now in an exceptionally joyful mood. Hid. Cultivation efficiency plus 50%. Progress plus 1.
The little girl, now awake and chipper, also appeared beside Li Lui. He turned to her, a brilliant realization dawning on his face. Oh, so cultivating outside makes it even more effective, does it? The girl merely smiled and nodded.
System prompt. Purple sunset sun refining true scripture observes player's physique with a distinct appreciation, preparing to dramatically accelerate cultivation. Cultivation efficiency plus 150%. The system, honestly, seemed far more thrilled than Li Lu himself.
Li Lu, with the sagely wisdom of a seasoned cultivator, promptly stripped off his shirt to maximize efficiency. His cultivation schedule was now perfectly balanced. Days spent with the girl, nights with the little monk. The two settled into their spots, diligently cultivating, presumably with Li Lu shirtless the entire time. The little girl, or rather, the purple sunset sun refining true scripture, was clearly ecstatic with our protagonist, with Li Lu's entire shameless body now directly absorbing the radiant sun's essence. The technique, cultivated with an almost terrifying zeal, efficiency skyrocketed by an unprecedented 1,100%. It was safe to say Li Lu was now hitting every single cultivation jackpot, his power increasing exponentially from his starting point. Mid-cultivation, a mysterious, glowing tattoo abruptly materialized on Li Lu's left arm.
Li Lu stared at it with a mixture of curiosity and mild apprehension. The girl, beaming, chirped, "Oh, that's your initiation mark. Congratulations! You've officially completed the Fei-Tian sect's true transmission as a Buddhist disciple. Soon you'll be manifesting 5-element true qi like a pro."
Li Lu, utterly flummoxed, countered. "Wait, true transmission Buddhist disciple? I'm not even from the Fei-Tian sect."
The girl, still radiating pure joy, patiently clarified, "Oh, but you are. I am the Fei-Tian sect's true transmission technique. By cultivating me, you are, by default, considered a true disciple of the Fei-Tian sect. It's just how it works." For some reason, upon hearing this utterly infuriating explanation, Li Lu let out a thunderous roar. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" His outburst startled the cheerfully chattering girl, who stammered, You didn't ask." Li Lu immediately felt a profound surge of awkward regret. He clutched his head in sudden, dawning horror. His mind had completely abandoned any pretense of cultivation. Li Lu's thoughts were now a chaotic maelstrom of panic. The little girl, utterly perplexed, simply stared at him in silence, completely bewildered by his sudden existential crisis. Finally, Li Lu made a desperate, yet utterly predictable, decision. And that destination was none other than the infamous 10,000 Ghost Cave. The scenery was, to put it mildly, nightmare fuel. Human bones and skulls lay scattered everywhere, and the very air hummed with an ominous, spine-tingling dread. Li Lu surveyed the delightfully macabre scene. For the little girl, a creature of pure sunshine, the oppressive gloom and morbid decor were, understandably, far too much. The little girl could do nothing but obediently cower behind Li Lu, trembling. Predictably, the little girl's rapidly plummeting morale had a significant impact on cultivation efficiency. System prompt. Purple sunset sun refining true scripture, having inadvertently stumbled into the path of gathering yin, is experiencing profound bodily discomfort. Cultivation efficiency decreased by 200%.
This information, paradoxically, was exactly what Li Lu had been hoping for. He gazed at the little girl with an expression of pure, unadulterated glee. The girl, however, was already on the verge of tears. She pointed a trembling finger at Li Lu, choking out, You meanie!" With that, she bolted like a startled rabbit, leaving Li Lu standing alone, utterly bewildered. "Huh," Li Lu mumbled, watching her retreating figure. "Well, she's gone." Now utterly alone in the chilling 10,000 Ghost Cave, a new thought nagged at him. His inherent, often problematic, curiosity began to bubble to the surface. Li Lu, with the keen investigative instincts of a small child, began to poke and prod at every suspicious object. He gently tapped a gnarled, ancient tree. "Hello?" he whispered. Then, he lightly rapped on a crumbling tombstone, inquiring politely, "Anyone home?" At that precise, ill-advised moment, a girl suddenly materialized, sitting casually on a flying sword. She eyed him with an unnervingly amused expression. "Ha ha! You truly are interesting." Li Lu, startled, nearly jumped out of his skin as he whirled around. "Who goes there?" the girl declared, lightly pressing a hidden button on her sword as she began her dramatic descent. The girl then gently introduced herself. "I am a patrol disciple of the Wangui Caverns.
You must be Guimo Zhenren's new inner disciple, aren't you? This time in the Wangi Caverns? It's quite obvious. Suddenly she launched a surprise attack at Lu Li, somehow managing to make it look like a flirtatious gesture. Do you perhaps need me to explain the rules here? Put on the spot by the woman before him, Lu Li was sweating buckets, his mind a flurry of bewildered question marks. He hesitantly offered, "Esteemed senior sister, perhaps you could enlighten me regarding the regulations of this place?" As soon as he finished, the girl, with a perfectly satisfied expression, held up a piece of paper and began to clearly explain. "All right then, this is the outer region of the Wangi Caverns, where plenty of resentful spirits have already been purified. If you're looking for more, simply head deeper inside. Owned. Oh, and I just so happen to have a meticulously detailed map of every region within the Wangi Caverns, valued at precisely 5 spirit stones." Lu Li gasped in utter alarm. "What? 5 spirit stones?" Lu Li quickly composed himself, forcing a wry smile. "TCH, senior sister, what if I choose not to purchase it?" Suddenly, a sharp whoosh brushed terrifyingly close to Lu Li's ear. It turned out the patrol disciple, whose verbal negotiation tactics had apparently run their course, had resorted to brandishing her sword. Faced with this persuasive display, Lu Li immediately dropped to his knees, practically shouting, "Please, senior sister, accept this humble payment." The woman, now perfectly satisfied, simply sneered, "Ha ha. Looks like you know your place after all." Taking the payment from Lu Li, her eyes sparkled. "There's no need to look so glum. Take this map. In the future, should you encounter any unfortunate circumstances, simply brandish it and loudly declare the name, Qing He. I guarantee your safety." As for Lu Li, his eyes were brimming with such profound fear they almost welled up, his hand still clutching the map as she'd instructed. Having concluded her business, the girl lightly tapped her sword, gracefully mounted it, and immediately soared into the sky. She happily chuckled and called out, "Oh, and since you're rather handsome, I'll grant you an additional benefit. Guimo Zhenren only accepts 1 inner disciple at a time, so I sincerely hope I'll still see you next month." No sooner had her words finished than her sword shot off, vanishing from Lu Li's sight. The patrol disciple didn't forget to send one last teasing farewell. "Ta-ta, little handsome junior." However, upon actually looking at the map, Lu Li's face grew increasingly blank. It was genuinely confusing, adorned with several extremely strange and utterly unhelpful symbols. He fumed. "What? Meticulous detail? I should absolutely report that charlatan." He then let out a deep sigh, tucking the utterly useless map into his robes. "Oh, whatever," he muttered. "Still, if that Lu He can hold a position in the Wangi Caverns, she must possess some actual strength. No more fuss. I need to find a quiet spot and cultivate quickly." Thus, Lu Li immediately found a spot, sat in meditation, and began cultivating his strength. Some disturbance. He instinctively opened his eyes. It was a system notification from his He Lianri True Scripture, expressing extreme dissatisfaction. The surrounding yin energy is extremely irritating, unintentionally causing qi deviation, cultivation regressing. On the 6th, Lu Li immediately rejoiced. "Excellent! Progress has regressed by 36%. In just a few more days, the true inheritance of the Fei Tianguan cultivation technique might just be complete." Oh, on the other hand, the Jingang Bu Hui Shengong, listening to Supreme Buddhist scriptures, gained insight, increasing its progress by 1%. Lu Li, alone, reviewed the system, quite puzzled by this new notification. Suddenly, a sound emerged from directly behind Lu Li. He immediately reacted, yelling out, "Who's there?" Still scanning his surroundings, his face instantly lost all composure. Contrary to Lu Li's fervent hopes, just seconds later, right before him, was the colossal head of a monster. It muttered, practically drooling as it latched onto him. "Heh, a living person. Fresh blood, so fragrant." Lu Li was startled, speechless. That thing! Then he jumped in fright, tears streaming down his face in sheer terror. "Ah, a ghost! Save me!" But then, he suddenly realized, wait a minute. I'm a cultivator now, and an inner disciple of the Demonic Sect. Why in the blazing hell should I be afraid of ghosts? Lu Li smirked sinisterly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the monster. Perfect time to test my skills. Ha! At this very moment, the monster had already swallowed half of Lu Li's body. It looked incredibly hungry, yet Lu Li's body remained completely unharmed. His head filled with nothing but question marks, he cautiously poked the monster. Suddenly, the monster convulsed and spat him out. A strange black smoke emanated from its body, making it shriek in pain. Lu Li, meanwhile, seemed to gain strength, his body enveloped in a radiant golden energy. He smugly realized, "Ah, it's the Jingang Bu Hui Shen Gong. It fundamentally cannot harm me. Moreover, I cultivate the Zhen Yang scripture, and by now, my physique must also be the Zhen Yang physique.
the ultimate nemesis of these shadowy evils. The monster began to thrash, screaming, "You bastard! I'll kill you!" Lulai, no longer afraid, simply deadpanned a warning, right on cue. The monster, of course, attacked first. It lunged, punching straight towards Lulai. However, our shameless protagonist quickly and perfectly dodged, then unleashed his own counterattack against the monster. Indeed, with his unconventional yet diligent cultivation, he successfully dispatched the monster in the blink of an eye. Its corpse flew in all directions, no longer retaining anything close to its original form. Luli stood observing the sheer collateral damage from his latest technique. Most of the surrounding trees had simply collapsed. The monster itself gradually dissolved into the air. As if sensing a new source of power, Lulai was rather surprised. The system suddenly appeared again. Helianri True Scripture. Due to demonic energy entering the body, leading to madness upon death, cultivation has regressed. Beside it, an icon of a panicked junior sister's face flashed. Lingui Mi Ying Bu. Absorbed pure demonic energy, greatly invigorating spirit. Cultivation efficiency increased by 50%. Next to that, an icon of a cheering human figure appeared. Bai Ji Yu Kui Jin Zhang. Because you slew an enemy, joyful mood, cultivation efficiency increased by 50%. Along with it, an icon of someone enjoying coffee and giving a thumbs up flashed. After reading, Luli secretly rejoiced. Not bad, huh? So if I just defeat a few more monsters, I'll level up. Who knows, my cultivation technique might even pass the next gate. Suddenly, Lulai's expression twisted, becoming utterly sinister. He cackled like a maniac, his gaze falling upon a corner of the forest. And in that corner was another monster, undoubtedly traumatized after witnessing its companion get instantly obliterated, leaving it with no choice but to flee. The monster immediately took off. It cried and shrieked as it ran. Sniff! You don't come over here! Lulai immediately gave chase. Hey! Stop right there! It seemed the situation had now been completely reversed. Unable to catch up, he reluctantly gave up, stretching his legs beside a small pond. TCH, too fast! Only then did Lu Li notice a woman, casually bathing in the pond. She called out, Junior brother Lu! What a surprise to find you here again! Without the slightest hesitation, the woman stood up, revealing her alluring body, and smoothly brushed her hair back. She asked, Are you here to bathe too, Junior brother Lu? The water here is quite cold. It's perfect for us demonic cultivators. Why don't you join me for a dip? The woman seemed to be actively enticing Lu Li. Out of embarrassment, he immediately averted his gaze, carefully avoiding any direct eye contact. Thank you for the invitation, senior sister, but I have other matters to attend to. Please excuse my rudeness. Unsuccessful, she grew visibly agitated. Junior brother Lu. I'm not going to punish you, she insisted. Why are you avoiding me like that? Waving his hands in refusal, he replied. He said, No, senior sister Xiao, you're overthinking it. We are rivals now, after all, so we should maintain our distance. As he walked away, Lu Lai thought to himself. Seeing him leave, the girl tried to call out again. Hey, junior brother Lu! But a second later, she changed her attitude completely. HMPH, how annoying. Looks like I'll just have to wait for another prey. Just as Lu Lai had suspected, this girl was anything but ordinary. For behind that very rock lay a fresh corpse. And so, 20 days passed. Lu Lai continued to diligently cultivate every single day. Two monsters were already lurking around him. The two monsters lunged, attacking Lu Lai. Seeing more prey quite literally deliver themselves to him, Lu Lai secretly rejoiced. He smiled with utter satisfaction. Suddenly, a colossal Buddha statue manifested from behind Lu Li, effortlessly sending both monsters flying into oblivion. He spun around, glaring at them as if they'd just stolen his last spirit stone. You dare ambush me? Are you actively trying to speedrun your own execution? He clearly wasn't going to let this slide. Lu Li charged, delivering a ferocious punch to each creature. No generals left, only cannons, he declared, advancing towards the monster still sprawled from his previous blows. Placing one hand dramatically before his chest, Lu Li continued his sermon. Unborn, undying, unstained, unpure, unmoving, unchanging, my Buddha's compassion demands you reincarnate. With that, he delivered yet another brutal blow to the creature. His work done, he turned to the remaining monsters, who were now just standing around, awkwardly observing. Lu Li cackled like a madman. He, your turn, little monsters. At which point, they scattered and fled in absolute terror. My Buddha's compassion extends to all, Lu Li yelled, chasing them down. Don't run! But after a moment,
Even his boundless compassion couldn't keep up. He finally gave up. Ugh, utterly exhausted. Did I really wipe out all the local specter fiends already? This chasing business is surprisingly tiring. As he rested, the system, ever punctual, chimed in. System report. Lingui Mi Ying Bu has absorbed a large quantity of specter chi. Progress increased by 5%. Tremendously satisfied. Congratulations, host. Your Lingui Mi Ying Bu has broken through to the 4th layer. Bai Jiu Kui Xinjiang. Due to several days of continuous slaughter, murderous intent plus 1 point, progress increased by 10%. Congratulations, host. Your Bai Jiu Kui Xinjiang has broken through to the 4th layer. Upon receiving this most excellent news, Lu Li beamed. Oh, fantastic! Excellent! Looks like this cultivation technique assessment will be no problem at all, he then muttered. And my Zixia Lian Ri Zhenjing is still stuck? At this rate, even a true immortal couldn't get it to budge. Along with that, the system's notifications continued. Zixia Lian Ri Zhenjing. 1st layer, progress 0%. Jin Gang Bu Huai Shengong. 3rd layer, progress 99%. Jin Gang Bu Huai Shengong cannot break through. Host's current cultivation realm is too low. Spirit chi is insufficient. This little monk was still resting and snoring, though he spoke with slight regret. But my diamond indestructible can't break through because my chi refining is still only at the 1st layer. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Still, if all my cultivation techniques advance this much in a single month, it's bound to raise suspicion. Being stuck at the 3rd layer right now might not be such a bad thing after all. As he pondered his grand strategy, a sudden command echoed. It's time! Return quickly! It was Guillemot Zhenren's urgent summons. Finally, it's time, Lu Li muttered, standing up. He smoothly leaped from treetop to treetop, making his way to the assembly point. The forest was eerily deserted now. Yet, 2 mysterious figures emerged from the shadows, apparently having observed Lu Li this entire time. The burly man crossed his arms, a delighted smirk on his face. Excellent! The brat has finally left. His companion TSKED, indeed. If he hadn't, I'm certain every last specter within 10,000 lies would have been annihilated. He just annihilates ghosts, yet his mouth constantly chants Amitabha Buddha, while his actions are far more savage than anyone else's. Fascinating. Whose disciple is he anyway? Guillemot Zhenren's, the woman gasped. What? Guillemot Zhenren? That old fiend has a disciple of such supreme talent? HMPH? If he weren't about to achieve a Yuan Ying breakthrough, I'd have snatched him away to be my personal disciple. The man looked slightly disappointed. The woman licked her lips. Indeed, quite the pity. But if not a disciple, she mused, a new glint in her eyes. Then, become my husband, she declared, as if Lu Li had already fallen into her love net. Meanwhile, back at the Yinming Gizong, Lu Li and Zhao Yan knelt respectfully. Disciples pay respects to Master Guillemot Zhenren, exalted and lofty. Guillemot Zhenren, perched imperiously on his throne, looked at them with disdain. Only 2 of you remaining? Truly a bunch of talentless frauds. He then turned to Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan, your blood demon chi is fierce. You must have drained the blood essence from countless cultivators, and these vengeful spirits, in life, were at least at the 8th layer of chi refining. Zhao Yan, hearing her master acknowledge her, bowed her head, listening intently. To kill an 8th layer chi refiner with your 5th layer cultivation, not bad. Zhao Yan, detecting even a sliver of praise in her master's voice, instantly beamed with unbridled joy. Many thanks for master's high appraisal, but she wasn't the only one receiving commendation. Lu Li, not bad. To have cultivated the technique I bestowed and advanced so rapidly in merely 1 month, you haven't disappointed my expectations. Lu Li calmly replied, many thanks, master. Zhao Yan, however, was clearly not pleased with her master's praise for Lu Li. Her expression instantly curdled upon hearing it. Guillemot Zhenren quickly elaborated. However, this venerable one is currently at a crucial point in my own cultivation, and thus has no spare energy to recruit true disciples. Therefore, in 1 month, this venerable one will emerge from seclusion again to test your cultivation. Whoever advances by 1 more layer will be chosen as a true disciple. This time, I'll be in full seclusion, so I advise you both to be exceedingly careful. If you happen to perish, this venerable one certainly won't be collecting your corpses or seeking vengeance on your behalf. Lu Li frowned upon hearing this. That will be all. You may retreat, Guillemot Zhenren rumbled, disappearing in a flash. Lu Li and Zhao Yan chorused. Understood. Zhao Yan, though seething with dislike for Lu Li inwardly, maintained a facade of cordiality. She even heaped praise upon him. Junior brother Lu,
You're incredibly formidable. To think you're only at the first layer of qi refining, yet you passed master's assessment, and your techniques advanced so much. How did you achieve such a feat? Lu Li remained utterly indifferent to Xiao Yan's probing. Just luck, I suppose. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave, he replied nonchalantly. But Xiao Yan wasn't about to let him escape that easily. She patted his shoulder gently. Junior brother Lu, no need to rush. Lu Li looked at her, bewildered. Is there something else? The very next second, Xiao Yan's actions proved the depth of her long-simmering resentment. She decisively plunged a dagger straight into Lu Li's abdomen, her voice chillingly close to his ear. If you refuse to fall for my trap, then I simply must take direct action. But the very next second, Xiao Yan's triumphant smile froze. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. The person she had just stabbed was not Lu Li at all. It was merely an after-image he had conjured. Xiao Yan stood dumbfounded. An after-image? This is the Lingui Mi Ying Bu. Only upon reaching the fourth layer does such a phenomenon appear. How is this possible? Lu Li stood calmly behind her. His voice, perfectly even, carried a definite undertone of mockery. Senior Sister Xiao, what is the meaning of this? To attack me, your fellow disciple? Are you truly unafraid of Master's wrath? Xiao Yan, however, replied with unwavering arrogance. Lu Li, did you not hear clearly just now? Master intends to enter seclusion for a month. If we die, he won't even bother collecting our corpses or seeking vengeance. Therefore, if I eliminate you, I will become Master's true disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Li fixed her with an icy stare. Oh? So Senior Sister actually believes she can kill me? Xiao Yan, driven to a frenzy, once again lunged with her sword, hacking at Lu Li. You're nothing but a trashy first-layer qi refiner. Of course, Lu Li wasn't about to stand there and simply court death. He swiftly counterattacked. So what if I'm a first-layer qi refiner? Utilizing a myriad of techniques, Lu Li completely thwarted Xiao Yan's attempts to even touch him. Xiao Yan's astonishment was palpable. How? I can't even lay a hand on his body. She then immediately retrieved a sinister-looking talisman. She said with a wicked grin, Junior brother Lu certainly has some tricks up his sleeve. It seems I can't afford to hold back. This is a spirit talisman, within which a powerful ghost is sealed. Are you aware of that, Junior brother Lu? Lu Li was momentarily surprised by Xiao Yan's rapid escalation. In less than 3 seconds, Lu Li had already closed the distance, leaving Xiao Yan no time to react. Lu Li then calmly affixed a sealing talisman directly onto Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan stared at the symbol on her chest in horror. What is this? It's sealing my spiritual power. I can't move. Lu Li was all too happy to answer her. Senior Sister, this is a deadly poison from the Bingling Gi cow. Not only does it seal your spiritual power, but it will also freeze you solid. The more you struggle, the faster you'll turn into an ice sculpture. Xiao Yan unconsciously felt the truth of Lu Li's words. Her feet were already beginning to freeze. Only now did Senior Sister Xiao fully grasp the situation. You were prepared for me all along. Lu Li offered a faint, knowing smile. To deal with Senior Sister, one naturally needs a contingency plan. And those other junior brothers who, mysteriously, didn't show up, were they all victims of your machinations, perchance? Xiao Yan was now utterly, spectacularly enraged. Don't blame me, I have no other choice. She decisively made a shallow cut on her finger, hoping her fresh blood would unseal the ghost within the talisman. I'll lose half a year of cultivation by offering this blood as a sacrifice, but I will bring you down. Xiao Yan's blood was rapidly absorbed into the talisman, and a terrifying ghost immediately erupted, freed from its seal, appearing directly before Lu Li. Xiao Yan, a deathly smile plastered across her face, gazed triumphantly at him. This is the ghost I caught in the 10,000 Ghost Grotto. It was only at the 3rd layer of qi condensation, but after I nourished it with my blood, its power is now at the 10th layer. Can you defeat it? The ghost Xiao Yan nurtured with her own blood. It truly is terrifying. Lu Li stared at the ghost, considering it for a moment. Indeed, a ghost from the 10,000 Ghost Grotto, 10th layer qi condensation, quite a hassle. But then, Lu Li looked at the ghost, finding it oddly familiar. He quickly asked it, Hey, you look familiar? Have we met before? The ghost was utterly stunned by his question. Finally, Lu Li recognized the ghost. I remember now. You're the one who fled that day. He still recalled the time Lu Li stumbled upon it in the 10,000 Ghost Grotto, scaring it so badly it ran off on 3 legs, crying its eyes out. HMPH. No, don't come here, Lu Li shouted after it from behind. Stop right there! Hearing Lu Li mention that incident, The ghost's body immediately began to tremble, losing all its previous terrifying presence. One could even hear it weeping now. Woo-woo! Zhao Yan, witnessing this for the first time, was utterly bewildered. Huh? Why are you afraid of him? The ghost didn't answer her question. Instead, it took off, running for its life as fast as possible. A scene identical to that day in the 10,000 Ghost Grotto. Help me, woo-woo! It ran and cried loudly for help. Who knew what Lu Lai had done to make it fear him to such an extent? Lu Lai looked at the ghost, which was avoiding him like the plague, and sighed in resignation. Running again, huh? How boring. Xiao Yan looked at the young man in front of her, her eyes full of suspicion. Even ghosts are afraid of you. What exactly did you do? Lu Lai gave a slight smile, putting on an innocent face, and casually replied, Oh, nothing much. Just a light exchange with the ghost there, that's all. His eyes, however, completely changed the next second. They instantly became sharp, and his voice turned several shades more serious. But you should worry about yourself first, afflicted by ice poison, and still using your fresh blood. How long do you think you can hold on? Xiao Yan subtly glanced down, realizing the freezing had already spread to her chest. This sight instantly caused her to break out in a cold sweat from sheer tension. Xiao Yan now put on a pitiful face, begging Lu Lai for help. Her current demeanor was a complete contrast to how she'd appeared just minutes before. Xiao Yan was so terrified she was almost in tears, pleading, No, please, spare me. I'll agree to anything later. Whatever you want, you can have it. Good junior brother, I know I was wrong. Please save me. The ice had now spread to Xiao Yan's neck. Luli, without a flicker of expression, coldly replied, Sorry, I wouldn't dare touch you. Xiao Yan shrieked tragically, No! As soon as the words left her mouth, her body completely froze, quickly shattering and vanishing. Lu Lai looked at the pile of ice shards before him and calmly uttered, You reap what you sow. Having dealt with Xiao Yan, the system immediately sounded a notification. White bone crushing heart palm has been upgraded. Due to performing your first cultivator kill with abnormal excitement, cultivation efficiency increases by 300%. Progress increased by 10%. Luli was somewhat surprised by this result. Such a big increase? Just then, a strange voice suddenly echoed from behind Luli. Well said, you reap what you sow. Excellent, Lu Lai. Luli subtly turned his head, realizing his master, Gi Mo Zhenren, had been there, witnessing everything, who knows since when. Lu Lai quickly knelt down, bowing his head and saying, Master overpraises this disciple. Gi Mo Zhenren looked at him, pleased. He said, Your blood chi energy, and you've cultivated the white bone crushing heart palm to the 4th layer, along with the spirit ghost charming shadow steps, all in just a short month. This talent, even I cannot compare. Hearing these words, Lu Li secretly thought. He subtly swallowed, trying to regain his composure. Lu Lai then took out the 2 cultivation techniques the elder had given him, respectfully offering them to Guimo Zhenren. Master, these. This physical tempering is because this disciple cultivates a Buddhist body refinement divine art, called the Vajra art. Guimo Zhenren immediately used his spiritual energy to take the 2 cultivation manuals from Lu Lai's hand. Vajra art? He immediately opened the manual to examine it. It truly is the Vajra art. And it even has the flying heaven purple aura sun refining true scripture? Which elder gave these to you? Lu Lai then described the elder's appearance to Guimo Zhenren. It was the elder wearing the skull necklace. This disciple also didn't expect that cultivating a Buddhist Dharma art could progress so miraculously fast. Guimo Zhenren's eyes narrowed dangerously at Lu Li's words, miraculously fast. Miraculously fast? He suddenly unleashed spiritual energy, attacking Lu Li. With a powerful hand, he grabbed Lu Lai's neck and pulled him closer. He pressed his face close to Lu Lai's and growled, Don't tell me. You're that legendary reincarnated Buddha child, are you? Hearing his words, Lu Lai finally realized what was happening. Lu Lai quickly put on his most innocent, blameless face, trying to calm his master down. Master, what is a reincarnated Buddha child? But how could Guimo Zhenren be so easily rid of his suspicions about him? He said in a deep voice, HMPH, stop playing dumb. He then took out a divine bowl. Let me test you! And immediately shined the bowl at Lu Li. A blinding light erupted, illuminating Lu Li's figure, as if to peer into his true identity. Lu Li's face suddenly changed, his eyes becoming hazy. Guimo Zhenren realized Lu Lai might be telling the truth, as the bowl couldn't discern his identity. You're not him? He immediately tossed Lu Li aside, casually remarking, What a false alarm! I thought you were the reincarnated Buddha child. If that's what that elder gave you, then keep it. Seeing his master let him off, Lu Lai let out a soft sigh of relief. Guimo Zhenren sat on his chair, looking at Lu Li, and added, Although your personality is rather quiet, not overtly arrogant or flamboyant, which doesn't quite suit this venerable one's temperament, but your talent is good, And your schemes and strategies aren't bad either. From now on, you are this master's true disciple.
Go choose a cave dwelling on the peak in a moment.
Lu Lai respectfully replied. This disciple greets master. He looked at Lu Lai, satisfied, and said, sensible. With that, he imparted a cultivation technique to Lu Li. This venerable one is not a petty person.
Since you are now my disciple, I shall transmit to you my true inheritance, the blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art. If you successfully learn it. He conjured a pagoda
and said evenly, this ghost-nurturing pagoda is a top-grade magical artifact that this venerable one once used. It can be used to subdue souls and nurture them for battle. When fully activated, it weighs 30,000 jin and can emit yin qi. Take it.
Lu Li was somewhat astonished that he would bestow this pagoda upon him.
A top-grade magical artifact worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. He's that generous? Lu Li received the pagoda and respectfully said, this disciple thanks master. May master's immortal blessings be everlasting, and longevity rival heaven and earth. Guimor Zhenren calmly said, you may withdraw. Cultivate diligently. If there's anything you don't understand, ask your senior brothers and sisters. Once you've chosen your cave dwelling, I'm sure they'll hear the news and come to meet you. Lu Li smiled and replied, then this disciple shall take his leave. He thought to himself. At Lu Li's cave dwelling, Lu Li was now diligently cultivating. Looking at the fresh scenery and crisp air, he felt incredibly comfortable. Lu Li suddenly remembered something he needed to ask the system. System, I want to see the information for the blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art. The system quickly provided the information he needed. The blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art. This demonic art is an advanced version of the blood-devouring demonic art. Upon cultivation, it condenses a blood-devouring demonic light that can devour heaven and earth spiritual energy and the essence of the 5 elements. However, to cultivate quickly, one must devour spirit blood, preferably from powerful cultivators, or the blood of great demon beasts. Cultivated to the extreme, it can devour anything. If you want to cultivate quickly, you must devour spirit blood, preferably from powerful cultivators, or the blood of great demon beasts. Receiving this information, Lu Lai couldn't help but feel worried, but he suddenly noticed a point. Wait a minute. It can devour spiritual energy? Lu Lai knew exactly what he needed to do. He immediately activated cultivation mode and transmitted the purple sunset sun-refining true scripture. Lu Li and the little girl continued to diligently practice the sun-refining true scripture. After a while, the system displayed the results. Because you wholeheartedly embrace the essence of the blazing sun, the purple sunset sun-refining true scripture responded with enthusiasm. Cultivation efficiency increased by another 1%. Progress increased by 1%. Lu Lai murmured, just a little more. That's enough. Then he instructed the blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art to drain the spiritual energy from the purple sunset sun-refining true scripture. The little girl was utterly horrified upon hearing this, barely believing her own ears. Immediately behind her, a new character appeared. The little girl had suddenly transformed into an adult woman, while this new arrival proceeded to act intimately with her. The system displayed another notification. Your blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art, having consumed the 5 elements blazing sun true chi, is in high spirits. Cultivation efficiency increased by 100%. Progress increased by 1%. Lu Lai was very satisfied with this result. Indeed, this way I don't need to resort to blood-sucking humans to cultivate demonic arts. Lu Lai looked at the girl before him with a fleeting flicker of something that might have been guilt. The girl was truly reduced to tears by Lu Lai's actions, when suddenly a loud noise rang out, drawing Lu Lai's attention. HMPH. A senior brother from the Demonic Sect had just landed at Lu Lai's cave dwelling. He introduced himself to Lu Li. Junior brother, are you home? I am 8th senior brother Bai Jinfi, and I wish to befriend you. Lu Li was somewhat suspicious of this abrupt appearance. 8th senior brother? He looked at Bai Jinfi warily, replying, befriend me? I've heard that none of Guimor Zhenren's subordinates are good people. Lu Li tried to act normal, giving Bai Jinfi an enthusiastically fake welcome. Senior brother, your esteemed presence is an honor. Please forgive this junior for not welcoming you from afar. This junior just moved in, and my room is still a mess. I'm afraid I cannot properly receive senior brother. My apologies. Bai Jinfi smiled. Haha, we are all fellow senior and junior brothers. No need to be so formal. Besides, I already guessed. That 5th senior brother packed everything up before he left, leaving nothing behind. Lu Lai was somewhat curious about the character Bai Jinfi just mentioned. 5th senior brother? Bai Jinfi added. He was the previous owner of this star observation tower, but he's unfortunately gone now. Our master originally took in 13 disciples. Currently, only 1st senior brother, 6th senior sister, and I remain.
As for the others, if they aren't dead, they've gone missing. Bai Jinfi suddenly clapped Lu Lai on the shoulder, saying seriously, "Currently, within the inner sect, there's only me and second senior sister, and now you." Hearing this string of information from Jinfi, Lu Lai couldn't help but think. What surprised Lu Lai was that he casually put an arm around him, smiling as he said, "But, getting to the point, Junior Brother's funds must be running low by now, eh? Cultivation drains spirit stones the most. If you don't have any, I can lend you some interest-free." Lu Lai couldn't help but be wary of this senior brother. He quickly asked, "Senior brother is so generous? You must want something from me, right?" Bai Jinfi smiled after hearing this, replying, "We are all senior and junior brothers. Why would I covet your possessions? You just need to sign a collateral loan agreement, ensuring that if you can't repay or something unexpected happens, your treasures will belong to me, that's all. Furthermore, besides spirit stones, if you want beautiful women, your senior brother can also provide them." But Lu Lai was fundamentally uninterested in these terms. He immediately waved his hand, rejecting his senior brother's kind offer. "I understand, senior brother, but I don't need these things for now." Upon hearing Lu Lai's reply, Bai Jinfi suddenly released him, recoiling from him as if from evil, full of suspicion, saying, "Huh? You're over 18 and full of youthful vigor, yet you don't even want women? Could it be you like men?" Lu Lai helplessly tried to explain. "Senior brother, you've misunderstood," he said seriously. "I merely possess the ambition of a hero." For some reason, Bai Jinfi heard Snake Demon, where Lu Li said heroic ambition, and immediately imagined a beautiful snake demon in his head. His expression full of worry, he said, "Junior brother, a snake demon that can transform into human form must at least be a golden core stage demon. I wouldn't even dare touch one," he agonizingly said. "Not that." Carrying the belief that Lu Lai liked snake demons, Jinfi immediately avoided him like the plague, hastily bidding farewell and preparing to leave. Junior brother's tastes are truly unique. I won't ask further. If you need anything, just find me. You've just moved in, so you must have a lot to do. I won't bother you anymore." Lu Lai quickly replied, "Yes, senior brother, take care." Bai Jinfi finally left. Lu Lai watched him leave, and let out a soft sigh of relief. Lu Lai's gaze suddenly fell upon something on the other side. "Huh? That leisurely small ghostly figure over there? That's the blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art." Lu Lai was somewhat surprised to hear this information from the system. He wondered. Meanwhile, with the blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art, the system quickly updated its current status. Blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art in Wangi Caverns detected a low-grade spirit ghost. Location: 720 miles southeast, near the 7-foot 3-star toad soul burial tree. Lu Lai heard this and showed interest. He seriously considered the current situation for a moment. Lu Li sat down peacefully to cultivate. At this moment, a large green snake suddenly appeared high in a tree. Lu Li immediately noticed. Her method of appearance was always like this. Lu Li wasn't very surprised by her presence here. He respectfully bowed. "Greetings, senior sister Lu He." Miss Lu He smiled and said, "No need for formalities. You are now a true disciple of the Ghost Sect, on par with me." He then took out 5 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Li. "These are your 5 low-grade spirit stones. I'm returning them to you. Bai Jinfi is my subordinate. Since you are his junior brother, you are also my subordinate. From now on, I won't collect spirit stones from you anymore." Lu Li hesitated, unsure whether to accept them back. Lu Li awkwardly said, "This." Seeing his hesitation, he was a bit displeased. "What? Afraid I've poisoned the spirit stones?" Hearing this, Lu Li quickly smiled and accepted them. "Thank you, senior sister." Only then was Lu He satisfied. "That's more like it. However, to pass Guillemot Genren's test at Shi Refining Stage 1, you must be a prodigy. I think highly of you. Moreover, you just joined, and instead of taking it easy and sucking blood, you're cultivating in the Wangi Caverns. Junior brother, you are truly diligent. I also heard you refused the beauty Bai Jinfi intended to give you." "Lu," he said softly, intending to tease Lu Li. Lu Lai said calmly, "Senior sister, you misunderstand a little. To me, all women are merely powdered sugar and honey." "Lu?" he quickly asked. "Really?" Suddenly, she leaned closer to Lu Li's body, her cheeks flushing. Her voice became a little shy. "The more you say that, the more highly I think of you. It seems senior sister Lu. He has feelings for our Lu Lai now." Lu Li gently embraced Lu He, whispering, "Isn't a little honesty good?" Lu He was completely flushed by his actions and words. Out of embarrassment, she pushed Lu Li away, coldly saying, "HMPH? You're just lying and deceiving people. There's nothing serious about it." But the next second,
She acted as if flirting with him. But I like these lies. Very good. Since Lu He was happy, Lu Li naturally received a gift. She then took out a map for Lu Li. Here, this is a map of the Wanggi Caverns area. With this map, you can move freely within the Wanggi Caverns. It also marks cultivation spots. Lu Li was somewhat surprised that He would give him such an item. Seeing his internal debate, He immediately pressed the map into his hand. I'm giving it to you, just take it. I don't use this anymore. Lu He then mounted her sword and departed. Before leaving, she didn't forget to invite Lu Ling to visit her. Oh right, I often cultivate in the center of the map. If you're free, you can come find me. Finishing her words, she raised her hand to wave goodbye to him, her eyes gazing at Lu Lai full of affection. She softly said, I'm leaving now. After saying this, Lu Hei's sword shot away. Lu Lai, bowing his head, said, Thank you, senior sister. Only after Lu He had left could Lu Lai finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, she's finally gone. This woman is truly profound and unfathomable. First, she forced me to buy things. Then she tried to rope me in. Then inflated my ego. Gave me small favors. Acted intimately before leaving. And even tried a honey trap. If it were any ordinary youth, they'd surely be swayed. Luckily, Lu Li only possesses the ambition of a hero. Lu Lai flashed a triumphant, somewhat dangerous smile, thinking to himself, first, to hunt down a spirit ghost. A mere 750 li from here, southeast of Sanjing Valley. Should be right about here-ish. Before Lu Li stood a tree. Not the vibrant, life-affirming kind, but one radiating an utterly demonic red. He took one look at its 7-foot stature and immediately deduced, ah yes, the legendary soul-burying tree. Precisely the kind I was looking for. He strode towards the tree, scrutinizing it. This soul-burying tree, steeped in the yin energy of the sun and moon. I wonder if my blood-devouring, heaven-swallowing art can devour it. Only one way to find out is leg. Lu Lai unleashed his spiritual energy, and the tree immediately began to vibrate with an ominous hum. Lu Lai diligently attacked the soul-bearing tree, intent on siphoning its spiritual energy. But, as tends to happen in these situations, things were not quite as straightforward as our protagonist had envisioned. Not a single stat point increased. Turns out, this soul-bearing tree had actually transformed into a full-blown spirit ghost. Lu Lai blinked, utterly bewildered by this unexpected plot twist. Huh? A spirit ghost? The spirit ghost immediately began attempting to suck him dry, with extreme prejudice. Lu Lai had to strain every muscle just to remain vaguely upright. Ah, so the spirit ghost was using that move to try and make a swift exit. Oh, no you don't, Lu Lai declared, reaching out his hand. Only for a set of razor-sharp fangs to snap down on it. Lu Lai regarded it with a grave expression, contemplating. They call this a spirit ghost? It's barely a low-grade spiritual entity with rudimentary sentience. Frankly, it's embarrassing. It knows exactly when to attack. Scare the target with a little shriek, then pounce. Lu Lai allowed a smug grin to spread across his face. Alas for you, my friend. You've encountered me. With a casual flick, Lu Lai easily sent the spirit ghost hurtling tens of thousands of li into the distance. The spirit ghost, now thoroughly terrified, scrambled away on what could only be described as an ungraceful assembly of limbs. Lu Lai, naturally, gave chase, intent on reclaiming his prey. Oh, you're going that way? He muttered, then casually ripped a massive tree trunk from the ground and hurled it directly at the fleeing spirit ghost. The spirit ghost, with surprising agility, managed to evade the botanical projectile. But the sheer terror induced by Lu Lai remained undiminished. At this critical juncture, Lu Lai, radiating an aura of terrifying nonchalance, casually hoisted another colossal tree trunk onto his shoulder and began striding towards the spirit ghost, his gaze now unnervingly sharp. Don't run, he cooed. And don't be scared. A statement which, given Lu Lai's current tree-wielding, intensely gazing demeanor, was nothing short of a cosmic joke. The spirit ghost's limbs were now trembling so violently it could barely stand. Lu Lai, in what he perhaps imagined was a reassuring tone, declared, Honestly, I'm not some terrifying demon? This pronouncement immediately caused the spirit ghost to bow in complete, terrified surrender before him. Lu Lai then cradled the log in his arms. He mused aloud. Oh? So you also understand the ancient art of Kaeli? Begging for mercy? When outmatched? Excellent. Then stay still, little one. With a cheerful glint in his eye, he summoned a miniature pagoda. Ah, let's test out this new pagoda, he announced. Go forth. And with that he casually tossed the pagoda far into the air. Instantly, the pagoda erupted with a brilliant blue light, engulfing the spirit ghost and sending it into a fresh paroxysm of panic. A single second later, the pagoda descended with crushing authority, eager to absorb the quivering spirit ghost into its ethereal confines. And just like that, the spirit ghost was subdued with surprising, nay, alarming ease.
"Captured," he declared. "Huh. I didn't think it would be this easy."
Lu Lai gazed intently at the pagoda in his hand, a hint of disappointment clouding his features. Alas, this particular spirit ghost cannot be directly utilized. It can only be exchanged for spirit stones. He frowned and thought, but to whom shall I sell it? That shady ghost demon true person? No. Look at he is clearly embroiled in his own nefarious schemes. Best to steer clear. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with the dawn of a brilliant idea. Ah, my unscrupulous 8th senior brother. He could certainly take it off my hands, and it's the perfect opportunity to subtly probe his intentions.
Then, his face fell. Wait, I just bid him farewell, and now I've conveniently captured a spirit ghost?
He'll be instantly suspicious. Fine. I'll just go home, enter a month of secluded cultivation, and then reconsider. One must exercise patience in these matters. True to his word, he immediately vaulted into the air and vanished. Unbeknownst to our esteemed protagonist, the two enigmatic observers who had previously spied upon him were still present. The man, arms crossed, remarked,
"This young master truly possesses excellent fortune. Every single time he wanders off to cultivate, he coincidentally apprehends a spirit ghost. My interest in him grows exponentially."
The woman beside him chimed in, "Is that not simply exquisite?" She clutched her head, her face contorting into an expression of alarming possessiveness. "I've always been fond of men blessed with good fortune," she purred. "And this one, when he departs, he's exactly like old Devil Wang skirting walls, leaping from windows, fleeing with such frantic haste. It reminds me so much of my dear husband when he used to come home. Such nostalgia. Don't you agree, old Devil Wang, my husband?" She simpered, stroking her belly ominously. The man beside her instantly turned a shade of sickly green. 1 month later, exactly as planned, Lu Li continued his diligent self-cultivation. A single spirit stone, after his rigorous absorption, promptly turned to dust, billowing smoke dramatically. Naturally, Lu Li's cultivation base ascended to an entirely new echelon of power. Just then, the system chirped. Condensation realm. 3rd layer achieved. Indestructible diamond divine art. 3rd layer, 99%. Blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art. 3rd layer, 1%. White bone heart-crushing palm. 4th layer, 99%. Spirit ghost illusionary steps. 4th layer, 16%.
Lu Lai, however, was already deep in a slump. "These 2 cultivation paths are exorbitant," he grumbled. "My entire family fortune is depleted, and I've barely scraped past the 3rd layer." The system, ever vigilant, continued. White bone heart-crushing palm, having achieved a breakthrough in strength and an elevation in martial intent, now wishes to formally challenge the indestructible diamond divine art to a friendly spar. An accompanying image of a diligent little monk and his formidable challenger appeared. Lu Li couldn't help but gasp. Hold on! Cultivation techniques can challenge each other now? And if White Bone Heart-Crushing Palm doesn't win, its cultivation will regress to boost its strength? White Bone Heart-Crushing Palm decided to increase its cultivation speed by 100%. The little monk triumphs. Oh, the opponent was utterly crushed. Lu Li's, now drenched in cold sweat, murmured, I never imagined I could simultaneously cultivate 2 primary techniques, and that they'd have their own internal drama. Mercifully, they seemed to compensate for each other. He walked to the window, inhaling a deep breath of fresh air, and stretched languidly. All my cultivation resources are depleted. It's been a long and arduous month of cultivation. Time to finally sell that spirit ghost. With that, he proceeded to Bai Jinfi's residence, observing it carefully for a moment. He grasped the doorknob. This must be it. Just as he was about to knock, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a young woman, which caught Lu Lai entirely off guard. HMPH. The woman. The woman performed a formal bow. This humble servant greets young Master Lu. Does young Master Lu seek our young master? She inquired. Lu Lai quickly replied, Yes, please inform him of my presence. Please, young Master Lu. Do come in, the maid replied. Our young master has been expecting you in the main hall for several hours now. Hearing this, Lu Lai jumped, startled. You knew I was coming? The maid beamed brightly. Oh no, not specifically. It's just that anyone within a 10-line radius of our manor can find it. So we simply maintain a constant state of readiness to receive all potential guests. Unable to shake off a profound sense of unease regarding this bizarre explanation, Lu Li mused internally. Please, young Master Lu, follow me. Young Master Lu, this way. The master awaits in the great hall. Many thanks, elder sister.
With that, the two proceeded inside. Upon entering a grand, expansive chamber, Lu Lai observed 2 maids and a single man. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, long time no see. It was none other than senior brother Bai, currently engaged in the highly professional act of affectionately caressing his female attendants. Senior brother Bai jovially welcomed Lu Lai. "You've finally come to seek me out. Tell me, what do you think of these beauties?" Despite the undeniably awkward proposition, Lu Lai managed to maintain a radiant smile. Lu Lai, cupping his hands, replied, "Senior brother, you misunderstand. Junior brother has come today with a matter of business to discuss." Upon hearing this, senior brother Bai hastily adjusted his robes and stood.
"Oh, is that so, Coot?" he exclaimed, now radiating enthusiastic hospitality. "Junior brother Lu, please, have a seat. And while you're here, allow me to offer my congratulations." Lu Lai promptly plopped onto the nearest chair. "What is there to congratulate me for?" Junior brother, senior brother Bai explained, now also seated, his expression turning strangely grave. "You've emerged from a month of secluded cultivation. This unequivocally means you've achieved a breakthrough. That, my dear junior brother, is most certainly worthy of celebration." His gaze sharpened, to break through to the 3rd layer of qi condensation in a mere month. "Such talent is, I fear, utterly without peer." Sensing the creeping tendrils of suspicion, Lu Lai immediately retorted, "Senior brother, must you speak such nonsense? Only reaching the 3rd layer of qi condensation in a month? Even in our venerable underworld ghost sect, such glacial progress is hardly exceptional. If senior brother finds my presence so unwelcome, I shall simply depart." Senior brother Bai immediately waved his hands in frantic denial. "Ha ha ha! Junior brother, you misunderstand. I was genuinely offering high praise, I assure you." Senior brother Bai, now pouring tea with a suspiciously steady hand, continued, "Junior brother, you are cultivating the blood-devouring, heaven-swallowing art, yet you've remained indoors, possess limited wealth, and a single drop of spirit blood alone is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. So, to cultivate to the 3rd layer in 1 month, without absorbing any spirit blood, such a profound talent is truly unprecedented within our esteemed sect." His expression, however, remained profoundly dark. He handed a teacup to Lu Lai. "This cultivation method of yours, it's practically more righteous than the righteous path itself. If your cultivation weren't so low, I'd suspect you were a spy from a righteous sect." Startled by his words, Lu Lai thought to himself, "This guy just met me, sized up my cultivation, and now he's practically monitoring my every move? I can't let him get the upper hand." Lu Lai stood up indignantly. "Senior brother, you shouldn't speak so casually. I was personally taken in by Shizun. If I were from the righteous path, would Shizun be too?" Senior brother Bai forced a calm expression in response. "Ha ha, I was just kidding. Don't be angry." Senior brother Bai offered Lu Li the teacup with both hands. He said, "So junior brother, you're here to borrow spirit stones to buy spirit blood this time?" Lu Lai also took the teacup from him. After chugging the tea, Lu Lai was delighted that his business was finally being addressed. "No. On the contrary, I'm here to sell something." He summoned the pagoda that contained the captured spirit ghost and placed it on the table for senior brother. Senior brother Bai observed it for a moment. "Isn't this Shizun's ghost-nourishing pagoda, the one he uses for artifact refining? Junior brother, do you dare to sell it?" "Of course not. Shizun gave this to me. I wouldn't dare sell it. I'm selling what's inside it. Specifically, the spirit ghost." Lu Lai pulled out the spirit ghost's power source. "This is indeed a low-grade spirit ghost. Junior brother, where did you get this spirit ghost?" He was startled to witness it firsthand. Of course, I caught it in the Myriad Ghost Cave," Lu Lai said with a smug look. "But it's just a single low-grade spirit ghost, probably only worth 1 spiritual artifact." "Senior brother, why are you so excited? Does this spirit ghost have some special use?" Senior brother Bai quickly restrained himself, masking his true emotions. "Ha ha, junior brother, you're overthinking things. What use could a low-grade spirit ghost possibly have?" "If you trust me so much, I'll definitely give you the best price." Lu Lai confidently held up 2 fingers. "All right, senior brother, since you're so forthright, how much do you want? 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, right? We're family, after all. I can easily afford 20,000. Senior brother Bai moved to take the spirit ghost. However, Lu Li pulled his hand back. "No, I meant 2 million. Hearing the astronomical price, Bai shot up. 2 million? Junior brother, what are you talking about? You should know a low-grade spirit ghost is only worth about 10,000. Lu Lai simply closed his eyes, ignoring him. "Senior brother, even though we're fellow disciples, don't try to strong-arm me on the price. If you're not buying, junior brother will just go find senior sister He." Lu Lai made to leave, signaling that negotiations had failed. But this was too good a deal. How could senior brother Bai let it slip away?
He absolutely had to keep him there. Lu junior brother, wait. We're family. Let's take our time. Since we're family, then 200,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? Lulai said with a smile. The senior brother still hesitated. Then, he slowly sat back down. Junior brother, you've seen right through me. Alright, I'll be honest. Recently, an elder has been shamelessly hoarding low-grade spirit ghosts. Right now, I can only push the price up to 100,000 spirit stones for you. This is the absolute highest price, and I won't profit from it. To Lulilai, who was always sharp, such words went in one ear and out the other. Senior brother, you might not profit from me, but you're giving this spirit ghost to that elder. In return, you'll gain the elder's favor, won't you? Forcing down his anger, senior brother Bai replied, Junior brother Lu, I truly misjudged you. I never thought someone as young as you could see through people's hearts like this. Fine, I won't buy this spirit ghost anymore. Junior brother, take this spirit ghost and go get your 100,000 spirit stones and that elder's favor yourself. Guards, escort our guest out. Senior brother, you've misunderstood me. I never said I wasn't selling it. Hearing Lulai's words, he was slightly surprised. Lulai explained. An elder's favor, no matter how great, is limited. But demonic cultivators are born heartless and ungrateful. They lack emotion. Who knows, they might not even bother helping when push comes to shove. Wouldn't it be better to sell it to you, senior brother? Everyone gets along, and both sides benefit, right? Holding the spirit ghost, senior brother Bai's eyes lit up. Junior brother Lu, your thoughts are truly thorough. I am thoroughly impressed. If you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. Lulai replied with a smile. Senior brother, you're too polite. Senior brother Bai snapped his fingers. Snap! Guards! Instantly, a swarm of women approached, startling Lulai. They all flocked to Lulai, affectionately embracing him, calling out, Young master! Oh, young master! The situation happened so suddenly he couldn't react in time. Wait, that's not what I meant. Luli nervously and shyly stood up, declining. Senior brother, there's no need for this. I'm currently cultivating the diamond transformation demonic art, and I'm stuck at a bottleneck. I wanted to ask if senior brother has any Buddhist cultivation techniques. I wish to gain some insight. Perhaps I can break through to the next realm. Lulai explained his awkward predicament. Senior brother Bai was smug. The diamond transformation demonic art, eh? Excellent. I've cultivated it too. Here are a few cultivation techniques and Buddhist scriptures for junior brother to peruse. Senior brother Bai snapped his fingers again, and immediately a courtesan brought over a stack of papers, picking up a random scroll. Lu Li sat back down and gazed at it. Many thanks, senior brother. However, the sheer volume of information in this book left Lulai speechless. Truly worthy of senior brother. A moment later, Lulai noticed something strange. No, this isn't right. Although the illustrations are very crude, there seems to be something very peculiar within. He reached out to touch it, and suddenly, the system appeared. The player has flipped through the great Luo transcendent mortal scripture, discovering a hidden Buddhist mudra technique within. Congratulations to the player for mastering the great Luo Dharma seal. A Buddha statue emerged from the book. A moment later, the Buddha appeared, several times taller than Lu Li himself. A Buddhist disciple who cultivates the great Luo Dharma seal with unwavering perseverance can surely enlighten their mind, see their true nature, and instantly become a Buddha. Seeing this, he thought to himself, this is a Dharma technique that literally teaches people how to become a Buddha. Feeling that Lu Li's expression was a bit strange, the senior brother immediately asked, Junior brother Lu, is there something wrong with this Buddhist scripture? Nothing at all. I just thought junior brother didn't like women, or the illustrations within. I never expected your taste to be so unique. Lulai scratched his head and chuckled. Senior brother, you jest. After that, senior brother Bai took out a blue treasure from his person and handed it to Lulai. This scroll is a gift for you. And these are the spirit stones I'm paying you. Take them. Furthermore, since we're fated, there's something I want you to know. Luli accepted the treasure and asked, What is it? Shizun's current secluded cultivation is to break through to the nascent soul realm, and with Shizun's strength, he's practically guaranteed success. Once he breaks through, our status within the Yinming Ghost sect will rise like a ship sailing with the wind. Senior brother Bai warned him seriously. This is good news. Why the long face, senior brother? With a sigh, the senior brother explained, Because you have quite a few enemies of Shizun. He covered his face and slumped over. There are thousands upon thousands of demonic golden core cultivators, and Ghost Demon True Person has made enemies with half of them. In fact, half is an understatement. Shizun has made enemies with at least 70% of the demonic cultivation world. Lulai thought to himself,
How did he even do that?
Last time, when Shizun broke through to the late Golden Core stage, 2 senior brothers died, and 1 senior sister was crippled. This time, the spirit ghost I bought from you was precisely to sell to that elder, exchange it for his favor, and borrow a protective treasure. So, junior brother, you'd better prepare yourself thoroughly. Lu Lai immediately bowed. Many thanks for the reminder, senior brother. It seems I need to quickly increase my strength. Returning home, Lu Li continued his cultivation. Congratulations, player. Due to listening to the Supreme Buddhist Scripture, your Great Luo Dharma seal has gained profound insight and evolved into the Great Luo Dharma chant. Huh? The Great Luo Dharma chant? Lu Li was still hazy, not fully understanding what the system was reporting. Lu Li's spiritual sense materialized. The first of the 8 Buddhas, Great Strength Vajra Arhat Dharma aspects, had appeared, and he had mastered the Great Strength Vajra Dharma chant. Progress. 0.1% of the first layer of the realm. The second of the 8 Buddhas, Great Might Heavenly Dragon Bodhisattva Dharma aspects, has appeared, and he has mastered the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Dharma chant. Current progress. 0.1% of the first layer of the realm. Lu Lai, curious, watched as energy emanated from his hands. Great Strength Vajra Dharma chant. Great Luo Buddhas. World-honored Amitabha Prajna. At this moment, an imprint of Lu Li's spiritual sense had been seared onto his left bicep. Lu Lai flicked his hand, and a powerful force was unleashed. Pleased with what he had gained, he grinned mischievously. Excellent. Even the first layer of the Great Strength Vajra Dharma chant can double one's power. Next, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Great Luo Buddhas. World-honored Amitabha Prajna. Suddenly, Lu Li's shirt was torn to shreds. On his back, the imprint of a divine dragon was now seared. Lu Lai's strength had now increased manifold. Due to extreme exhaustion, Lu Lai collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his soul feeling scattered. He felt his body completely drained. It consumed too much spiritual energy. Now I can only use it. One more time. Lu Lai lay sprawled on his bed. The Dharma power required for the second path of this Great Might Heavenly Dragon Dharma chant is too much. I'll need at least the Foundation Establishment realm to even summon it from the system. Warning. Due to resource deficiency, the 6 Buddhas of the 7 Buddhas player group cannot yet learn Buddhist Dharma spells. Lu Li. Besides those 2, there are 6 other Buddhas? He immediately pictured himself as some kind of gang boss, with 2 Buddhas serving as bodyguards behind him. If those 2 images on me are those 2, and they all successfully cultivate. A second later, his face was full of suspicion. What kind of Buddhism is this gang like? He jumped up. Whatever. Still, priority is raising my realm. If my realm is too low, these Dharma spells are useless. Great Strength Vajra Dharma spell. Because of listening to the Supreme Buddhist Scripture, gained enlightenment, progress increased by 1. Grand Might Heavenly Dragon Dharma spell. Because of listening to the Supreme Buddhist Scripture, gained enlightenment, progress increased by 1. The system reported consecutively. Exactly 10 days later, the 100 bone-crushing palm tried to educate the newly arrived Great Strength Vajra Dharma spell and Grand Might Heavenly Dragon Dharma spell. The result? It was beaten to the point of questioning its very existence, falling into stagnation, its cultivation regressing. Lu Lai sat outside on the porch, checking the system. This 100 bone-crushing palm is just too pathetic. Did it have nothing better to do than pick a fight with those 2? He stretched his long legs with a weary expression. But still, after several days of non-stop cultivation, I've finally reached the 4th level of Qi condensation. Once I reach the 5th level, most of my cultivation techniques will have achieved a breakthrough. Then I'll go to the Myriad Ghost Den again. The sky, clear just moments ago, suddenly shifted as the weather turned. Lu Li was still wondering, is it gonna rain? When suddenly, a large shout rang out from a flying ship overhead. Junior brother, run! Now! It turned out to be Senior Brother Bai. He continued to yell, Master is about to undergo the nascent soul lightning tribulation. If you get hit, you won't even have bones left. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning struck right where Lu Li was, though luckily he dodged just in time. Damn it! What's going on? The flying ship swooped closer, and Lu Li jumped aboard to escape the calamity. Senior Brother Bai, what happened? Why did the lightning tribulation suddenly descend? The senior brother, flustered, replied, No time to explain. I'm going to get out of the tribulation's range. Fast. He observed the situation, and couldn't help but exclaim, Damn it! Pilot the flying ship away from here immediately. However, ahead of them, bolts of heavenly lightning were already striking the ground. This meant they had no escape route. But a moment later, those heavenly lightning bolts were completely dispersed by a protective barrier. Senior Brother Bai sighed in relief. Luckily, a mighty expert intervened, and the sect activated the Supreme Grand Array. Junior Brother, we're safe now. Senior Brother,
Aren't we staying to wait for Master to successfully pass his tribulation? Huh? Not yet. The Supreme Grand Array is blocking the Heavenly Dadio's perception, helping Master extend his preparation time against the lightning tribulation. We'll return in 5 days to visit and observe Master's tribulation then.
How troublesome. Returning to Ghost Peak Mountain during this period could be a bit dangerous. And if that's the case, my breakthrough time will have to be extended again. The senior brother, beaming, turned to ask, Junior brother, do you have any plans? I want to go to Myriad Devil City to buy some gifts for Master. Want to come with me? He even threw an arm around Lu Lai's shoulder. Myriad Devil City has everything, whether it's beautiful women or beautiful snakes. Trapped, Lu Lai was speechless, but eventually conceded. Actually, I'm out of money. So, no thanks, I won't go. I'll just stay in the Myriad Ghost Den and see if there are any more low-grade spirit ghosts. Oh, what a shame. I thought I'd get to hang out with Junior brother. Senior brother Bai clutched his head, looking utterly disappointed. Lu Lai, standing nearby, barely managed to restrain himself.
With that, Lu Lai departed. Well, goodbye, senior brother. Have fun in Myriad Devil City, and be careful. Senior brother Bai waved goodbye.
His expression darkened. Chisk chisk. Our junior brother seems to have quite a few secrets. To reach the 4th level of chi condensation so quickly, brimming with skill. How does that compare to your true dragon transformation, second senior sister? He turned to look behind him and asked.
Suddenly, a large white snake slowly slithered out. It manifested into human form, standing beside senior brother Bai.
The white snake, surprisingly, transformed into a woman. As soon as she transformed, she asked, So, he's the straw hero? Meanwhile, in the Myriad Ghost Den, Lu Li was being surrounded by monsters. They lunged at him simultaneously, their claws raised, ready to tear him apart. With his current abilities, Lu Lai deftly weaved through each monster, finishing them off on the spot.
System prompt. Spirit Ghost Phantom Steps. Because of absorbing pure ghost Kwai, spirit greatly boosted. Cultivation efficiency increased by 50%. 100 bone-crushing palm. Ravenously famished, finally sated. Cultivation greatly increased. Progress increased by 20.
After the battle, Lu Li sat down for a sip of water, panting. It's been a while, isn't that Lu Ha coming? Could he also be affected by Master's breakthrough? Better cultivate more to feel at ease.
100 bone-crushing palm has broken through to the 5th level.
Lu Lai tapped the system, sighing. Although my realm breakthrough is a bit slow, my combat power has increased significantly. Finally, a breakthrough to the 5th level. Because its realm increased, 100 bone-crushing palm's confidence soared. It immediately sought out the indestructible Vajra divine art to avenge its past humiliation. The system even projected a close-up of the skirmish between the two. Lu Lai, startled, tried to intervene. Huh? Wait, stop. This time, victory still belonged to the little monk. And it returned, in utter defeat. 100 bone-crushing palm, having learned a painful lesson, decided to join the Buddhist faction. Lu Lai's face darkened. Huh? What the? The name, 100 bone-crushing palm, had changed to Compassionate Palm. Compassionate Palm, 5th level, progress. 1. It couldn't beat them, so it joined them? Is that how it works? He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. But if it becomes a Buddhist cultivation technique, can I use the Prajna Heart Sutra to evolve it? Worth a try. Lu Li continued to cultivate the Compassionate Palm. Because of listening to the Supreme Buddhist scripture, experienced an initiation into enlightenment. Entering a state of sudden enlightenment, progress increased by 4. Congratulations, player. Compassionate Palm, due to profound enlightenment from listening to the Supreme Buddhist scripture, has evolved into Great Compassionate Palm. Seeing the notification, Lu Lai was pleased and smug. It really worked! So now I can just cultivate any demonic art I want, and let the great Luodharma spell transform them. This way, I can turn demonic arts into Buddhist cultivation techniques, and then use the Prajna Heart Sutra to evolve them. As he sat there, a huge monster suddenly appeared behind him, muttering. Such a fragrant scent of blood. It then raised its fist, eager to drink his blood. Kill! Facing this situation, Lu Lai merely gave a faint smile. A peak-refined ghost? Right on time. He then leaped up, avoiding the monster's fist. Taking advantage of its distraction, Lu Li immediately counterattacked. With a single hand, Lu Li unleashed a terrifying power that incinerated the monster, leaving nothing but ashes, before he landed safely back in place. The slain monster left behind a crater, a clear testament to his power having advanced to a new level. Not bad, not bad. My power has doubled. As he spoke, he absorbed the monster's energy. Suddenly, the system reported. Great Compassionate Palm, having pacified a vicious ghost, feels boundless merit. its mood exceedingly joyful. Cultivation efficiency increased by 500%. The blood-devouring heaven-swallowing art, bursting forth, detected a low-grade spirit ghost. The system's report startled Lu Lai. Huh? A low-grade spirit ghost? He immediately rushed to the crater, only to find a baby spirit ghost lying at the bottom. Lu Li reached out to grab it, muttering, "Come on now, be a good little ghoul." His actions instantly terrified the spirit ghoul, sending it scrambling backward. After sealing it into his pagoda, he gloated. No need for a fight. This was much easier than last time. Suddenly, yet another figure emerged, hiding behind the bushes and muttering, "Oh, a spirit ghoul, is it?" And with that, he launched an attack. Fortunately for Lu Lai, he detected the danger just in time and deftly dodged to the side. The flying dagger whizzed past him, leaving dazzling purple lightning trails in its wake. Who goes there? Lu Li spun around, his gaze scanning all directions, desperate to find the owner of the weapon. The attacker no longer bothered to hide, slowly stepping out. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over that spirit ghoul," he demanded. Lu Lai scoffed. "On what grounds? I found this spirit ghoul first." Li Jing, utterly oblivious to common sense, then launched into a boastful tirade. "HMPH boy, I am a true disciple of true Immortal Hua Shu, and my senior brother is a personal disciple of true Immortal Huang Quan." He then looked at Lu Lai with utter disdain. "You're only at the 5th level of chi condensation, probably some outer disciple of a nobody true immortal. If you don't know your place, don't blame me for being impolite." Lu Lai calmly replied, "I don't care who you are, but fellow disciples fighting within the demonic sect is a grave offense. Do you dare make a move?" Li Jing, spotting his savior approaching, flashed a devious smile. "I wouldn't dare, but..." It turned out that figure was indeed his senior brother. His senior brother flew down from above, his voice booming before he even landed. "I am a patrolling disciple. What in the blaze is going on here?" Upon seeing his senior brother, Li Jing immediately began to whine as if he were the one being bullied. "Senior brother, this man stole my spirit stones, robbed me of my spirit ghoul, and even tried to injure me. You must uphold justice for me. Truly, a thief crying, thief." His senior brother was Li Qing. Li Qing looked at Lu Lisha with an emotionless gaze and calmly let out a faint, "Huh? Is that so?" His hand, hidden behind his back, was already poised for an attack on Lu Li. "Don't you know, infighting between fellow disciples is a grave crime?" Li Qing questioned in a low, sharp voice. Li Qing's sword lunged towards Lu Li, leaving the boy utterly astonished. Luckily, Lu Li's body was quick, allowing him to narrowly evade the strike. Lu Li glared at the two junior and senior brothers with furious eyes. These damn two-faced fraudsters. Li Jing, clearly not done, prepared another attack. "You dare to dodge, Lu Li? Are you trying to make a move on me?" Lu Li braced himself, his voice solemn. "How could I dare? But..." Li Jing, seeing Lu Li's stance, which resembled someone about to compete in a track meet, couldn't help but wonder, what's that kid trying to do? The very next second, Lu Lai seized the moment while both were off guard, and with all four limbs he sprinted away, the wisest course of action. As he ran, he shouted loudly for help. "Help! They're violating the sacred demonic way!" Lu Lai, ever the sagacious one, knew that infighting among fellow disciples was forbidden, so running was the best way to avoid disaster. The two brothers were utterly shocked by Lu Lai's cries for help. Both quickly gave chase. "Lu Li, you little rascal! Are you courting death? Stop right there!" Suddenly, as Lu Li was running, a large plume of smoke unexpectedly appeared before him. He slammed on the brakes just in time. An elder and a young woman also appeared. The elder looked at them and loudly declared, "Damn it! Who's causing trouble here? And daring to invoke the sacred demonic way? Do you wish to die?" Lu Lai subtly smirked. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd planned. He, good. Just as expected, someone important appeared. The two brothers respectfully approached the elder to greet him. "This humble one is Liao Qing, a true disciple of true monarch Huang Quan." "Greetings, true immortal Qi." True immortal Qi merely hummed softly in response. Liao Qing suddenly turned to accuse Lu Li. This disciple was patrolling, and discovered this person intending to murder a fellow disciple. Just as I was about to apprehend him, he actually dared to loudly claim we were violating the sacred demonic way. This is truly an egregious crime. Lu Lai met his gaze head-on. He calmly raised his middle finger and said, "Eat, SHT." Unable to do anything else, Li Qing gnashed his teeth. "You!" Lu Lai, however, boldly introduced himself. "Two true immortals. I am Lu Li, a true disciple under true immortal Gimo. I was just cultivating in the stone forest, and accidentally shattered a black steel rock, only to discover a low-grade spirit ghoul inside. But these two appeared, and launched a sneak attack, intending to seize my spirit ghoul. I beg the true immortals to preside over justice.
The two brothers, Li Qing and Li Jing, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm when Lu Lai mentioned true immortal Gi Mui, realizing they had provoked the wrong person. So, he's a true disciple of true immortal Gi Mo?
This is troublesome. Lin Jing immediately cried out to true immortal Qi. True immortal! This brat is lying. That low-grade ghoul was one I raised. They took advantage of my absence to steal my spirit ghoul. I have witnesses and evidence to prove it. True immortal Qi heard him and asked, Huh? What witnesses? What evidence? He then pointed at his senior brother. The witness is, of course, this patrolling disciple, senior brother Li Qing, and the evidence is this very stone forest. My cultivation ground.
Lin Qing also chimed in, emphatically corroborating his junior brother's story. Precisely. Lu Lai, standing nearby, absolutely couldn't bear to watch the two brothers continue their theatrical performance for another second. He once again raised his middle finger and added a blunt remark, So? Like I give a damn about your grandpa. The two brothers whipped their heads around, glaring at Lu Lai with seething indignation.
You, Lu Lai continued. Just because you say something is yours, does that make it so? If I said I carved your mother's tombstone and ate the offerings for your father, would you believe me? Lian Qing was so infuriated he nearly choked. Damn it all. True immortal Qi, hearing Lu Lai's audacious argument, immediately thought of the boy's master. This brat spouts nonsense about his parents at every turn.
Truly worthy of being a true disciple of true immortal Gimo.
Li Jing, incredibly, proposed an idea that astonished both true immortals. Given Li Jing's suggestion, and seeing how detestable this brat is, I beg for your grace to grant us a life and death duel.
Li Jing swaggered towards Lu Lai, boastfully declaring, Kid, I will suppress my cultivation realm, using only 4th level spiritual power. Do you dare accept this challenge? Lu Lai found himself in a slight predicament. Making a decision would be difficult.
He quietly pondered his opponent. This guy looks strange. He must have plenty of treasures. Fighting him might be risky, but if I refuse, it'll make true immortal Guimau lose face. The female true immortal standing beside true immortal Qi suddenly gave Lu Li a strange smile. Little one, she said, as if speaking directly into his thoughts. Let me tell you quietly, those two brothers, Lin Jing and Li Qing, are petty and vindictive. Whether you agree to fight today or not, they'll bully you later, regardless. Be careful. Lu Lai felt a flicker of doubt upon hearing her words. Lu Lai's heart was a tangled mess, unsure of the right course of action. These two are clearly no good. If I don't deal with them now, it'll be troublesome later.
Li Jing pounced like a hungry tiger on its prey, his voice full of challenge as he spoke to Lu Li. What? All bark and no bite, eh? Don't dare to fight? Lu Lai subtly smirked, answering coldly. If you're not afraid of death, then I'll gladly grant it. True immortal Qi, hearing the exchange between the two, understood the outcome. He calmly asked, Do you truly wish for a life and death duel? Lu Li and Li Jing replied in unison. Yes. True immortal Qi seemed quite amused by this intriguing match.
All right, looks like there's a good show to be had. To the arena! The group quickly made their way to the arena. The spectators couldn't help but be curious about this fight. What's going on here? Some ignorant kid challenged Brother Li Jing to a death match. Lu Li was a little surprised by the number of people who had come to watch. I didn't expect so many people to come. If I lose, Master might not even keep my life. I cannot lose. Lu Lai sternly reminded himself. Lu Li's gaze held a hint of confusion as he watched Lin Jing approach him. Huh? Lin Jing handed him a coin.
True immortal Qi stood in the center, acting as the referee for this match. You have decided upon a life and death struggle. This venerable one will be the witness to this battle, ensuring fairness. As per your words, this venerable one has placed a restrictive seal upon your body. Should you use spiritual power exceeding the 4th level of Qi condensation, your power will vanish, and your entire body will stiffen. Li Jing bowed his head, accepting True Immortal Qi's command. Many thanks, True Immortal. With that, the referee swiftly departed, leaving the stage to the two combatants. You may begin at will. Lu Li immediately launched his attack. Die! But the difficult part was that he seemed to be no match for Li Jing. Li Jing easily dodged his blows, making Lu Li's attacks feel like air. Li Jing said, full of self-satisfaction, Do you really think I'd be defeated by such simple moves? Now, it's my turn to counterattack. This time, in the arena, I will take your life. The female True Immortal, seeing Li Jing's technique, immediately recognized it. Ah, isn't that true monarch Huang Quan's ancient relic? Unearthed from the primordial ruins? A rather difficult treasure to part with, indeed. Even Qi Zhenren, spectating nearby, couldn't help but observe. A mid-grade spiritual artifact against a mere 4th level Qi condensation cultivator? utterly shameless.
But that's precisely what makes it engaging. Our protagonist, Lu Li, was, at this precise moment, beginning to sense a slight inconvenience. The item his opponent just unveiled. Lu Li then had the sudden, chilling realization that two spectral fiends, each clutching a finely honed death scythe, were attempting to surprise him from the rear. Lu Li swiftly leaped forward, narrowly evading their initial sweep. However, these particular specters were apparently quite clingy, immediately surging forward to grapple his body with unyielding resolve. Lu Li let out a frustrated, "Damn it all!" as he discovered the universal truth of ghostly encounters. The more he struggled, the tighter these ethereal annoyances clung, rendering him utterly immobile. Li Jing, observing Lu Li's predicament, was utterly delighted. He let out a booming laugh. "Ha ha! Run, run, little mouse! Inside my 10,000 ghost banner reside thousands of wailing, vengeful spirits. This, my friend, is art." Lu Li, having had quite enough of this particular art exhibit, promptly executed a vertical leap, breaking free from the spectral embrace. Seizing this brief, glorious window of opportunity, Lu Li immediately retrieved the grand pagoda gifted to him by his esteemed master, a powerful artifact, surely, for confronting his foes. "Go!" Lu Li commanded. Yet, what he hadn't accounted for was Li Qinjing's surprising dexterity. The villain, with a triumphant grin, swiftly intercepted the pagoda mid-air, exclaiming, "Got it!" Both master and would-be master of the artifact then landed simultaneously, as if choreographed for maximum awkwardness. With Lu Li's sacred artifact now firmly in his grasp, Li Jing let out a victorious, "Ha ha ha! Your prized possession is now mine. What possible move could you make now, you pathetic worm?" Across from him, Lu Li's voice cut through the air, cool as a mountain spring after a snowstorm. There are precisely two matters requiring your immediate attention. Firstly, I am not, in fact, attempting to ascertain a suitable moment for strategic retreat. Secondly, and pay close attention, art must be dynamic. Lu Li offered a subtle, utterly terrifying smile. He then bellowed with supreme confidence, "Detonate!" Upon hearing these two ominous syllables, Lianjing's face immediately contorted into a mosaic of panic and regret. He glanced down at the acquired pagoda in his hand, a faint, deeply unsettling ripple of apprehension stirring within his usually unshakable villainous core. Bam! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, precisely as Lu Li had so politely instructed. The assembled spectators, witnessing this rather unconventional display, immediately erupted into a chaotic murmur. Am I seeing things? Who? One shrieked. Did that young punk just voluntarily detonate a top-grade spiritual artifact? Huh? A top-grade artifact? You just say, "Explode," and it explodes? Unbelievable, another gasped. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed spectator pointed towards the arena, bellowing, "Look! Li Jing! He's still alive!" From the dissipating smoke, Lin Jing miraculously stood firm, albeit looking considerably less villainous. His cultivation base, however, appeared to have taken a significant vacation. It was at this precise moment that Lu Li, with the subtlety of a silent assassin, materialized directly behind him. Lu Li, in a voice devoid of all sympathy, queried, "Lost your ability to operate, have we?" Li Jing, now utterly paralyzed, could only stand there, eyes bulging in a furious, bloodshot glare that promised 1,000 deaths Lu Li was perfectly safe from. Lu Li's subsequent technique decisively brought his opponent to his knees, as if he had suddenly fused with the divine might of the Buddha himself, granting him double the destructive power for maximum effect. Li Jing had officially been reduced to a pathetic heap by Lu Li, our protagonist, having definitively reclaimed the upper hand, then casually remarked, "Your artifact was rather impressive, now it's mine." Thus, Li Jing was miserably, unequivocally, and rather hilariously defeated. Li Jing, witnessing his junior brother's utterly humiliating defeat, finally snapped. Gritting his teeth with the fury of 1,000 scorned elders, he snarled, "You dare?" and promptly lunged at Lu Li, hell-bent on exacting blood vengeance for his unfortunate sibling. "You dare to murder my blood brother? Die!" Lin Qing roared, channeling every last ounce of his spiritual energy into a devastating lunge towards Lu Li. "Young punk, your life is forfeit." He now resembled a famished tiger, fixated on the plumpest, most unsuspecting gazelle in the entire cultivation world. Qi Zhenren, observing that the situation had officially spiraled into an inconvenient level of chaos, boomed, "Halt!" Li Qing, despite his murderous intent, found himself involuntarily frozen, compelled to cease his frantic assault. Qi Zhenren, radiating an aura of understated menace, calmly stated, "Li Qing, he who plays with fire must accept the ensuing inferno. I shall of course be reporting today's unfortunate incident to the sect.
The sectmaster, I assure you, will take a keen interest in your future endeavors. You understand what must be done, and tell me, after a publicly sanctioned duel, to interfere so brazenly. Do you truly believe this venerable one merely exists for decoration? Quote, he inquired with dangerously polite severity. Li Qing, abruptly deflating, bowed his head in hasty submission. This disciple would never. It is merely that my junior brother lacked the requisite talent. This disciple accepts defeat. Ling Qing cast a genuinely sorrowful glance at his thoroughly unfortunate junior brother. Ling Qing then, efficiently and rather tidily, began to package Ling Jing for transport. Having dealt with, his junior brother, Lian Qing stood, bowed ceremoniously to Qi Zhenren, and announced, "This disciple still has pressing engagements. I must take my leave." Qi Zhenren, with an almost imperceptible nod, simply hummed, Off you go. Lian Qing departed, but from that precise instant, a mighty, simmering vendetta against Lu Lie officially took root within his cultivation heart. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly bottled his rage, vowing with every fiber of his being to repay Lu Lie 1,000-fold for today's inconvenience. To Lian Jing, he hissed internally, casting a subtle, yet utterly venomous, backward glance towards our oblivious protagonist. Lu Lie, meanwhile, had quite accurately processed the formation of a brand new, potentially inconvenient, vendetta. Qi Zhenren, suddenly invigorated, clapped Lu Li on the shoulder with enough force to rearrange his internal organs, beaming. Lu Li, you've truly broadened this old Zhenren's horizons. Not bad at all. Tell me, boy, have you ever considered the boundless joys of becoming my personal disciple? Lu Li, with the practiced humility of a seasoned scammer, slowly demurred. Many thanks for your esteemed invitation, true monarch, but my master's beneficence towards me is as boundless as the celestial mountains themselves. I simply cannot betray such profound grace. Qi Zhenren, however, merely pulled a face that clearly conveyed, I'm not buying it, snorting, HMPH. Boundless as mountains, you say? As if I don't know precisely how Guimo Zhenren acquires his disciples. It's practically a bug farm, Qi Zhenren declared. Lu Li, for his part, had, of course, arrived at this precise conclusion ages ago. However, leaving his sect was not an option. Qi Zhenren, meanwhile, was clearly quite taken with Lu Li. Qi Zhenren launched into a relentless, high-pressure sales pitch, reminiscent of an overly zealous, multi-level marketing guru. He internally scoffed, "Come to me, and things will be profoundly different. I currently lack a true disciple, which means you would be my sole, exclusive, personal inheritor. I shall bestow upon you all of my cultivation techniques." Lu Li, basking in Qi Zhenren's syrupy enticements, once again adopted the persona of a paragon of filial piety and propriety. With a straight face he declared, "Qi Zhenren, though my admiration for you is profound, I simply cannot abandon my revered master. He personally bestowed upon me peerless cultivation techniques, gifted me top-grade spiritual artifacts, and meticulously guided me to become a refined, benevolent, and utterly harmonious individual. My reverence for my master flows eternally, ceaselessly, like the mighty rivers themselves." Even Qi Zhenren, a man who had witnessed untold horrors and bland pronouncements, visibly flinched. Lu Li's saccharine performance was now causing him a genuine, throbbing headache. Qi Zhenren, fearing an imminent spiritual energy blockage or perhaps a literal aneurysm, hastily cut Lu Li off. Ugh, enough! Truly this is insufferable. Without a doubt, a disciple of Guimo Zhenren, through and through. Just then, a female true monarch approached, delivering a subtle, yet undeniably pointed, reminder to Qi Zhenren. "Chai Fa," she drawled. "Are you truly so bold as to openly poach disciples? Have you no fear that Guimo Zhenren, once he achieves nascent soul ascension, will come knocking for a friendly chat?" Qi Zhenren, hearing this rather inconvenient truth, felt a slight, fleeting pang of guilt. He mumbled with a rare flicker of awkwardness, "Blast it all! How did that little detail slip my mind?" With that, he beat a hasty retreat, but his voice, a frantic echo, reverberated through the air. "Let's just pretend those last few minutes never happened, all right? I'm off to report this incident. Farewell." Lu Li, ever the opportunist, then turned to the female true monarch, offering a profound bow. "Many thanks, esteemed Zhenren, for your sagely advice. Your words were instrumental in my decision to accept this ongoing trial by combat." The female Zhenren, however, merely blinked, utterly bewildered, completely failing to grasp the twisted logic of his gratitude. "Huh?" she uttered. Without warning, the female true monarch lunged forward, causing Lu Li to execute a frantic, albeit subtle, retreat. She then offered a predatory smile, her eyes sparkling with wicked amusement. "Oh, and just how do you intend to thank this old woman, little master?" Lu Li, suddenly struck by an inexplicable fit of bashfulness, averted his gaze, stammering, "This Lu Li repays all debts of gratitude.
Zhenren, please set your heart at ease. Once I have successfully achieved stable foundation establishment, I shall present you with a truly magnificent token of my appreciation.
The female true monarch, now fully committed to her playful assault, began a series of suggestive gestures, her voice dripping with playful mockery. "Oh, little fellow, you're rather unresponsive, aren't you?" She even brazenly graced Lu Li's rather firm chest with a touch, overtly flirting for all the world to see. "Perhaps," she purred, "my intentions weren't quite explicit enough for you to grasp?"
The very next second, utterly devoid of shame, she pressed her lithe form fully against Lu Li's, whispering suggestively, "Or could it be that I am simply not to your distinguished taste?" Faced with this full-frontal, spiritual sexual assault, Lu Li's body abruptly locked up.
His mind, scrambling for a coherent thought, vaguely pondered. He swiftly banished the unsettling thought. It was at this critical juncture that Lu Li's brain finally rebooted. He promptly, if rather clumsily, pushed the female true monarch away, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Lu Li, unable to even meet her gaze, instead addressed a random point in the distance. "Esteemed true monarch, your beauty is peerless. How could you possibly be unattractive?" "Poot," he stammered. "However, if you truly have pressing matters requiring your divine attention, this junior would not dare to impose." Lu Li's utterly flustered retreat, however, only served to heighten her amusement. She offered a faint, knowing smile. HMPH. Guillemot Zhenren truly found himself a remarkable disciple. Ruthless, decisive, with an unshakable will, and utterly unswayed by mere beauty. Indeed, I find myself liking you even more now. But Guillemot True Lord knows I value you, and she'll probably come bother me, so I'll go back and cultivate first. Once I reach nascent soul, I'll come find you. This True Lord seems to have developed a particular fondness for Lu Li, much like Chi True Lord before her. With a final declaration, she hastily departed. Our protagonist, meanwhile, eagerly ripped open his system to tally his latest haul. Today, the great benevolent palm broke through to the second layer. That spirit ghost chi from earlier has been absorbed, and I even snagged a 100-year-old ancient artifact. This entire ordeal was highly profitable. Just then, Lu He, with impeccable timing, materializes beside him. Her voice, ever so casual, dripped with suspicion. "Little junior brother, you look utterly dazed.
Don't tell me that woman in black influenced you?"
Lu He, it seems, harbored a slight touch of jealousy.
Lu He's sudden arrival was so unexpected, it nearly sent Lu Lian's soul flying straight out of his body. He yelped. He instantly composed himself, forcing the most natural expression he could muster. "Ah, Lu He, senior sister, you must be jesting. Is something amiss?" Lu He, ever the diplomat, bypassed all pleasantries and cut straight to the chase.
"Actually, there's a matter, I'll just be blunt."
She gazed at Lu Li, eyes brimming with something suspiciously close to affection, and shyly made her offer. "Do you want to be my man?" Lu Li, upon hearing this utterly direct proposition, was so utterly thunderstruck his brain nearly short-circuited.
His expression was a masterpiece of disbelief.
"Huh?" Lu Li stared at the woman before him, his mind reeling. Following that rather blunt proposal, Lu Li found himself accompanying Lu He back to her abode. Lu He, as if nothing had happened, gestured. "Junior brother, do sit!" As if Lu Li could just casually plop down next to her. He quickly, and perhaps a bit frantically, demurred. No need, Lu He senior sister." "But, what exactly did you mean by that earlier comment?" Lu Ke, clearly enjoying this, playfully chided him. "Oh, really? During our duel you radiated such magnificent power, yet when it comes to this matter you're surprisingly dense?" "But junior brother, you've misunderstood," she clarified. "My intention was simply for you to stay by my side." Hearing he'd jumped to conclusions, Lu Li sheepishly rubbed his head. "Ah, so I misunderstood."
But in the very next instant, his entire demeanor did a complete 180.
Lu Li's mind, however, was a turbulent sea of suspicious thoughts. Without a single word, Lu Ke gracefully rose from her seat.
She slowly drifted towards the veranda, her voice dropping to a near whisper as she spoke. "Junior brother, you must be aware the Buddhist and Taoist alliance are preparing to assault Myriad Devil Mountain, aren't you? This world is on the precipice of grand chaos." Lu He, who always presented such a cheerful facade, apparently harbored worries so profound no one could fathom them. Lu Li, it seemed, was entirely out of the loop.
He hastily questioned, "What?" Lu He, her eyes now gleaming with stark ambition, gazed up at the boundless sky, and declared with a chilling relish, "This is a tremendous peril for the demon venerable, but also a monumental opportunity." Lu Li, completely missing her meaning, hastily inquired, "What opportunity?" Lu. He dramatically raised her hand high and boldly proclaimed, the opportunity to unify the entire demonic path.
She spun around, fixing Lu Lai with eyes blazing with cunning ambition and fierce resolve. "And I," she declared, "will become the first female demon emperor of the demonic path.
And by then, you shall be the first man in all under heaven
standing behind the demon emperor." Lu Lai finally understood He's true intentions for summoning him. He thought helplessly. Lu Li, naturally, rejected the invitation with the speed of a startled immortal. He offered a polite, saccharine smile.
"Senior sister, your ambitions soar to the heavens, but this junior brother's power is tragically minuscule. I fear I'd only be a hindrance." Lu He, however, was dead set on having Lu Li by her side. She swiftly cut him off. "Junior brother, reconsider! I only have your best interests at heart. And naturally, I will compensate you handsomely."
She promptly produced a gleaming spirit pill, offering it as a blatant bribe. "This is a blood revival elixir. It can directly elevate your cultivation by one entire realm, safely, and with 0 side effects. If you agree, this elixir is yours."
Lu Lai, upon seeing the potent spirit pill, wavered for a fleeting moment. But he steadfastly clung to his initial resolve. "I am an upright, principled man. I will not fall into this obvious pit of doom." He politely, yet firmly, rejected Lu He a second time. "I am deeply grateful for senior sister's sincerity, but this junior brother simply wishes to cultivate all the way to the Golden Core Grand Dalio. After that, I have other, personal matters to attend to." After 2 successive rejections, Lu He's spirit completely deflated. She let out a frustrated sigh. All right. It seems junior brother has no interest. I won't force you."
She then departed to attend to her daily duties.
"Well, I'm off to patrol. May junior brother achieve Golden Core soon. If you ever change your mind, just come find me." Lu Lai, ever the picture of politeness, replied. "And I wish senior sister speedy success in becoming the first female demon emperor of the demonic path." He glanced back, offering Lu Li a cryptic, lingering smile. "Junior brother, until next time." Lu Lai watched Lu He's retreating figure, his mind still buzzing with her earlier pronouncements. At this exact moment, Bai Jinfei, who had apparently materialized out of thin air, was calmly settled behind him, speaking with the utmost nonchalance. "Junior brother, it seems your luck isn't just good, but your romantic prospects are quite flourishing too."
Lu Lai, hearing his name spoken, spun around with a jolt.
He immediately approached Bai Jinfei. "Bai senior brother, weren't you still in Myriad Devil City?" Bai Jinfei smoothly replied. "Someone sent a flying sword message, informing me you and Lin Jing were engaging in a spirited discussion. So, I hurried back." Bai Jinfei's demeanor suddenly turned gravely serious. He spoke in a low, foreboding tone. "This time, you've stumbled into a mountain of trouble. Li Jing and his crew are the direct disciples of Huangquan True Monarch. Among the entire disciple generation, they possess the highest renown, and with Lu He now involved, he will absolutely seek vengeance." Lu Lai, standing by, listened with rapt attention to Bai senior brother. Do tell me more, senior brother." "All right then, let Bai senior brother enlighten you on these matters. I'm sure junior brother remains blissfully ignorant. Allow me to enlighten you. Within this entire sect, the sect master, at the apex, resides in the void refinement realm. Immediately beneath him are the grand elders, each a formidable expert in the soul transformation realm. Below them, you'll find a host of elders, primarily nascent soul and golden core cultivators. Typically, only nascent soul elders wield true authority.
Golden Core cultivation, at this level, is mostly for show.
Below the Golden Core are the Core Foundation Establishment Disciples. And, by the way, we're roughly fractured into 5 distinct factions. And among these 5 factions, the most formidable force is none other than Lu He. Lu He, you see, could break through to Golden Core at any moment. But time and again, she refrains, solely to recruit more followers, amass more influence, and maintain her iron grip on the position of chief disciple. Next, Lin Jing's master is Huangquan True Monarch himself. And above Huangquan True Monarch stands a grand elder in the soul transformation stage. Add to that Lin Jing's opulent, privileged background, and the veritable army of sycophants trailing him, and you'll find he, too, is openly coveting the leadership position. Lu Lai, utterly oblivious, had a small question. What exactly is a chief disciple? Jin Fei, with an exasperated sigh, immediately clarified.
It is, junior brother, the face of our entire Yin Ming ghost sect.
Within Myriad Devil Mountain, the 10 great demonic sects frequently convene for exchange gatherings. When that time comes, the chief disciple is the one who represents us. Annually, the sect also bestows an abundance of cultivation resources, and they even receive personal guidance from grand elders, or even the sect master himself. In short, there are many benefits. Jinfei then suddenly recalled a crucial detail he wanted to clarify with Lu Li. Oh, right. Lu He. Did you agree to her proposal? Lu Li, without missing a beat, emphatically declared. Of course not. Jinfei slid a cup of tea towards Lu Li as he spoke. Good that you refused, junior brother. Don't be deceived by Lu. He's seeming kindness. She, for one, has absolutely no interest in men. Lu Li, intrigued, pressed Jinfei. How do you know that, senior brother? He then eyed the teacup in his hand with a touch of suspicion. Hearing Lu Li's question, Bai Jinfei could only clutch his head, letting out a bitter sigh. This, he said, is a tale far too long and sorrowful to recount in a single breath. Lu Li observed Jinfei's dramatic display, and thought helplessly. Suddenly, the previously serene, azure sky abruptly plummeted into an ominous, inky blackness. Massive, roiling bolts of lightning flame began to surge and crackle across the heavens. Bai Jinfei, eyes wide with sudden horror, gasped. Oh no, it's a lightning tribulation. Master is beginning his tribulation. A truly terrifying surge of cosmic power began to converge, focusing on the singular point where Gimon True Lord was undergoing his trial. All around, waves of murky, ominous Kua gathered, flowing directly into Gimon True Lord, bolstering his demonic might. Meanwhile, a young woman with striking platinum hair stood calmly on a rocky outcrop, her gaze fixed intently upon the tribulating True Lord. Precisely then, Bai Jinfei and Lu Li landed on the very same rocky perch as her. Bai Jinfei, ever the panicker, blurted out, Second senior sister, what in the cosmos is happening? Second senior sister, with unnerving composure, simply replied, Don't fret. Master merely requested his tribulation arrive early. Lu Li stared intently at the young woman before him, his thoughts immediately spiraling into curiosity. Lu Li, naturally, based this rather specific conclusion solely on his own inexplicably strange intuition, but it seemed his intensely curious gaze had been pinpointed by second senior sister. She slowly turned her head, fixing Lu Li with a gaze so sharp it sent shivers down his spine. He yelped. In the sky above, thick, ominous black clouds churned and converged directly over Gimon True Lord's tribulation site. From the very heart of the storm clouds, rolling waves of thunder exploded, shaking heaven and earth. A truly spectacular prelude to the cosmic catastrophe that was about to unfold. Second senior sister watched the roiling heavens, a knot of apprehension tightening in her chest. It had arrived. Each terrifying bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning hammered down on Gimo True Person's tribulation pillar, rattling the very foundations of reality. Yet, Gimo True Person, standing calmly at the eye of the storm, merely activated his arcane arts to disperse the onslaught. His formidable demonic chi coalesced into an impenetrable, shimmering membrane, utterly preventing even a single lightning wisp from grazing his esteemed form. Lu Li distinctly felt the violent spatial distortions, struggling to withstand the residual power radiating outwards. Gimo True Person, with a flourish, once again channeled his cultivation, coalescing vast reserves of demonic chi in his palm as he gravely intoned, Black Demon Limitless, Heaven and Earth Myriad Phenomena. With a guttural roar, he unleashed a single, devastating strike directly towards the heart of the tribulation. The final, most terrifying wave of heavenly tribulation descended. Truly, no one could predict if Gimo True Person would survive. Lu Li and Bai Jinfei watched, transfixed, as the heavenly tribulation and their master's immense power clashed in an epic stalemate. They were, admittedly, a little surprised by the sheer depth of their master's cultivation. Gimo True Person's surging demonic chi coalesced into the horrifying, shadowy form of an abyssal fish. The monstrous entity opened its maw wide and, with a single, contemptuous gulp, devoured the entire, mighty heavenly tribulation. The black clouds and tumultuous lightning vanished in an instant, leaving behind a perfectly clear, serene sky. The entire, cosmic tribulation had simply ended, as if it were nothing but a fleeting, dramatic dream. Lu Li, meanwhile, was silently awestruck. Gazing at the sheer, terrifying power of the cultivation technique, Lu Li mused. Just then, a familiar chime sounded. System notification. Your cultivation technique, the blood-devouring, heaven-swallowing art, after observing the Kunpeng devouring heavenly lightning, has comprehended a profound truth and evolved into the Kunpeng sky-swallowing demonic art. Realm advanced. Progress plus 80%. Current progress. Fourth layer. 94%. Scoffing at his earlier anxieties, Lu Li eagerly checked his system, observing his now vastly more potent demonic art. Suddenly, Lu Li glanced back at Gimo True Person, a thoughtful frown on his face. Meanwhile, Gimo True Person, having successfully weathered his cosmic trial, let out a booming laugh of pure delight, his entire being exuding an ever-thickening, ominous demonic chi.
He descended gracefully onto the rocky ledge where his 3 eager disciples awaited, quickly met with a chorus of enthusiastic greetings. "Congratulations, Master, on your successful tribulation and ascension to nascent soul true monarch. May your lifespan be as boundless as the heavens." The first to present her tribute was none other than second senior sister. She presented Gimo true person with a singular, 3,000-year-old scripture herb. "May Master Gimo's Daio be eternally flourishing, and may he soon transcend to godhood." He casually inspected the gift, nodding in approval. "Oh, not bad. A 3,000-year-old myriad scripture bloom. This is perfect for refining a nascent soul tranquility elixir. Yao Yao, your thoughtfulness truly warms this old master's heart." With a magnanimous gesture, he bestowed upon second senior sister a shimmering blue dragon pearl. "This is a dragon pearl your master gifts you. Cultivate it diligently, and strive to awaken your bloodline to transform into a demonic serpent as swiftly as possible." "Many thanks, Master," Yao Yao chirped, beaming. Lu Lai, meanwhile, was connecting the dots. Next up was Bai Jingfei presenting his tribute. "Disciple offers this humble needle bamboo. Master, may your lifespan be endless as the cosmos, invincible throughout all realms." Gimo true person gave the needle a cursory glance, and instantly recognized it as belonging to a long-departed acquaintance. "Jingfei, you truly have a discerning eye." With a knowing smile, he presented Bai Jingfei with a reciprocal gift. "This is the ghost-controlling sword art you've been pining over. Reach the 3rd layer, and you'll immediately achieve a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage." Upon seeing the very sword art he had coveted for so long, Bai Jingfei profusely thanked his master, practically vibrating with excitement. Now, it was Lu Lai's turn. He presented the spoils of a recent deathmatch. Disciple humbly offers a low-grade spirit ghost and an ancient bamboo artifact. "Master, may your magical power be boundless, your cultivation pierce the heavens, your fist shatter the Central Continent Tao Alliance, your foot crush the Western Buddhist Sect, and may you reign supreme over all overseas islands, and unify the 10 great demonic sects, with you alone reigning supreme." Gimo true person nodded sagely. This youngster's flattery is exceptionally enthusiastic. To procure a low-grade spirit ghost, it seems your personal fortune is quite robust. However, he continued, his expression darkening slightly, "the ghost-nurturing pagoda I bestowed upon you. Where exactly is it?" Lu Lai immediately felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Lu Lai, though internally panicking, maintained a facade of calm. "Reporting, Master. It's about the Myriad Ghost banner. Your disciple was in the Myriad Ghost Cave, trying to procure a spirit ghost for you, when I was unexpectedly ambushed. The perpetrator was Lianqing's younger brother, the personal disciple of Huangquan True Monarch. After a heated dispute, your disciple and he engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Cornered and with no other option, your disciple regretfully had to self-detonate the ghost-nurturing pagoda just to secure victory." Gimo true person raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Is this true?" Gimo true person questioned. At this, Bai Jingfei quickly stepped in to corroborate Lu Li's story. "Master, it is true. Moreover, that scoundrel, Lianqing's younger brother, spoke disrespectfully of you. Junior brother, in his unwavering loyalty to preserve your esteemed dignity, had no choice but to accept the challenge." Upon hearing this, Gimo true person's face broke into a pleased smile. That old fool Huang Quan has always been insufferably arrogant, looking down on everyone. His disciple deserved to die. Lu Lai, you handled this exceptionally well. Vicious yet still possessing a commendable sense of sect loyalty. With that, he produced a mysterious, glowing fruit. This is a 1,000-year mutant vermilion fruit. It can elevate your cultivation by an entire realm and stabilize your foundation. I, your master, bestow this upon you. Lu Lai, ever the picture of sincerity, hurriedly thanked his master. Having distributed his gifts to his disciples, he turned to depart, pointedly waving away Lu Li's offered treasures. "All right," he announced to the trio, "your master wishes to further consolidate his newly ascended realm. Yao Yao, you are in charge of organizing a grand celebration in 3 days. Jingfei, you will handle the invitations. And Lu Li, given your recent excursions to cause chaos, perhaps it's best you remain within the manor and cultivate for now. In 3 days, you might have some guests seeking clarification on your recent activities." With his final decree issued, he dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of mischief. Once their master vanished, Bai Jingfei joyfully elbowed Lu Li. "Junior brother, it looks like master truly favors you. He gave you a mutant vermilion fruit, and he didn't even take your offerings." Lu Lai offered a stiff, forced laugh.
Master's generosity is boundless. His benevolence towards this disciple is as vast as the mountains. My gratitude knows no end. And thank you for putting in a good word for me just now, senior brother. At Lu Li's overly polite words, Bai Jingfei's eyes gleamed like a merchant who'd struck gold. A minor trifle, junior brother. Next time we visit Myriad Devil City, just buy me some flower wine, and we'll consider the scales balanced. I'll even take you to broaden your horizons. The demoness is there. You'll be spoiled for choice. The two sworn brothers were deep in cheerful conversation when second senior sister Yao Yao, passing by, delivered a sharp elbow to Lu Li's shoulder. HMPH. Nothing good ever comes from you two. Lu Li turned, instantly blanching at the frankly murderous glare from second senior sister. Senior brother Bai, Lu Li whispered. That senior sister seems to really hate my guts. I don't think I've even done anything to offend her. Bai Jingfei casually waved his hand. Heh, junior brother, drop the act. Second senior sister is a snake demon who enjoys being bitten by snakes. If she doesn't hate you, who would she hate? Lu Li, utterly bewildered, pressed further. A snake demon? And enjoys being bitten? What fresh madness is this? Recalling their previous interactions, Lu Li muttered under his breath. Then, his expression suddenly grave, Lu Li turned to Bai Jingfei. Senior brother, you're not intentionally trying to make second senior sister misunderstand me, are you? Could it be that you secretly harbor feelings for her and are trying to eliminate your competition? Bai Jingfei's eyes widened in genuine panic. What? How could you even say that? I wouldn't. Junior brother, don't talk such nonsense. It's getting late. I still have invitations to deliver. However, any casual observer noting Bai Jingfei's bright red face would have instantly pieced together the entire shameful truth. With that, Bai Jingfei bolted, yelling, "Catch you later, Lu Li!" Lu Li watched him go, shaking his head with a sigh. Back in his cultivation chamber, Lu Li sat cross-legged, diligently channeling his technique and absorbing the ambient qi. His entire being pulsed with a dazzling golden glow. System notification. The Kunpeng sky-swallowing demonic art has absorbed the spiritual essence of the 1,000-year mutant vermilion fruit, initiating breakthrough to 5th layer. Congratulations, player! Your cultivation has successfully broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining. Lu Li happily clenched his fist. He then glanced at the discarded gifts Gimo Trueperson had refused. Suddenly, the now evolved blood-devouring demonic art materialized behind Lu Li and clapped him on the shoulder. Lu Li, startled, spun around. Huh? You? Blood-devouring. Oh right. Kunpeng demonic art. What exactly is your deal? The Kunpeng demonic dharma gestured wildly at Lu Li's myriad ghost banner, then at its own gaping maw, practically salivating, as if it had just spotted its favorite midnight snack. Lu Li held out the myriad ghost banner, hesitantly asking, "You want this?" But before he could even finish, the Kunpeng demonic dharma snatched it, shoved it straight into its mouth, and devoured it whole. Lu Li, still reeling, could only stammer, "Whoa, wait a second." The Kunpeng demonic dharma, having just inhaled the artifact, promptly flopped onto the bed, radiating an absurdly satisfied aura. Lu Li's mind officially rebooted for the second time. It can eat that? The system then chimed in. A chorus of notifications. Kunpeng's sky-swallowing demonic art has consumed ghostly spiritual energy. Hunger successfully appeased. Lu Li could only sigh, a picture of utter helplessness. Figures. Truly worthy of being called a devouring demonic art. It really does consume anything. Suddenly, the Kunpeng sky-swallowing demonic art plunged its hand into its own mouth, seemingly trying to retrieve something. A moment later, it dramatically pulled out a brand new myriad ghost banner. Lu Li gaped. It can even produce a new one? The system immediately bombarded him with updates. Great Might Heavenly Dragon Mantra, 2nd layer, progress 9%. Great Strength, Vajra Mantra, 2nd layer, progress 12%. Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, 4th layer, progress 20%. Kunpeng Sky-Swallowing Demonic Art, 5th layer, progress 86%. Great Mercy, Great Compassion Palm, 10th layer, perfected. Spirit Ghost, Phantom Steps, 10th layer, perfected. Suddenly, the system popped up with another unexpected notification. The Great Mercy, Great Compassion Palm, having cultivated to the perfected realm, can no longer advance further. It has decided to venture out and seek breakthrough opportunities. Lu Li roared in exasperation. Are you kidding me right now? 3 days later, at the Myriad Feasts Hall, site of the Tribulation Ascension celebration for Ghost Demon True Lord, Bai Jinfei stood at the entrance, receiving guests. Lu Li approached him, greeting. Senior brother Bai, I'm not late, am I? Bai Jinfei cheerfully replied. Junior brother, you're here. It's just about to begin. Perfect timing. Greetings, senior brother.
Lu Li's face was a pale, lifeless mask, looking as if he hadn't slept in 10 consecutive nights from sheer exhaustion. Bai Jinfei gasped in surprise. Eh? Why do you look so utterly pathetic? Even I didn't look this bad after battling those demonic enchantresses for a day and a night in myriad demonic city. Don't tell me you. Bai Jinfei's eyes widened in horrified realization, about to launch into some wild speculation. Lu Li quickly interjected. Whoa! Hold on, senior brother. I just overcultivated a bit, that's all. Hearing this, Bai Jinfei let out a relieved sigh. Ah, so that's all it is. I almost thought you were more skilled at revelry than me. Just then, Ghost Demon True Lord emerged to inspect things. Seeing the two brothers chatting, he asked, "What are you two jabbering about?" Bai Jinfei and Lu Li hastily offered their respects. "Greetings, master." With a face still utterly blank, Lu Li bowed. "May master's cultivation be boundless, immortal blessings flow eternally, and lifespan be as vast as heaven and earth." Ghost Demon True Lord seemed to notice Lu Li's abnormal pallor and quickly asked, Good words, young man. But why is your blood essence looking so utterly drained? Hearing this, Lu Li rubbed his temples and let out another long sigh. Your disciple recently comprehended a new martial technique and has been cultivating non-stop for the past few days, which led to this rather unfortunate state. Seeing his disciple's diligence, and with a joyous celebration underway, Ghost Demon True Lord happily bestowed a recovery elixir upon Lu Li. Ah, so that's what it is. Here, take this recovery pill. Eat it. When you're dining with me, try not to make me lose face, alright? Many thanks, master, Lu Li replied. The moment his words faded, a new wave of guests arrived for the banquet. Huang Quan True Monarch, Fei Hui True Monarch, and Hua Ju True Monarch. Huang Quan True Monarch was the first to speak. Junior brother Lai, I never would have thought you'd actually cultivate to the nascent soul realm without someone beating you to death first. Truly incredible. Congratulations. Ghost Demon True Lord let out a contemptuous laugh. Ha ha, Quan True Monarch. If an old relic like you, with no descendants, is still kicking, how could this true lord possibly die? Huang Quan True Monarch visibly bristled at the jab, yet found himself utterly speechless. Hua Ju True Monarch, sensing the impending catastrophe, quickly stepped in to mediate. All right. His mouth has been spouting such nonsense for eons, it's nothing new. Today we're here to enjoy a celebration, not a brawl. Let's go inside and continue this discussion. Huang Quan True Monarch, not being entirely devoid of reason, turned away, let out a cold snort, and stomped into the myriad feasts hall. Lu Li then gestured to the remaining true monarchs. Esteemed true monarchs, please, come inside. But suddenly, a disciple walking behind Huang Quan True Monarch entered, fixing Lu Li with a gaze brimming with pure, unadulterated animosity. Inside the myriad feasts hall, senior sister Yao Yao was busy recording the gifts. Huang Quan True Monarch presented 1 low-grade magical artifact. Fei Hui True Monarch presented 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hua Ju True Monarch presented 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. May master's blessings be boundless and lifespan eternal. As these congratulatory gifts were announced, Ghost Demon True Lord, seated at the center of the banquet hall, grew utterly, inconceivably furious. Just then, a booming voice echoed from outside the doors. Zhen Tian, Great Demonic King, has arrived. He swaggered in with an air of pure arrogance, and his first words immediately made everyone want to clap their hands over their ears, dripping with pure provocation. Oh, old ghostling, still haven't kicked the bucket, huh? Congratulations, by the way. With that, he snapped his fingers and declared, Here's my gift. Senior sister Yao Yao caught the item. She scrupulously examined it, then loudly announced the entry on the gift register. Zhen Tian, Great Demonic King, presented 1 high-grade spirit stone. May master's lifespan be boundless. Ghost Demon True Lord's face turned an ominous shade of green, a faint, chilling, murderous aura leaking from his body. Lu Li, observing his furious master, mused internally. At this point, Ghost Demon True Lord could no longer hold back. Damn it! These freeloaders are just here for the food. Lu Li, if anyone dares to provoke us later, just slice them down. Lu Li immediately saluted, his mind already spinning. From outside the door, another announcement echoed. Hong Lu True Monarch has arrived. A pair of slender, elegant legs appeared, hinting at an undeniable beauty. Lu Li exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Hong Lu True Monarch entered. Congratulations, junior brother Lai, on reaching the nascent soul realm. Not only that, she was accompanied by a disciple, senior sister Lu He, whom Lu Li had met just a few days earlier. Hong Lu True Monarch stepped forward, presenting a gift to Ghost Demon True Lord. This spiritual treasure, the soul-devouring staff, is my humble gift. May you soon achieve divine transformation. Ghost Demon True Lord actually personally stepped forward to receive the offering. Many thanks, Honglu True Monarch. Please, have a seat. Lu Lai observed this scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. Lu He, seeing Lu Li, subtly winked a greeting at him. Honglu True Monarch noticed Lu Li standing nearby and asked in surprise, "Oh, junior brother Lai, is this young man your true disciple, Lu Li?" Ghost Demon True Lord glanced at Lu Li and replied, "Indeed." "Lu Li, why haven't you paid your respects to Honglu True Monarch yet?" Lu Li quickly turned to bow to Honglu True Monarch. "Your humble junior, Lu Li, greets Honglu True Monarch. May True Monarch forever be 18, beautiful as a blooming flower, with boundless power surpassing even the celestial immortals." Hearing Lu Li's outrageously flattering words, Honglu True Monarch burst out laughing. "Ha ha, this young man certainly knows how to butter someone up." With that, she extended her hand, producing a purple sword. "This is the Flowing Gold Sword, a high-grade spiritual artifact. Consider it my welcome gift to you." Lu Li received the sword with both hands, bowing his head. "Many thanks, Honglu True Monarch." Unbeknownst to Lu Li, Honglu True Monarch had other intentions when presenting the Flowing Gold Sword. She subtly touched his hand, transferring a mysterious power into him. Instantly, Lu Li sensed the abnormality, his expression shifting dramatically. Simultaneously, the system chimed in. Purple Mist Sun Refining True Scripture sensed the existence of Supreme Taoist True Qi. It has developed immense reverence and excitement. Cultivation speed increased by 10,000%. Lu Li was utterly blindsided by this system notification. Supreme Taoist True Qi. He looked up at Honglu True Monarch before him, a wild thought forming. Is this person a mole for the Ming Dao faction? Honglu True Monarch gazed at Lu Li from a surprisingly close distance, clearly quite impressed with the young man. "Junior brother Li, you truly have taken in a good disciple." Lu Li, flustered, wondered. Just then, another announcement rang out, drawing both their attention. The Scripture Repository Guardian Elder has arrived. Ghost Demon True Lord and Honglu True Monarch, upon seeing the Scripture Repository Guardian Elder enter, immediately bowed with utmost respect. "Greetings, Guardian Elder Jing." The Guardian Elder Jing simply waved a dismissive hand. No need for such excessive formalities. Guardian Elder Jing then produced a congratulatory gift, handing it to Ghost Demon True Lord. "Young Lai, this old man had a decent impression of you back then. Never thought you'd actually reach nascent soul so quickly. Consider this spiritual treasure my gift." Ghost Demon True Lord eagerly received the spiritual treasure from Guardian Elder Jing. "Many thanks, Guardian Elder Jing." Lu Lai eyed the not unfamiliar man before him. Witnessing the way even the true monarchs bowed and scraped, he internally concluded, "The Gimo Zhenren courteously invited. Please, honored guests." Lu Lai also bowed in welcome. As Elder Hu Jing passed Lu Li, he subtly glanced at the boy. Lu Li, looking up, met his gaze, and immediately tensed to an absurd degree. Once the true cultivators and elders were seated, the banquet celebrating Gimo Zhenren's nascent soul breakthrough officially began. "You're almost here, Jin Fei. Have someone bring the dishes." Jin Fei, hearing his master, immediately obeyed. "Right away, understood." Suddenly, Fei Hu Old Ghost spoke up. "Wait a moment." Gimo Zhenren, annoyed, snapped. "Wait your damn self, Fei Hu Old Ghost. Are you looking for trouble?" Fei Hu Old Ghost glared at him, then growled, "Li Old Ghost, this banquet of yours is an absolute snooze fest. There's nothing here, not even dancing beauties. Has this old man wasted his precious offerings?" Lai Old Ghost, not one to mince words, roared back, "Fei Hum Old Ghost, you buffoon! You offer 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and expect a grand show, or should I just dig up your mother's grave so she can perform for you?" Hearing Lin Old Ghost's utterly unhinged insult, Fei Hu Old Ghost was immediately driven to a furious rage. He hated that he couldn't just tear limb from limb right there. "You!" Elder Hu Jing calmly sipped his wine, then drawled, "Fei Hu, you know the Li kid has always had a mouth like a sewage trench. How do you expect to win a war of words against him? If you want to cause trouble, just say it directly." Elder Hu Jing has seen enough of these petty squabbles to fill a dozen cultivation manuals. Fei Hum Old Ghost dropped his theatrics and finally revealed his true colors. "HMPH. Lai Old Ghost, I hear you've just taken in a new closed-door disciple. A rather arrogant one at that, coincidentally. This old man has also recently accepted a closed-door disciple of his own. Little brat, dare to step out and face a challenge?" Fei Hu Old Ghost directly provoked Lu Lai. Lu Lai bowed his head, politely deflecting. "Oh, I wouldn't dare. Today is my esteemed master's grand celebration. It would be terribly impolite to cause a scene." Zhen Tian, Great Demon King, hearing Lu Li's meek refusal, burst out laughing. "Ha ha! I've heard quite a few rumors about that arrogant disciple already. Why so cowardly today? Did you only inherit Guillemot Genren's infamous acerbic wit and none of his backbone? Ha! Lu Lai, hearing this, knew a fight was likely unavoidable. Lai Old Ghost then calmly chimed in, reminding Lu Lai, Luli, you don't need to concern yourself with the banquet. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Anyone who looks for trouble, just dispose of them? Luli immediately complied. Understood. Lu Lai, I never intended to be a bloodthirsty maniac. But society, man, it just pushes you. I only wanted to learn their infamous verbal sparring to blend in with the demonic sect. But somehow, every path leads to bloodshed. Guess I seriously misjudged the temperament of these demonic cultivators. Oh well, nothing left but to risk it all. Luli proudly strode forward, preparing for combat. Since everyone is so keen for a spectacle, this junior shall graciously oblige. Fei Hu Old Ghost's closed-door disciple stepped forth and declared, You must be junior brother Lu, correct? Given our slight cultivation disparity, I shall endeavor to show mercy. However, swords and blades possess no eyes. If you sustain any unfortunate injuries, I trust you will forgive my unintentional brutality. Lu Lai calmly replied, Oh, no worries at all. To be able to exchange pointers with senior brother is truly this junior's immense good fortune. Lu Lai flashed a dazzling smile, then cheerfully added, It's just that recently, this junior's cultivation strength has surged quite dramatically, and I haven't quite calibrated my output, so my strikes might lack a certain delicate touch. If, by some unfortunate oversight, I happen to accidentally kill senior brother, I sincerely hope you'll forgive me. The closed-door disciple, hearing Lu Lai's subtly menacing words, immediately snapped to attention. This insolent brat truly doesn't know the vastness of the heavens. Watch me. I possess a hidden, powerful talisman. Once it's affixed to your person, even a foundation establishment expert won't be able to twitch an eyebrow. The closed-door disciple, it seemed, had already come with his own preparations. And, just like that, the battle officially commenced. The closed-door disciple calmly declared, Then, by all means. The very instant the battle officially started, Lu Lai made his move first. He shamelessly darted behind his opponent with the speed of lightning, intending to strike from the rear. The opponent, however, was no pushover. He nimbly spun around. A sneak attack, you say? Die! He then brandished the powerful talisman he had meticulously prepared, intending to slap it onto Lu Lai. But alas, the Lu Lai he saw before his eyes was nothing more than a fleeting illusion, deftly conjured by our protagonist. The closed-door disciple was instantly dumbfounded. What? The real Lu Lai was now standing directly behind him, softly taunting. Senior brother's eyesight is truly impeccable, isn't it? The disciple had officially made his move. It was now Lu Lai's turn. With a single, decisive palm strike from behind, the opponent quickly lost all semblance of initiative, dignity, and possibly bone structure. Elder Hu Jing and Honglu Zhenren, witnessing this sudden, brutal display, simultaneously shared a single, profound emotion. Bewildered astonishment. With just one move, the opponent was reduced to a pathetic heap under Lu Li's casual assault. And it wasn't just the two elders who were astonished. Even Zhen Tian Great Demon King found himself utterly flabbergasted, rendered completely speechless. Wait, is he dead? A fresh stream of blood began to pool beneath Fei Hu Old Ghost Disciple's body. Ah, yes. He was quite dead. Having summarily dispatched his opponent, Lu Li adopted an expression of profound, utterly fake regret. Senior brother, he lamented, I did tell you I might accidentally kill you. Why didn't you heed my warning? Still, it's a small consolation that you were quite the decent fellow. Always enjoyed a good deed, didn't you? Consider these joss paper banknotes your final toll for the Yellow Springs, senior brother. Lu Lai then ostentatiously tossed a handful of joss paper, displaying his utterly sincere grief for the fallen. Fei Hu Old Ghost, witnessing his prized disciple utterly annihilated in a single, casual strike, immediately went utterly ballistic, slamming his fist onto the table and roaring. This wretched brat! Lai Old Ghost couldn't resist a glorious jab at Fei Hu Old Ghost. Haha, Fei Hu Old Ghost, my deepest apologies. This venerable one's teaching methods, alas, have a slight, minor flaw. My disciple simply doesn't know his own catastrophic strength. He just accidentally killed your disciple, that's all. You're not angry, are you? He then gravely commanded, Jin Fei, quickly clean up the trash. Jin Fei, as if he'd been waiting for this precise instruction, already had a broom in hand. Understood. Jin Fei's trash disposal routine was truly masterful. In mere seconds he had swept the remains onto a cart and efficiently wheeled them away. Then Fei Hu Old Ghost, trembling with indignation, roared at Li Old Ghost, Li Old Ghost. You've gone entirely too far. Li Old Ghost calmly countered. Now, we're all fellow sect members here.
I even personally lent a hand in disposing of your disciple's corpse.
It's a mere trifle. Huangquan Zhenjun quickly interjected. That palm strike just now. It must be the Baijiu Kuijin palm. Though undeniably ferocious, it paradoxically contained a subtle, almost compassionate, Buddhist energy. It must be the orthodox Jingangju, cultivated to at least the 4th layer. Fascinating. Fei Hu Old Ghost, hearing Huangquan Zhenjun's meticulous analysis, was utterly flabbergasted. Aha! Fei Hu Old Ghost shrieked, loudly accusing Lu Li. You dare to cultivate the Buddhist Jingangju within the Demonic Sect? Speak, fiend! Are you a Buddhist spy? Lu Li calmly replied. It is true, I do cultivate the Jingangju. He then turned, bowed respectfully to Elder Hu Jing, and added, and I must express my profound gratitude to the Kangjing Ge Elder. Elder Hu Jing, with a bland smile, simply stated, ah yes, that Jinggangjing was indeed personally gifted to him by yours truly. That day, this kid came to the Kangjingje looking for cultivation techniques. This old man saw he was tolerable enough, so I just conveniently handed him the Jingangju. Fei Hu Old Ghost, hearing this irrefutable confession, knew his argument had been utterly deflated. At this opportune moment, Hua Shui Zhenren suddenly interjected. Hold on, that disciple. That was my true disciple. This utter menace just slaughtered my true disciple. Today, I will avenge this profound enmity. Lai Old Ghost, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. Hua Zhui Old Ghost, do you even have any face left? Are you seriously trying to bully people again? Hua Zhui Old Ghost replied in a deep voice. HMPH? Of course not. Hua Zhui Zhenren retorted, completely lacking self-awareness. He then immediately sent out his own disciple. Dan, go avenge your senior brother. Dan quickly replied. Understood. Dan swiftly underwent a startling transformation, activating her full combat mode. Junior brother Lu, by Master's command, I shall now bestow upon you a few pointers. I humbly request you show mercy, too. Pity the fragrant jade, as it were. Zhen Tian Great Demon King, catching sight of her elaborate armor, immediately recognized its origin. That's the Heiling Jia. He then scoffed, laughing loudly and disdainfully at Lu Li. Ha! Little brat, you'd need 10,000 jin of raw power just to dent this spirit armor, usually. Only a Foundation Establishment cultivator could even hope to scratch it. If you manage to break it, I will personally devour this entire banquet table before your very eyes. Lu Lai, having never encountered such exotic armor, mused, Spirit armor, eh? He casually stepped forward, innocently inquiring, Senior Sister Dan, do you truly wish to engage in combat with me? Dan imperiously beckoned, Junior brother, come. Then, I shall dispense with all pleasantries. In a flash, he closed the distance, unleashing a precise, direct strike straight to Dan's abdomen. But alas, his punch seemed utterly useless. Like a mosquito attempting to pierce stainless steel against Dan's formidable spirit armor. Zhen Tian Great Demon King, seeing this display, gleefully guffawed. Little brat, just give up. Based on your puny cultivation, you can't possibly break through that. Lu Li smirked mysteriously. Esteemed senior, who said we needed to break through it to win? Just as Lu Li spoke, in the next instant, Dan officially collapsed to her knees, her body utterly devoid of spiritual energy. Dan met the exact same fate as her senior brother, officially defeated by Lu Li's merciless hand. Hua Shui Old Ghost stared dumbfounded, witnessing his disciple defeated before she could even land a single blow. Even Zhen Tian Great Demon King could no longer afford to underestimate Lu Li. His entire perception of the boy had shifted. Did he really rely solely on internal energy to defeat Hua Zhu, true person's disciple? To reach this realm, his punch force must be no less than 150,000. Lu Li, once again, had to put on an act of feigned sorrow as he bid farewell to yet another unfortunate soul. He loudly challenged, I still have plenty of funeral money left to spend. Is there anyone else who dares to remain unconvinced? He then casually flicked his gaze towards Zhen Tian Great Demon King's position and asked, Oh right, esteemed senior, you can start on that table now. Zhen Tian Great Demon King's system immediately crashed upon hearing these words. Gima True Person, hearing Lu Li's pronouncement, burst into roaring laughter and issued a command. Ha! Guards! Cut this table into bite-sized pieces for esteemed Zhen Tian Great Demon King to savor. Bring plenty of water too, wouldn't want him to choke. His name called out, Zhen Tian Demon King practically jumped out of his skin. He feigned scratching his head, trying to deflect. This venerable one was merely jesting just now. Gimo True Person indignantly pointed a finger directly at him. You absolute clown. Still denying it? Then what right do you have to call yourself a heaven-suppressing Great Demon King?
You should be called the Great Demon King Turtle. His self-respect utterly shattered, he indignantly slammed the table. You, HMPH, it's merely a table. This venerable one will eat it just to show you. With that, he took a fierce bite out of the table's corner. He gnawed and chewed with a loud crunch. Well, are you satisfied now? After some time, he had devoured nearly the entire table, leaving only a few scraps. Seeing this, Gimo True Person gloated. Haha. I never thought I'd witness the mighty Zhen Tian Great Demon King resort to such gluttonous eating. Truly a sight. At that moment, Lu Li quietly thought to himself, but after making such a name for myself, I fear life in the demon realm will only get harder from now on. Still, if I hadn't acted so deadly, it's likely I'd be the one lying on the ground right now. He glanced at Dan Dan, still sprawled unceremoniously on the ground. A moment later, he simply walked away. Witnessing his departure, Huang Quan Old Ghost couldn't resist interjecting. Wait! Junior Brother Lu is truly formidable. How about we test our skills against each other in a match? Gimo True Person once again snapped angrily. Huang Quan Old Ghost, you just say, fight? And it's a fight? Aren't you satisfied yet? He quickly tried to explain. The last 2 matches ended too quickly. I didn't get to see enough. What's more, there were no stakes involved. For this final match, I'll offer a single drop of Kunpeng True Blood as the wager. Junior Brother Lai. What do you say? He declared, presenting a treasure that appeared incredibly rare and valuable. Kunpeng True Blood? Gimo True Person's curiosity was piqued at the mere mention of the name. As it was a supremely rare treasure, Fei Hu couldn't possibly miss this opportunity. He interjected. This old man wishes to participate as well. These are 3 Tianhu divine feathers, refined into clones. Impossible to tell, apart from the real body. They are top-tier life-saving treasures. Do you dare to wager against me? Saying this, he produced 3 shimmering feathers. Zhen Tian Great Demon King also presented his own treasure, a rather ordinary-looking mushroom. Old Ghost Liz. This is a 10,000-year spirit medicine, the God-saving Ganoderma. I too wish to wager a match with you. Unable to conceal his delight, Gimo True Person practically drooled over these treasures. Trisk, you 3 infernal fiends! You only decide to bring out your good stuff now? What do you want to bet? Speak up! The Kunpeng demonic art. Huang Quan Old Ghost suddenly roared. This immediately made Gima True Person agitated. Lu Li, those 2 before were merely probing your true strength. This next match will undoubtedly be a tough one to swallow. Do you have any hidden trump cards left? Gimo True Person and Lu Li communicated mentally. Lu Li responded, your master has already invited Elder Hu Jing to ensure your safety, so you needn't worry. If you win this match, this master will personally bestow upon you a drop of Qingjiao True Blood, and even transmit the Kunpeng demonic art to you. After their mental exchange, Gimo True Person immediately took action. He stood up indignantly and declared, this final match, I agree! Where is your champion? Tell him to come out here and face his demise. Fei Hu merely glanced behind him. Nantian, step forward. As commanded, a person emerged. Looking at him, Lu Li thought the opponent looked sluggish, with dark circles under his eyes as if suffering from prolonged insomnia. He smiled and said, Junior Brother Lu Li, please enlighten me. Lu Li, feigning cheerfulness, replied, esteemed senior brother, to ensure absolute fairness, let's only begin when I count down to 1, all right? The opponent didn't refuse. Of course. All right. 3. Lu Li began his count. 1. This time, Lu Li actually played dirty. He counted so unclearly that he practically ambushed the opponent. Sure enough, completely caught off guard, the poor fellow fell straight into Lu Li's devious trap. Believing it to be just a normal punch, the unfortunate soul was sent flying dozens of meters through the air. Lu Li, immensely pleased with himself, declared, it seems I've won again. Zhen Tian Great Demon King, utterly unconvinced by Lu Li's combat style, roared in anger. Damn it! You cheated! That doesn't count. This match is invalid, he replied with a beaming face. Esteemed senior, we are denizens of the demon realm. Surely a little bit of scheming is perfectly acceptable, no? Or perhaps, senior, you simply don't wish to share the spoils of victory? He gritted his teeth, enduring. You? Interrupting their exchange, Fei Hu smiled and said, Junior brother, you're being too hasty. Who said it was over? It was at this moment, Lu Li looked behind him, and realized the opponent hadn't been defeated at all. He slowly, menacingly, advanced towards Lu Li, an utterly demonic expression and sinister grin plastered across his face. As the smoke gradually dissipated, his face returned to normal. From his hand, he conjured a blue treasure. Clearly, he had used it, hence remaining completely unaffected by Lu Li's attack. However,
A slight scratch appeared on Lu Li's own face. Lu Li gently touched his bleeding wound, thinking in alarmed panic. Natian looked at Lu Li with eyes blazing with killing intent and said, "Junior brother Lu Li, your entire body is quite firm and sturdy." Firm and sturdy. Fortunately, this humble one also made thorough preparations. Although I am merely at Qi refining stage 6, this Chun Yin sword pearl can elevate my sword intent to an infinite realm. Natian then stuck out his tongue, revealing he had been secretly holding a Chun Yin pearl in his mouth all along. He then began unleashing his techniques, attacking Lu Li. Splitting gold and carving stone, everything falls before him. Faced with Natian's meticulous preparations, Lu Li remained utterly serene, not a flicker of worry on his face. He simply offered a faint, placid smile and remarked, "Such a ruthless strike. Looks like you truly wish for my demise." Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Old Ghost Li had a few words for Elder Hu Jing. Elder Hu Jing, Fei Hu Old Ghost and his cronies plan to gang up on him. At the critical moment, I implore you to protect Lu Li's life. Elder Hu Jing was rather taken aback, seeing Old Ghost Li worry so openly for his disciple for the very first time. Indeed, a truly rare display. It seems this brat's performance in the previous 2 matches has finally managed to stir your cold heart. Truly a rare sight. His gaze towards Lu Li held a hint of wariness. Still, I have a feeling this little rascal is far from simple. Look there! On the arena, Natian is still defending incredibly tightly, making it almost impossible for Lu Li to land a strike. He quietly thought. Lu Li was forced to deliberate carefully, selecting the absolute most optimal technique to attack his opponent in this rather restrictive situation. Immediately after, Lu Li, moving with godlike speed, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks towards Natian. Yet it seemed his barrage of attacks still hadn't even grazed a single inch of Natian's skin. Natian declared arrogantly, "Useless! Utterly useless! Completely useless!" He flashed a smug grin, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Li. "To approach me? Not so easy, Junior." The very next second, he spun around, launching a counterattack at Lu Li, foolishly trying to show off his meager skills. Lu Li, by sheer plot armor, remained unharmed. Natian beamed at Lu Li, a triumphant smile plastered across his face. "Junior brother Lu, simply resign yourself to death." Lu Li merely offered a faint smile in return. "Approaching you was certainly a challenge, but that was merely a warm-up. You're not entirely out of parlor tricks, are you?" Natian's triumphant smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a deep frown. "HMPH? Are you truly looking down on this senior?" Lu Li, ever the picture of wide-eyed innocence, replied, "Oh no, this junior would never. I merely meant that if approaching you is truly impossible, well, then it's impossible, but you're hardly the only one with a few trump cards up your sleeve." And now, it was finally time for Lu Li to unveil his true intentions. System notification. Great compassionate palm technique, cultivated to the pinnacle realm. The original master, unable to progress further, had sought out fated opportunities for their own breakthrough. Thus, before their departure, they had imparted the Great Might Dragonless incantation, culminating in the complete mastery of Soaring Dragon in the Sky. Lu Li, now channeling the very essence of a formidable dragon, let out a thunderous roar that shook Natian to his core. That earth-shattering bellow sent Natian's soul straight into his spatial ring. The sheer, unadulterated force emanating from Lu Li threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Only now did Bai Jinfei connect the dots, realizing why Lu Li had looked so utterly wretched just days prior. Such immense power! Lu Li gazed down at his opponent from his lofty perch, while Natian, by contrast, had been utterly trashed, his robes reduced to fashionable rags. Natian crumbled to his knees, staring up at Lu Li with wide-eyed astonishment. "You," thud. Before he could even properly deliver his final, villainous line, he officially face-planted at Lu Li's feet. Lu Li glanced down, gave a faint, dismissive snort, and unleashed one final technique, effectively dropping the curtain on Natian's entire existence. Soaring Dragon in the Sky. Zhen Tian, Great Demonic King, and Fei Hu Old Devil were absolutely shell-shocked to witness Lu Li unleash this particular technique. Soaring Dragon in the Sky. It's the Soaring Dragon in the Sky. In the sky. In the sky, indeed. Lu Li let out a weary, slightly dramatic sigh. Phew. Well, senior brother Natian, looks like your respawn button is officially broken. On the ground, Napo Tian had been efficiently reduced to nothing but ethereal dust. Having concluded Natian's existence, Lu Li declared loudly, "Esteemed seniors, it's time to honor your end of the bargain." Zhen Tian, Great Demonic King, under Lu Li's unwavering gaze, felt an immediate pang of regret. Huang Quan, True Monarch, witnessing this utterly pathetic display, seethed with internal frustration. They still couldn't kill him? A useless pack of talentless frauds.
He slowly rose, then bowed his head. I concede. Junior brother Li's disciple is truly formidable. I have lost. Meanwhile, Fei Hu Old Devil, utterly unwilling to accept defeat, furiously slammed the table. HMPH, Old Devil Li, you just got lucky, that's all. Zhen Tian Great Demonic King grudgingly tossed a hefty spirit stone pouch at Old Devil Li's disciple, a clear sign of his lost wager. Fine. I wasted my precious spirit stones watching that? He then rose and departed with the other true monarchs. Lu Li, ever so politely, smiled and called out, Farewell, true monarchs. Travel safely. Before exiting, the elder didn't forget to leave Lu Li with a chilling parting remark. Young man, mountains and rivers meet again. Just make sure you don't fall into my hands next time, understand? Old Devil Li, still comfortably seated, chuckled with amusement. They left before even a single dish was served, and you, my disciple, aren't hurrying to see off our esteemed guests? Today's gifts are of immense value. One cannot be careless with them. Old Devil Li's disciple, as instructed by his master, promptly escorted the true monarchs away. Esteemed guests, please, this way. The true monarchs left, but their inner turmoil and unwillingness to concede defeat lingered. Suddenly, Lu Li materialized from seemingly nowhere, loudly calling out from behind, Li Qing! Senior brother Li, wait! Li Qing, thoroughly baffled, glanced back. Huh? Of course, this was all just another performance. Lu Li was determined to play to perfection. If one commits to being an utterly lawless menace, one should commit fully. He immediately adopted the persona of deeply contrite soul, softly confiding in Li Qing. Senior brother Li, please don't mistake my ruthless actions for true malice. In reality, my heart is genuinely kind, pure, and utterly guileless. That unfortunate incident at the Myriad Ghost Cave, where I accidentally dispatched your junior brother, I am truly, profoundly, apologetic. These past few days, I haven't been able to eat, nor sleep soundly. Far from soothing Li Qing's seething anger, Lu Li's apology only served to ignite his fury further. Li Qing furiously bellowed. What in the heavens are you implying? Seeing Li Qing's reaction, Lu Li's desire to torment him only intensified. He gazed at Li Qing with an innocent, remorseful expression. Oh, it's nothing too major. It's just that offering incense each day feels insufficient. So I was wondering, did your junior brother have a wife? If so, I'd be more than happy to look after her. That way he can rest peacefully in the Yellow Springs, knowing she's in good hands. Upon hearing these words, Li Qing was so utterly livid he couldn't even form a coherent sentence. You! Li Qing was so enraged he literally spat blood. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Lu Li instantly shifted into a role of exaggerated concern. Oh dear, senior brother Li Qing, why are you spitting blood? Are you quite all right? You two brothers truly share a profound bond. Do you wish to join your junior brother in the afterlife? Lu Li's senior sister, witnessing this obscene theatrical performance, wished for the earth to swallow her whole. Junior brother Lu, if you keep this up, pretend you don't even know me. Otherwise, I'll undoubtedly be beaten to death right alongside you. Huang Quan True Monarch strode forward to support his sputtering disciple, then warned Old Devil Li in a low, ominous tone. Old Devil Li, Junior Brother Li, you've certainly cultivated a fine disciple. Perhaps keep a closer eye on him, lest he won't be able to cause trouble later. With that, the two departed. Lu Li, however, still called out loudly from behind. Same to you, seniors! Who knows, we might just keep running into each other for years to come. Lu Li now needed to seriously consider the mountain of grudges he had just meticulously cultivated this afternoon. After this spectacular display of achievement, he was quite certain a few friends would be coming to visit him in short order. By now, only Elder Hu Jing remained at the banquet table. He roared with delighted laughter. Ha ha! Excellent! Simply excellent! Truly remarkable! 3 consecutive victories. Clean, nimble, one could even say. Ferocious. With both bravery and cunning, a truly splendid win. Lu Li, ever the picture of false humility, replied. Elder, you truly flatter this junior. It was merely a trifling talent. Elder Hu Jing immediately countered. So long as one achieves victory, even a trifling talent becomes profound wisdom. He then produced an ancient manual, presenting it to Lu Li. Madam Hong Lu recently bestowed upon you a spirit-flying sword. This old man, in turn, shall grant you a sword-controlling incantation. Lu Li eagerly snatched the manual from the elder's grasp. The 23 heavenly demon swords, the narrator interjected. This legendary technique was originally conceived by the founding ancestor's junior brother, initially containing a mere 13 forms. Over the years, countless sword Dao geniuses have improved it, expanding it to its current 23. Lu Lai's senior sister, who had never laid eyes on such a manual, gasped. The 23 heavenly demon swords! So this is that fabled sword art. Lu Li bowed deeply. Many thanks, Elder, Lu Lai mused to himself. Business concluded, Elder Hu Jing also made to depart. This old man is off as well. Young man, will you perhaps see me out? Lu Lai was mildly surprised by the elder's rather unusual request. From above, old Devil Li hastily interjected. Lu Li, if the elder has spoken, then you must oblige. Go on. Understood, Lu Li replied, a slight unease beginning to bubble. As they walked and conversed, Elder Hu Jing offered Lu Li a subtle warning. Young man, don't celebrate too prematurely. While this sword art is indeed potent, if your sword Dao talent is lacking, it will be useless. You won't even master the first form, then even the purest jade becomes but a common pebble. Understand? Lu Lai bowed in gratitude. Many thanks for your profound guidance, Elder. Puffed. I've got a system. These concerns are frankly adorable. Lu Li, cutting straight to the chase, directly questioned Elder Hu Jing. The elder was visibly taken aback that Lu Lai had instantly deduced his true intentions for luring him out here. Young man, you truly are perceptive. Elder Hu Jing abruptly placed a heavy hand on Lu Li's shoulder, and in the very next instant, a powerful sealing array erupted, encircling the two of them. Only then did Lu Lai finally register the monumental predicament he had just walked into. Elder Hu Jing calmly stated, Young man, that golden dragon chi force you unleashed just now, it was unequivocally not the Vajra art. Furthermore, what you're cultivating is hardly a pure form of Vajra art. In fact, it's barely inferior to the highest grade body refining technique of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Speak! What exactly is this body refining cultivation technique? And more importantly, who imparted it to you? Lu Li attempted to resist, but his body utterly refused to obey. Under the elder's spiritual control, Lu Li's mouth began to move, ready to spill his most guarded secret. It's the system. Just then, a frantic alarm blared. Warning. Player's consciousness under duress. Risk of system's existence being revealed. The system's warnings blared relentlessly. Warning. Player's consciousness under duress. Risk of system's existence being revealed. Initiating forced lockdown. Lu Lai, meanwhile, seemed to lose all semblance of sanity. Slowly revealed, it was none other than Elder Hu Jing, who had hastily arrived to motivate him. What indeed? Fortunately, the system had activated a forced lockdown, swiftly preventing Lu Lai from spilling all the cosmic secrets. The elder was visibly surprised by this reply. Huh? Lu Lai, now fully conscious, responded concisely. Elder, this matter concerns my master. I cannot reveal it. Elder Hu Jing was slightly thrown by this. Your master, you say? Did he unearth a few more ancient treasures and some bizarre body-refining techniques to pass down to you? He waved a dismissive hand. Never mind, never mind. If it came from your master, this old man shall pry no further. The secrets of that old eccentric are best left untouched. With a flick of his wrist, the elder dispelled his spatial seal, and the shimmering circular distortion vanished, as if it had simply given up. He turned to leave, calling out, That's far enough for a send-off, now go on inside. Lu Lai, still recovering from his near betrayal, bowed respectfully as the elder strode away. Only after Elder Hu Jing vanished into the distance could Lu Li finally exhale. He resolved to be extremely careful around this person in the future. Meanwhile, Elder Hu Jing, now safely out of sight, permitted a faint, enigmatic smile to grace his lips. Done with the elder's motivational session, Lu Lai turned and headed inside. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a figure hurtling past, yelling, My 108th wife is about to give birth! I'm going ahead! Lu Li could only manage a wry, defeated smile. As Lu Li stepped inside, Honglu Zhenjun immediately showered him with praise. Congratulations, Junior Brother Li. This true disciple of yours is highly regarded by Elder Hu Jing, having even been personally instructed in the 23 heavenly demonic swords. Truly, his future is limitless. Old Ghost Lin, swelling with a truly shameless sense of pride at the compliment, beamed and replied, Madam, you flatter me far too much. He is still only at the chi refining stage. A little talent is nothing more than, well, a little talent. Honglu Zhenjun simply smiled at Lu Li, then pressed on. This is no mere talent. I fear by tomorrow, the entire Yinming Ghost Sect will be buzzing with news that Junior Brother Li's disciple could become its newest, most chaotic prodigy.
Lu Li bowed his head humbly, feigning modesty. This junior does not dare accept such praise. Honglu Zhenjun then produced a gift. Since you are such a rising talent, and junior brother Li's disciple to boot, I simply must bestow upon you a little something. This is a Beyond Hu. Although it is, merely, a spirit tool, it can store vast amounts of spiritual power, making it quite the uncommon treasure. Lu Li happily accepted the item from her. Many thanks, Zhenjun. He took the treasure with a perfectly composed smile, but his inner monologue was already running at full speed. Her mission seemingly accomplished, Honglu Zhenjun stood up to leave. It's getting late, she said with a charming smile. I should head back as well. Farewell. Lu Li bowed respectfully. Farewell, Zhenjun. Lu He, as she walked away, turned back and smiled. Junior brother Lu, remember to visit me when you're free. Lu Li happily waved, calling out, Next time, definitely. Truly, the waters of the demonic sect ran unfathomably deep, and apparently also had attendants named Lu He. As night fell upon Lu Li's residence, system prompt. Kunpeng demonic heaven art acquired. Cultivation secret obtained. Compensates for great Tao laws. Cultivation without worry. Extreme joy detected. Cultivation speed. Plus 500%. System prompt. Heaven, devouring demonic art. Spiritual blood devoured. Powerful. Satisfaction achieved. Mood, extremely joyful. Cultivation efficiency. Plus 8000%. System prompt. Heaven devouring art. Refining initiated. Estimated completion, 3 hours. Lu Li practically vibrated with joy. Honglu Zhenjun's other gift, that sword, was also a good item. He suddenly recalled that accidental touch with her. He gazed at the bottle in his hand, a little baffled. Lu Li then placed the Beyond Hu down and channeled his spiritual energy into its enigmatic depths. The bottle's lid slowly, dramatically, popped open. A girl then dramatically emerged from the bottle, already in mid-rant. 300 years! 300 years! Another 300 years! She shrieked, echoing through the room. Do you have any idea how I survived these 300 years? Lu Li was, to put it mildly shocked by this absurd turn of events. The beautiful girl looked at him, asking softly, Are you a junior fellow disciple of mine? Lu Li then realized with a jolt of pure, unadulterated panic. He worried frantically, spiraling into a full-blown internal crisis about how to answer. The girl, with an unsettling slowness, advanced towards Lu Li, causing him to break out in a full-body cold sweat. Lu Li internally screamed, before quietly, meekly, replying, Yes. The woman heard his answer, and was instantly, suspiciously satisfied. Good, she chirped. Mingdao truly hasn't abandoned me. I knew I wasn't just a bottle decoration. I've been here for 300 years. Exactly 300 years. To the day. Suddenly, she grabbed Lu Li's hand, anxiously exclaiming, Mingdao is displeased, and the one coming is about to become the Zhenmen. Do you have any idea how utterly terrified I am? Lu Li internally screamed in panic. At this dangerously close proximity, a certain prominent part of the woman accidentally made direct, unavoidable contact with Lu Li's face. Lu Li, blushing furiously enough to ignite a spirit stone, hurriedly spun away from the accidental contact, stammering, May I ask, Zhenjun, I concealed myself extremely well. How did Zhenjun see through it? It turned out this woman, the one who just popped out of a bottle, was Honglu Zhenjun all along. Honglu Zhenjun then answered Lu Li's flustered question. On your body, there are many very obvious traces of cultivating the purple haze sun-refining true scripture. While you were clever enough to use demonic cultivation techniques to devour it and absorb yin-sun true qi, your body still retains the distinct, neon sign-level traces of the purple haze sun-refining true scripture. In short, she deadpanned, your body has long since transformed into the very embodiment of the purple haze sun-refining true scripture. Lu Li was utterly flustered upon hearing this, his mind screaming. Honglu Zhenjun merely laughed loudly. Oh, my apologies, she said, waving a dismissive hand. I've been in the demonic sect for so long, my way of speaking has become a tad influenced by the local customs. But don't worry, these particular traces are completely invisible to anyone within the demonic sect. Unless they're, me. Lu Li felt a sliver of relief, quickly dashed by his own thoughts. Somewhere behind him, the little girl who had gifted him the purple haze sun-refining true scripture seemed to pout, vaguely displeased by Lu Li's ungrateful internal complaints. Oh? Her earlier casualness vanished as Honglu Zhenjun's demeanor suddenly turned utterly serious. She spoke with the precision of a seasoned interrogator. Quote, Now I ask you, who sent you? What exactly is your mission? And has my mission finally succeeded? prompting you to call for my expert assistance? Lu Li struggled to form a coherent reply. This. His inner monologue, however, was far more expressive. In an instant, Honglu Zhenjun once again closed the distance, invading his personal space. Why? She pressed. Is it inconvenient to speak? Lu Li's face flushed crimson. A perpetual state around this woman. He replied, a little too quickly. No. He hastily averted his gaze, then blurted out, I don't know anything. It's just, someone gave me the purple haze sun-refining true scripture, and told me to cultivate it, that's all. HMPH, Yun Zhu, now using a new, mysterious alias, quickly questioned him again. You truly don't know? Her face immediately became terrifyingly serious, as if she were about to devour Lu Li whole, possibly to absorb his traces. Who gave it to you? Lu Li, whose imposing demeanor usually intimidated ancient elders, could only stammer awkwardly before her. It was an old white-haired man. That's all, really. Beyond that, the old man had apparently offered no further details. Yun Zhu continued to relentlessly barrage Lu Li with questions, like a cultivator unleashing an endless torrent of spells. You truly don't know anything at all? Huh! She pressed, her voice laced with suspicion. Lu Li loudly retorted, almost shouting, Not a single thing! I swear on my golden core! Please, Zhenjun, overlook my utter cluelessness. Seeing absolutely no reaction from Yun Zhu, he squeezed his eyes shut, worriedly thinking. But then, Yun Zhu suddenly burst into loud, resentful tears, wailing, Are you kidding me? I thought my 300-year mission was finally over. I was supposed to return to Mingdao. How could it possibly turn out like this? Lu Li, witnessing her completely unhinged series of emotional outbursts, was bewildered beyond belief. Yun Zhu, wiping away her dramatic tears, quickly composed herself. My apologies for my enthusiasm. I was a bit fierce with you just now. It's just that I've been stuck in this delightful demonic sect for so long, I've grown accustomed to their, rather, direct methods. Lu Li watched, utterly baffled, as Yun Zhu immediately bought his extremely flimsy excuse. Just then, Bai Jinfei, with impeccable comedic timing, arrived, calling loudly to him. Junior brother, are you miraculously free? Care to join me for a little excursion? Lu Li, a little too eager for a distraction, curiously looked outside. Yun Zhu, immediately suspicious, asked him. Who is he? Lu Li quickly replied, Oh, that's my senior brother. The banquet must have finally concluded. He has something he urgently wants to tell me. Yun Zhu also quickly stood up, her previous tears completely forgotten. Never mind, forget it. We'll deal with my 300 years of trauma later. Right now, the most important thing is for you not to be exposed. But of course, I need to make absolutely sure. Yun Zhu then spun back around, and with unnerving speed, placed a rather elaborate protective restriction upon Lu Li. Lu Li, still reeling, curiously asked, Zhenjun, this is... Yun Zhu simply offered a chilling smile. No need to be flustered, little junior. This is merely a protective restriction. One I personally refined using a rather potent, secret demonic art. Think of it as a very clingy security blanket. You absolutely cannot just casually reveal your secret identity as an inside agent. Otherwise, you'll simply spontaneously combust. Just like that, Yun Zhuxian muttered awkwardly. Lu Li, meanwhile, was growing rather curious about this peculiar woman. Despite her quirks, this woman is definitely not to be trifled with. Yun Zhuxian then swiftly made her exit. Alright, that's enough for today. I still need to go bathe, after all. Report any new information to me immediately. Lu Li immediately responded. Understood. Having a connection with a Mingdao mole for my grand escape from the demonic sect? This is promising, but my current strength is far too low. I'm afraid I'll just bring disaster upon myself. Just then, Yun Zhuxian, right before his very eyes, casually untied her bath towel. Lu Li, witnessing this scene from behind, froze, utterly bewildered. His cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Lu Li quickly averted his gaze, shyly clearing his throat to address Honglu Zhenjun. Zhenjun, did you perhaps forget something? Hearing her name, Honglu Zhenjun slowly turned her head. It was then, and only then, that she finally realized she was in Lu Li's room, and not her own. A shrill, ear-splitting scream ripped through the night. It was only then that Lu Li calmly descended to greet Bai Jinfei. Senior brother Bai, what brings you here? Bai Jinfei beamed. Why, to congratulate you, of course. Bai Jinfei's cheerful smile instantly faltered as he took a closer look at Lu Li's face. Hold on. Why do you look like you just wrestled a demon wolf? Lu Li scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, nothing. Just accidentally tripped.
Bai Jinfei deadpanned. You tripped, right? And that perfectly etched handprint on your face is just... Who? A birthmark? He clearly didn't buy it. No, you absolutely do not look like you tripped. He then covered his mouth, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Or perhaps I arrived at an inopportune moment? Was junior brother entertaining a certain beauty in his chambers?
Jinfei's accurate assessment truly flustered Lu Li. Senior brother, please! Stop joking! Where would I get a woman? Bai Jinfei chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. Haha, junior brother, you're looking quite distinguished today. You'll gain renown very soon. And when that happens, I'm afraid you'll have female disciples practically throwing themselves at your door.
Your current strength is merely at the qi condensation stage. Yet you're already practically invincible. Even a foundation establishment cultivator, if they're not careful, might just accidentally kick the bucket when facing you. But when did you become so incredibly powerful? Jinfei asked, his tone now laced with genuine curiosity. Lu Li, never one to hide his glorious achievements, replied straightforwardly. I cultivated a peerless, supreme divine technique. However, to practice it, there's one tiny, minuscule condition. Does senior brother wish to know? Bai Jinfei, naturally, was practically vibrating with interest. He hastily blurted out. Huh? You'll actually tell me? Is it one of the 3 great divine arts of the Yinming Ghost Sect? The condition? Lu Li declared, loud and clear. No women. Upon hearing this earth-shattering condition, Bai Jinfei's interest in cultivation plummeted faster than a cultivator falling into a bottomless abyss. He hastily waved his hands. All right, you don't need to say another word. I'm suddenly not interested. They prohibit everything else, but women? How could a man of my caliber, Bai Jinfei, possibly endure such an egregious restriction? Lu Li added innocently, Senior brother, didn't you personally come here to discuss something other than my peculiar cultivation methods? Only then did Jinfei snap back to the actual purpose of their meeting. That's right, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I almost entirely forgot the main objective. Let's find somewhere more private to talk. The two then sought out a secluded spot. Bai Jinfei began. Junior brother Lu, our honored master, bestowed upon you the legendary green infant serpent Trueblood, because he intends for you to swiftly reach the foundation establishment stage and prepare you for the competition to become the head disciple. Lu Li calmly replied. What was that? Did I perhaps make a mistake letting him brew the tea? Lu Li gazed at the teacup, overflowing with suspiciously large goji berries, and promptly lost all interest in the conversation. Bai Jinfei, oblivious, continued. This isn't hard to guess. Junior brother, you've managed to offend 3 Zhenjuns. Only by becoming the head disciple can these minor transgressions be peacefully swept under the rug. The sect takes the selection of this disciple very seriously, and during your candidacy, absolute perfection is required. Lu Li immediately clarified. So, your point is, my only path to a semblance of peace is to compete for head disciple, correct? Bai Jinfei replied, his voice grave. One could certainly make that argument. Jinfei elaborated. However, when the disciples gather for the competition, only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage are permitted to participate, and I'm certain many will question your innate talent, and, naturally, your battle prowess. Hearing this, Lu Li's brow furrowed slightly. So, if I compete for this position, I'll still have to fight people? Jinfei couldn't suppress a burst of laughter at such an utterly naive question. Junior brother, this is the Demonic Sect. When words fail, we resort to violence. It's practically our motto. Isn't that just common sense? Lu Li mused. He took a delicate sip of his goji berry tea, then fell silent in thought. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Jinfei. Wait a minute, senior brother. What you just said, does that mean if I become the head disciple, I'll essentially get a death-exempting golden token? Hearing this, Jinfei grinned. Precisely. As long as you don't betray the demonic realm, you can get away with anything. Even, say, eloping with the sect master's daughter. You'd be untouchable. And what's more, if you need to borrow money, just take it. No interest. Hearing these utterly outrageous privileges for the first time, Lu Li's eyes practically popped out of his skull. He immediately performed the 3 legs, 4 limbs fleeing art. Senior brother, please, make yourself at home. I'm off to cultivate now. Jinfei blinked, utterly baffled. Huh? Why are you suddenly moving with the speed of a startled rabbit? Lu Li's sudden, zealous demeanor was completely at odds with everything Jinfei had come to expect. Lu Li, now infused with an unprecedented, almost maniacal resolve, urgently began his cultivation. Once inside his room, Lu Li immediately pulled out the cultivation technique manual that Elder Hu Jing had bestowed upon him. Let's see just how formidable this sword art truly is. he muttered. Lu Li then began pouring his boundless supreme power and divine energy into deciphering the ancient sword art manual. Along with that, a girl swiftly materialized before his very eyes. Immediately, the system displayed a crisp notification. System prompt. Congratulations, player. You have successfully mastered one of the Heavenly Demon 23 swords. Sword technique speed, +20. System prompt. Demonic Heaven 23 tribulations. Devours the 7 mortal emotions as sustenance, embodies the true path of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Its ethereal sword, Kui, cleaves souls, eradicates specters, and slays foes unseen. Lu Li felt a flicker of confusion. He hadn't expected to master such a profound sword art so swiftly. A heavenly demon, huh? Lu Li mused, a spark of curiosity ignited by the name. But judging by this sword art, it definitely seems formidable. The heavenly demon, however, remained utterly aloof, not even sparing Lu Li a glance before swiftly turning her face away. HMPH. Lu Li felt a twinge of internal bitterness. He became like a meticulous researcher, scrutinizing every aspect of the heavenly demon. If Lu Li harbored any lingering doubts about the heavenly demon's prowess, she was about to provide a very direct demonstration. Without a single word, the heavenly demon drew her sword and pointed it directly at Lu Li, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Lu Li nervously reminded himself. The heavenly demon's eyes suddenly narrowed. She extended her hand, seemingly to absorb spirit chi, channeling power into herself. An immense surge of energy began gathering around her sword. System prompt. Heavenly Demon 23 swords. Absorbs the wrath of 7 emotions, suppresses the 7 emotions. Status. Abnormally excited. Heavenly Demon awakened. Cultivation efficiency. Plus 20,000%. Upon hearing this frankly absurd information, Lu Li was, understandably, utterly flabbergasted. Alright, is that even legal? Cultivation speed increased by 200 times? Meanwhile, in a completely different dimension, a man, seething with indescribable fury, violently smashed his fist into a massive boulder and snarled a name. Luli. That person, of course, was none other than Li Qing, who currently looked like a wet cat in a hurricane. His hatred for Lu Li festered and grew more potent with each passing day. Li Qing swore, "I will kill you! Once I achieve the Golden Core stage, I will avenge my younger brother." Ah, so it's that Li Qing, is it? Lu Li mused. He calmly stated, System prompt. Next up. Great Might Dragon Dharma Charm, 2nd layer. Great Strength Vajra Dharma Charm, 2nd layer. Fast Sword Art, 1st layer. Equal Devouring Heavenly Demonic Art, 5th layer. System prompt. Great Compassion Palm, 10th layer. System prompt. Charming Shadow Steps, 10th layer. Lu Li continued his cultivation. Lu Li pondered this with a mischievous glint in his eye. His gaze landed abruptly on the bottle Honglu Zhenjun had given him at the banquet. Lu Li had no choice but to use this artifact once more. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, intent on activating it. One cannot catch tiger cubs without first entering the tiger's den. From within the bottle, a wisp of white smoke emerged. Still expecting Honglu Zhenjun to manifest as before, Lu Li bowed respectfully and murmured, "I apologize for disturbing you again, Zhenjun. I beg your forgiveness. It's merely that this junior has a matter to humbly inquire about." This disciple truly wishes for Zhenjun to guide his cultivation. But in that instant, Lu Li's expression abruptly shifted. For some reason, the heavenly demon's expression also changed, drastically different from moments ago. It turned out the heavenly demon 23 swords were absorbing emotions directly from Lu Li. He was utterly flabbergasted, completely dumbstruck by the situation. For Honglu Zhenjun had appeared before him, while taking a bath. After Honglu Zhenjun had wrapped a towel around herself and settled onto a chair, with Lu Li sitting stiffly beside her, the atmosphere between them was monumentally awkward. Neither dared to make eye contact after their unconventional encounter. Lu Li sat there, face crimson red like a ripened Gallic fruit, lost in a whirlpool of self-doubt. As for the heavenly demon's current emotions, it seemed faintly indignant. The heavenly demon 7 swords absorbed emotion, indignation. Meanwhile, Lu Li just kept muttering to himself. Although the system notification had flashed by incredibly fast, he was certain he'd heard. Heavenly Demon 7 swords absorbed emotion, affection. Lu Li subtly glanced at the still flushed Zhenjun, thinking to himself. Suddenly, Honglu Zhenjun frowned, tugging at her ear as if exasperated by something. Lu Li, seated beside her, found her behavior utterly perplexing. From irritation she suddenly seemed bashful, embarrassed.
Zhenjun's face flushed as she secretly thought.
Lu Lai cautiously asked in a low voice, "Zhenjun, are you all right?" Honglu Zhenjun gave a slight cough, reclaiming her dignified demeanor, and replied, "Speak, why have you summoned me so urgently?" Lu Lai, who had been so audacious moments ago, suddenly found himself speechless. He stammered, "This? She's still angry now. If I bring up cultivation, will I get decapitated?" He secretly worried for his precious little life. Lu Lai's gaze subtly flickered towards the heavenly demon. A different idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Lu Li regained his solemn expression and declared clearly, "Just now, I recalled something related to the elder who gave me the Ziha Lian Ri Zhenjing, and I wish to report it to Zhenjun." Hearing this, Honglu Zhenjun's eyes immediately lit up. She eagerly leaned closer to him. "Really? What did you recall? Tell me quickly." Lu Li saw her expression and knew his arrow had struck true. Lu Lai calmly replied, "The thing is, I've been thinking. My reputation has spread far and wide these past few days. That elder might come looking for me again in a few days." Honglu Zhenjun was overjoyed, smiling like a child given candy. "Is that so? How could I have forgotten about this? Have you two arranged a meeting place?" Zhenjun's sudden shift in emotion caused the Heavenly Demon Seven Swords to undergo similar emotional changes. Heavenly Demon Seven Swords absorbed emotion. Lu Lai once again transformed into a master actor, putting on a worried, hesitant face. "But I'm afraid that if Ghost Demon True Person makes me his chief disciple, everyone in the Yin Ming Ghost Sect will pay attention to me. That elder will then go into hiding and no longer seek me out." Lu Lai secretly felt he should have been an actor. He secretly wore a triumphant smirk internally.
Zhenjun heard these words, and her rosy world instantly collapsed right before her eyes. She said sadly, "How could this be? Heavenly Demon Seven Swords absorbed emotion. Sadness." Lu Lai continued his performance, adding a few more words to give Zhenjun hope. "But as far as I know, there are still a few people in this Yin Ming Ghost Sect who could assist Zhenjun." Just as predicted, Zhenjun, now in a state where she'd believe anything Lu Lai said, brightened up, happily exclaiming, "Yes, yes, that's right." This only made Lu Lai want to tease her further. "Perhaps I should take this opportunity to generate even more emotions. It truly is true that villains often lead leisurely lives." Heavenly Demon Seven Swords absorbed emotion. Moments later, Lu Li spoke words that instantly extinguished Zhenjun's rosy world. "But I also heard recently that the sect is looking for some reincarnated Buddha child. What if those spy snakes are discovered and eliminated?" As expected, Zhenjun immediately let out a sigh of utter dejection upon hearing this. Heavenly Demon Seven Swords absorbed emotion. Sadness. Lu Lai was speaking with Zhenjun, but his attention remained fixed on the sword art. He seemed very pleased to see a stream of light emanating from the Heavenly Demon's sword. Suddenly, Honglu Zhenjun urgently covered her mouth, speaking with difficulty. "Wait, I suddenly feel like vomiting." Is going him. This made Lu Lai slightly anxious, and a sudden, ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Lu Li, with a terrifying lack of filter, blurted out, "Zhenjun, are you... Could it be that Zhenjun is pregnant?" Zhenjun replied coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Lu Li heard this and felt a slight pang of disappointment. He loudly called after Honglu Zhenjun, "Please wait, Zhenjun. I truly have one more thing to say." Zhenjun replied softly, "Then speak." Lu Lai, though reluctant, was forced to state his final reason. "My Ziha Lian Ri Zhenjing, once it cultivates the five elements true qi, will be devoured by demonic arts. Therefore, I wish to ask Zhenjun to cultivate with me, to help me cultivate the Ziha Lian Ri Zhenjing. Only then will I not forget that I am a disciple of the Flying Heaven sect." Zhenjun seemed somewhat pleased by his words. She turned back slightly, smiling. "It seems you have a good heart. I agree." Zhenjun immediately placed her hand on Lu Li's forehead, as if to transmit true qi to him. Ziha Lian Ri Zhenjing sensed the existence of Supreme Tao Sect true qi, generating immense reverence and surging excitement. Cultivation speed increased by 10,000 ph. Progress, 111. Her task complete. Honglu Zhenjun immediately departed. "Alright, this should be enough. I'm going back." Lu Li bowed and said, "Farewell, Zhenjun." His eyes then turned dangerously sharp as he subtly glanced towards the Ziha Lian Ri Zhenjing. Next, his gaze was like that of a kidnapper eyeing a small child, thoroughly terrifying the little cultivation technique. He slowly advanced towards the little girl, his voice filled with menace. "This is the next step." Suddenly, a hand touched the little girl's shoulder, pulling her back, causing her extreme panic. The culprit was none other than the Heavenly Demon Seven Swords. A sentimental scene between the Heavenly Demon and Ziha Lian Ri Zhenjing unfolded once more. Kun Peng. Devouring Heaven demonic art. extremely joyful due to devouring 5 elements blazing sun true qi. Cultivation efficiency increased by 1000 pH. Meanwhile, Lu Lai on the other side was pondering the seihu relationship between the 4 of them. He was still not entirely satisfied. What a pity. Initially, I wasn't relying on the carefree roam. Otherwise, this cultivation technique might have advanced another level by now. As he was lost in thought, the system's notification, ding, suddenly rang out, capturing Lu Li's attention. Huh? It was an image of Xunjian, who utterly detested Buddhist cultivation techniques, directly provoking them. But this confrontation, it seemed, was over before it even began. Lu Lai watched the scene, thinking helplessly. As predicted, Xunjian was immediately defeated by the Buddhist cultivation techniques. The result? It couldn't contend against the combined might of Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Great Strength Vajra, and Indestructible Vajra Divine Art. In a fit of pique, it ran away from home. Xunjian, at the Demonic Sect, absorbed a large amount of the power of 7 emotions, transforming into Heavenly Demon Sword Qi. Cultivation significantly increased. Progress increased by 7 pH. Lu Lai, upon receiving this news, helplessly slapped his forehead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Great Might Heavenly Dragon Incantation and Great Strength Vajra Incantation, sensing danger from the Heavenly Demon 23 Swords, diligently cultivated. Cultivation progress increased by 9 pH. Lu Lai was immensely satisfied with this information. Excellent. Direct increases. Very good, very good. Lu Lai stepped out onto the veranda, stretching slightly, as if to shake off his fatigue. No more bothering with cultivation techniques these days. It's straight to power leveling. Foundation establishment. I'm coming for you. It's the 3rd day, and Lu Lai is still comfortably settled in his abode. Early morning, and our protagonist is already itching to, conveniently request, the Honglu True Monarch's assistance. Lu Lai excitedly uncorked the bottle, eager to meet the True Monarch. True Monarch! True Monarch! Come out now! This relentless pattern continued for days. Lu Li summoned Honglu True Monarch daily, much to her growing exasperation. Yet our protagonist remained oblivious, brimming with energy, showering her with endless culinary offerings. The 3rd day. True Monarch, I've uncovered yet another profound cultivation insight. The 4th. True Monarch, I've brewed some chicken soup. Care for a sip? And the 5th day would undoubtedly be. True Monarch, I believe I'm on the verge of a deviation today. With a sigh that could fell mountains, Honglu True Monarch once again transmitted true qi, reluctantly accelerating Lu Li's cultivation progress. Many thanks, True Monarch. Having successfully extracted his daily dose, Lu Lai watched as Honglu True Monarch departed. True Monarch, you've toiled so hard. I've troubled you yet again this time, Lu Lai declared, oozing gratitude, presumably for a job well done. And so, this grand tradition continued, day after day, until... True Monarch! Lu Li suddenly appeared, sprinting from nowhere, bursting with joyful exuberance. It was the insert number here day, and he beamed a dazzling smile, addressing the True Monarch. True Monarch, my true qi has mysteriously run out again. However, at this critical juncture, the True Monarch was still lost in the embrace of deep slumber, showing zero inclination to wake. Lu Lai noted the True Monarch was still fast asleep. Oh, not up yet, huh? He softly settled beside her bed, simply watching. A sudden pang of something resembling guilt flickered within his heart. Gazing upon Honglu True Monarch's serenely sleeping face, our protagonist, in a rare moment of self-restraint, decided against waking her. Perhaps not today, he mused. Suddenly, Honglu True Monarch's hand drifted upwards, extending directly towards him, much to Lu Li's mild astonishment. Even in her profound slumber, the True Monarch still considers transmitting true qi to me? Is she sleep cultivating? I shall not be so impolite as to refuse. He immediately contorted himself, extending his leg to meet the True Monarch's outstretched hand, ensuring her true qi would be seamlessly transmitted into his very being. By this point, the sun had already crested the mountain peaks. Yet, the True Monarch remained stubbornly lost in deep slumber, exhibiting not a single inclination to stir. She softly rubbed her eyes, slowly opening them with a sleepy Then, with the speed of a startled immortal crane, Honglu True Monarch abruptly bolted upright, a flicker of panic in her eyes, as if a cosmic truth had just dawned on her. She scrambled out of bed, dashing to her dressing table to hastily prepare herself. Why am I still sleeping? Did I not transmit true qi to that brat today? Unbelievable. He didn't even bother to summon me. I must find a way to notify him. Mid-panic, a sudden blinding revelation struck her. Perhaps she was being a tad too hasty, when such haste wasn't strictly necessary. Hold on. Why am I rushing? Honglu True Monarch froze, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, a profound thought echoing in her mind. Dressed, Honglu True Monarch was indeed a peerless beauty, radiating an aura that could stop cultivators in their tracks. Meanwhile, Lulai sat serenely in the living room, preparing his breakfast. Upon spotting the True Monarch, he greeted her with a casual, "Good morning, True Monarch." Honglu True Monarch, however, was rather taken aback to find him there at such an early hour. "Eh? You've already perfected qi condensation?" Luli merely smiled. "Indeed. And for that, I must extend my deepest gratitude to the True Monarch. Without your esteemed assistance, I fear I couldn't have so swiftly perfected my cultivation." The True Monarch, upon hearing this, waved a dismissive hand, chuckling softly. "No need for such formalities. You are my junior. A small amount of guidance is only proper." Suddenly, Luli closed the distance, gazing intently at the True Monarch as he spoke. "You know, True Monarch, you seem a little different today." Honglu True Monarch, flustered by his sudden intensity, averted her gaze. "Huh? Different in what way?" Lu Li, meanwhile, bloomed a smile as radiant as a 100-year spirit flower. He then lavished praise upon the True Monarch. "Beautiful. Uniquely beautiful. You resemble a celestial fairy descending to the mortal realm. A heavenly immortal of unparalleled grace." Lu Li's grand compliments caused the True Monarch's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Nonsense! What utter nonsense are you spouting?" She sputtered awkwardly. Lu Li, observing her adorable, embarrassed reaction, offered a subtle, knowing smile. Honglu True Monarch's heart was a chaotic mess from Lu Li's words, yet she maintained a facade of icy indifference. "These kinds of compliments? I've heard them countless times during my tenure in the Demonic Sect. But coming from your mouth, it's… ahem, quite something. Speak then. What favor do you require today?" Lulai swiftly responded. "True Monarch, with your benevolent heart and eyes bright as burning torches, I humbly request your protection as I break through. Within this very day, I shall ascend to the Foundation Establishment stage." The True Monarch's brow furrowed slightly. "That quickly? Demonic arts demand a rock-solid foundation. Forcing a breakthrough suddenly often leads to crippling Q deviation. Even if you succeed in reaching Foundation Establishment, the harm will far outweigh any benefit. Moreover, any practitioner of demonic arts will inevitably face a heart demon during their breakthrough." "Are you certain?" Lulai replied with unwavering resolve. "That's precisely why I've invited the True Monarch to ensure my complete protection. The Gimo True Person demands my Foundation Establishment breakthrough, so I can contend for a disciple position. This, I simply cannot refuse. It is, after all, for the grand cause of the Dagua Alliance's eradication of the Demonic Sect. Please, True Monarch, lend me but a sliver of your formidable power." Honglu True Monarch, seeing his absolute conviction, finally relented. "All right, I'll assist. Prepare yourself, then begin." Lulai, seeing the True Monarch agree, was overjoyed to an almost alarming degree. "Many thanks, True Monarch," Luli thought with smug satisfaction. "But for me, no matter the illusion, there's nothing to fear." Lulai commenced the final, critical step of his Foundation Establishment breakthrough. The system, naturally, chimed in with its usual fanfare. System prompt: Kunpeng devouring heaven. Demonic art absorbs potent spirit blood. Cultivation increased. Congratulations, player. Kunpeng devouring heaven demonic art has broken through to the 11th layer. Congratulations, player. You are about to begin Foundation Establishment. Within his very own heart demon illusion, Lulai was abruptly thrust back into his past life, becoming a mundane desk worker once more. Employee Lulai, a perpetually exhausted expression plastered across his face, stared at the computer screen before him, utterly bewildered. "Ah," he thought, a flicker of genuine panic. His hands, acting entirely beyond his will, began frantically hammering at the keyboard. "No, I can't control myself. This is terrifying." Honglu True Monarch, observing Lu Li's contorted expression, instantly grasped the situation. She swiftly warned him. "Lu Li, do not succumb to the illusion. You must remain lucid." In his illusory torment, Lu Li, against all odds, seemed to faintly perceive the True Monarch's urgent plea. He instantly snapped awake within the illusion. "Stay lucid!" He strained, desperately prying his hands from the infernal keyboard, admonishing himself. "That's right, I've already abandoned that accursed world. All of it is fake! Just an illusion," Lulai declared, slamming the phantom desk with resolute fury. "I must remain clear-headed." Just then, a sudden, overwhelming surge of breakthrough energy coursed through Lulai, causing him to contort his face in pain, and let out a string of rather undignified screams. Honglu True Monarch, seated nearby, observed this spectacle with considerable astonishment. "What in the realms is happening?" Quote, she wondered aloud.
I've heard that foundation establishment awakens all of one's past memories. Then, a sudden realization struck her. It's the peerless Dharma art. This, however, only deepened her confusion. How could he possibly possess such a colossal reservoir of memories? A dazzling, ethereal power enveloped Lu Li, leaving Honglu True Monarch utterly stunned. She could barely trust her own eyes. This is a fragment of the peerless Dharma art from the central continent. Meanwhile, far away, the Ming Dao soaring heaven monarch. In a hallowed temple room, before the solemn statue of the Tai Ching Dao ancestor, a young boy was furtively lurking, seemingly up to something. It turned out he merely desired an apple from the table. He glanced at the statue, whispering, Tai Ching Dao ancestor above, this junior humbly requests this single fruit. Surely no harm will come of it, right? Instantly, a hairline crack snaked across the ancient statue. Boom! The statue, with an utterly disproportionate amount of drama, promptly exploded into fragments. The young boy, witnessing this unforeseen catastrophe, promptly collapsed to the ground, jaw agape, staring blankly at the scene of profound destruction. The boy, now fleeing as if pursued by an actual heart demon, dashed back to the room, screaming, Master! Master, this is dire! Alas, the master remained utterly lost in a blissful, unhearing slumber. You! The boy frantically rushed over to the unresponsive elder, tried to shake him awake. Wake up! Something big has happened! The old man, utterly uninterested, waved him off, telling him to leave. What could possibly happen? It's not like those bald-headed fellows are itching to fight the demonic sect again, is it? I'm not doing the heavenly official trials. Don't disturb my cultivation. The boy frantically rushed before him, urging, No! The Tai Ching Dao ancestor just exploded! The monastery head was about to shoo the boy away again, but then froze. Stop bothering me. It's just... He abruptly sprang upright from his seated position and frantically asked the boy, Exploded? The two of them quickly rushed to the scene. The monastery head could only gape in utter shock at the sight of the shattered statue, broken into hundreds of pieces. Damn it! That statue was now nothing but scattered rubble across the floor. The monastery head immediately used his spiritual power to investigate what had happened. Let me see what happened. Could it be? The Grand Dao has been annihilated? He instantly recoiled in horror upon realizing, what? The Dao ancestor reincarnated? Reincarnated into the demonic sect? Did the Dao ancestor take the wrong elixir? The monastery head quickly donned his robes to seek an audience with the Daoming Alliance Lord. Quick! Follow me to meet the Daoming Alliance Lord. Send down the order, mobilize forces, and prepare to attack Myriad Demon Mountain with those bald heads. Annihilate the demonic sect. Annihilate the demonic sect to save the reincarnated Dalio ancestor. Meanwhile, Lu Lai was still diligently cultivating his foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, the text from earlier vanished before his eyes. Zhenji, Honglu Zhenji, fought with a headache. The text has disappeared. Although I remember a little of it, it feels like I've lost a great fortuitous encounter. At the same time, Lu Lai had also completed his cultivation process, successfully reaching the foundation establishment stage. The system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations, player, for successfully achieving foundation establishment. Finally, success. Lu Lai thought with satisfaction. Honglu True Monarch smiled. Congratulations, Lu Li. Congratulations! Lu Li bowed in gratitude. Many thanks, True Monarch, for protecting my cultivation. If not for you infusing your true chi into me every day, I absolutely couldn't have reached foundation establishment so quickly. You didn't just help me once, but countless times. Therefore, may I humbly ask for the True Monarch's esteemed name? The True Monarch heard this and replied, Huh? My surname is Yun, and my name is Zhuxian. Lu Li couldn't help but praise. Your name, Yun Zhuxian, is truly beautiful. Suddenly, he raised his hand and solemnly swore. I, Lu Li, hereby swear to the heavens, I am willing to carry on Yun's legacy and lineage. Yun Zhuxian seemed somewhat surprised by his words, her cheeks flushing slightly. Only after speaking did Lu Li realize his blunder, quickly backtracking and revising. Poofed! That's wrong. Into a sea of fire. No, from this day forward, if help is needed, I will not refuse. Yun Zhuxian heard his correction and seemed a bit displeased, quickly turning her head away. She smiled, waving her hand. No need to be so overly polite. Just focus on your cultivation first. Later, when you reach nascent soul. She was about to say something more when Yun Zhuxian suddenly detected someone calling her. She quickly said to Lu Li, take your time cultivating. The various ghost sect masters are calling for me very urgently. Then swiftly departed. It seems something has happened. No more words needed. Yun Zhuxian immediately vanished in an instant,
leaving Lu Li dumbfounded. Calling true monarch? He frowned, pondering her last words. Something big? Could it be because I've been calling her over these past few days that I've been discovered? Lu Li then nonchalantly added. And why should I care about her? It has nothing to do with me anyway. At best, it'll become some CEO and her assistant drama. Anyway, this sudden breakthrough to Foundation establishment has brought back all my memories from my previous life in vivid detail. Lu Li gently closed his eyes, sensing the supreme Taoist scripture and supreme magic art, as if a flying blue whale was soaring across the sky at this very moment. Lu Li stood there, subtly looking up at it. The system notification rang out. Congratulations, player! Upon hearing the supreme Tao scripture and supreme magic art, the Kunpeng demonic art has achieved enlightenment. It has evolved into the 5-element Kunpeng divine art. Congratulations, player! The Spirit Ghost Phantom Steps have achieved great enlightenment. It has evolved into the carefree wind-controlling art. The Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, upon directly hearing the Supreme Tao Scripture, has achieved sudden enlightenment. Its realm has increased by 1 layer. Congratulations, player! The Great Might Heavenly Dragon Incantation and the Great Strength Vajra Incantation, upon listening to the Supreme Tao Scripture, have entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Their cultivation has greatly increased, with progress boosted by 50%. Congratulations, player! The Heavenly Demon 23 Swords, upon listening to the Supreme Tao Scripture, has cultivated the 24th sword. Its instant sword art has reached perfection. The Purple Aurora Sun Refining True Scripture, upon listening to the Supreme Tao Scripture, has gained profound insights. It has evolved into the Pure Yang Limitless True Scripture. Lu Li saw all of them evolve and was overjoyed, as if he'd stumbled upon a treasure trove, his eyes gleaming. I never expected those few books I accidentally glanced at in my previous life to be so effective. All of them evolved. This is too much of a profit. However, there was one technique that did not evolve. The Great Compassion Palm. This made it feel so wronged that it almost wanted to run away from home. Great Compassion Palm is going out. Lu Li secretly empathized with its sulky indignation. Alas, Great Compassion Palm isn't here. It's the only one missing. But Lu Li figured this was enough for now. Oh well, whatever. Now I have plenty of trump cards. After reaching Foundation establishment, the spiritual energy consumption isn't small. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon Incantation finally evolved. I should find a place to test it out. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Somewhat surprising, Lu Li. Huh? That sound is... Lu Li immediately jumped down from the balcony to investigate. He realized the sound was the Yinming Ghost Sect's high-level danger alarm. All disciples, except those in seclusion, had to report to the Yinming sect. Failure to do so would be considered a capital offense. What on earth happened? Bai Jinfei, who just happened to arrive, waved to Lu Li. Junior brother, come with me to Yinming Mountain. Lu Li quickly hopped onto Bai Jinfei's flying boat. He hastily asked, Senior brother Bai, what happened? Bai Jinfei, mistakenly thinking Lu Li was asking about him, looked a bit surprised. Lu Li, noticing strange marks on Jinfei's body, quickly interjected. Wait! First, tell me what happened to you. Bai Jinfei cheerfully recounted, his face unable to hide his delight as he thought back to the scene. I was just playing some games with a few beauties. Huh? Lu Li, hearing this, could only say helplessly, It seems I really overthought things. It was only then that Bai Jinfei noticed a few unusual things about Lu Li. Oh, you look a bit strange. You reached Foundation establishment just like that? He immediately sidled closer to ask Lu Li. Let me think. It's only been about 20 days since I last saw you. Lu Li chuckled awkwardly, quickly averting his gaze. This is a long story. It's thanks to the things Master gave me. Anyway, he pretended to push Jinfei away, his eyes stubbornly refusing to meet Senior Brother Bai's, and slowly said, We should still head to Yinming Mountain first. Also, you should change your clothes first. The two of them quickly arrived at the Yinming Ghost Sect. At the Yinming Ghost Sect, many people were gathered. Above, the various true monarchs of the demonic Tao were seated, and Bai Jinfei and Lu Li's master, Guillermo True Immortal, was also present. Lu Li, from below, hastily queried Jinfei, Gathering all disciples? Senior Brother Bai, do you know what happened? Bai Jinfei calmly replied. Not entirely clear, but it might be related to selecting the head disciple. Junior brother, there are things you don't know yet. Many events have unfolded in the past 20 days, the biggest of which is senior sister Lu Hei announcing her impending breakthrough to Golden Core, thus no longer competing for head disciple. Therefore, Li Jing's greatest rival is gone, making him one of the most likely candidates to become the head disciple. Lu Li, hearing this, was utterly flustered. What? He secretly thought. So my plan to help her escape is now hopeless. Guillermo True Immortal saw him and secretly thought, Lu Li and Lu Li, seeing him, thought the same. Master! The two of them seemed to communicate through thoughts. His master then delivered an earth-shattering piece of news to Lu Li. By special dispensation, you will directly participate in the head disciple competition. Lu Li, hearing him, was utterly bewildered. You want me to participate? He secretly pondered. That's right, once Lin Jing wins, he'll definitely take revenge on me. No matter what, I cannot let him win. Thinking this, Lu Li subtly revealed a mysterious smile. I'll just have to cause some chaos then. But he still had a slight reservation. The only thing Lu Li didn't know was his identity, as he stared intently at the man seated with such absurd poise atop the highest dais. The white-haired leader, his face a mask of chilling indifference, finally spoke. Silence. The vast, packed arena below fell completely still, not a single soul daring to utter a sound. Lu Li watched him, a hint of concern flashing across his face. Lu Li continued his appraisal. This man's cultivation must be well above the golden core stage. When the white-haired man rose and stepped forward, tens of thousands instantly prostrated themselves, chanting, "Greetings, sect master!" Even Lu Li was forced to kneel, though he still snuck a glance upwards. The sect master raised a hand, dismissing the formalities. From today, the Yinming Ghost Sect enters a state of full battle readiness, guarding against any assault from the Dark Tao or the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, the competition to select our head disciple will commence in 3 days. I shall personally announce the results. Below, tens of thousands immediately erupted into panicked murmurs. What? Why would the Buddhist sect and Dark Tao suddenly attack Myriad Ghost Mountain? Another chimed in, "Oh no, what do we do? I haven't even held a woman's hand yet." Yet another jumped in, "Fine then! Why don't we just attack them first? Hit them before they can even react." At this very moment, only Lu Li remained deep in thought. Why the sudden fighting? Lu Li analyzed the situation. If I actually become the head disciple, I'll definitely attract the attention of the Dark Tao and Buddhist sect. Who knows, I might even be hunted down. Suddenly, Lu Li had an idea, glancing towards a beautiful girl with platinum hair and a captivating red dress. Just then, the sect master of the Yinming Ghost Sect grew impatient. What's this? The head disciple competition has begun, and my Yinming Ghost Sect boasts over 100,000 disciples. Yet not a single one dares to step forward and challenge? A disciple in flowing white robes dramatically strode out. He shouted loudly, "I am here!" With a single, elegant, light-body step, the disciple appeared before the sect master, respectfully bowing. Disciple Li Jing greets you. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, elders. The sect master clasped his hands behind his back, smiling. Excellent, Li Jing. You have cultivated to the 8th layer, manifesting a profound nether dragon, truly unrivaled below the golden core stage. No one is your match, Li Jing beamed. Many thanks for sect master's praise. Li Jing then turned to the other disciples and declared, Everyone, do not panic. The Dark Tao and Buddhist sect may be joining forces to attack us. But in my opinion, this is a golden opportunity, Li Jing elaborated. Why should the Buddhist sect monopolize the 10 great Grotto Heaven secret realms, while we, the Demonic Sect, are confined to this barren, desolate Myriad Demon Mountain? He recounted the Yinming Ghost Sect's grievances. We can barely eat our fill, and even 1,000-year spirit elixirs are hard to come by. Once we step out of Myriad Demon Mountain, we're treated like street rats, everyone shouting to beat and kill us. Are you willing to tolerate such a fate? Lu Li's face contorted in a mix of disgust and mockery. Li Jing, however, pressed on with his impassioned address. If the Dark Tao and Buddhist sect show us no mercy, then we shall strike first. Annihilate the Dark Tao. Crush the 3,000 Buddhist sects. This humble disciple, Li Jing, volunteers to become the head disciple. I will lead the charge. Please, my fellow disciples, grant me this opportunity. The crowd responded with overwhelming enthusiasm. Excellent. We fully support Senior Brother Lai. Yes. Senior Brother Lai possesses mighty strength, superior understanding. We choose you. From seemingly nowhere, Lu Li stepped forward. Annihilate the Dark Tao? Crush the Buddhist sects? Do it first, then brag. Yes. If it's just talk, I could also say I'll lead everyone to flatten the sun itself. Enraged, Li Jing pointed a finger at Lu Li's face and roared, Lu Li! Are you trying to sabotage us again? What exactly are you plotting? Lu Li calmly explained in a deliberately taunting voice. Oh, senior brother, don't misunderstand. I'm merely concerned for your well-being. Lu Li then gestured broadly towards the crowd. What I actually mean is, everyone here is complete trash. Lu Li declared this with a mocking smirk, even making a loser gesture at the entire stunned assembly. Li Jing was utterly flabbergasted. Only the sect master of the Yinming Ghost Sect let out a soft chuckle. He uttered, Oh? All the insulted disciples began to clamor furiously. "How dare you call us trash?" One even threatened, "If I don't beat you until your own mother claws her way out of her grave to beg for your life, I'm not a true man." "You punk, dare you say that again? I'll chop off your head," Lu Li merely sneered. Annihilate the Dark Dao and flatten the Buddhist sect? Are you relying on this clamoring, chaotic mob of fellow disciples? I fear even if you squawked until dawn, you still wouldn't annihilate the Dark Dagyo, Lu Li continued. To truly annihilate the Dark Dao and pacify the Buddhist sect, we need to rely on the sect master and esteemed figures like my two venerable masters, the sagacious and formidable Hongliu True Monarch, both profound in wisdom and unmatched in both scholarly and martial arts, and the wise elders, who are absolutely without peer. The platinum-haired girl in the red dress covered her mouth and whispered, "Junior brother Lil, you've certainly taken in a remarkable disciple." The elder Liz she spoke to demurred, "Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me. This disciple, he's a bit arrogant, doesn't quite grasp the immensity of heaven and earth. He causes everyone to scoff and laugh," he added, before breaking into a hearty laugh himself. Li Jing, meanwhile, glared at Lu Li with intense displeasure. Li Jing covertly shifted his stance, preparing a move. Lu Li noticed Li Jing beginning to make his move. Lu Li provocatively stated, "Oh, dear senior brother Lin Jing, did I hit a nerve? Is your shame now turning into anger?" Lin Jing pointed directly at Lu Li's face. "This is my turn to contend. What right do you have to be up here? You violated sect rules, now follow them immediately." Lu Li merely shrugged. "Ridiculous. If we just blindly followed rules all the time, what would be the point of anything?" "We might as well all go join the Buddhist sect and chant sutras then," Lu Li retorted. "And just now, senior brother, you said I violated sect rules? Did I say anything wrong?" Lu Li pointed at his fellow sect brothers. "Fellow disciples! Didn't many of you just now pledge your support to senior brother Li Jing? So why is there not a single one among you who dares to come up and kick me down? Could it be that you are all trash as well?" The entire crowd of disciples seethed with rage. "What did you just say? Dare to utter another word and I'll kill you on the spot!" Another disciple flared up. "Don't you dare stop me. Today I will beat him to death." A shirtless man leaped out from the crowd. He held two massive axes, fiercely swinging them, intent on cleaving Lu Li. "Punk, remember this. I am a true disciple of Black Crow True Person, Mei Riwan." Before he could even finish his threat, the shirtless man's jaw dropped. A colossal golden dragon manifested, aiming to snap off one of the shirtless man's legs. He only managed a single, guttural scream before his soul scattered, and his physical body disintegrated into nothingness. That was Lu Li. Lu Li's technique was truly overwhelmingly powerful. Having swiftly dealt with the problem, Lu Li looked a little too smug. "My apologies. I just have no interest in dealing with trash like that." The other disciples were truly thrown into a panic. "Did I see that right? Wasn't that senior brother Mei Riwan just now?" Another added. "He was at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. How could he just vanish so quickly?" Lu Li stood there, openly scoffing. "Is this all the true disciples of the Yinming Ghost Sect are capable of? You can't even defeat someone who just broke through to the 1st layer of Foundation establishment." Truly disappointing. Li Jing's eyes widened in panicked fury. "Lu Li, attacking a fellow disciple, you have violated the most severe rules of the sect." Lu Li, calmly picking his ear, replied, "Well, he clearly made the first move. I was startled and feared for my life, so what's wrong with retaliating?" Li Jing was left utterly speechless, so furious he could only gnash his teeth. Lu Li then gestured towards the sect master. "So, based on what exactly are you claiming I violated rules, senior brother?" Li Jing was utterly silenced. Lu Li, ever the opportunist, decided to stir the pot even further. "Are you basing it on your late father? Or perhaps your deceased mother? Or maybe your recently deceased junior brother?" Li Jing cursed through gritted teeth. "You absolute scoundrel!" Li Jing immediately dropped to his knees before the sect master. "Esteemed sect master, this disciple, Li Jing, wishes to settle the score with Lu Li right here and now." "A life-or-death battle, then?" the sect master replied, utterly unperturbed. "Oh, Lian Jing, are you quite certain?" Lian Jing, already seething with enough rage to power a small nation, declared decisively, "I am absolutely certain." The sect master then calmly gazed at Lu Li. He asked, "Lu Li, do you accept this challenge?" Lu Li cupped his hands respectfully and replied, "Sect master, this disciple regretfully declines." Li Jing sneered. "So, you finally know fear, do you?" Lu Li smoothly clarified, "Fear? No. I am a true disciple. Elder brother is older and of higher status. Therefore, elder brother is guaranteed to die sooner than I. Naturally, I must show respect. How could I possibly strike? Furthermore, elder brother Li Jing's strength is truly formidable.
I humbly admit my martial arts are inferior. Thus, I plan to return, cultivate for 300 years, and once elder brother has
departed, I shall visit your tomb and spar with your esteemed spirit.
Lin Jing, now practically a boiling cauldron of fury, quickly laid down his terms. 5 moves. Within 5 moves, if junior brother Lu Lai can still stand, then I shall die on the spot. Lu Lai chuckled inwardly. Lu Li immediately stepped forward. If elder brother Li Jing is so determined to court oblivion, then I see no reason to deny him. Li Jing clenched his fists, spitting threats. I'll carve that damn mouth right off your face so you can't even laugh later. Lu Lai, utterly smug, thought. The sect master, high above, confirmed the duel. Very well. Today I shall preside over and bear witness to the life and death struggle between Li Jing and Lu Li. At this moment, their gazes locked, practically incinerating the very air between them. Taking full advantage of the unfolding drama, several disciples immediately began placing bets. Place your wagers! For spirit stones, for wives, for your very cultivation future. A clamor erupted.
I bet on elder brother Lai. He'll crush that kid in 3 moves. 50 spirit stones. Make it 200 spirit stones for elder brother Lai. This is a sure win. I'm about to make a killing. Meanwhile, the 2 combatants stood stoically in the arena. Li Jing, still simmering with volcanic rage, internally gloated. I've already stated it. This time, your demise is assured. Lin Jing flashed a sinister, utterly deluded smile. Even if you were a golden core cultivator, I'd still only need 5 moves to send you to the afterlife. A senior disciple standing nearby cupped his hands, praying fervently to gods and Buddhas. May the divinities bless him. May the 9 heavens Tao immortals protect him. May the underworld ancestor preserve my junior brother's life. If he survives and becomes the top disciple, my own reputation will soar, and I can finally start my money-lending business. Who knows? Maybe I'll even acquire 100 new concubines. Blessings. Blessings. Another sect master strode over to Sect Master Li. Junior brother Li, prepare to collect your disciples' remains soon, just like you did for your 4th disciple all those years ago. Sect Master Li, utterly unyielding, retorted, collect what monkey's carcass? Can you please remove yourself from my vicinity? I find this utterly repulsive. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl noticed a certain sect master, utterly aloof, refusing to intervene. A woman in a red dress, radiating worry beneath the arena. Li Jing, brimming with challenge, declared, Junior brother Lu, let us commence. Lu Li remained unnervingly calm. He stood perfectly straight, showing no inclination to dodge. Li Jing unleashed his technique. A magnificent azure dragon burst forth from his palm, radiating immense power. Lu Li smiled, speaking as if he'd just predicted the weather. Elder brother Li Jing, surely you're not going to use your dragon-taming art, are you? No? That'd be too obvious, wouldn't it? Then Lu Li, with a dramatic flair, unleashed his own technique. A dazzling golden dragon, fierce as a raging inferno. Lu Lai's golden dragon, showing zero chill, immediately clamped its jaws onto the azure dragon's neck. Lu Li suddenly switched to full danger sense mode. Suddenly, Lu Lai's golden dragon was sliced into 1,000 shimmering pieces. Lu Li was momentarily bewildered. This sword chi is too powerful. No time to dodge, I can only brace for impact. Lu Lai, deciding the situation called for a wardrobe change, dramatically ripped off his shirt. He then unleashed a technique. A golden shield, blazing like a fireball, which slammed into Li Jing's attack. A single drop of blood splattered onto the ground as Lu Li touched a fresh wound on his face. He stammered, No. I can't resist? Li Jing, witnessing this, became insufferably smug. Ha ha ha, did you genuinely believe I was just joking with you this time? I spotted your weakness back at the banquet. So what if it's a Buddhist cultivation technique? So what if you have an imperial forged body? He further elaborated. This, my dear junior brother, is the true essence treasure sword. It can cleave even a golden core cultivator. And your pathetic body? You're merely at foundation establishment stage 1. Did you truly believe I'd fight you? Just the second move alone is enough to utterly obliterate you. He then unleashed hundreds of techniques, barraging Lu Li relentlessly. Lu Lai, feigning a hint of worry, rapidly strategized. Lu Lai glanced around, wondering where Li Jing had vanished. Turns out, Li Jing had already ascended and positioned himself directly above Lu Lai's head. Die! Li Jing roared. Lu Lai managed to register the incoming attack, but was too slow to react. Li Jing unleashed his ultimate finishing blow, designed to end the fight. The landscape behind him erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Elder Lin, utterly outraged, denounced, To let a disciple of another elder die? Damn it! Using the true essence sword is one thing, But to deploy the Yin Thunder Pearl as well? Even a golden core cultivator would be left with half a life after that blast. You people are playing dirty, the other elder sneered back. If you're going to wield Buddhist cultivation arts, what's wrong with us bringing a few extra preparations? Furthermore, if the sect master himself remains silent, what right do you have to speak here? Below, several disciples erupted in cheers. Elder brother Li Jing is too powerful, truly too powerful. Worthy of being the future top disciple. Another joyfully exclaimed, "See, I told you so. That punk couldn't even survive the first 3 moves." Suddenly, from within the swirling smoke, Lu Li reappeared, utterly unscathed. Elder brother Li Jing. Do you happen to know how many people are in this arena today? Li Jing was aghast. You're not dead? Lu Li then unveiled a truly devious smile. Finally. I've gathered enough. Technique. 10,000 shades of emotion. Lu Li activated his cultivation, drawing in dozens of vibrantly colored spirit chi from every direction. Lu Li continued to chant, the 23 demonic swords of celestial abode. Absorb the 7 passions of wrath, the 7 passions of malice, the 7 passions of fear. Evolve at 1,000-fold speed into Heavenly Gate Sword Chi. A sword-wielding maiden, seemingly controlled by Lu Li, materialized. Lu Li himself stood majestically amidst a cloud of crimson smoke, his aura surging. Lu Li asked again, his voice deceptively gentle. This first sword, elder brother, can you possibly withstand it? A pitch-black sword now rested firmly in Lu Li's hand, spiritual energy surging wildly around both blade and wielder. The sect master's impassive facade finally cracked, revealing genuine astonishment. Oh? The 23 demonic swords of celestial abode? Li Jing, utterly flabbergasted, sputtered. The 23 demonic swords of celestial abode? How could a talentless fraud like you possibly comprehend such a technique? Lu Li replied with an air that suggested it was the most obvious thing in the cultivation world. Purely due to my excellent character, he stated simply, then roared, Farewell, elder brother Li Jing! Lu Li swung his sword with devastating force, his eyes blazing with intent. Li Jing was bisected clean through, only managing a single, truncated scream. It was unclear whether it was Li Jing's vital fluids or Lu Li's technique that splattered everywhere. Li Jing's master shrieked his disciple's name in sheer terror. Li Jing. Below, the other disciples stood with eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape. Even several distant miniature mountains, caught in the residual blast, shattered into 100 fragments. Several spectators watched Lu Li stride forth, utterly unperturbed, and commented, Look at him, he's causing trouble again. However, Lu Li merely sighed dramatically, then promptly burst into theatrical, heartbroken sobs. Oh, elder brother Li Jing, if only you had listened to your junior brother and simply not fought, everything would have been so much better. Now senior brother and I are separated by yin and yang. Wah wah wah. Just a moment later his expression shifted entirely. I'll just temporarily hold on to senior brother's personal effects, alright? And to occasionally remember you by. Everyone present could only stare in stunned silence at his utterly brazen expression. This guy truly has unmatched, thick skin. At this point, Lu Li's master laughed and called out, Old ghost Huang Quan, aren't you going to collect your disciples' remains? Oh wait, what remains? He finished with a cackle. Li Jing's master was practically fuming to death. You're pushing it too far. The sect master from his elevated position finally spoke. Enough. Both of you are venerated elders. Must you always come to blows like common hooligans? Is this the behavior befitting your station? Both clasped their hands respectfully. We wouldn't dare. The sect master stood, stepping to the edge of the platform. He raised a hand, making a grand declaration. Everyone, you have witnessed it clearly, yes? In a death match, there is no such thing as high or low realms, victory or defeat. There is only life and death. Therefore, in the future, when you face a disciple of the orthodox path, do not underestimate them for their seemingly low realm. Remember, always give your utmost. That will be all for today. In 3 days, we will select the leading disciple among you. Dismissed! However, the sect master had a rather private discussion in mind for Lu Li. Lu Li, accompany this venerable one for a moment. Lu Li clasped his hands. As you command! Everyone bowed deeply, shouting, Farewell, sect master! Lu Li's master beamed with praise. Lu Li, you performed exceedingly well this time. Once we return to the mountain, your master will bestow a grand reward upon you. Ha ha. Lu Li scratched his head. Many thanks, master. His master then turned to a close attendant and instructed, Yao Yao, return and prepare a grand banquet to celebrate Lu Li's accomplishment. On your way, do pick up some wreaths and appropriate funeral couplets.
You know, life and death are fated. Once dead, that's that. Deliver them to Li Qing's memorial hall in a few days, as a token of our heartfelt regret." The young maiden quickly obeyed. "As you command!" Lu Li then moved closer to a particular girl. As they brushed past, the girl subtly whispered a warning to Lu Lai. "Be careful." Lu Lai, ever the suspicious one, thought, "Careful of what?" What did she mean by that? They had already arrived at the sect master's study. Lu Lai knelt to perform his respects. "Greetings, sect master." The sect master, however, was not one for pleasantries, and went straight to the point. "Lu Lai," the sect master intoned, "I ask you, are you an infiltrator?" Lu Lai respectfully replied, "This disciple is not." The sect master, his gaze like a sharpened blade, pressed further. "Not an infiltrator, you say? Then pray tell, where did you learn the great might heavenly dragon Buddha charm? Such a profound technique, I dare say even the 3,000 Buddhist sects would struggle to comprehend its deepest secrets." Lu Li recalled the girl's earlier warning and couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "He sees right through people." Lu Li gritted his teeth. "It seems I can't hide it after all. Those cultivation techniques? I actually comprehended them myself." Lu Lai looked up, a dazzlingly earnest expression on his face. The sect master, still highly suspicious, reiterated, "Only you?" Lu Lai flashed a smug, self-satisfied grin. "That's right. Just me. I, Lu Lai, am none other than the demonic path's #1 supreme genius." A sudden, profound silence fell. The sect master slowly lowered his hands to cover his face, then asked, "Lu Lai, do you happen to know who the #1 supreme genius was last year?" Lu Lai pondered for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "Could it be the sect master?" The sect master replied, "Precisely. That year, I ascended from nascent soul to soul transformation, then all the way to void refinement. And not long after that, I was indeed hailed as the demonic path's #1 supreme genius." Lu Lai's eyes lit up. "No wonder. The moment I first met the sect master, I felt an inexplicable kinship." "So it was, because we are both peerless geniuses all along." The sect master, however, began to form a hand seal. "You claim to be a peerless genius. Who can self-comprehend Buddhist techniques?" Very good indeed." From seemingly nowhere, the sect master produced a fragment of a secret manual, saying, "Then let this venerable one test just how much of a peerless genius you truly are." He then tossed the secret manual to Lu Lai. "Open it." Lu Lai stared at the manual, utterly bewildered. May I inquire, sect master, what exactly is this?" The sect master stated, "This is the demonic heavenly tome, the primordial scripture of the demonic path itself. Many supreme demonic path secret techniques were conceived from its pages. Anyone who obtains a single volume of the demonic heavenly tome can ascend to the position of one of the 10 great demonic sects. The 23 demonic heavenly swords you cultivate, yes, they too were comprehended from this very tome." Lu Lai's expression turned serious. Lu Li, feigning utter innocence, asked, "May I humbly inquire, sect master, is there any danger in opening this?" The sect master replied with a hint of profound weariness. Lu Lai, looking utterly relieved, declared, "All right then," and promptly opened the secret manual. But the sect master hadn't finished. "Unless, of course, you're exceptionally unlucky. Then you might just lose your mind, undergo a complete personality shift, spontaneously go insane, hack off your own limbs, or perhaps just suffer QA deviation during cultivation. You know, trivial matters." Lu Li was utterly shell-shocked. "Oh, something this important? Perhaps I should just pass then, eh?" he joked nervously. The sect master made his move. A ghostly hand manifested to clamp tightly around Lu Lai's neck. "Didn't you just loudly declare yourself the demonic path's #1 supreme genius? If you can comprehend anything from that tome, then I, myself, will recognize you as the true #1 supreme genius, and immediately appoint you as our leading disciple. Otherwise, just wait for the day you suffer QA deviation." Suddenly, Lu Li felt as though he had transcended to an entirely different realm, beyond Earth, to be precise. Lu Li's eyes widened, as if he had just discovered something truly extraordinary. It was a blood-red asteroid. Lu Lai found himself floating weightlessly in the cosmic void, surrounded by countless unidentified celestial bodies. Suddenly, Lu Lai looked up, a jolt of alarm, and a touch of sheer panic, flashing in his eyes. A colossal, unimaginable entity was gently cradling Lu Li in its massive hand. Then, ethereal voices echoed directly within Lu Lai's mind.
What you are currently perceiving is the demonic heavenly tome, the 24 demonic heavenly swords. Due to your direct contact with the primordial demonic path scripture, you have enlightened the extreme demonic Dao, and have begun learning the 25th demonic heavenly swords. Estimated completion, 3,000 years. The 24th demonic heavenly swords, second technique, the myriad demonic sword, is now complete.
Besides the illusory girl who often manifested when Lu Li unleashed his techniques, a new figure appeared. A grotesquely tattooed, demon-like entity whose eyes glowed like fire. He is the five elements Kunpeng divine technique. Quote, the voices continued. Due to exploring the primordial demonic path scripture, he gained profound insight, once again undergoing a monstrous mutation and evolving into the yin-yang primordial chaos Kunpeng demonic divine technique. Therefore, the maximum cultivation layer has now reached an astonishing 40 layers. Current realm. 11th layer. Progress. 1%. Lu Li stared, bewildered by this torrent of new information. After a moment, the primordial demonic path scripture vanished as abruptly as it appeared.
Lu Li stared blankly at the scene before him, then down at his own hand, utterly disbelieving the reality he had just experienced.
The demonic sect master, seated high on his throne, regarded Lu Li with utmost satisfaction.
Excellent!
To be merely at the foundation establishment realm, and yet perceive the primordial demonic path scripture, even comprehending those techniques?
Truly, you are the undisputed #1 genius of the demonic sect.
From this day forward, you shall be the leading disciple of the Yin Ming Ghost sect. Lu Li was overjoyed to be bestowed such a prestigious title, and quickly bowed in thanks. Many thanks, sect master. Yet there was one burning question he simply had to ask the venerable sect master. But, sect master, are you not concerned I might actually be an infiltrator? The sect master, casually retracting the cultivation manual, replied with utter conviction.
You are not. Here, no one can escape the gaze of this venerable one. Who among you are Buddhist infiltrators? Who are Orthodox path infiltrators? And who are infiltrators from other demonic sects? This venerable one knows it all.
Lu Li still had one pressing question. Ah, so why haven't you eliminated the spies? The sect master merely smirked. Another spy can easily become my spy. It's simply a matter of knowing how to leverage them. Do you understand? Lu Li replied calmly. Ah, I see. Truly enlightened, sect master. But inside, a creeping sense of dread began to settle in.
Suddenly, for reasons entirely unclear, the very foundations of the building began to tremble.
Lu Li, startled, asked, Sect master, what's happening? The sect master merely flicked his gaze outwards. Then, with a casual gesture, conjured a window into the void to peer at the unfolding external drama. What they saw was the glimmering silhouette of a prominent golden mass, slowly descending from the heavens. Outside, a colossal structure, adorned with a dragon, was gliding down from the sky, only to suddenly plummet at an alarming speed. Crash! It slammed into the ground, shaking the very earth itself, and left an indelible mark. The four characters, Zhongzhu Ming Dao. Immediately following, a dazzling halo of light also began its slow descent from the heavens. Countless monks appeared, and, most notably, even the Buddhist patriarch himself. Their solemn chants of Namo Amitabha Buddha echoed through the air. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Lu Li exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded as he recognized Ming Dao and the Buddhist faction. Wait, has the immortal demonic war actually begun? And why now of all times? Realizing the situation was quickly turning dire, he frantically proposed, Sect master, let's run. We need to stop this from happening. Let's get out of here. The sect master, however, found Lu Li's words rather amusing. Run? He flashed a sly, pleased smile. This venerable one has awaited this day for a very long time. It has finally arrived. Come with me. This venerable one shall lead you to this place. With a surge of spirit energy, he dragged Lu Li along. Lu Li, still reeling in confusion, was unceremoniously pulled away, only managing a bewildered, huh? In an instant, the room was empty. Both of them had simply vanished. The sect master brought Lu Li to a secret location. Lu Li gazed around blankly, slowly following him. Lu Li, curious, asked, Sect master, where is this? He replied calmly, Myriad Devil City. He glanced at Lu Li's rather unclad appearance, and couldn't help but remark, given the current circumstances, your attire is a bit inappropriate. Lu Li, utterly oblivious to his meaning, could only manage another bewildered, huh? The sect master continued. Consider this black cultivation garb a congratulatory gift for becoming the head disciple. With a swift flick of his wrist, the black robes materialized in an instant. Lu Li, who was previously quite under-accessorized in the apparel department, now found himself significantly more clothed, and, arguably, a few points more dashing. The sect master calmly gave him a few parting instructions. Stay put here, obediently. I have some matters to attend to outside. I'll be right back." With that, he vanished like a gust of wind. Lu Lai, trying to utter something from behind, didn't even get a chance to open his mouth before the man was nowhere to be seen. "Wait, Sect Master?" he thought helplessly. In this seemingly tranquil moment, Lu Li's mind drifted to the dream scenario Jin Fei had once described for the head disciple. He secretly imagined himself surrounded by beauties, serving elixirs and spirit herbs. Just then, another figure began to approach him. Huh? Someone else? Lu Lai thought to himself, but paid it little mind. He was far more interested in examining the spoils in his hand with utmost satisfaction. Lu Lai contemplatively admired the ring on his finger. "Ah, so this is that explosive thing that hurt me. I think it's called a water yin thunder pearl or something. This ring really has a lot of stuff inside." Behind him, the newly arrived individual casually sat down on a chair and, with an air of arrogant authority, addressed Lu Lai. "Hey! Can't you see I'm sitting here? Hurry up and pour tea." Lu Lai coldly turned his head to look at him. The other guy, seeing Lu Lai ignore him, was instantly enraged. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "This young master is speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Without further words, he directly launched an attack on Lu Lai. Die. But how could such trivial techniques possibly trouble head disciple Lu Li? He effortlessly dodged them. Lu Li stared at his opponent with a cold gaze, thinking. The other guy, seeing Lu Lai dodge his attack, became utterly flustered. "Who gave you permission to dodge?" Lu Lai was equally helpless in the face of such an idiotic question. "If I don't dodge, should I just let you kill me? Your brain is the one with issues, not mine." Since his opponent had initiated the exchange, Lu Lai decided he might as well return the favor. "I have a small gift for you." Lu Li flung a small, stone-like object towards his opponent, causing him a moment of panic. It was then he recognized it as the Water Yin Thunder Pearl. "This brat is insane! The main hall will be flattened." The Water Yin Thunder Pearl began to detonate, generating a considerable destructive force. He hastily shielded himself with his hands. Just then, a hand suddenly shot out, intercepting the Water Yin Thunder Pearl and grasping it firmly in its palm. The Water Yin Thunder Pearl abruptly ceased its destructive power, astonishing both Lu Lai and the other guy simultaneously. A female senior expert, appearing with impressive flair, spoke slowly. Aya? You two brats are truly troublesome. Is a simple squabble really cause to use this?" Lu Li looked at the mysterious woman before him, feeling a degree of apprehension. That guy was so bold just now, but now he's scared? Narrator. But this woman's power was truly terrifying. She could control a thunder pearl with her bare hands. He feigned politeness and asked the woman, "Senior, may I ask where this place is?" The senior expert smiled faintly. "This is the City Lord's mansion, the administrative heart of Myriad Devil City. And I am the City Lord of Myriad Devil City. You may call me Dugu Feng." Lu Li gazed at the renowned figure standing before him. Dugu Feng sternly questioned the two of them. "Speak! Why were you fighting?" She slowly approached a chair, leaning back as she indifferently addressed the two men before her. "Every single flower, every blade of grass in this place was meticulously arranged by me. Not a single thing is allowed to be damaged. Just now, you two nearly ruined my property. If you don't explain yourselves clearly," Dugu Feng added, with a subtly menacing smile, "I'll make you both my personal attendants, and when that happens, even if your sect master comes to ransom you, I won't show him any face." Upon hearing this, Lu Li instinctively clutched his backside, thinking in terror. The other guy quickly interjected, addressing Dugu Feng, "City Lord Dugu, it was merely a misunderstanding. He wouldn't pour tea for me, so I merely taught him a small lesson. I never expected him to pull out a thunder pearl." Dugu Feng listened to his words, then calmly spoke. "Is that so?" Lu Lai couldn't hold back and immediately tore into the other guy. "Is your brain defective? You monkey? Why should this old master bow down and pour tea like a servant for you? City Lord Dugu, this man clearly sought to provoke and challenge me. I was merely defending myself." Lu Lai quickly retorted, "That guy, already spoiling for a fight." He then loudly declared, "Boy, watch your tongue. If not for the City Lord's presence, I'd show you what true death feels like." Lu Li ground his teeth, muttering inwardly as he sensed the might the opponent just displayed. But Lu Lai had never backed down from an arrogant challenge. "Bring it on then! I'm carrying more explosive power than 100 thunder pearls combined. You dare not face me? Or should I just detonate your entire ancestral graveyard instead, you coward?" Dugu Feng watched the unfolding drama between the two. She exhaled a soft puff of smoke. Just one breath from her was enough to unleash the destructive force of a massive storm. Dugu Feng calmly stated, "Just a misunderstanding. Let it go. You two will have to cooperate later." The other guy heard this and seemed a bit unwilling. "Huh?" But Lu Lai had already declared loudly, making the other guy furious. He pointed at Lu Lai and boomed, "Hold on, City Lord, this guy is just a talentless, immoral wretch." Lu Lai calmly retorted, "You're the fool." He didn't want to bicker further with this idiot, so he quickly turned to Du Gufeng with a question.
"City Lord, what did you mean by cooperation?" Du Gufeng leisurely replied, "Ah? Did the Ming Ghost Emperor not tell you anything? The Ming Dao Buddhist sects are ready. We'll also select a group of Immortal Dao, Dharma Chosen, and Demonic Dao cultivators for a counterattack."
Lu Lai immediately questioned Du Gufeng. "The Dao Alliance and Buddhist sects are at our doorstep, about to flatten Wanmo Mountain. And we still have time for this?" Du Gufeng, still very relaxed, calmly replied, "Our demonic Dao isn't that weak. The ancient demonic formation of Wanmo Mountain is about to be activated. The Dao Alliance and Buddhist sects won't be able to approach. They can only set up camps to besiege Wanmo Mountain in Xiang Valley. A temporary grand formation of the Ming Dao and Buddhist sects will be activated. The Immortal Dao and Demonic Dao will engage in direct confrontation for decades. Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Soul Transformation cultivators who step out will immediately be locked down by the enemy's grand formation. Therefore, we can only send out Foundation Establishment, foot soldiers, for skirmishes."
Lu Li heard this, and, feeling a bit confused, quickly asked Du Gufeng,
"So, when we go out, we won't be locked down by the grand formation?" Du Gufeng answered indifferently. "Have you ever seen an immortal swatting flies? Let me tell you, boy, in this immortal demon grand war, victory and defeat are not yet decided by fate. Every battle, no matter how small, affects the final outcome, so it cannot be underestimated."
"This can be considered the front line of Wanmo Mountain."
Lu Lai nodded in praise. "Excellent! Front lines for millennia. But if I stand by, the demonic Dao will surely label me a spy." He quickly asked Du Gufeng, "So, can I refuse?" Du Gufeng was very surprised by his question. "Huh? You don't want to be one of the 10 demonic heroes? Why?" The other guy, seeing Lu Lai's question, scornfully and arrogantly said, "TCH. You're scared of death, aren't you, kid? Don't dare to fight for the demonic Dao." Though Lu Lai didn't want to curse, he had to give him a piece of his mind.
"You absolute monkey brain. I've killed people far more impressive than your mere existence. Who are you even?"
The other guy immediately went berserk upon hearing this, and directly attacked Lu Lai. "Shut up." Luckily, Lu Lai's agility and reflexes were excellent, allowing him to dodge the blow. Lu Lai didn't choose to fight back. Instead, he quickly ran to tattle on the other guy to the City Lord. "Oh, you're finished. City Lord, look, he damaged your table. Make him pay for it." The City Lord, calmly sitting on her chair, softly reminded them, "My table is worth 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Just one high-grade spirit stone as compensation will do." The other guy's face immediately paled, beads of sweat pouring down, his words becoming difficult. "This matter." But still, Du Gufeng, as if a person of her stature wouldn't bicker with a subordinate like him, calmly stated,
"Even if this kid were a tea-serving attendant, he'd still be my City Lord's attendant, and it's not your place to lecture him. Also, this isn't your demonic sect's territory. If there's a next time, prepare to be auctioned off for spirit stones." The other guy, having been thoroughly lectured by the City Lord, flushed with anger but still had to bow his head and sincerely say, "I was imprudent. I beg City Lord Dugu to forgive me. I will send someone to deliver the compensation." Du Gufeng's attitude towards him and Lu Li were two complete extremes. After sternly lecturing him, she immediately turned with a warm smile to speak with Lu Li. "Continue. Why don't you want to be one of the 10 demonic heroes? This is a position many would kill for." Lu Li smiled and replied, "It's quite simple. I cultivate both demonic and Buddhist paths. I'm more suited to be a spy. At that time, we just need to stage a bitter flesh trick. You beat me nearly to death. Declare my Buddhist cultivation technique abolished, and I'll directly flee to the Buddhist sects. With my exceptional comprehension, I can, of course, infiltrate the Buddhist sects' inner circle. And then just run away directly." A perfectly flawless escape plan from the demonic Dao, drawn up by Lu Lai. The City Lord, upon hearing it, seemed quite intrigued by Lu Lai's idea. "Odd bitter flesh trick, you say? Interesting. But you can't be a spy," Lu Lai quickly asked. "Why?" The City Lord then explained the reason to him. "Your appearance is too handsome. You shine among the crowd like a bright moon, too easily recognized. Such an outstanding appearance cannot be a spy." Lu Li, praised by the City Lord for his good looks, immediately accepted without hesitation. "TCH. Senior, your judgment is impeccable. This junior is truly impressed." The other guy standing nearby was even embarrassed by Lu Li's thick skin. Lu Li continued,
but I still don't want to do it. These 10 heroes must be Foundation Establishment cultivators. But I plan to break through to Golden Core in 3 years, and Nascent Soul in 5. So, I fundamentally don't care about some 10 heroes position.
Du Gufeng couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. Haha, this kid really is just like your master.
Lu Li was utterly surprised to learn that the City Lord knew his master. Huh? City Lord, you know my master? The City Lord leisurely described his master to Lu Li in vivid detail. The moment he opened his mouth, he'd curse someone's ancestral lineage for 3 generations, thick-skinned and loved to boast in the entire demonic cult. Only your master fits the description. The Gimo True Monarch. A new legend of the Gimo True Monarch was born that year. He couldn't defeat someone in Wanmo City, but refused to concede, stubbornly standing at their door cursing for 3 days and 3 nights, without repeating a single insult. From then on, your master's reputation spread far and wide.
Lu Li seemed quite amused by these interesting stories about his master. Du Gufeng then changed the subject. Alright, this matter is non-negotiable. This position won't treat you poorly. You all think of names for yourselves. Within half a day, the Tao Alliance and Buddhist sects will surely know about you.
The others are arriving soon. You two rest first. Take your time thinking of names. Stop making noise. With that, the City Lord quickly left. The two of them bowed their heads and said, "Farewell, City Lord." She didn't forget to add a final reminder to Lu Li. "Oh, right, Lu Li, no need to think. Your reputation has already spread far and wide." Lu Li was a bit surprised to hear that. Huh? The City Lord glanced at him and calmly said, "Rumor has it you're someone who likes to kill people, and then unravel their wealth codes. So your name is the Wealth Unraveler Maniac." Lu Li, hearing this name from the City Lord, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Damn it! You two wait here patiently, okay? And remember, no more fighting," the City Lord reminded them both as she walked out the door.
"Farewell, City Lord,"
both said respectfully. Lu Li, at this moment, probably resented whoever came up with this cursed name for him. The other guy, standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh whenever he thought of Lu Li's name.
"So you're that Wealth Unraveler guy, huh?" Lu Li, being provoked, immediately wanted to retaliate, loudly challenging the other guy. "You got the guts to say that again? Want to experience the power of my 23 heavenly demonic swords?" The other guy was not to be outdone and retorted loudly,
"The City Lord isn't here? So you're getting arrogant again? I'm just stating the truth." Just then, another new character suddenly appeared, walking in and saying, "So you're that Wealth Unraveler guy? 23 heavenly demonic swords? What's that compared to my heavenly absolute overlord saber of the Tianju Demonic Sect?" he arrogantly declared to Lu Li. Lu Li solemnly remembered this irritatingly cool name. He looked at the newcomer, quickly pondering. The other guy standing next to Lu Li saw him and asked, "You've arrived too, Nangonglong?" Lu Li was still ceaselessly pondering this Nangonglong. The Tianju Demonic Sect ranks 2nd. Although he's also peak Foundation Establishment, this guy's aura is much stronger. His fighting strength is comparable to 5 cultivators of the Force Realm.
How terrifying. Nangonglong calmly sat, glanced at Lu Li, and nonchalantly asked, "You're Lu Li? The one who killed Li Jing?" Lu Li, not bothering to hide his identity, shot back, "Oh? Are you his relative?
Do you want revenge?" Nangonglong's voice turned cold. "Is Li Jing even worthy of being called my relative? But for a first-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator like you to kill him, I suppose you have some capability. Still, Li Jing couldn't even block one move from me. Even if Lu He showed up, he wouldn't last 10 blades against me." Lu Li then put on an innocent, guilt-free face and slowly replied, "Oh really? I don't believe you." Nangonglong seemed incredibly arrogant, convinced he was the best, and loved a good fight. "I'm not telling you this so you'll believe me, but to inform you, you should start using your brain. You don't have the aptitude for the 10 demonic scions, and your strength isn't equal to ours. It'd be best if you just withdrew." Lu Li actually cared nothing for the title of 10 demonic scions. But what he couldn't stand was Nangonglong's arrogant attitude. Lu Li coldly replied, "I agree to withdraw, but who the hell are you? The 10 scions are chosen by the 10 great demonic sects. Is it up to a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator like you to wave your arms around and decide? If you're so great, tell your mother to get out of the brothel." Knew it. After just a few sentences from Lu Li, Nangonglong was sure to go mad. "The proof?" He instantly glared, then roared, "Courting death?" Taking advantage of Lu Li turning his back, he immediately drew his sword and attacked him from behind. The other guy frowned, pondering Nangonglong's technique. So fast. It wasn't that Lu Li didn't sense Nangonglong's attack. He simply wanted him to do it, because the end result would just be the City Lord lecturing him anyway. Why should Lu Li fight back and waste energy? If you want the City Lord to catch you and sell you off, then go ahead and make your move, Lu Li said nonchalantly,
and Nangonglong's sword, as if obeying Lu Lai's words, immediately halted its momentum. Knew it. How could Nangonglong dare to attack now? He immediately put away his sword, trying to hide his embarrassment, and quietly muttered, "You're right, even if you don't withdraw, who knows what the future holds." Nangonglong returned to his original position. Lu Lai then confidently walked forward, smiled, and said, "Everyone here has a common goal. Why should we fight each other? Wouldn't helping each other be better?" Nangonglong was a bit surprised by Lu Lai's dizzying change in expression and attitude. Is the person from just now the same as this person? The other guy, seeing Lu Li's actions completely contradict his previous demeanor, felt a bit skeptical. Huh? Is this kid scared now? Lu Lai then took out a large bag of spirit stones, floated it in front of Nangonglong, and warmly said, Come, senior brother, are you not happy? Then let me give you a gift." Nangonglong seemed very pleased with Lu Li's amiable attitude, and happily accepted the bag of spirit stones.
"Kid, you're quite sensible after all." But surprise! That wasn't money. It was a bomb. Nangonglong frantically realized what was inside the bag. This is a Gishui Yinlei pearl. By this time, Lu Li was already running away at full speed. Nangonglong was so enraged he almost spat blood on the spot. He loudly roared, "This brat!" Boom! A huge explosion immediately occurred right after Nangonglong finished speaking. At this moment, the city lord, observing everything from another location, softly uttered, "This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Oh well, I'll just get compensation from the other guys." The city lord not only wasn't angry but even broke into an amused smile at Lu Lai's performance. But this guy really is interesting. On Lu Lai's side, his legs were operating at full capacity after his own grand scheme. Running carelessly, not paying attention to what was in front of him, he suddenly crashed into his sect master. The sect master, seeing him run blindly, immediately wondered, Why are you out here, running so fast to where?" Lu Lai fearfully replied, "Scared of being caught and sold off." The sect master was extremely bewildered by his answer. Lu Lai slowly explained the whole story to the sect master, reporting, "Sect master, I angered 2 demonic sect disciples. One is Yang Shu, and the other is Nangonglong." The sect master tiredly said, "Your personality is exactly like your master's." But not only did he not punish him, he was very pleased. "Still, you provoked them very well. Our Mo Ming Gizong respects no one from the Dugu clan. Let me explain about the Cultivation Mountain to you. You're about to go to battle. This venerable one hopes you can make a name for yourself across the lands in one battle." Following the sect master's words, Lu Li quickly returned to the Cultivation Mountain. As he opened the door, he tiredly thought. Suddenly, Bai Jinfei popped out of nowhere, smiled, and said, "Junior brother Lu Lai, you're finally back. Congratulations, congratulations." Bai Jinfei's habit of appearing and disappearing like a ghost almost made Lu Li's heart jump out of his chest. He slowly replied, "Oh, senior brother Bai, is there something to celebrate?" Bai Jinfei immediately told Lu Li, "Just now, someone came to propose marriage for you. Master has agreed. It's a great joyous occasion," Lu Li said loudly in astonishment. A marriage proposal? Lu Lai secretly imagined himself walking hand in hand with a girl down the aisle. He still couldn't digest this sudden information. This is too sudden. Bai Jinfei seemed even more excited about this wedding than Lu Li, and even leaned in to whisper a secret about Lu Li's future wife. "Junior brother, your future wife is the daughter of Madame Yun Mu. Madame Yun Mu, a beauty of peerless grace, and with her daughter, they are beauties that make flowers shy and willows blush." Lu Li looked at Bai Jinfei with a disdainful gaze. "Are you only concerned with her appearance, senior brother?" Lu Li wasn't too happy about the engagement. Instead, he tiredly sighed. Bai Jinfei, seeing him sigh like that, found it very strange. Junior brother, this is one of the most important events in a person's life. Why do you seem unhappy?" Lu Li, in a deflated voice, confided his hidden thoughts to Bai Jinfei. "I'm wondering why this is considered a joyous event. Why do people need wives?" Bai Jinfei was quite shocked by his abrupt question. Bai Jinfei began to analyze Lu Li's question. Why must one have one's own wife? From that, one could infer, couldn't one just borrow someone else's wife? This philosophy truly is on another level. Even someone as knowledgeable in this area as Bai Jinfei was hearing this for the first time, and couldn't hide his astonishment. Bai Jinfei immediately showed a respectful expression towards Lu Lai, and loudly declared, "Junior brother, you are the true big brother." Lu Li didn't understand what Bai Jinfei was trying to say anymore. Wait, are you thinking something improper again? Lu Lai still had a small question he wanted to ask Bai Jinfei. Why did Master agree so quickly anyway? Bai Jinfei immediately put on a gossipy expression, lightly cleared his throat to tell the story smoothly. "Well, I heard that back in the day, Master, and that Madame Yun Mu had some serious drama." Lu Li was very interested in stories like this. He hurriedly took out a watermelon, munching on it while avidly listening. An old flame, huh? Got it, continue. Suddenly a loud voice from afar called out to them. You two, stop wasting words. Hurry up and come back for important matters. There's something important I need to tell you. The two of them quickly went to meet Guillemot Genren. We pay respects, master, the two respectfully said. Guillemot Genren calmly said, no need for excessive courtesy, stand up.
Guillemot Genren, without beating around the bush, went straight to the point. Lu Lai, you killed Li Qing, taking revenge for this maester's old grudge. Now that the old grudges are settled, this maester is very happy, and my face and reputation have also been polished. This treasure I grant to you. A treasure quickly appeared before Lu Li's eyes. Guillemot Genren continued. This is an ancient secret treasure. When attacked, it automatically protects its master, encircling their body. The more spiritual power infused, the greater its might. Back then, this master relied on this treasure armor to rampage across the four directions.
Lu Lai stared intently at the treasure in his hand. Lu Lai was very delighted to receive this item. Disciple thanks master profusely, he bowed and said. Guillemot Genren waved his hand, calmly replied. No need to be so polite, you deserve it. Furthermore, I have one more matter. You'll achieve fame in one battle, be highly regarded by the sect master, practically become the leading disciple, with boundless reputation. At that time, quite a few elders came here to propose marriage for you. After careful consideration and selection, I have agreed to one match for you. Guillemot Genren then slowly said, Lu Li, even if you don't want to, you must reluctantly agree.
This master's discerning eye, disciple must surely trust. But disciple is about to fight several more battles. I'm afraid now isn't the right time to talk about marriage.
Guillemot Genren, hearing this news from him, was quite surprised. About to fight again? You're only at the first layer of Foundation Establishment. To participate in the Great Immortal Demon War, you'd need to be at least Foundation Establishment perfection, right? Why would the sect master dispatch you? Lu Lai, full of resolute determination, loudly replied. The sect master highly values me, and said disciple will participate in the 10 demonic scions, preparing to fight the 10 immortal scions. Therefore, disciple is about to fight a battle to contend with the 10 immortal scions. This is truly not the time to talk about marriage. Bai Jinfei also heard this news for the first time, and asked him with some doubt, Junior brother, are you really participating in the 10 demonic scions? About to go to war? Those righteous path disciples are all treasure boys, each possessing several Gi Shui Yinlei pearls. Unlike us poor devils of the demonic path. Guillemot Genren also stopped thinking about Lu Li's marriage and calmly said, forget it. If you've joined the 10 demonic scions, then let's temporarily not talk about marriage anymore. This master will transmit to you too the true secret of the Kunpeng demonic art, so that even if you go to war, you'll have a few % chance of coming back alive. Jinfei, you go to battle with your junior brother to help him. Bai Jinfei, hearing his master call for him to go to battle, said in a panic, huh? I'm going too?
Without saying more, Guillemot Genren directly handed them the true secret of the Kunpeng demonic art.
Both of you receive Lu Lai's heavenly demon. A system notification immediately pops up. Kunpeng demonic body devours enemy attacks, absorbs them to forge an extraordinary physique. Kunpeng heavenly demonic disintegration great art burns all cultivation and half your remaining lifespan to devour enemy attacks, transforming them into a fatal counterblow. Lu Lai, quite surprised by these abilities, mused, well, that's quite a few trump cards to pull from.
Once business was concluded, Ghost Demon True Person dismissed them. It is done.
For this immortal demon great war, your master can offer little further assistance. Now, return and cultivate. Both responded in unison. This disciple obeys. Back at his abode, Lu Li dedicated himself to cultivation, preparing for the impending Great War. Everything proceeded suspiciously smoothly. Before long, the system announced his successful cultivation of both the Kunpeng demonic body and the Kunpeng heavenly demonic disintegration great art. Lu Lai nodded contentedly. Excellent! Another trump card for the deck. He then summoned the next item his esteemed master had bestowed upon him. A powerful spirit treasure. The moment this spirit treasure manifested, Lu Li's power unexpectedly surged, achieving a tremendous breakthrough. His physique seemingly underwent a miraculous growth spurt, violently ripping apart the robes the sect master had so graciously bestowed upon him.
Furthermore, the spirit treasure's wings affixed themselves directly to Lu Li's back, presenting an incredibly mature and alluring new image of our protagonist.
Lu Lai, upon witnessing these additions to his person, simply could not endure it, immediately blasting them off with a surge of spiritual energy. The mere thought of that recent spectacle filled him with such acute embarrassment that he couldn't even bear to look at the spirit treasure. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, catching Lu Lai completely off guard.
The Great Merciful Palm has returned! Congratulations, player Great Merciful Palm!
While adventuring, you encountered 3 fortuitous opportunities. Your realm level ceiling has risen to the 18th layer. Current realm, 11th layer, progress, 1%. Congratulations, player Great Merciful Palm, for secretly observing a Buddhist high monk imparting Dharma. Great Layan Temple has evolved into the Great Amitabha Palm. Lu Li, beaming at his Great Merciful Palm, exclaimed, "You're finally back! It even self-evolved?" Lu Lai suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Huh? What in the world now? The system promptly explained.
The Great Amitabha Palm feels extremely confident and wishes to assert dominance by challenging the yin-yang primordial chaos Kunpeng demonic divine art to battle.
Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Lai could only scream internally,
Hey, don't you dare! But before he could intervene, the Great Amitabha Palm was met with a swift palm to the mouth from the Kunpeng demonic divine art. The Great Amitabha Palm took a heavy blow, felt its spirit wounded, and its cultivation efficiency dropped by 50%. The Great Amitabha Palm, feeling it was the orthodox Buddhist technique, attempted to guide the Great Majestic Heavenly Dragon incantation, but found itself only being utterly manhandled instead. The Great Amitabha Palm was then schooled by the Great Strength Vajra incantation and the indestructible Vajra divine art, ganging up on it. The scene now was a decisive 3-on-1, its confidence brutally shattered, and cultivation efficiency plummeting by another 50%. The 24 heavenly demon swords also joined the fray. The Great Amitabha Palm now had absolutely nowhere left to hide. The Great Amitabha Palm's confidence was catastrophically shattered. It began to doubt the very meaning of its existence, and its cultivation efficiency plummeted by a staggering 5,000%.
Witnessing this absolute carnage, Lu Li could only clutch his head in utter helplessness and groan, "No! What have you done now?" And just like that, the Great Amitabha Palm's dangerous gaze fixed upon the Pure Yang Infinite True Scripture, which was blissfully playing on a spinning top nearby. The Pure Yang Infinite True Scripture, sensing imminent peril, immediately panicked. The Great Amitabha Palm actually stole her spinning top, causing her to cry inconsolably and leave in indignant shame.
The Pure Yang Infinite True Scripture had lost.
The Great Amitabha Palm, feeling utterly formidable, then recovered its wind manipulation art, its confidence greatly bolstered, and its cultivation efficiency surged by 100%. Truly, a hurt person just looking for someone else to hurt. Lu Li watched them in utter helplessness, letting out a heavy sigh. HMPH. Unsurprising for a demonic path evolution. They only know how to bully the weakest, don't they? He mused. Good thing the Pure Yang Infinite True Scripture is only at the first layer. Otherwise, it might have been thrashed so badly it would run away from home again. Oh well, he thought. I should try chanting some Buddhist and Taoist scriptures to see if that can make it evolve. Thinking this, Lu Li swiftly activated his Buddhist scripture chanting mode. Very swiftly, the Great Amitabha Palm also regained its former glory. Congratulations, player Great Amitabha Palm, for listening to the Supreme Taoist scriptures. You have gained profound insights and evolved into the Great Tathagata Buddha Palm. Your realm level ceiling has risen to the 20th layer. Current realm, 11th layer. Progress, 2%. Having just mastered the Tathagata Divine Palm, the Great Tathagata Buddha Palm immediately sought to sneak attack the 24 heavenly demon swords for revenge. Lu Li was utterly helpless, watching the Great Amitabha Palm's relentless desire to attack others, despite consistently getting its own backside handed to it. Unsurprisingly, it immediately fell into a trap and was thoroughly beaten up yet again. Deciding, once more, to go out and secretly observe a Buddhist high monk imparting Dharma, it boldly entered the vital territory of the Immortal Tao Alliance and began its clandestine peeking. Within the Immortal Tao Alliance's vital territory, an Immortal Sect elder was reviewing intelligence on the Demonic Sect, gathered by his disciples. In this upcoming Immortal Demon Great War, the Demonic Sect has, in an effort to oppose us, produced their own Demonic Dao 10 prodigies. The various disciples respectfully presented their intelligence dossiers on the Demonic Sect. This is their intel, another individual remarked, opening a scroll. The contents were incredibly detailed. The Great Demonic Sect, heaven's absolute demonic venerable. He gasped in surprise upon seeing Lu Li's profile. What? Lu Li of the Yin Ming Ghost Sect? All talk and no substance? He's only at the first layer of Foundation establishment? That elder immediately interjected. Do not underestimate this Lu Li, though he is merely at the first layer of Foundation establishment. He cultivates both demonic and Buddhist paths. Not only does he practice the Yin Ming Ghost Sect's 23 heavenly demon swords, but he also cultivates profound Buddhist Dharma and his physical body alone rivals a fifth-layer Vajra art practitioner.
Even Li Qing, the Yin Ming Ghost Sect's reserved chief disciple, perished by his hand.
A monk quickly voiced his concern to the elder. Buddhist and demonic dual cultivation? Amitabha! Elder Heavenly Sword, might this Lu Li be a mole for the Buddhist sect?
Elder Heavenly Sword calmly replied, "Most certainly not. This fellow is a vicious killer who throws money around. His favorite pastime is to beat people into a bloody pulp, then scatter paper money in place of actual mourners at their funeral. On the contrary, he is the true disciple of Ghost Demon True Person, a man whose mouth is exceptionally foul."
At this moment, a female voice suddenly echoed. "Rest assured, we will not disappoint your expectations. We shall eradicate all 3 demonic foreign paths, and leave the heavens and earth bright and clear."
Elder Qiankun Heavenly Sword, seeing them, stated,
"You have arrived. Then the first battle is entrusted to you. I task you with engaging, Rolling Sword Bone Square Yin Lu Li, in decisive combat."
The 2 young women responded crisply,
"Understood." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Li, whose name had been mentioned far too many times, had been sneezing continuously. Well, Lu Li mused. Could it be my future wife is thinking of me? But that was hardly important. What truly mattered right now was his cultivation. Lu Li gazed contentedly at the results of his cultivation over the past few days. But the cultivation results over these last 3 days are simply magnificent. I've finally reached the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Suddenly, Bai Jinfei's voice called out from outside.
"7th junior brother, hurry out here!"
Lu Li rushed out, asking, "Senior brother Bai, why are you here?" Bai Jinfei anxiously replied, "Today is the day we select the top disciple to be the protagonist. We absolutely cannot be late." At the grand venue for selecting the top disciple, everyone was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the protagonist. Suddenly, a flying ship appeared in the sky, sending ripples of excitement through the crowd. "Look! He's here!" On board the flying ship, Lu Li couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, savoring the feeling of a triumphant victor. So this is what it feels like to be noticed, he thought. Not bad at all. But before his joy could last a full 3 seconds, the very next moment, his mood officially plummeted. As Lu Li peeked his head out, he heard the crowd roaring, "Look! It's the money scatterer!" Lu Li was so enraged he nearly spat blood, and yet the crowd continued to chant even louder. "The money scatterer has arrived!" This transformed Lu Li's supposedly cool landing into the single most embarrassing moment of his entire life. Lu Li, rather than landing gracefully on his feet as usual, instead made a rather special face-first landing. Deeply wounded, Lu Li thought to himself. The sect master, mistaking his faceplant for an elaborate bow, approached Lu Li to remark, "You are now the top disciple. There's no need for such an overly grand display of respect." Lu Li forced a dazzling smile at the sect master. To quickly dispel the acute embarrassment, he replied, "Greetings, sect master and all esteemed elders. Regardless of my status, proper etiquette must never be taken lightly." And just like that, he completely won over the sect master. The sect master praised him with a satisfied nod. "You truly have a good heart." A young woman then carried a ceremonial gift over to them. The sect master then explained to him, "This is the ghost robe and command token. Take it. From today, you are the head disciple of the Yin Ming Ghost Sect." Lu Li accepted, bowing respectfully. "Many thanks, sect master." The sect master loudly commanded those below, "Pay your respects." Everyone immediately knelt, bowing their heads reverently. "We greet the head disciple." This head disciple title is proving quite useful indeed. Looks like my escape plan is going off without a hitch. The sect master, beside him, added, "Furthermore, I've received urgent news. The Immortal Tao Alliance has already reached the valley, preparing to assault Demon City. Within 3 days, the 10 Immortal Tao geniuses will be sent forth for a decisive battle." Lu Li was taken aback. The sect master slapped Lu Li's shoulder, loudly proclaiming, "Now this venerable one intends for our head disciple to lead 100 Foundation Establishment true disciples as the vanguard. They shall face the Immortal Tao geniuses head-on and secure glorious prestige for the Yin Ming Ghost Sect." Lu Li, utterly bewildered by the situation, thought. Below, the assembled disciples seemed absolutely thrilled for a decisive battle, loudly chanting, "Kill them! Kill them all! Slaughter them!" Meanwhile, Lu Li above remained in an unbroken state of utter bewilderment. After a while, Lu Li found himself aboard the flying ship, heading back. Head aching, he mused. "Well, this is just asking for trouble. My brilliant escape plan is completely trashed, and now I have to lead a bunch of cultists into a suicide charge?" He then turned to Bai Jinfeng. "Senior brother Bai, do you have any information on these 10 Immortal Tao geniuses?" Bai Jinfeng smirked arrogantly.
Oh, junior brother, you've come to the right expert. As Bai Jinfeng handed Lu Li a tome detailing the 10 immortal Tao geniuses, he explained, I just, personally, collected intelligence directly from the immortal Tao's inner circle. The 10 immortal Tao geniuses, 6 men, 4 women, are all at foundation establishment completion. The most formidable among them is from the Tianhe sword sect, the female sword immortal, Ling Jiangxiao. She's truly exceptional. Foundation establishment at 8, now at foundation establishment completion. Cultivated sword arts for 10 years until she entered the Dao, and her strength rivals a golden core expert. Lu Lai, eyeing the information, couldn't help but gape. Furthermore, as a disciple of the Tianhe sword sect, she undoubtedly possesses a treasury of mystical artifacts. I fear even 10 cultivators of the same realm wouldn't stand a chance against her. Her power is truly terrifying. His eyes suddenly brightened. Wait a minute. There seems to be a crucial clue right here. Is Ling Jiangxiao, one of the 10 immortal Tao geniuses, was accidentally captured in Zuxian City with a single move? Ling Jiangxiao, one of the 10 immortal Tao geniuses, 18 years old, jade-like figure, a beauty of icy purity. Yet no matter how formidable, she was utterly defeated. With one careless move, she was sold into the city and is now about to be put up for auction. However, Ling Jiangxiao fiercely refused to yield, gritting her teeth and glaring contemptuously at her captor. I'd rather die than surrender. Just kill me now. Bai Jinfeng immediately produced several more volumes, tempting Lu Li. I've already accepted payment. These are some new female cultivators I just acquired from Wanmo City. Junior brother Lu Li, interested? I can let you preview them. I have plenty more. He quickly refused. No need, senior brother. Please, enjoy them at your leisure. He secretly mused. No wonder this is the demonic path. If you lose, you just become merchandise. But one particular volume caught Lu Li's eye. Wait a minute. The Humiliation Diary of a Female Sword Immortal? Author, the Mad Paymaster. Who dares impersonate me to write this kind of garbage? Bai Jinfeng, calmly sipping his tea, replied, Your name now echoes far and wide, so naturally, some scoundrels will try to profit. And while the writing may be unrefined, it can influence one's mindset. Who knows? Perhaps when you meet her later, this could turn defeat into victory. Suddenly, the flying ship abruptly halted, leaving both of them utterly baffled. Why did the flying ship just stop mid-flight? Outside, Honglu True Monarch gazed contemplatively ahead. Spotting the two, he called, Lu Li, come here. Lu Li, intrigued, approached. Honglu True Monarch, what's happened? Honglu True Monarch slowly turned his head, stating calmly, Trouble has arrived right at our doorstep. Below, a massive crowd had gathered. More importantly, they were loudly yelling his name with furious indignation. Where's Lu Li? Lu Li, get out here! Lu Li, come out now! Honglu True Monarch continued. It seems other demonic sects aren't quite fond of you. You've offended the head disciples of other demonic sects again. These fellows are here to block our path and cause a ruckus. How about I step in and tell them to back off? I am the leading elder on this expedition, after all. With me making an appearance, they wouldn't dare escalate things. But Lu Li thought otherwise. He calmly stated, There will only be more trouble later on. Why bother a true monarch with such a triviality? The true monarch, hearing this, looked slightly taken aback. Lu Li immediately turned to Bai Jinfeng. Senior brother Bai, may I take the helm of this flying ship? Bai Jinfeng blinked. You can, but do you actually know how to fly one? Lu Li gave a sly, mischievous grin and replied, Don't worry. Knowing how isn't strictly necessary. In a separate chamber, Nangong Long, bandaged from head to toe, watched Lu Li's flying ship pass by. He spoke in a low voice. Brother Yang, you sent that Ying Tian to stir up trouble. What if he can't even withstand a single move from Lu Li? Yang Shu gave a sinister chuckle. Relax. I've given Ying Tian the black demonic dragon armor, combined with 3 demonic talismans. They can block Lu Li's sword chi. Without his heavenly demonic sword chi, he's just a body cultivator. Lu Li is nothing more than a mobile sandbag. Nangong Long, utterly pleased, replied, Excellent. No one has ever made me expend so much effort. I also want to commission someone to expedite printing more copies of The Humiliation Diary of a Female Sword Immortal, to further embroil him in enmity. The moment that brat leaves Zuxian City, I'll notify the Immortal Alliance Dao as well. Yang Shu, hearing Nangong Long, felt a pang of worry. Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? That's a grave sin. Nangong Long merely smiled. No, this is merely using Lu Li as bait. Once Ling Jiangxiao is lured out and attacks Lu Li, we'll ambush her from behind and directly seize the female sword immortal. It just so happens my harem is currently lacking an immortal Dao swordswoman.
Having that Ling Jiangxiao would be quite fitting. Outside, the mob continuously used enchanted loudspeakers to loudly barrage Lu Lai. Lu Lai, stop hiding! I know you're in there! You've got the gall to be one of the 10 demonic geniuses, but no guts to show your face? Just then, someone from the crowd added fuel to the fire, hurling insults at Lu Lai. Could it be the head disciple of the Yinming ghost sect is just a turtle hiding in its shell? If so, then rename it the Yinming Turtle Sect. Ha ha! The surrounding mob immediately echoed his words. Yinming Turtle Sect. Excellent name, ha ha ha. But the very next second, their laughter died in their throats. Lu Lai's flying ship was plummeting from above at terrifying speed, directly crash-landing and flattening countless individuals below who failed to escape in time. The very same person who had been loudly cursing just moments ago witnessed this scene and was overcome with extreme terror. Suddenly, a figure seated on a distant chair spoke in a deep voice, drawing everyone's attention. Is this truly the conduct of the Yinming ghost sect? This individual was none other than Ying Tian, dispatched by Yang Shu. He calmly hoisted his large sword, loudly proclaiming, I, Ying Tian, originally intended to challenge the Yinming ghost sect disciples, but now you've slaughtered my subordinates. Today, I demand a thorough explanation. Everyone, behold! Is such a ruthless display worthy of someone associated with Yang Shu and Nangonglong? Does he truly deserve the title of a demonic genius? In my estimation, he's merely a petty devil. He then attempted to psychologically manipulate the entire crowd. At this exact moment, Lu Li casually descended, landing directly on Ying Tian's head. He peered down at them from his newly acquired vantage point, and with a faint smile he declared, This humble one's flying ship piloting skills are still a work in progress. My apologies for the less than perfect landing spot. He then feigned sudden amnesia, looking around vaguely. Did someone just call my name earlier? His foot remained firmly planted on Ying Tian's head, yet his mouth continued to search, as if completely oblivious. Where are you? Ying Tian, with Lu Li's foot on his head, was now firmly planted face first into the ground. Ying Tian could only let out a pained, "Erg." He then adopted a slightly perplexed expression. Why does the ground here in Zuxian City feel so uneven? With that, Lu Li directly stomped down hard, as if the ground was in fact Ying Tian's head. Ying Tian lay flattened like a splattered cockroach, utterly unable to lift his head. The entire crowd could only gape, mesmerized by Lu Li's casual torment. Lu Li suddenly let out a gasp, as if utterly astonished, despite having known his foot was on Ying Tian's head for quite some time. Lu Li quickly pulled his foot off Ying Tian, not forgetting to heap a few insults on him for good measure. I thought I'd stepped on a dog's tail. Turns out it was this esteemed brother lying beneath my soul. No wonder it felt so stiff. He then adopted an expression of profound concern and guilt. Lu Li was so worried he almost wept, shaking Ying Tian vigorously, his mouth spouting, Brother, are you all right? Please respond. Ying Tian's face was now a masterpiece of contusions from Lu Li's prior footwork. He was too agonized to speak, choking back a sob as he weakly pointed at Lu Li, struggling to rasp, You! Before he could even process that pain, Lu Li generously bestowed upon him another heaven-shattering slap, making Ying Tian want to vomit blood from sheer indignation. Lu Li, ever the humanitarian, reasoned that Ying Tian was simply unconscious, and thus required a few slaps to help him regain clarity. Wake up! Quickly, wake up! Wake up! A relentless barrage of slaps, alternating from left cheek to right, were generously gifted to Ying Tian, leaving him too numb to even audibly cry. After enduring a veritable downpour of Lu Li's remedial slaps, Ying Tian now lay utterly unconscious, his soul practically prepping for its grand departure. Lu Li, ever the pious one, then began scattering joss paper money for Ying Tian, effectively offering him funeral alms. Everyone knows where that leads, don't they? Alas, esteemed brother, my apologies for accidentally stepping on you. Why did you not make a sound? Since I have this joss paper out, I might as well perform funerary rites for your esteemed father and mother too. Lu Li then, with utmost casualness, purloined the spatial ring Yang Shu had gifted Ying Tian, which was originally meant to deal with Lu Li, but tragically, before he could even activate it, he was already visiting his ancestors. Lu Li, however, was beaming, admiring the ring in his hand and not forgetting to thank Ying Tian. This item is quite useless to you now. Allow me to safeguard it, lest it become a burden. Those who had moments ago been loudly cursing and slandering our protagonist now stood frozen, wide-eyed, and utterly silent. Yet, within their collective minds, a singular thought echoed. Having decisively dealt with Ying Tian, Lu Li slowly rose, dramatically dusting off any unworthy particles from his person. He then loudly addressed the remaining onlookers.
Does anyone here still claim acquaintance with this individual? After the vivid demonstration involving Ying Qian, it goes without saying, none dared to make a sound. Each of them fearfully averted their gaze, suddenly finding the ground much more interesting than Lu Li's smiling face. Lu Li, never one to waste precious cultivation time on such nameless plebeians, grandly strode through the crowd with Honglu Zhenjun and Bai Jinfei, making a rather theatrical entrance into the city. HMPH. Inside a certain room, Yang Shu and Nang Gonglong, having witnessed the entire spectacle, were understandably quite shocked.
What? After barely a few days, his strength has ascended to an absurd degree. If he cultivates for just a few more years, reaching foundation establishment perfection, I fear we shall not be his match. Nang Gonglong's eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated hatred. He gnashed his teeth, declaring, "Therefore, he must die." Meanwhile, Lu Li was being escorted by a demure young woman to his assigned private chamber. The young woman spoke in a hushed tone. "Chief Lu, this is the private quarters specially prepared by the Yanshen Temple for your esteemed rest." Lu Li surveyed his surroundings, quite pleased with his new abode. "This place truly is marvelous. Very satisfactory." The young woman then produced a command token, presenting it to Lu Li. "This is the control token for the Yanshen Temple. Chief Lu Li, please accept it." Lu Li, with a placid nod, replied, "Many thanks." No sooner had the words left his lips than he unceremoniously turned to leave. "Well then, junior sister, feel free to make yourself elsewhere. I'm off to secluded cultivation." The young woman swiftly called out, "Chief Lu, wait!" Lu Li turned back, giving her a look of utter bewilderment. "Huh?" The young woman, blushing faintly, gently elucidated her true intentions. "Senior brother Lu, being all alone, it can be inconvenient at times, can't it?" "Surely, Chief Lu, you require a maidservant, or perhaps some attendants. What do you think of this humble one?" "This humble maid is exceptionally skilled in making beds, massages, and cooking." A tempting morsel was practically delivered right to his mouth. Lu Li, never one to reject a good meal, was not about to be foolish. He wearily massaged his shoulder, stating calmly, "Sitting in Fei Dan Tower has made me rather stiff. A massage does sound rather appealing. Junior sister, you are acceptable. Quo. However, my requirements are rather extensive. Do you perhaps have a dragon for service?" The young woman, completely baffled as to why he'd need a dragon, was rather surprised. "Huh? A dragon? No, we do not have a dragon." Lu Li's interest immediately evaporated. He promptly dismissed the young woman. "What a shame. Never mind then, junior sister Yan." The young woman, having never encountered such an outlandish situation, was visibly stunned. She then eyed Lu Li with a dangerous glint. The young woman promptly made a hasty exit. Inside his chamber, Lu Li was diligently cultivating when the system abruptly flashed a notification. "Great strength Vajra Dharma mantra is exceedingly pleased by your slaying of a demonic cultivator. Cultivation progress. +1. Indestructible Vajra divine art has achieved immense gains. 5th layer progress. 98%. Breakthrough imminent." Lu Li broke into a satisfied smile, musing. However, the universe, as usual, had other plans. The indestructible Vajra divine art's breakthrough failed, much to Lu Li's utter astonishment. "What?" The system's voice promptly reverberated. During the breakthrough, the 24 demonic swords of Heavenly Demon and Kunpeng demonic art sensed a surging power and immediately launched a joint assault on indestructible Vajra divine art, shattering its breakthrough opportunity. Indestructible Vajra divine art is now enraged and is preparing a counterattack. Great Strength Vajra and Great Luo Dharma Mantra are now intervening to assist their esteemed colleague and joining the fray. The players' cultivation techniques have officially descended into an all-out civil war. So profound was the chaos that even within Lu Li's own cultivation techniques, a full-blown war between the demonic and righteous paths had erupted. Lu Li, utterly horrified, frantically roared, "All of you, cease this instant!" Elsewhere, by a precipice, a young woman was sleeping rather soundly. This slumbering beauty was none other than Fang Yinli, a prodigious talent of the Immortal path. Elder Tianjian, upon arriving and witnessing her profound slumber, gave a few discreet coughs to gently rouse her. Cough, cough. Fang Yinli instantly sprang awake. Her very first thought, however, was directed at Elder Tianjian. "Oh? Elder Tianjian, is it time for dinner yet?" Elder Tianjian was utterly flummoxed by her innocent query. "You're still thinking about food, Yinli? A report just came in. Lu Li has cultivated to Foundation Establishment's 2nd layer and casually dispatched the demonic rogue cultivator, Ying Qian, with a single move. Tomorrow, should you encounter him, you absolutely must not let him off lightly.
Fang Yinli, upon hearing this grave news, was instantly filled with fiery determination. She declared, "Tomorrow, if I encounter Lu Lai, I will absolutely let him experience the fearsome power of my 5 elements sun-moon ring. By then he'll transform from a lively fish into a thoroughly deceased one, ready for me to stir-fry, steam, or stew." The mere mention of food caused her empty stomach to rumble audibly once more. Grr. Fang Yinli gave a shy smile, then sheepishly asked, "But Elder Tianjian, did you happen to bring anything to eat? I'm already quite hungry, hehe." Elder Tianjian was, understandably, utterly bewildered to hear this declaration of hunger. "Hungry? Didn't I just witness you consuming dinner? It hasn't even been half an hour." Fang Yinli, with utmost innocence, replied, "I partake in 9 meals a day, Elder. That was merely my 6th. Elder Tianjian could only clutch his head in utter, helpless despair. Fang Yinli, however, simply deployed her most adorable smile to win over the elder. "Elder, this establishment provides all-inclusive food and lodging, does it not? How can there be no more food already?" Elder Tianjian, his resolve weakening, calmly replied, "Don't worry. Just go find Elder Meng Xuan in a bit. He'll take care of you." Fang Yinli was overjoyed by this, letting out a cheerful cry of, "Excellent!" Just as she was about to skip off, she suddenly remembered, "Oh, I can't go just yet. Senior Sister Ling hasn't emerged. Ling Jiancheng is still in secluded cultivation." Abruptly, the very boulder where Ling Jiancheng was cultivating began to crack, followed by a resounding, earth-shattering crash. Massive rock fragments exploded outwards, and the undeniably cool figure of Ling Jiancheng instantly appeared from the dust. Ling Jiancheng, spotting Elder Tianjian, offered him a respectful greeting. Elder Tianjian, seeing her, hastily inquired, "Jiancheng, how was your seclusion?" Fang Yinli, however, was positively ecstatic, shouting, "Senior Sister Ling has emerged from seclusion!" Ling Jiancheng confidently replied, "Elder, rest assured. In the heavenly mirage realm, I fought 130 battles and emerged victorious in every single one. Even Lu Li's new cultivation technique within the illusion fell to my hands. Though in fairness the technique was powerful, his cultivation was laughably low, so it succumbed in a single blow." Elder Tianjian, immensely satisfied, declared, "Excellent! Tomorrow, you and Fang Yinli shall proceed to Zhuxian City for the grand challenge." The following morning, as instructed by Elder Tianjian, Ling Jiancheng, Fang Yinli, and a contingent of others directly soared towards Zhuxian City to commence their challenge. Lang Jiangxiong lightly touched down, decisively impaling the earth with her sword tip, and dramatically declared, "Lang Jiangxiong of the Heavenly River Sword Sect has arrived to challenge Lu Li, one of the demonic Tao's 10 prodigies." Meanwhile, True Monarch Hong Lu inside had already caught wind of this rather theatrical entrance. True Monarch Hong Lu, utterly baffled, exclaimed, "Who would have thought the first challenger would be none other than Lang Jiangxiong?" With that, she practically teleported into the inner chambers in a panic. Rushing in, she frantically shrieked, "Lu Li, the Immortal Alliance has sent a challenge. Lang Jiangxiong is the very first one to try and end you." Mid-sentence, True Monarch Hong Lu skidded to a sudden, dramatic halt. The sight before her was enough to send shivers down even a true monarch's spine. A tempest of swirling power engulfed Lu Lai, who, with remarkable nonchalance, stated, "True Monarch, I'm well aware of the challenge letter, but I'm currently experiencing a minor internal disagreement." True Monarch Hong Lu sat down, her expression grave. "You're not suffering from a simple chi deviation, Lu Li. This is a clash of your demonic and Buddhist dual cultivation, a conflict born from reaching a certain profound realm." Lu Lai, ever the problem solver, inquired, "So what's the plan to unfuddle myself?" True Monarch Hong Lu replied, "The first method is for me to directly suppress the warring cultivation techniques within you. However, should it erupt again, the problem will be far worse. And frankly, predicting its next outburst is a fool's errand." Lu Li, a master of delayed gratification, nervously chuckled. "That sounds a tad reckless. Is there, perhaps, a second option?" True Monarch Hong Lu, ever the obliging support character, instantly responded, "Naturally. Simply cultivate a supreme Dao sect technique that integrates Dao, Buddhist, and demonic paths. Once all 3 pillars are stable and suppress each other, you'll be trouble-free forever." Lu Li, hearing this, mused internally. He then turned to True Monarch Hong Lu. "True Monarch, I have a humble request. Could you perhaps cultivate with me? Specifically, to guard me during my cultivation. After this, I shall surely repay you with my body. I shall dedicate all my efforts to assisting you whenever you require it." True Monarch Hong Lu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She flustered, All right, Alright, no need for such poetic vows. I'll certainly help you. What exactly do you need me to do? Lu Lai, with a perfectly innocent smile, replied, Just infuse me with your supreme true chi, true monarch. That should do the trick.
But then again, speaking of tricks, the yellow represents Buddhist cultivation, the red, demonic cultivation. Those I understand. But what in the cultivation realms is that blue hue? True monarch Hong Lu, ever the eager tutor, enthusiastically launched into an explanation. You once consumed the true blood of the green snake, which likely left behind an azure dragon bloodline. You never fully assimilated it. Hence the current clash of cultivation techniques manifesting. The azure dragon is wood-aligned. Wood generates fire, so cultivate a fire attribute Dio technique, and you can refine it away.
Wait, so the Purple River Sun refining true scripture? Lu Lai asked, utterly bewildered. True monarch Hong Lu pressed on. Furthermore, it's not the Supreme Dao sect that handles refining azure dragon bloodlines. The whole balancing act with Supreme Demonic Dao and Buddhist sect? Far too troublesome. With a flourish, she then produced a blazing hot pill from her spatial ring. This is a golden adjustment pill, she informed Lu Lai. Swallow it, then cultivate. Should anything unforeseen occur, your cultivation base will, at least, remain intact. Lu Li, overwhelmed with gratitude, lunged forward and vigorously pumped True Monarch Hong Lu's hand. He grinned from ear to ear, gushing, Many thanks for this immense kindness, True Monarch. This Lu Lai shall never forget your generosity. His sudden, intense handclasp left True Monarch Hong Lu flustered and crimson-faced. All right, enough with the dramatics, she snapped. Go cultivate. Lang Jiangxiong is already setting up formations outside the city. But you'll still need time to refine all that power. I'll find someone to politely decline the challenge for you in the meantime. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Jinfi was a nervous wreck, pacing so frantically he was practically speedrunning a dizzy spell. He muttered incessantly, True Monarch Hong Lu is in the room with junior brother. Whatever has happened must have happened by now. But why is it so quiet in there? Unable to bear the suspense, Bai Jinfi finally gave in, frantically pounded on the door, and then bellowed inside. Junior brother Lu, are you all right in there? Lang Jiangxiong is outside the city, and she's here today, of all days. Lu Li's voice drifted calmly from within. Senior brother Bai, could you please reject her on my behalf? Bai Jinfi stammered, HMPH, but junior brother, you haven't been seen in the city for days. People are gossiping louder than a drunken elder, saying if you don't show up, your reputation and the sect's will be in ruins. Meanwhile, inside, Lu Li remained serenely focused on his cultivation. Bai Jinfi stood outside, patiently awaiting a response, when suddenly, something whizzed past his face. Lu Lai tossed 3 pouches at Bai Jinfi. Senior brother Bai, these are 3 versatile pouches. Use them wisely, and ensure Lang Jiangxiong retreats, without a single blow being struck. Bai Jinfi caught the pouches, utterly perplexed. He sighed. A moment later, Bai Jinfi ascended to face the crowd. The crowd below relentlessly jeered. Bai Jinfi, your sect's head disciple, is a turtle retreating into its shell? Why won't he accept the challenge? Someone else chimed in. Is Lu Li so terrified he won't even show his face? Do they send you to decline challenges daily? How pathetic, haha. Bai Jinfi, bristling with indignation, shot back. Listen here, you fools. My underworld ghost sect is merely biding its time, waiting for the opportune moment for a decisive battle. Lu Li hasn't appeared simply to make Lang Jiangxiong retreat without a fight. Despite his bold declaration, Bai Jinfi was, internally, a quivering mess of anxiety. With a silent prayer, Bai Jinfi hastily ripped open the first pouch. Inside, a single instruction. Read aloud. Below, Nangong Long, currently hiding behind a wall, exclaimed in surprise. Oh? Looks like he's trying a new tactic today. Yang Zhu merely sneered in response. Whatever he's plotting, it matters not. As long as Lu Lai is too scared to show his face, his name will quickly be ruined. We simply ride this wave of infamy to take our revenge and push our own agenda. Bai Jinfi, now standing proudly before a massive mystical loudspeaker, boomed. Lang Jiangxiong, listen carefully. Out there beyond the city walls. Your diary was not written by me, Lu Li. Someone deliberately framed me. The true authors are none other than Yang Shu of the Great Demonic Sect and Nangong Long of the Heaven's Judgment Demonic Sect. If you want revenge, go bother them. I have absolutely no involvement whatsoever. Don't come seeking trouble with me. Upon hearing this scandalous declaration, Yang Shu and Nangong Long, hiding below, were instantly seized by a wave of panic. Oh no! We've been exposed? How did he possibly know? Bai Jinfi, meanwhile, wore a smile of pure, unadulterated schadenfreude. But alas, who could have foreseen that Lang Jiangxiong possessed the stubbornness of 1,000 ancient cultivators? She roared, You demonic Tao fiends are utterly treacherous. I shall spare no one. Tomorrow, it will be Yang Shu's turn, but today, Lu Li, I must kill you. Bai Jinfi let out a long, weary sigh. With another hopeful glance, Bai Jinfi hastily unsealed the second pouch.
Bai Jinfi once again stood before the crowd and declared loudly, Lang Jiangxiang, hear this clearly. These are the profound words of Lu Lai, disciple of the underworld ghost sect. I, Lu Lai, have just achieved foundation establishment. My cultivation journey is no laughing matter. You know you're no match for me. Wait 3 more days until I fully stabilize my breakthrough. Then, I shall personally challenge you and beat you until you're bowing down and calling me father.
The man behind Lang Jiangxiang immediately whispered a warning.
Junior Sister Lang, Lu Lai is clearly stalling. He's a demonic Tao practitioner, completely untrustworthy. He's a disciple of true demon ghost, and notoriously foul-mouthed. Don't believe a word he says.
Mu Li, standing nearby, also tugged at Lang Jiangxiang's sleeve, chiming in.
Elder Sister Lang, please don't fall for his lies. Mus Li worriedly interjected. My mother, when she was still with us, once sagely declared, the handsomer the man, the more deceitful his heart. With his angelic face, he's undoubtedly silver-tongued and cunning, just like your father. He promised to only marry my mother for life, yet he ended up taking a second wife. Lang Jiangxiang gently caressed Yin Li's face. Don't worry, dear, she said. I won't fall for that. Turning back, Lang Jiangxiang furiously screamed at Bai Jinfi. You demonic Tao lackey, enough with your bluster. Bring that Lu Lai out here to face his death. Bai Jinfi, now thoroughly flustered, muttered, HMPH, well, that didn't work.
What exactly was Junior Brother trying to achieve with those absurd claims? Exasperated, Bai Jinfi clutched the final pouch Lu Li had given him.
He mumbled fervent prayers. With bated breath, Bai Jinfi nervously tore open the pouch. Inside, a single, baffling instruction. Shoot it out! Bai Jinfi wondered, utterly dumbfounded. After a moment of profound bewilderment, Bai Jinfi realized there was yet another slip of paper tucked inside the pouch. He quickly opened it to see. Bai Jinfi's face instantly lit up. So this is it. Junior Brother Lu's little stunt, excellent. Truly peak demonic sect behavior indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jinfi used a magic technique. An enchanted arrow materialized with a flourish.
Bai Jinfi roared dramatically. Ling Jianjiang, take this. This, my dear, is a gift from the Yin Ming ghost sect. With that, Bai Jinfi shot the arrow straight at Ling Jianjiang.
Ling Jianjiang, with practiced ease, froze the incoming projectile mid-air. The man behind her, aghast at Ling Jianjiang's utter lack of caution, tried to intervene. Junior Sister Ling, be wary. It could be laced with poison. Ling Jianjiang casually waved him off.
Poison of this caliber won't even scratch me, elder brother. Worry not.
Ling Jiang then stared, utterly perplexed, at the small slip of paper in her hand, muttering, What fresh hell is this? The note read, If you don't leave now, I'll make sure everyone discovers our little secret. And before you can say, arranged marriage, rumors of our scandalous engagement will sweep the cultivation world.
Ling Jianjiang, absolutely seething, shredded the offending note.
HMPH. Utterly despicable. You vile scoundrel, remember my face. With that, Ling Jianjiang spun on her heel and stormed off. Let's go! The man, utterly bewildered, asked, Wait, what did that note even say? Why are we being forced to leave? Ling Jianjiang, radiating pure, unadulterated fury, chilled him with a glare. It concerns you not. The man, thoroughly intimidated by her aura, quickly stammered. All right, I won't ask. The man then turned to Yin Li, sighing. Junior Sister Yin Li, why are you still dawdling? Don't tell me you're not hungry. Yin Li fidgeted nervously, saying, I'm worried about Sister Ling. The man stepped forward and gently patted Yin Li's head. Don't fret, little one. With Junior Sister Ling's sword Dao mastery and her formidable array of protective treasures, even 10 Lulus wouldn't stand a chance against her. Yin Li promptly shrieked. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried Sister Ling might actually like Lu Lai. The man, upon hearing this, erupted into a fit of uproarious laughter. Haha, what utterly preposterous nonsense. Junior Sister Ling despises that man. She'd rather incinerate him than like him. What are you even talking about? Yin Li, blushing furiously, mumbled, I've read countless novels where characters start off wanting to murder each other, only to end up as fated cultivation partners, living happily ever after with a whole lineage of little cultivators. The man chuckled and patted Yin Li reassuringly.
Those are just fictional tales, dear. Junior Sister Ling is a peerless beauty of the righteous path. She'd never fall for some depraved demonic sect ruffian. Why don't we go back and find out what actually transpired? Yin Li reluctantly nodded. Fine, but my premonitions are usually spot on. Yin Li continued to ponder aloud, picking up where we left off. After a rather pointed exchange with Lu Li, Ling Jianjiang was forced to retreat, seething with righteous indignation. Witnessing Ling Jianjiang's silent, furious departure, the surrounding cultivators erupted into a flurry of animated gossip. Look! Ling Jianjiang actually left, a bewildered spectator chimed in. She really left? Such a shame, no epic battle. She just retreated? How utterly anticlimactic. As Bai Jinfei descended from the platform, the crowd swarmed him, bursting with questions. Esteemed senior brother Bai, the Yinming Ghost Sect's chief Lu, didn't even need to show his face on the stage to make the 10 heavenly sword geniuses retreat without a fight. Truly, his methods are formidable. Might you grace us with a small revelation? What exactly was in that pouch?
Bai Jinfei, adopting an air of profound mystery, replied, Hey, some secrets are best left unrevealed. Despite his confident exterior, Bai Jinfei's mind was a maelstrom of anxious thoughts. Good thing Ling Jianjiang actually left this time. Junior brother Lu's current breakthrough is taking ages. What if he just doesn't emerge? Whatever. True monarch Hong Lu is in there with him. Who knows? Maybe they're cultivating some more intimate techniques and can't be disturbed. Anyway, Host. Bai Jinfei let out a disturbingly lecherous chuckle, his mind wandering into the most depraved of daydreams. The scene then shifts to a private chamber, where true monarch Hong Lu and Lu Lai were, in fact, diligently cultivating. System notification. Golden Crow pill consumed. Pure Yang limitless true scripture begins devouring like a gourmet meal. Effect increased by 10,000%. Pure Yang limitless true scripture senses the presence of supreme Taoist true qi, reverently bowing, utterly thrilled. Cultivation speed increased by 10,000%. Technique is agitated and ready for a fight. Due to cultivating the 24 heavenly demon swords, your demonic aura is attracting unwanted attention. A six-winged cicada is attempting to invade your physical form. Great Tathagata Palm has allied with heavenly demon. They are now engaged in a chaotic brawl, settling ancient grudges. Congratulations, host. Your pure Yang limitless true scripture, having diligently cultivated through this chaotic brawling, has achieved an epiphany and broken through to the 5th layer. Great Tathagata Palm is enraged. Other cultivation techniques have united against it. Six-winged cicada has been suppressed. Great Tathagata Palm has been bound and pummeled. It is now experiencing profound emotional distress. Cultivation efficiency reduced by 10,000%. Your Taoist, Buddhist, and demonic cultivation techniques have entered a phase of harmonious negotiation. They have collectively decided to achieve breakthrough. Host has broken through to the Great Tao Foundation. Witnessing the swirling torrents of immense power enveloping Lu Li, true monarch Hong Lu stared, utterly dumbfounded, muttering to herself, "What in the myriad realms is that?" Could it be the legendary 3 flowers converging on the peak Tao Foundation? A moment later, Lu Lai exhaled a profound sigh of relief. He beamed triumphantly, declaring, "Amazing! Breakthrough achieved! At Foundation Establishment 4th layer, my spiritual power now rivals 2 nascent soul realm cultivators." Lu Lai expressed his profound gratitude to True Monarch Hong Lu. "Many thanks, True Monarch, for advising me to cultivate the 3 techniques simultaneously, for dispelling latent dangers, and for providing such potent elixirs. This debt of gratitude I shall forever engrave upon my Tao heart." True Monarch Hong Lu chuckled, politely dismissing his praise. All right, no need for such formalities. I'm merely pleased that you've managed to form the 3 flowers converging on the peak foundation." Upon hearing True Monarch Hong Lu's words, Lu Li's face contorted in utter confusion. He repeated, 3 flowers converging on the peak Tao Foundation? True Monarch Hong Lu then elaborated for his benefit. You've cultivated Tao, Buddhist, and demonic techniques simultaneously, grasping the very essence of the great Tao. This has manifested as a wondrous phenomenon. 3 flowers condensing atop your head. That, my dear boy, is the legendary 3 flowers converging on the peak foundation. As such, your spiritual power is exceptionally potent, rivaling even a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Lai then let out a delighted, arrogant cackle, saying, "Heh, what a colossal bargain. If word of this gets out, my reputation will undoubtedly skyrocket. This is absolutely fantastic." True Monarch Hong Lu, however, smirked devilishly at him. "But to those depraved demonic cultivators, you, my boy, are now the ultimate dual cultivation furnace. Perfect for yin replenishing yang harvesting techniques." Lu Li's smug grin instantly vanished. He stammered, "Well then, on second thought,
Let's just keep this a secret, shall we? Lu Lai then suddenly recalled something and turned to True Monarch Hong Lu. Oh right, is that Ling Jianjiang still lurking outside the city? True Monarch Hong Lu let out a weary sigh, replying, she departed ages ago. That woman has skin as thin as paper. If she's teased into a rage, she'll abandon everything and storm off. Suddenly, True Monarch Hong Lu's senses twitched. She immediately turned to leave, but not before giving Lu Li a quick command. Lu Li, remain here and consolidate your realm. Do not concern yourself with outside affairs. The 10 great ghost sects require an urgent meeting. I shall merely observe for a moment and return. Lu Li responded promptly. Understood. True Monarch, do be careful. True Monarch Hong Lu smiled knowingly. And you as well. As soon as the words left her lips, True Monarch Hong Lu vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Lai lightly clapped his hands. The system promptly displayed a notification. Host. Lu Lai. Realm. Foundation Establishment 4th Layer. Moyang Primordial Staff. Phoenix Demonic Divine Art. 14th Layer, 9%. Great Might Heavenly Dragon Incantation. 3rd Layer, 1%. Great Strength Vajra Incantation. 3rd Layer, 30%. Pure Sword Art. Perfected. Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. 6th Layer, 9%. Pure Yang Limitless True Scripture. 6th Layer, Progress 1. Zhao Yao Yu Feng Ju. 1st Layer, Progress 16. Great Tathagata Palm. 11th Layer, Progress 90. Lu Li was overjoyed, inwardly thinking, the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art has reached the 6th layer. My Vajra body protection is now reinforced, and my defensive armor's might has dramatically increased. However, this was his first time encountering a 6-winged cicada from the outer heavenly devil realm. This minor inconvenience would need to be promptly dealt with. Lu Lai immediately opened his system to look up some information on heavenly devils. Outer heavenly devils are formless, shapeless, and omnipresent. When a cultivator generates inner demons, they will attract the covetous gaze of these outer heavenly devils. Once infected by a heavenly devil, the entire person will undergo a drastic change in temperament. Simultaneously, the heavenly devil will seize the power of the cultivator's 7 mortal souls, until the cultivator's soul is completely and utterly consumed. Lu Lai began to ponder this particular heavenly devil. The internal cultivation technique chaos it exploited to sneak in has been discovered. Releasing it was impossible. Otherwise, it was highly likely to invite even more heavenly devils to infiltrate directly. However, keeping it in his body for too long wasn't exactly ideal either. Lu Lai suddenly remembered something. The heavenly devil 24 swords shared the same origin with this creature. Perhaps he could try refining it? He immediately began refining the heavenly devil 24 swords and this specific heavenly devil together. However, the results were not very promising. The system quickly displayed a notification. Insufficient power of 7 emotions. Failure. Suggestion. Try using the heavenly devil 24 swords to refine the abyssal golden cicada. Lu Lai let out an "oh" upon hearing the system's suggestion. Oh. So there's still hope. He sighed regretfully. Alas, it's a pity Lin Jing is dead. Otherwise, I could have relied on him to provide the 7 emotions of wrath, evil, and hatred daily. Lu Lai was somewhat surprised to realize the heavenly devil 24 swords were emitting a vast amount of the power of 7 emotions. This made him somewhat curious. This power of 7 emotions is 10 times stronger than what Li Jing used to provide. Who hates me this much? The very next day, at Ling Jiangxiang's training ground, sword strikes swirled deeply into the water's surface, each one unleashed decisively by Jiangxiang. She and her sword seemed to merge into one, each move flowing gracefully, imbued with potent destructive power. Ling Jiangxiang swept her sword forcefully across the water surface, creating a small wave. It turned out Ling Jiangxiang was imagining Lu Li as the water dummies, attacking them with vicious intent. Jiangxiang decisively stomped down on the water's surface, making it erupt as if a massive explosion had occurred on the river. Following that, she continuously unleashed sword strikes one after another onto the water dummies representing Lu Lai. In a flash, those dummies instantly shattered into 100 pieces. Fang Yinli was sitting on a rock, casually gnawing on a chicken leg. Seeing these actions, she was utterly surprised, inwardly thinking, "Whoa, Sister Ling is really furious." Fang Yinli then spoke up. "Sister Ling, you really hate Lu Li, don't you?" "In that case, I've suddenly thought of a great way to get revenge on him," Ling Jiangxiang asked curiously. "Oh? What way?" Fang Yinli happily replied. "My mother once said, the best way to get revenge on a man is to give birth to his sons, 7 or 8 of them, then abandon him to raise a chaotic brood of children. After that, no woman would dare marry him.
Isn't this an absolutely vicious method? Ling Jiangxiang, having heard Fang Yinli's method, could only look at her helplessly. Truly, there were no words left to say to this food-obsessed little girl. Elder Tianjian, who had just arrived in time to hear Fang Yinli's suggestion, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing this foolish idea came from you. If it were anyone else, I fear they'd already be cleaved in two by Ling Jiangxiang's sword.
Fang Yinli, hearing him say this, asked in confusion,
Elder Tianjian, was what I said wrong? Ling Jiangxiang, seeing the elder appear, immediately greeted him. Elder! She hurriedly approached and bowed, admitting her fault. I still haven't managed to chop off Lu Li's dog head, and I was even provoked into retreating by him. I beg Elder Tianjian for punishment. Elder Tianjian hurriedly waved his hand. No matter. The Immortal Alliance already has another plan. In less than 3 days, the 10 demonic geniuses will certainly unleash their full power. What you two need to do now is first nourish your spirits, cultivate your sharpness, and prepare to slay devils in 3 days. Elder Zaihan Shi then took out 2 special earrings for the 2 of them. Additionally, put these on. These are cloud rings made by the Tao Alliance. The image of slaying devils and eradicating evil can be transmitted through these cloud rings back to the great Tao Alliances and Buddhist sects everywhere. Let's just say it's a live broadcast. We hope you won't disappoint the Immortal Tao.
The 2 quickly accepted them and put them on their ears.
Ling Jiang Kangxiong, filled with resolve, declared loudly,
Yes! In 3 days I will take Lu Li's life and hack his corpse into 10,000 pieces. 3 days later, the nameless hatred of someone towards Lu Li not only did not diminish but instead grew day by day, significantly aiding Lu Li in gathering the power of 7 emotions for his cultivation over the past few days. Even Lu Li himself was astonished by the depth of hatred directed at him. Oh, it hasn't stopped for days. Just how much does this person hate me? At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining the 6-winged abyssal golden cicada heavenly devil. The wing-like form exploded accordingly. Lu Li looked at the voracious heavenly devil's sword before him and said contentedly, It succeeded? This is a demonic sword forged from a refined heavenly devil, a heavenly devil sword. Its sharpness is probably comparable to a peak-grade spirit artifact, isn't it? Moreover, using it no longer consumes the power of 7 emotions, a peak-grade spirit artifact that can be used at any time. But, after all, it's something refined from an outer heavenly devil. I wonder if there are any side effects. Lu Li harbored a slight apprehension about this matter. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Lu Li frowned, pondering. Why is the surrounding spiritual energy acting up? Has the Immortal Alliance attacked? Outside, at this very moment, a colossal surge of power plunged straight down from the sky. Perhaps this was the reason for the sudden violent tremor.
Bai Jinfeng, happily frolicking with several beauties, was also thrown into a panic by it. Damn it! Is this trying to take my life? He hastily ran to the window to see what was happening, only to witness that horrifying scene. Bai Jinfeng stammered. That's a Tao artifact. A Tao artifact has appeared. A Tao artifact, a legendary spirit treasure, contains the great Tao laws, possesses immense power, and can even suppress the fate of an entire sect. Today, the immortal and demonic paths each possess only 2 Tao artifacts. One is the Heavenly Emperor Ruyi, held by the Tao Alliance Master, Peerless Beauty, and the other is the Brahma Salvation Treasure Boat, enshrined in the Grand Hall of Heroes at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Not even the 10 great sects have ever obtained one. This immense source of Tao artifact power made all living beings tremble in fear. At this moment, everyone in the demonic path had gathered to hear True Monarch Honglu announce a matter of utmost importance.
A Tao artifact has appeared.
The 10 great demonic sects have reached an agreement to divide the fallen Immortal Valley into 10 zones.
Each demonic sect will search within its designated area.
The sect masters have also issued orders. The Daso artifact must be found before the immortal path gets a step ahead. Lu Li, standing nearby, hastily spoke up to ask, True Monarch, for a Tao artifact to appear so suddenly, could it be a trap set by the Immortal Alliance? True Monarch Honglu slowly replied, Most likely not. A single Tao artifact is far more important than 100,000 Foundation Establishment geniuses. The Immortal Alliance probably wouldn't invest such a massive capital.
True Monarch Honglu quickly turned around and loudly ordered Lu Li and Bai Jinfeng. Lu Li, the area our Nether Ghost sect will search is the southeastern zone of Fallen Immortal Valley. This time, you will lead a team out of the city to search for the Tao artifact. Also, Bai Jinfeng, take 3 people and follow behind, ready to provide support at any moment.
Depart immediately, the 2 brothers loudly replied. Your command is obeyed.
Everyone below excitedly clamored, "I volunteer myself to join Leader Lu's expedition. I also want to join Leader Lu's team." "Me too," Lu Li said gratefully. "Then many thanks to the three of you." But the fact that these three individuals eagerly volunteered like this immediately raised a hint of suspicion in Lu Li's heart. Strange, such a dangerous task and they're fighting to go, even competing to join my team? These three definitely have an agenda. The three of them, along with Lu Li, quickly set off to search for the Tao artifact, as true monarch Honglu had instructed. Lu Li was extremely wary of these three, so he let them walk ahead of him. One of the three suddenly turned back, looking at Lu Li. "I say, Leader Lu, we are all fellow disciples and senior/junior brothers. Why make the atmosphere so awkward?" Ill of the DAC. "It's almost as if everyone has ill intentions. Can't we just chat a little? We won't find the Tao artifact that quickly anyway." Lu Li hastily fabricated some excuse to avoid the topic. No, I'm just getting on in years, my legs aren't as spry as they used to be." The only girl among them then spoke up, suggesting, "Leader Luha, we've walked quite a distance. How about we go up ahead to rest and recover some of our spiritual power?" Luha, of course, was not going to go with them. He calmly replied, "You all go ahead first. I'll check the surroundings a bit more." The three others, hearing this, then went ahead. However, in their minds, they were all pondering something. "This task is exhausting me to death." The three of them sighed tiredly. From a distance, Lu Li observed the trio, musing. Yet, a grand clash of Dao energy, sparking a monumental struggle between the righteous and demonic paths, shouldn't feel this serenely tranquil, should it? Just as Lu Li pondered this cosmic anomaly, the system's familiar chime rang out. System notification. Your 24 heavenly demonic swords have absorbed the 7 emotions of joy, hatred, and desire. This peculiar announcement sparked a question in our protagonist. Lu Li frowned, a single thought echoing. Just then, the system, clearly on a roll, unleashed a barrage of notifications with every single step Lu Li took. System notification. Your 24 heavenly demonic swords have absorbed the 7 emotions of wrath and malice. System notification. Your 24 heavenly demonic swords have absorbed the 7 emotions of joy, hatred, desire. Your 24 heavenly demonic swords have absorbed the 7 emotions of wrath and malice. Lu Li pondered, simply. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Jiancheng, Feng Yinli, and a host of other, righteous, cultivators from the immortal path, were already meticulously ambushing Lu Li from a distance. Feng Yinli, watching Lu Li meticulously not fall into their trap, fumed. "Blast it! What is this accursed carp doing, dawdling outside our grand killing array? Just get in already! I'm about to spontaneously combust from impatience." Then, to her utter horror, Lu Li suddenly turned and sprinted away. What? He ran? He's running? Their patience, already threadbare, snapped. No longer waiting, they charged forward, unleashing their attacks directly. "Don't let him escape!" The rest of the ambush party screamed, giving chase. Lu Li, now loudly taunting, "Hey Carp, stop right there for me!" internally fumed. Just then, Bai Jinfei and his allies arrived, perfectly timed to react. "Junior brother Lu, we've come to lend a hand." Meanwhile, Ling Jiancheng frantically coordinated his own forces, intent on dealing with Lu Li's situation. "Senior brother Ye, a quick moment of your esteemed time to block those 4 should suffice." Senior brother Ye, ever so confident, quickly affirmed, "Consider it done," and, with that, he unleashed his signature technique. A flurry of colossal spirit cranes soared forth from Senior brother Ye's hand, specifically targeting Bai Jinfei, seemingly to inconvenience him. Bai Jinfei, upon seeing the avian onslaught, bellowed, "These are Dao soldiers!" Meanwhile, Lu Li, still making a swift getaway, glanced back, recognizing the source. Ling Jiancheng, hot on Lu Li's heels, shrieked, "Lu Li, don't you dare leave!" Lu Li, however, merely frowned, offering a dismissive glance over his shoulder. He then swiftly activated the spirit treasure previously gifted by the renowned Gi Mo Zhenren, manifesting a rather extravagant protective shield around himself. Ling Jiancheng's power was, indeed, formidable. Even Lu Li, no slouch himself, was momentarily pushed back by her initial strike. Her subsequent barrage, assaulting Lu Li from all 4 directions, was, however, completely shattered by our protagonist. Though he had successfully parried Ling Jiancheng's ultimate technique, he still sustained a minor injury, which, to his utter astonishment, stung. Meanwhile, from above, Feng Yinli unleashed a ring of spiritual energy, strikingly reminiscent of Sun Wukong's famed golden fillet, aiming to restrain Lu Li Carp. "Don't you dare run! Watch as I claim your life!" she shrieked. And indeed, the more Lu Li struggled, the tighter the wretched thing squeezed. However, for a prodigy of Lu Li's caliber, this was less of a predicament and more of a minor inconvenience. He effortlessly slipped free from Feng Yinli's inescapable ring and continued his leisurely escape. Feng Yinli, quite understandably, looked utterly baffled by his rapid disappearance. Undeterred, she pulled out her second spirit treasure, declaring, "Such wondrous movement techniques, but you'll never escape my five-finger mountain." Feng Yinli then immediately began chanting an intricate spell, unlocking her spiritual energy. Bind movement, seal wind, seal spirit, freeze frost, heavy earth, 3 mountains and 5 peaks spirit, suppressing seal, activate array, she chanted. A flurry of grand, powerful-sounding incantations. Lu Li, meanwhile, remained utterly dedicated to the single, all-important task of running away. Lu Li, in a rare moment of introspection, actually acknowledged Feng Yinli's capabilities. He mused. Then, as if on cue, a young, earnest monk popped into existence right in front of him. "Amitabha," the monk intoned serenely. "Donor Lu, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back, and you shall find the shore." And with that, Lu Li was, quite officially, trapped within their painstakingly constructed snare. Lu Li, upon finding himself perfectly caught in their trap, merely curled his lips into a knowing, utterly shameless smile, he thought. Just then, Ling Jiancheng arrived, perfectly timed for her dramatic entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her attack directly at Lu Li. A colossal, razor-sharp arrow-shaped projectile materialized, hurtling straight towards Lu Li's position within the trap. Ling Jiancheng roared, her voice laced with pure, unadulterated hatred for Lu Li. "Die!" Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, its destructive force so immense it quite literally dented the very fabric of the earth. The young monk, witnessing this spectacle of devastation, pressed his palms together, calmly intoning, "Amitabha." However, the scene that unfolded next was what truly, genuinely horrified the little monk. His lips barely moved as he whispered, "Be Buddha." Even Ling Jiancheng and Feng Yinli found the sight utterly, impossibly miraculous. They simply could not, would not, believe the utter absurdity unfolding before their very eyes. How is this even possible, senior sister Ling? Lu Li, having emerged completely unscathed from Ling Jiancheng's ultimate move, simply sat there, radiating audacious arrogance. He then coolly drawled, "Hitting people with such pathetic strength? Didn't you bother eating your breakfast today?" This time, it was unmistakably Lu Li's turn to make a move. "Vajra! 8 destructions! Ascend!" With a flourish, a thunderous, earth-shattering punch was prepared for immediate deployment. Boom! The young monk's painstakingly crafted, inescapable array shattered instantly, dissolving into dust under the sheer, unbridled force of the Vajra 8 destructions. The young monk, utterly flabbergasted, found his legs no longer capable of supporting his suddenly enlightened body. He tumbled backwards, gasping, My Buddha! A 4th-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator manifesting a Vajra Dharma aspect?" The young monk then pointed a trembling finger directly at Lu Li. How do you know my Buddhist sect's Vajra art?" he stammered, "and even manifest a Vajra Dharma aspect?" Lu Li, with a shrug, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, that little Dharma aspect? Is it really that difficult?" Just then, having served its comedic purpose, the Vajra 8 destructions technique casually dissipated. He then flashed a truly infuriating, mocking grin. "No way! No way! You, a Buddhist genius, have cultivated at the Great Thunder Sound Temple for all these years, and you still haven't managed to master it? Do you perhaps require some tutoring from me?" The young monk, assaulted by such blatant spiritual arrogance, completely lost what little composure he had left. "You!" Ling Jiancheng, fuming in the background, loudly interjected, glaring at Lu Li. "Lu Li, don't you dare be so arrogant!" Ling Jiancheng shrieked. Lu Li, with a disdainful flick of his head, glared back, his voice dripping with ice. "HMPH, my arrogance is precisely none of your damn business, lady. Furthermore, I was conversing with the young monk here. Why are you interjecting? Is having sizable assets so impressive that it grants you the right to interrupt?" Ling Jiancheng, utterly mortified, quickly covered her face, which promptly flushed several shades of crimson. Blushing furiously from embarrassment, which quickly curdled into rage, she shrieked, "You utterly depraved, lustful brute!" Lu Li then, with an almost imperceptible flick of his eyes, glanced pointedly at Feng Yinli. His voice, though deceptively soft, carried the weight of 1,000 cosmic threats. "And you, little girl, you were just proclaiming your intent to take my life, weren't you? Well, come on over then. Let's see it." Feng Yinli, having just witnessed the preceding chaos, found every last shred of her courage evaporating. Her eyes immediately welled up, and she began to sob uncontrollably from sheer terror. Hick! Just then, as if on cue, an enormous spirit crane suddenly swooped in from nowhere. But if Ling Jiancheng's ultimate technique was utterly inconsequential, then this, supposedly, fierce spirit crane was, to Lu Li,
Nothing more than a particularly annoying mosquito. With a single, casual flick of his hand, Lu Li effortlessly dispatched it to the spirit world beyond.
And the owner of this now extinct avian companion? None other than the earlier mentioned Ye Qing.
Ye Qing, ever the strategic one, loudly declared, "Junior sister Ling, cease wasting your breath on this reprobate. Let us engage him together." Ling Jiancheng, relieved, quickly responded, "Senior brother Ye, your timing is impeccable." Just then, as if pulled by an invisible string of fate, Bai Jinfei also arrived, perfectly timed to rescue Lu Li once more. "I'm here to help, junior brother Lu." Seeing Bai Jinfei, Lu Li quickly asked, "Senior brother Bai, it's good you're unharmed. But did you see those 3 from my squad earlier?" He continued in a low voice.
"Those 3. They were spies.
On the way here, they were the ones trying to lure me into the Immortal Dao's trap." Bai Jinfei was utterly astonished upon hearing this.
What?
But one thing had been bothering Lu Li this entire time. He thought to himself, "You clearly only brought a few people, so why is there such an immense power of 7 emotions here?" Lu Li silently stared straight at Ling Jiancheng. At this very moment, within the Central Dao Alliance, a young woman lay leisurely on her bed, observing Lu Li's predicament through a specially crafted spatial projection. She was none other than the illustrious Alliance Master of the Dao Alliance. Savoring a sweet fruit, she remarked with unhurried grace, "A Dao core with 3 flowers gathering at the peak. Rather amusing." Meanwhile, on Flying Immortal Mountain, the revered Pavilion Master and a young boy were also meticulously tracking the unfolding drama around Lu Li. One thing puzzled him. Strange. Very strange. Why does this young man possess the aura of a golden crow orb? At the Great Thunderclap Temple, the Buddha himself and a wise monk were also intently observing Lu Li's struggle.
Sharing the Pavilion Master's bewilderment, the monk voiced his own concern. "Amitabha, why does this demonic disciple exude such pure Buddhist Dharma energy?" Back with Lu Li, he was pouring all his spirit energy into preparing for a truly spectacular showdown. "No matter what, with this power of 7 emotions on my side, I might actually stand a chance." Lu Li, ever the picture of detached coolness, said to Bai Jinfei in a low voice, "Senior brother, just step aside. You can enjoy the show." Hearing these words, Bai Jinfei couldn't help but feel bewildered, asking hurriedly, "HMPH, junior brother, do you intend to fight all 4 of Ling Jiancheng's group by yourself?" Lu Li said not a word, directly charging into battle against the 4. From behind, Bai Jinfei anxiously reminded him, "Junior brother, be careful of Ye Qing, the leader of the Immortal Crane Sect. Although we only exchanged a few blows earlier, his magic power might be comparable to an 8-layer realm expert." Lu Li subtly glanced back at Bai Jinfei, flashing a truly sinister smile. "Relax, senior brother." Bai Jinfei quickly noticed something profoundly amiss with Lu Li.
This aura. It's heavenly demonic qi refined by a heavenly demon. This substance can devour one's mind. "Junior brother, are you actually playing with fire on this scale?" Lu Li merely looked at the heavenly demonic refined sword in his hand, and Owen smiled. "I control it. It doesn't control me."
From the other side, Ye Qing arrogantly spoke up.
"Done exchanging your last words, have we? A fool who doesn't know his own limits dares to court death. Very well, I shall grant you your wish." Lu Li decisively pointed his sword towards them, and said coldly, "You talk too much. When your mother birthed you, did she specifically grant you an extra mouth or something? Now prepare to die." Without another word, Lu unleashed a mighty sword strike directly at them. Ye Qing's smile promptly withered when he saw Lu Li's attack. Frowning, he gasped, "The heavenly demonic 23 swords, instantaneous sword art!" Ye Qing swiftly drew his own yin-yang sword, just barely managing to block Lu Li's strike in time.
The righteous and demonic forces clashed. 2 opposing currents of power, both carrying immense destructive potential.
The moment the 2 swords collided was also the moment a significant chunk of the forest simply ceased to exist. The young monk from Ling Jiancheng's side simultaneously moved to attack Lu Li from behind. "Amitabha! Allow this humble monk to test his strength against benefactor Lu." The young monk unleashed a powerful punch named Vajra Protector towards Lu Li. But alas, against Lu Li, it was utterly meaningless. Lu Li casually blocked the young monk's punch with a single hand. He then uttered a dismissive, icy taunt.
"No wonder you were so surprised earlier.
You've cultivated for so long, and yet you've only managed to train 1 arm?" This instantly made the young monk so furious he nearly spat blood on the spot.
"You!" Seeing Lu Li focused on the young monk, Ling Jiancheng decided to seize the opportunity to take him down. "Yin Li, let's coordinate our attack." From the side, Feng Yin Li decisively replied, "Understood." But their calculations had long since been detected by Lu Li.
He coldly unleashed a sword strike, saying with an icy tone, Do you enjoy sticking your nose into everything that much? This caught Ling Jiancheng and Fang Yinli completely by surprise, leaving them no time to defend themselves. A single sword strike from Lu Lai was enough to sweep away half of the entire forest. Lu Li turned back to the young monk, smiling. Young monk, perhaps I should teach you a little something? A Vajra Dharma body is used like this. A decisive punch was then launched by Lu Li towards the young monk. Lu Lai held the young monk's arm tightly, allowing the Vajra Dharma body to thoroughly pummel the young monk, delivering punch after punch. Lu Li, observing from the side, flashed a satisfied smile. How utterly savage! Truly, truly savage! But I absolutely love it! After this torture session by the Vajra Dharma body, the young monk's face was practically disfigured, covered in numerous bruises. From above, Ye Qing brandished his sword and leaped towards Lu Li, intending to strike him down. Release, fellow Taoist Kong Tuong! Lu Lai let out a chilling, terrifying laugh, a smile brimming with pure demonic intent. He said coldly, You want him? Very well, I'll return him to you. Then he directly punched the young monk, sending him hurtling toward Ye Qing. Ye Qing hurriedly caught the young monk. The very next second, the Vajra Dharma body delivered a direct punch to Ye Qing. The Vajra Dharma body's relentless assault, apparently still unsatisfied, immediately knocked Ye Qing down, sending him skittering backward. Lu Lai merely let out a soft sneer. The 10 heavenly talents of the Immortal Dao are nothing more than this. Witnessing this scene, Ling Jiancheng and Fang Yinli cried out in alarm. Senior brother Ye! Fang Yinli hurriedly spoke up. Sister Ling, this isn't right. Not only did his cultivation suddenly surge, but his spiritual energy seems endless. This is too bizarre. This only fueled Ling Jiancheng's hatred for Lu Li. Damn him! Ye Qing, still in pain, struggled to his feet and said, Junior Sister Ling, fellow Taoist Kong Tuong is injured, and our advantage is lost. We cannot stay here any longer. But with Lu Lai here, how could they possibly escape so easily? He sped towards them, wearing a grim reaper's smile. None of you are getting away! HMPH! Ling Jiancheng quickly deployed her next ultimate move. A massive barrier of earth and stone, conjured to block Lu Li's attack. Seeing this, Lu Lai couldn't help but frown in annoyance. As the dust and smoke cleared, it was revealed that Ling Jiancheng and her 3 companions had, in fact, escaped, leaving behind only a vast expanse of land that had disappeared from her recent technique. Lu Lai, thoroughly unimpressed, merely clicked his tongue. Meanwhile, Ling Jiancheng and her 3 companions were currently sprinting for their lives. As she ran, Ling Jiancheng felt a restless dread in her heart. The 4 of us attacked together, yet not only were we forced to retreat, but we couldn't even injure him. What kind of monster is this Lu Li? Fellow Taoists of the Immortal Dao! A voice suddenly rang out, blocking their path. That person was none other than Lu Li's personal nemesis, Yang Zhu. He unhurriedly suggested. Since you've come all this way, why not be guests at my grand demonic sect for a few days? And it wasn't just Yang Zhu. From behind him, Nangong Long was also drawing his sword and approaching. Ling Jiancheng frowned, thinking, This isn't good. We've been ambushed. Nangong Long laughed heartily. Ha ha! Ling Jiancheng, your spiritual energy is exhausted, and you're heavily injured. You won't be leaving today. Just stay here obediently and become one of my concubines. Without another word, Nangong Long drew his sword. Ling Jiancheng was instantly surrounded from all sides. She was extremely worried. Oh no! This is it! Suddenly, Lu Lai, of all people, somehow caught up to them. He quickly unleashed the great mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo all Buddhas, honored one Amitabha technique towards Nangong Long and Yang Zhu. This utterly astonished Ling Jiancheng. She hadn't expected Lu Li to actually come to her rescue. With another move he bellowed, Prajna Paramita Hong! Lu Li always did make the most dramatic and impressive entrances. Nangong Long and Yang Zhu, their plans thwarted by Lu Li, angrily retorted. Lu Li, what is the meaning of this? He immediately accused Lu Li of saving someone from the Immortal Dao. Could it be that you're an Immortal Dao spy? That you betrayed the demonic path long ago? Do you even know what you're doing? Right now, with the Immortal Demonic War, how can you disregard the bigger picture? Even if you're not a spy, you still deserve 1,000 cuts. Lu Lai, upon hearing this sermon from the 2 of them, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hehe? The big picture, you say? You still want to suppress me with the greater good? Have you perhaps failed to grasp the current big picture? Because right now, I am the big picture. Still want to report me to your superiors for punishment? Let's talk about that once we've reached Zuxian City, shall we? Lu Lai offered a ghastly smile. Nangong Long and Yang Zhu, witnessing the sheer power radiating from Lu Lai, were understandably quite rattled. Behind him, Bai Jinfei softly advised, Junior brother Lu Li, provoking more enmity right now might not be ideal. Perhaps we should subdue Ling Jiancheng's group first? then figure things out?
Lu Li, looking utterly baffled, just grunted, huh?
Then, he slowly turned his head, a death god's gaze, thick, with lethal intent, settling upon Jin Fei. He spoke coldly. Senior brother, do you imply that I fear them?
Bai Jin Fei, despite being counted among Lu Li's closest acquaintances,
Found himself utterly unnerved by his junior's expression, his voice stammering. Actually, no, junior brother, but are you truly unafraid of the heavenly demon's influence? I feel. Your current state is a little off. Lu Li responded with a sinister, thoroughly demonic smile. He stated icily. Have I not already told you? I control it. It doesn't control me. Lu Li sat in meditation, cultivating his demonic sword arts, surrounded by incessant, whispering voices. His sword glowed ominously, skull-shaped evil energies swirling around him. Lu Li keenly felt the heavenly demon's sword slowly slipping from his grasp, actively luring the heavenly demon in. At this moment, crimson eyes pulsed, attempting to shatter the surrounding barrier, while massive demonic insects swarmed towards the sanctuary of 4 revered, godlike cultivators. A voice echoed once more, warning. System alert. The heavenly demon is plotting to control the host's consciousness. Sure enough, Lu Li was steadily losing his awareness, his eyes bloodshot, his movement shrouded by thick black smoke. The yellow-robed man standing outside remarked.
This brat's appearance is truly bizarre.
We absolutely must trick him first, then we can plan our next move. The green-robed, gray-haired man laughed, saying, Lu Li, let's put aside the personal grievances between us for now. Later, I will definitely bring grand gifts to apologize to you. The most important thing now is to capture Ling Jianchang's 4 people and escort them back to Zuxian City. Lu Li laughed wildly. Hey, is that so? Then, he swung his sword. What if I refuse? Both swordsmen panicked, seized by terror. Oh heavens! That sword energy is too powerful. There's no way to block it. Quickly, dodge! But could they dodge, even if they ascended to the very heavens? Both were struck by the sword blade, blood spurting everywhere. Luckily, it only hit the green-robed man directly in the face.
He tremblingly touched the wound on his cheek.
My face. At this moment, he went utterly berserk from being slashed across the face. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Once, then twice, then thrice. Lu Li, it's you! You forced my hand! Immediately, he channeled his cultivation, activating the 9 profound, demonic slaughter. His eyes blazed purple, out of control, as he summoned a grotesque demon. Following this display, a young woman, purple from head to toe in clothes and hair, stood outside, witnessing the entire chaotic spectacle. But she didn't waste much time pondering the outsiders' motives. The young woman quickly glanced towards her comrades and considered, No, the most crucial thing right now is to ensure their retreat. HMPH. Just as the purple-clad woman prepared to unleash her technique, dozens of vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around her. The young woman couldn't help but be startled. What is this? At this moment, the vines had already tightly coiled around her. The young woman silently calculated in her mind. A talisman with a human figure appeared in her hand, beginning to glow. She commanded the talisman to activate. Her comrades were astonished. This is a teleportation talisman? A beautiful, pink-haired, blue-robed young woman tried to call out to the purple-clad young woman. Sister Ling, please don't. But the purple-clad young woman remained resolute, ensuring everyone was safely transported to another location, while she herself stayed behind. The golden light of the talisman quickly transported everyone to another place. The yellow-robed man jumped out from behind, sneering. Can't even leave herself, but still has to send them away. How truly moving. The young woman was startled. The yellow-robed man pinned the purple-clad young woman to the ground and teased, You should obediently come back with us and star in a real record of a female sword immortal's humiliation drama. Ha ha! Lu Li furiously roared, intending to rush over and stop him. Trying to steal my prey? Unexpectedly, the green-robed man's summoned demon was also very nimble, immediately chaining Lu Li's hands. Lu Li was extremely surprised. The other guy started to feel smug. Heh. With my dark slaughter demonic god binding you, Lu Li, just stay put obediently. After we're done playing with her, we'll slowly deal with you. Lu Li was furious. It won't take long to break these flimsy chains, while simultaneously creating a counterattack technique. I told you not to touch my prey. Afterwards, he chopped off the green-robed man's demon's head. Lu Li's technique was truly too powerful. Lu Li controlled his technique very well. A single clenched fist withdrew the technique. Is that all there is? That guy still tried to fight Lu Li to the bitter end. He angrily swung his saber,
Stop looking down on others. Go to the underworld and atone for your sins. Whoosh! He cleaved Lu Li in two with a single sword strike. Who would have thought Lu Li's body would automatically reattach itself? Lu Li unleashed a technique and said, "Too bad that little monk couldn't see how the great Amitabha palm should be used." Saying this, a golden hand manifested to attack the green-robed man. The golden hand slammed the man into the ground, making him groan aloud. A giant handprint was still imprinted on the ground. Lu Li landed, dust and smoke swirling around him. Senior brother Bai worried. "Oh my heavens! Junior brother, what are you doing?" The yellow-robed man, who had just been making lewd comments, even though he was scared out of his wits, still spoke up. "That brat Lu Li, how dare you kill Nan Konglong right in front of everyone?" Suddenly, the evil spiritual energy abruptly vanished from Lu Li's body. Lu Li stopped, evil gone, not understanding what had just happened, like someone with amnesia. HMPH? What happened? Flashback to 10 minutes earlier. 4 people within Lu Li's mind received a notification. System alert. A large amount of heavenly demon energy has invaded. Host's consciousness is compromised. To prevent the heavenly demon from completely overtaking the host, this system has decided to assist in suppressing it. A demonic insect was eyeing Lu Li, preparing to attack, was instantly swatted aside by Lu Li with a single, dismissive hand. He grabbed its demonic head, then casually clenched his fist, obliterating the entire magical insect. Blood splattered in every direction, a true masterpiece of gore. Yet, hundreds of thousands more demonic insects simply kept swarming forward, unfazed. Lu Li, meanwhile, simply stood his ground, channeling his cultivation. One by one, they met their splattery end. Another punch, another explosion. Soon, an entire swarm was just obliterated. The corpses of these demonic creatures piled up into a truly impressive mound of organic waste. Lu Li's entire being crackled with powerful, utterly electrifying lightning bolts. Meanwhile, the floor was liberally decorated with the freshly deceased remains of demonic insects. Lu Li, naturally, stood triumphantly atop this grisly, insectoid monument. Below, the 4 esteemed cultivators were providing full support, mostly by standing back and looking impressed. Lu Li then pointed a finger at the heavenly demon 24 swords. "You," he commanded, "refine all of this for me." The swords replied, "Understood." Suddenly, a pair of colossal, blood-red eyes stared down at Lu Li. "Scram!" a voice boomed, full of potent indignation. And just like that, the entire demonic space snapped shut. A split second later, Lu Li was back to his usual, dangerously normal self. "Did I really just enter a cultivation deviation and accidentally beat Nangonglong to death?" Lu Li mused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he turned to the man in yellow. "Such good fortune actually exists in this world? Oh, by the way," Lu Li continued, "if I told you I was just practicing my heavenly demon 23 swords, and a heavenly demon accidentally possessed me, which then accidentally killed him, would you believe me?" The other cultivator, still visibly traumatized, stammered, I believe you. But what in the cultivation hell? Just please stay far away from me." Lu Li sighed dramatically. HMPH. In this day and age, nobody believes a genuine, heartfelt confession. His playful demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of chilling indifference. He then asked, "So what's it gonna be? Still planning to rob me blind, perhaps?" The other guy wasn't insane. He immediately turned tail and fled, leaving a trail of pure terror in his wake. A voice cried out, "Lu Li, you have committed a grave sin. Prepare to face the wrath of the 10 great demonic sects." Lu Li just scoffed. "What? No wonder your name is Yang Shu. What a fitting description. Such weakness is truly a disgrace." "Well then, esteemed Taoist friend, it seems it's just the 2 of us now." Lu Li then turned to Miss Ling, ever the smooth operator. "So, my lady, are you perhaps free for some light reading back at my place?" Before the pink-haired girl could even finish yelling, "Senior Sister Ling!" Quote, all 3 had suddenly teleported to a different location. The pink-haired girl stared blankly. "This place. This is the Immortal Alliance Taoist Temple," Senior Brother Yi explained. "This is a spatial transfer array, condensed by Junior Sister Ling, using every last drop of her cultivation." "What?" roared the man in brown, absolutely furious. "Damn it! Not only did we suffer a crushing defeat, but Junior Sister Ling has now fallen into the hands of the Demonic Sect. How am I supposed to explain this?" Meanwhile, Miss Ling's actual junior sister was deep in thought. "No, this won't do. I must save Senior Sister Ling." The girl, gathering her last reserves of spiritual power, shrieked, "Swan Tian Righteous Art! Starshift Transference! Senior brother Yi rushed to stop her. Wait, junior sister, the price for this ultimate technique of yours. Could it possibly be? Before he could finish, a blinding emerald green light erupted with the force of a supernova, transporting Miss Ling to a safe place, right beside young Master Yi. Lu Lai, quite surprised, commented, "Oh? So she just swapped places with herself?" The two remaining individuals simply stared at each other, utterly bewildered. The pink-haired girl, now rather terrified, meekly waved a hand. "Hello, Lu Lai." Meanwhile, back at the main headquarters, a venerable immortal master was pacing frantically. "Oh heavens! What in the cultivation realms are we to do now?" Suddenly, a mystical divine mirror shimmered to life. The immortal master instantly bowed in obeisance to the Davo Alliance leader. The ethereal woman on the mirror asked, "What is the meaning of this commotion?" The immortal master, practically trembling, quickly reported, "Alliance leader, Lu Lai has failed to eliminate the demonic threat. The morale of our immortal alliance has suffered a grievous blow. This old servant is utterly ashamed before our esteemed Taoist and Buddhist allies. I beg for your punishment." The alliance leader, however, merely spoke, "No, on the contrary, you've done rather splendidly." "What? Pooh!" the immortal master gasped. Still hoping for your guidance?" The alliance leader, who was lounging regally, with one leg casually propped on the armrest, added, "An arrogant army is doomed to defeat, but one Lu Li, capable of igniting the fighting spirit of 10,000 cultivators in the entire immortal Tao, making them burn with a singular resolve. Isn't that simply magnificent?" The immortal master's mind was instantly, dramatically enlightened. "This old man understands," he exclaimed. "This little Lu Lai has now become the Immortal Alliance's ultimate public enemy. Countless Taoist geniuses will now eagerly rise to slay this common foe, unleashing their latent potential in a furious burst of progress." "But what about Fang Yinli?" the alliance leader replied. "Fang Yinli is a young maiden who cultivates the Xuan Tian art of the Xuan Tian sect. Due to her mother's passing, she suffered a cultivation deviation, and her intellect regressed to that of a mere 9-year-old child." "Is that so?" the immortal master exclaimed. "Precisely," he confirmed. "I wonder, alliance leader, if you could make a grand appearance and pressure the demonic sect into graciously returning Fang Yinli." The Tao alliance leader pondered this request for a long, agonizing moment, then finally spoke. "You needn't worry. That Fang Yinli is a chosen one with a special destiny. She'll be perfectly fine." With that, he promptly laid back down and casually added, "All right, I'm quite tired now. Report any truly groundbreaking news to me, all right?" He then proceeded to fall instantly asleep, completely oblivious to the immortal master, who hadn't even finished his explanation. The divine mirror, apparently having had enough, promptly disconnected. The Tao master was utterly flabbergasted. Is that truly all?" However, these words left the immortal Taoist wondering how he was supposed to casually run into that individual when he inevitably asked, "Old heavenly master, please divine my glorious future." The old master would simply pinch his fingers, consult the heavens, and declare, "You, young man, are a chosen one. Your destiny is as clear as day." Then he'd demand 2 spirit stones, no bargaining. "Thanks for stopping by, Coot," the immortal master inwardly mused, "but I highly doubt these generic platitudes will fool anyone who actually knows anything." The immortal master, now utterly bewildered, fretted, "Disrespectful, utterly disrespectful. Since these are the revered words of the alliance leader, then of course they must hold some profound hidden meaning. But how am I supposed to explain this grand philosophy to Ling Jianchang and his cohorts? I simply must feign an urgent appointment to avoid them." Just then, Miss Ling's voice cut through the air. "Heavenly Sword Elder," making him nearly leap out of his robes. Miss Ling, with unwavering resolve, declared, "This time, I led the expedition to utter failure. My crimes are too great to speak of. I beg the elder to let this disciple atone by taking my place, in exchange for Fang Yinli." Her master gently replied, "My child, I know you are distressed, but you must not act rashly. The Tao Alliance leader has already divined a hexagram for Fang Yinli. Chosen ones, you see, have their own peculiar heavenly destinies. Although Fang Yinli has fallen into the demonic sect's clutches, she may just turn this misfortune into a blessing, and stumble upon an even greater fortuitous encounter." Miss Ling, overjoyed, cried, "Truly, master?" Her master, however, looked rather awkward at this point, and then stammered, "Oh, of course. Would this venerable old man ever dare to deceive innocent young disciples such as yourselves?" Ling Ling, utterly thrilled, declared, "That's wonderful then." Outwardly she was relieved, but inwardly, a tiny seed of worry still lingered. At this moment, Ling Ling's eyes gazed intently into the distant horizon. Cut 2. Fang Yinli, currently draped unceremoniously over Lu Li's shoulder.
Fang Yinli shrieked, "Let me go! Where are you taking me?" Lu Li merely smirked. "Where to? Didn't you want to drain my blood? Well, consider this your golden opportunity." Lu Li's grin turned utterly sinister, while poor Fang Yinli's eyes welled up with tears. Thus, Lu Li and Bai Jinfei made their grand return, heralded by the enthusiastic, if slightly terrifying, cheers of the underworld ghost sect. Senior disciple Lu Lai, the esteemed leader of our Yin Ming ghost sect, is said to be invincible, single-handedly suppressing the 10 Tao Immortals, and has forcefully captured Fang Yinli. His divine power is peerless, unrivaled in all the realms. Meanwhile, Fang Yinli just kept demanding her release, as several onlookers began to murmur. Aren't those Foundation establishment cultivators from the Yin Ming ghost sect completely unhinged? Overpowering the 10 Tao Immortals? Another scoffed. What a grotesque exaggeration, even Golden Core cultivators struggle with that. Yet he, a mere 4th-level Foundation establishment cultivator, could possibly achieve it? Seeing their disbelief, Bai Jinfei retorted, "You don't believe it? Then go ask senior disciple Yang Shu of the Taimo sect." The mentioned Yang Shu, caught completely off guard, instantly looked away. Lu Lai then chirped, "Oh, so senior disciple Yang decided to tag along with us? Why are you keeping your distance? Don't be such a stranger." Yang Shu seethed, "You absolute madman, get away from me." Fang Yinli, seizing the moment, echoed, "You stinky Lu Li. If you're so mighty, then release me right now." Lu Lai coolly replied, "Stop wriggling. All your cultivation power is sealed by me. What more could you possibly do?" With that, Lu Lai actually released her, adding, "If you don't believe me, feel free to run." Fang Yinli was utterly dumbfounded. The moment she was released, she was immediately swarmed by a pack of leering men, who began to mock her. "Isn't that Fang Yinli, one of the famed 10 Tao Immortals?" Another sneered, "Let this elder see if you've truly blossomed." A third added, "This girl has potential." Surrounded by this despicable horde, Fang Yinli, terrified, immediately scurried to hide behind Lu Li. An old man even brazenly offered, "Lu Lai, I'll pay you 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones if I can borrow her for a single night of enjoyment." Fang Yinli became even more terrified, utterly repulsed, and on the verge of tears. Suddenly, that old man received a resounding slap that sent him flying straight into the wall, causing bricks to shatter and dust to erupt in a blinding cloud. Lu Lai then declared, "Trash, like, you actually think you can claim my prize? If you actually have the guts, then go capture one of the 10 Tao Immortals yourself." Seeing this display, Fang Yinli's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed with a strange mix of fear and admiration. Honglu Zhenjun stepped out, cheerfully greeting them. "Lu Lai, you've returned. Everything all right?" Lu Lai replied, "By Lady Honglu's blessings, it was startling, but not truly dangerous." Lu Lai then happily gestured towards Fang Yinli, "And I even managed to catch one." Honglu Zhenjun gasped in surprise. "Is that Fang Yinli from the Xuantian sect?" Fang Yinli, perhaps channeling some belated courage, defiantly screamed, I'm not afraid to die. If you're so formidable, then just kill me now." Honglu Zhenjun pondered for a moment, then, to Fang Yinli's absolute horror, gently stroked her cheek. Honglu removed a jade pendant from Fang Yinli's hair and explained, "This is a cloud ring, a communication device of the Immortal Alliance. It transmits images and sounds from tens of thousands of miles away, directly to the Immortal Dao sects." Lu Lai was visibly surprised. Oh, no wonder such potent power of 7 emotions was constantly being transmitted. So this thing was the beacon. No matter, this artifact can certainly be of use to me. Lu Li asked, "So, Lady Honglu, how shall we handle her?" Fang Yinli, still stuck on a loop, whined, "Stinky Lu Li, release me." Lady Honglu decided, "We'll simply lock her in the dungeon and await the Xuantian sect's ransom." She suffered key deviation while cultivating their secret technique. Now her intellect is akin to a 9-year-old's. Any interrogation would be pointless. Lady Honglu further elaborated, "This little girl is quite pitiful, actually. She was once a genius of the Xuantian sect. But after her mother's passing, she was overcome with grief, suffered keel deviation, became overly fond of eating, and her intelligence began to regress. Following that, her father took a stepmother, who then produced a son. From that moment on, her parents ceased to care for her." Lu Li looked at Fang Yinli, and for a fleeting moment, a spark of sympathy ignited in his heart. Then, Lu Li further comforted Fang Yinli. "Well, Fang Yinli, you are now my little golden pig. To ensure a hefty ransom, I shall feed you until you're plump and fair as a prize hog." Fang Yinli stubbornly refused, HMPH. Even if I starve to death, I won't touch your food, she declared. That's right, I shall go on a hunger strike. I will starve myself to death. I absolutely refuse to let you enact your villainous scheme. Lu Li merely chuckled. Oh, is that so? He then turned to Hong Lu Zhenjun and said, Lady Hong Lu, I require the use of that cloud ring for a moment. Lady Hong Lu instantly agreed. Certainly, if you wish. Lu Li smirked, a cunning glint in his eye. Instantly, a foul, stench-filled dungeon materialized, populated by emaciated figures resembling living corpses, with rats scurrying about unchecked. Fang Yinli was utterly terrified. You! What do you intend to do? Lu Li grinned slyly, a whip now casually coiled in his hand. Why, naturally, something. Interesting, he purred. Fang Yinli, meanwhile, had already scuttled to cower in the furthest corner of the dungeon. You! Don't come any closer! Lu Li brandished the whip menacingly. Stop struggling. Your entire cultivation power is sealed. You can't even commit suicide. And the more you scream, the more enthusiastic those outside will become. Lu Li smirked. Excellent, the effect is quite stable. That should be enough for now. According to Lady Hong Lu, all one needs to do is infuse it with cultivation power. So this was the true function of Fang Yinli's cloud livestream jade. The jade began to glow brighter as Lu Li continued to menace Fang Yinli. Then, Lu Li leaned his face into the glowing jade. Hello, can anyone see me? He even blabbered nonsense into the cloud ring. Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3. The onlookers quickly realized it was Lu Li, and that he had indeed activated the cloud ring. Lu Li even channeled some demonic energy into the cloud ring. Lu Li himself remarked, Oh, it appears to be a success. Through the now amplified cloud ring, Lu Li cheerfully greeted the passers-by. Greetings, fellow Taoists. This humble one is Lu Li, the esteemed leader of the Yinming Ghost Sect. I am currently located at Phoenix Green Road No. 1, Zhu Tian City, 10,000 Demon Valley. That's right, the official headquarters of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Today, I've managed to capture an exceptionally rare wild Tendao Immortal. She is Fang Yinli. Her age is unknown, but suffice to say, she's still prime. Currently, she's being held in a private dungeon at my Yinming Ghost Sect headquarters. Lu Li then brazenly extended a mocking finger. If any of you possess the courage, come rescue her. But I highly doubt you pitiful cowards have the guts. At this, the previously refined man finally snapped. You despicable bastard! Today I shall rip your mouth to shreds. His two sworn brothers frantically restrained him. Senior brother, remain refined. Maintain your calm. Let it go, senior brother, for our sect's dignity. Lu Li, meanwhile, burst into uproarious laughter. If he truly dares to humiliate Fang Yinli before the entire Immortal Dao, I swear I'll make him wish for death, and his corpse will never be found. Lu Li, completely oblivious, looked at Fang Yinli and said, Ah, that's right. A distinguished Tendao Immortal has deigned to grace my Yinming Ghost Sect with her presence. Yet I've been rather less than hospitable. Lu Li then tossed a bucket of something before Fang Yinli, grinning like a gleeful demon. Inside this, he announced, is a bucket of immortal rice, generously mixed with golden sand. Taoist Fang, once you've meticulously picked out all the sand, your meal shall be promptly served. Fail to do so, and, well, no food for you. Fang Yinli broke into miserable sobs. They all clamored for Lu Li's head. I will absolutely murder you, you scoundrel. Another, fuming with pity for Fang Yinli, raged, Lu Li is a monster. Making someone's daughter pick sand without using cultivation magic? That would take her an entire month. Lu Li, ever the instigator, simply provoked, Fellow Taoists, you all must be absolutely furious, yes? But I assure you, none of you can actually defeat me. I'd love a good beating, but it seems quite unlikely, doesn't it? System prompt. Your Heaven Demon 24 Swords has absorbed the wrath of 7 emotions. Excited mood detected. Cultivation efficiency has increased by 10. Lu Li chuckled. Oh, that's quite enough. He clenched the cloud ring, uttering a command to end the feed. Ha ha! With this, I'll never have to worry about a shortage of the power of 7 emotions again. Lu Li pondered. My original plan was to capture Ling Jianchang, then use Lady Hong Lu Zhenjun's influence to quietly establish myself as a righteous disciple. Convenient for future escapades, of course. But now that it's her, I'm afraid that plan will be rather difficult. Fang Yinli, meanwhile, stared at the bucket of rice mixed with sand, her heart sinking. Everything else can wait. Suddenly, Lu Li turned strangely benevolent, offering Fang Yinli a plate of delicious, fragrant fried rice. Here, eat. Fang Yinli recoiled in alarm. You! What is your angle? Is there poison in it? Lu Li calmly reassured her. Relax.
If I genuinely wanted you dead, I wouldn't bother with poison.
As I've said, you are my golden pig now. If you actually perish, how will I ever collect your ransom? Fang Yinli, still trying to resist, muttered, HMPH, I've already told you, I won't let you achieve your goals. Even if I perish here, even if my soul scatters across the cosmos, I shall not allow Li Lu to feed me this rice. Oh, spare us the theatrics. That shvektik is ancient. Musleh was already happily shoveling down the rice herself, practically purring with delight.
Her mouth a non-stop praise machine. So delicious, so delicious. Yet, in the depths of her mind, a tiny sprout of suspicion began to bloom.
One moment she was a terrifying demon, now she's feeding me? Was that entire act just an act? Li Lu smiled serenely. Delicious, isn't it? Ooh, he purred. Little did she know. His gentle inquiry was merely the prelude to his ultimate act of villainy. That'll be one top-grade spirit stone, esteemed customer. Muley's cultivation core nearly shattered from the shock.
What?
Her panic was palpable. Mostly because she was as broke as a desolate wasteland.
You're charging me for this? Li Lu replied with the innocence of a seasoned swindler. Of course. Did your esteemed Dao Ming not bother to impart the basic etiquette of pay for what you consume? He then proceeded to dramatically unfurl a meticulously itemized price list for every single bite. Behold, my officially sanctioned price list, he declared with a flourish.
And fear not, for I am a man of principles. I never rip off children or women. Muley's face drained of all color.
You open your mouth and a top-grade spirit stone falls out.
You're utterly reprehensible. Why not just go rob someone already? Li Lu nodded in full agreement. Exactly. In fact, you'll be delighted to know that I am, at this very moment, robbing you blind. Is there a problem? Li Muley could only respond with a fresh torrent of hiccuping, snot-filled tears, her cultivation path now paved with immense debt.
Having secured his ill-gotten gains, Li Lu sauntered off, leaving Muley to unleash a torrent of colorful, entirely uncultivator-like curses into the bewildered air. Meanwhile, Li Lu, ever the cunning strategist, was already plotting his next grand maneuver. Given Honglu Zhenjun's assessment, her intellect is a bit of a liability for maintaining a secret identity. It's imperative I continue playing the villainous role. And so, with a sigh of heroic self-sacrifice, Li Lu settled back down to diligently practice his demonic arts. System prompt. Congratulations, host. Your yin-yang mixed origin cultivation and demonic god art have both sensationally broken through to the 15th layer. Li Lu coolly descended from his cultivation perch, muttering to himself. This little skirmish, while somewhat arduous, did yield a few minor benefits.
My current power, if I'm not mistaken, could very well contend with a cultivator at the illustrious 5-level realm, no? Oh, and there's also this shiny new toy.
Li Lu casually flicked his wrist, and just like that, a dazzling new technique sprung into existence.
With this ultimate technique, Li Lu manifested hundreds of spectral swords, which then proceeded to orbit him like a loyal, albeit deadly, swarm of disciples, flying wherever his whim dictated. As he executed his dazzling new technique, Li Lu's mind was already racing, calculating future profits. The last Sky Demon invasion yielded enough defeated foes to refine into a small arsenal of spirit weapons. Now, with my 7 emotions, power fully matured, if I just kept absorbing and refining Sky Demons, imagine the sheer volume of spiritual armaments I could churn out. The market would be flooded. The spectral blades obediently swirled around Li Lu, even twisting and contorting into any grotesque or magnificent shape he desired. But just as quickly, Li Lu slammed the brakes on his ingenious new technique. Hold on. Sky Demons are still far too problematic. Last time, it required the system to heroically intervene and forcibly suppress them. If I get invaded by a horde of them again, it'll be an absolute nightmare to deal with. 0 stars. Do not recommend. But his moment of existential dread was fleeting. Li Lu merely chuckled.
Well, who cares? My trusty Big Brother system will protect me again, right?
System prompt. The system is currently experiencing a critical logic error and has entered speechless mode. Li Lu, oblivious to the system's internal meltdown, then proceeded to examine his freshly plundered spoils,
including the spatial rings from Feng Muley and Nangong Long.
However, Feng Muley's spatial ring proved to be a profound disappointment. Nothing but a lamentable collection of snacks, not even a single spirit stone to speak of. Nangong Long's ring, on the other hand, was a veritable treasure trove, overflowing with wealth and enough cultivation resources to start a small sect.
With such boundless wealth, Li Lu was now officially set for life. At least until his next spontaneous urge to acquire more.
Suddenly, Li Lu's discerning eye caught sight of a peculiar, jet-black stone. Isn't this one of those Commemorative stones? Why would Nangong Long, that self-important fool, carry such a thing? Could it be a hidden manual for some forbidden cultivation technique? I must investigate with the utmost, deepest scrutiny. Li Lu channeled his spiritual energy into the stone, his eyes widening in surprise. Huh? This secret cultivation ground looks oddly familiar, and a bit unconventional. It was, in fact, a vivid, high-definition recording of Nangong Long engaging in very intimate, dual cultivation with a beautiful young woman. By the heavens, this scene is exceptionally vivid. Perhaps a little too much so for my delicate eyes. Li Lu's face immediately drained of all color, turning a rather unholy shade of green. In a fit of pure, unadulterated moral outrage, he crushed the stone into a fine powder. Unbelievable! This was a private, unshareable memory. That Nangong Long truly is a depraved deviant. Recording this, the absolute nerve. To record such personal archives and carry them around like a trophy? What other unspeakable abominations might have been lurking on that stone? Suddenly, an insistent, almost frantic knocking erupted at the door. Leader Lu, Ling Guan of the Harmonious Joy Sect is here to request an audience. Li Lu, still mentally scrubbing the images from his brain, was genuinely taken aback. Huh? Who? Never heard of her, not interested. The diligent servant, however, was clearly not accustomed to such blunt dismissals. Leader Lu, this Lady Ling Guan expresses her most profound admiration for your unparalleled valor and majestic prestige. She has specially prepared an array of exceptionally generous gifts and insists on meeting you, even if it's just for a fleeting moment. Li Lu's ears, usually deaf to flattery, suddenly perked up. Exceptionally generous gifts, you say? Why would someone suddenly arrive, unannounced, bearing gifts? Is the Harmonious Joy Sect or some other dubious demonic sect now running a dual cultivation partner drive? Suddenly, Li Lu's eyes widened as a horrifying, yet strangely exhilarating, realization dawned. Ling Guan? Could it be the very same dual cultivation partner from the scandalous commemorative stone? And indeed, standing before him was a stunningly beautiful young woman, radiating an aura of dangerous allure. A woman radiating an aura of dangerous allure and undeniable hotness. Your humble servant, Ling Guan, leader of the Harmonious Joy Sect, respectfully greets the esteemed Leader Lu. Respectfully greets Leader Lu. Li Lu, already recovering his composure, beamed. Ah, Taoist Ling Guan, you truly live up to your moniker as the snow-colored beauty. It's no wonder you send thousands of demonic cultivators into a collective, soul-shattering frenzy. Please, come in, come in. Ling Guan, with the practiced grace of a seasoned seductress, glided into the room and spoke. Leader Lu, you are far too courteous, Ling Guan purred, a delicate hand tracing her cheek. Your fame, forged in a single, earth-shattering battle, is truly unparalleled across the 9 heavens. Now, female cultivators throughout the entire demonic Davio are absolutely clamoring to witness your magnificent demeanor. This humble servant's meager beauty is utterly inconsequential before you. Li Lu, practically glowing with self-satisfaction, waved a dismissive hand. Haha, now, please, settle down, Taoist Ling Guan, Li Lu chuckled, feigning modesty. You truly are a master of eloquent praise, however. What truly piques my curiosity, Taoist Ling Guan, you peerless beauty among beauties. Li Lu, with an utterly shameless, knowing smirk, leaned in. Tell me, Taoist Ling Guan, when it comes to harmonious dual cultivation, do you find yourself more inclined to be the instigator or the receiver? Ling Guan's perfectly serene expression shattered, her voice turning to ice. Li Lu, what in the 9 hells is the meaning of that utterly indecent question? Li Lu merely gazed innocently into the middle distance, as if contemplating the mysteries of the cosmos. Meaning? There was no meaning. Just a simple query. No, what do you mean? Just spit it out. I have important cultivation to attend to. Ling Guan, far from offended, merely covered her mouth with a delicate hand, her eyes sparkling. Ha, young Master Li, you truly are a most interesting character. I find myself rather developing an affinity for you. Ling Guan then, with purposeful slowness, reached out her left hand. She boldly clasped Li Lu's hand, while simultaneously, her right hand provocatively, almost brazenly, tugged down the front of her robes, revealing more than just her intentions. Her face flushed with overt desire, she purred. Then, I wonder if young Master Li has a moment, perhaps, for some intensive dual cultivation with this humble servant. Lu, with a decisive flick of his wrist, unceremoniously tossed her hand aside, flatly rejecting her brazen advances. Ling Guan's expression was a masterpiece of utter, bewildered shock. My sincerest apologies, Li Lu stated, utterly deadpan, but I find myself utterly disinclined to play with other people's previously used possessions. Ling Guan, a true professional, quickly regained her composure and smiled, resting a delicate hand on her cheek. Oh, Leader Lu, if this humble servant doesn't quite meet your exacting standards, I still have several senior and junior sisters, all as pure as untouched jade, and equally breathtaking. They revere Leader Lu to the depths of their souls, and are, shall we say, quite eager to experience the spring breeze with you. Li Lu slammed his hand on the table, springing to his feet with an almost theatrical display of righteous indignation. Laughable! In the glorious, terrifying presence of my Honglu Zhenjun of the Yin Ming Ghost Sect, all other beauties are merely background noise. I don't even deign to give them a second glance. Now, cut the nonsense and tell me what you truly want. Li Lu suddenly froze, his eyes widening as a critical, terrifying realization dawned. He slowly, warily, directed his gaze forward as a hazy, suspiciously timely wisp of smoke began to materialize from thin air, coalescing into the unmistakably flustered image of Honglu Zhenjun herself, blushing the color of a freshly cooked crab. What utter, shameless nonsense is this brat spouting, she thought, even as her hands instinctively flew to her cheeks in a moment of pure, unadulterated delight. Honglu Zhenjun, caught off guard, unconsciously leaned against the nearest wall for support, her expression a masterpiece of internal conflict and profound unease. No, no, no. I was merely here to covertly ensure his utterly undeserving safety. There is absolutely nothing to be happy about. Ling Guan, having observed this entire spectacle with keen interest, finally gazed up at Li Lu. Ling Guan merely chuckled, a deeply knowing glint in her eyes. Hihi, Leader Lu is indeed uniquely interesting. Very well, this humble servant shall be entirely direct. I heard you recently acquired Nangong Long's spatial ring, and within it, there happens to be a certain commemorative stone belonging to yours truly. I presume Leader Lu has already had the distinct pleasure of viewing its contents, yes? Li Lu, arms casually crossed, replied with an almost defiant nonchalance, That's right. Ling Guan placed a small, rather heavy pouch onto the table. Within this pouch are 10 top-grade spirit stones. This humble servant, with utmost urgency, wishes to repurchase her personal archives stone. Li Lu merely waved a dismissive hand, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. My deepest apologies, but I'm afraid I already processed that commemorative stone into a fine, unrecoverable powder. You may now, gracefully exit the premises.
Ling Guan continued to plead. Leader Lu, this isn't right. You, a grown man, keeping something like this, are you planning to blackmail me later? If you're not satisfied with the price, just say it, Lu Lin said disdainfully. Are you saying you don't trust me, someone? See the guest out? Ling Guan panicked and exclaimed, Wait. She fearfully replied, Leader Lu, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that this keepsake is quite important to me, so... Could you swear an oath? Lu Li smugly pointed to the sky and explained, Fellow Taoist Ling Guan, don't think that just because we're from the Demonic Sect, we can swear oaths carelessly. Swearing will bring karmic retribution from heaven and earth, Ling Guan continued. Then, how much? Lu Li pondered. 12 high-grade spirit stones. Ling Guan, still suspicious, asked, What about adding Patriarch Yin Ming to the oath? Lu Li frowned, annoyed. What do you mean by that? Not only specifying the oath but also adding our ghost sect's Patriarch Yin Ming to it. Lu Li clasped his hands together, raising them to the sky, his voice full of pride. Patriarch Yin Ming is the person I respect the most. He's unparalleled in the world, single-handedly establishing the Yin Ming ghost sect. His position in my heart is as high as the heavens, my respect for him like a surging river, continuous and unending. Lu Li clenched his right fist, coldly and decisively saying, So, gotta add more money. Ling Guan handed Lu Li a pouch, saying, Here are 2 high-grade spirit stones, please accept them, Leader Lu. Lu Li scratched his head. Thanks for your patronage. If there's more good business like this, feel free to look me up. Don't just say adding Patriarch Yin Ming, even adding the Jade Emperor is fine. Ling Guan covered her mouth, giggling. Leader Lu, you're a bit shameless, but you're a good person. Then she blew a kiss goodbye to Lu Li. Farewell for now, we'll surely meet again if fate allows. Leader Lu Li waved back cheerfully. Take care, I won't see you out. Holding the spirit stones in his hand, Lu Li grinned slyly. That was easy. Suddenly, from behind the curtain, Honglu Zhenjun appeared, saying, You there? Lu Li jumped. Zhenjun, you were here too, Honglu reproached. How dare you casually use Patriarch Yin Ming for your oaths? Aren't you afraid Patriarch Yin Ming will descend and smite you, you wretch? Lu Li replied. If she really trusted me, that wouldn't happen. What people lack most these days is trust. Now, honest, kind-hearted, virtuous people like me are rare, hee hee. Besides, even if the sky falls, don't I still have you, Zhenjun? Hong Lu lightly poked Lu Li's head, scolding, smooth talker. Late at night, someone was lying in bed when a strange sound arose, and a red figure approached. The person startled. Lingguan, is that you? The lady replied. It is I, Long Lang. Why have you been beaten so badly? Nangong Long roared furiously. Lu Lai, I must kill him, Lingguan replied. Lu Li, I've met him. He's quite interesting. Long Lang, your body is completely broken. You should focus on resting and healing. Don't get angry, Nangong Long shouted. Lu Li broke my body, crippled my purple mansion Dantian, destroyed my 8 extraordinary meridians. Thanks to him, I'm now a cripple. Such a blood feud, how can I not? Cough, cough, cough. He hadn't finished speaking before he started coughing violently. Hearing this, Lingguan said with disdain, a cripple? So you can't dual cultivate with me anymore? Then I'll be going. See you, Nangong Long frantically grabbed her. Wait, Lingguan, I may be a cripple, but I can become a ghost cultivator. I'm not completely useless? Hearing this, Lingguan smiled brightly, returning to tuck Nangong Long in. Oh, Long Lang, why didn't you say so sooner? Be careful not to catch a cold, but I can't help you kill Lu Lai. That earth-shattering battle of Lu Li's, his overwhelming power against the 10 great immortals, has made him famous in both the Immortal and Demonic Dao. He's now the Yinming Ghost Sect's precious treasure. Killing him would be extremely difficult. Nangong Long laughed maniacally. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. My parents have found someone. Lu Li won't live to see tomorrow. Lingguan looked at him with suspicious, somewhat sinister eyes. Suddenly, Long's mother arrived, reminding Lingguan, Young lady, you should return now. Lingguan obediently lowered her head and left. As she walked, Lingguan thought, it seems the Heavenly Extinction Demonic Sect is ready to activate their spies within the Yinming Ghost Sect. This Lu Li is very cunning, he might become a Yinming Ghost Emperor someday. Lu Li is too dazzling, leaving him there will quickly increase the Yinming Ghost Sect's prestige, surely affecting the Supreme Demonic Sect's position as the head of the Demonic Dao. This is something the Supreme Demonic Sect definitely doesn't want to see. Looks like a storm is brewing. The rain poured down as Lu Li and Yin Li walked down the street. Lu Lian thought, I said going out for a stroll would cost 1 high-grade spirit stone, and she agreed so easily. With this heavy rain, let's walk around a bit, and then find an excuse to head back early. Yin Lei reached out to catch the raindrops and softly called, Mother, Lu Li thought. Is she missing her deceased mother? Hey! Suddenly someone called out to Lu Li. What are you doing taking Feng Yin Lei out? It turned out to be the great demon king Zhen Tian, Lu Li explained. I took her out for some fresh air. Actually, what are you doing here, Mo Li? Seeing a stranger, quickly hid behind Lu Li. Zhen Tian, holding an umbrella amidst the pouring rain, suddenly appeared. Word of your story has reached the Mo Ming Ghost Sect, he said. The sect leader was worried there weren't enough people here, so he sent me. Any objections? Lu Li waved his hand dismissively. None. None. If it's the sect leader's arrangement, how could I have any objections? Oh right, let me introduce you. This is Zhentian, the great devil king of the Yinming Ghost Sect. We're both big eaters, love to eat. Tables. Lu Li introduced Zhen Tian to the Mo Li eating entity. Hands on her hips, she said defiantly. Who are you kidding? You can eat tables? Even a 3-year-old knows you can't. Only an idiot would eat that, Lu Li teased her, laughing until tears streamed down his face. Ha ha, you're right, Zhen Tian, seeing he was being made fun of, flew into a rage. You little punk. Suddenly, a large man wearing a straw hat approached the three of them, chuckling. If this old man isn't mistaken, this is Leader Lu, right? Senior? Who are you? Lu Li turned to look, but didn't recognize the man. He bowed politely and introduced himself. This old man's nickname is Bloodblade Patriarch. It's a great honor to meet Leader Lu today. This Bloodblade Patriarch, wielding his Bloodblade, rampaged through the demonic path back in the day. Relying on his Zuji cultivation at the 12-ring demonic lair, he charged in and out 7 times, slaying countless enemies. Even Golden Core cultivators couldn't touch him. Way more badass than you, Zhen Tian elaborated on the old man's history for Lu Li. The old man was humble. Great Devil King Zhen Tian praises me too much. He bent down to Lu Li's level, placed his hands on his shoulders, and said cheerfully, "My meager skills can't compare to Leader Lu's awe-inspiring might, suppressing the 10 elites of the righteous path in one fell swoop, shaking the world and further enhancing our ghost sect's reputation. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night." "Truly you flatter me. This junior greets Bloodblade Patriarch." Lu Li shrank back, placed his hands on his stomach, and bowed deeply. Looking at the old man, Lu Lin thought, "His words are full of praise, but I don't sense any genuine emotion, just empty flattery. Leader Lu Mi, I hear you cultivate both demonic and Buddhist arts. I happened upon a Buddhist treasure during my recent travels, along with some Buddhist cultivation techniques. I wonder if you'd be interested in taking a look," Lu Li replied. "Oh, I am quite interested in that." Seeing Lu Li didn't refuse, the old man immediately led him away through the pouring rain. "All right then, please follow me, Leader Lu. The items are kept in my Bloodblade Hall. After you've had a look, if you like anything, feel free to take it." Out of nowhere, this kind-hearted person appears, offering Lu Li so many precious treasures for free. I wonder what he wants in return. Without thinking too much, Lu Li followed him. "Since you put it that way, I wouldn't dare refuse." Mo Li clung tightly to his arm. "I want to go with Bloodblade Elder too, I'm truly sorry. But this junior is currently accompanying Fang Mo Li on an outing. Perhaps I'll visit you another time, Elder." And yet, he agrees to let a strange young lady into his Bloodblade Hall to pick and choose. Might as well bring the little lady along then. "Don't come near me. Giving gifts out of the blue isn't being evil, it's being a thief. You're probably luring us to our deaths." Mo Li pushed the old man's hand away and shouted. Lu Li and Bloodblade Patriarch were stunned into silence by her blunt words. The wind picked up, and the air grew heavy with yin qi. Zhen Tian sensed something was about to happen, but he didn't react yet. Bloodblade Patriarch drew the blade from his back. Lu Li, caught off guard, froze in place. "I'm dead." With a single swing, the old man's blade tore through the gloomy sky. The sword stroke split the earth and ripped the heavens in two, revealing a flash of light. Somehow, Lu Li remained unharmed, standing there completely intact. He gasped, "I'm still alive." That was the power of a nascent soul blade. Terrifying, I couldn't even react. Around Lu Li, a fragmented red painting appeared, then gradually faded away. Lu Li had no idea what it was. "That painting," the old man chuckled, "is the Ai Cha Heavenly Demon Scripture. So the Mo Ming Ghost Emperor placed the Heavenly Demon Scripture on this kid for protection. But," his eyes narrowed, "that protection can only withstand one attack. Now then." His gaze turned menacing. Just as Mo Li had said, he had no good intentions. He even wanted to kill Lu Li. Behind him, a gigantic demonic figure wielding a massive red blade materialized, looming over Lu Li and Mo Li. Lu Li was overwhelmed with fear. He stealthily sought a solution to this problem. Above Huji is Jindan, and above Jindan is Yuan Ying. The pressure surpasses both realms. Reinforcements haven't arrived yet. I'm afraid I'll be crushed to bits. I don't even have a chance to escape. How the hell can I fight this? Is this old geezer on the same level as him? Lu Li turned to look at Zhen Tian, sweat drenching his entire body. Hey, you can still stand under my full pressure. You truly are a rare talent." At this moment, the old man revealed his true colors. "It's a pity there are too many people blocking your way. You must die." The old man ordered the demon behind him to swing its blade down, aiming to kill both Lu Li and Mo Li. Like fish on a chopping block, they had nowhere to run, resigned to die at the hands of the old man. "This is it." Lu Li's face turned pale with fear. Wham! Another demonic hand punched the black demon that was about to slash Lu Li. The demon jumped up and landed another punch, sending the black demon sprawling backward. Lu Li shielded his face from the dust, unsure of who his savior was. "What the? Haha, I thought you were so tough, kid. In the end, I still get to see you humiliated." It was Zhen Tian who had come to his rescue. The old Bloodblade spat out blood, fuming. Zhen Tian, the great demon king. Don't you have beef with this kid? Why interfere? Zhen Tian, the great demon king, snorted, veins bulging on his forehead. He made me lose face in front of everyone. I can't stand the sight of him, but that doesn't mean you can kill someone from the Mo Ming Ghost Sect right in front of me. Having said that, the red demon slammed its hammer onto its opponent's head, killing him instantly. Old Bloodblade coughed blood continuously. unable to even stand, let alone fight back. Your demonic body is destroyed. Even if you sprout wings now, you won't escape. Wait, wait, he pleaded with Zhen Tian, tears welling up. Please spare me. The demon picked him up and stuffed him straight into its mouth, devouring him alive. Thus, all of Old Bloodblade's Yuanying power belonged to Zhen Tian, the great demon king. A bit stinky, but it's the flesh and blood of a Yuanying after all. Refreshing, Zhen Tian recalled his new demon, cheerful as if nothing had happened. Lu Li bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Zhen Tian, the great demon king, for saving me. He raised his hand modestly. You needn't thank me, my sect leader sent me to strengthen your protection. Consider it following orders. HMPH, that good-for-nothing Bloodblade patriarch. After so many years he couldn't break through to mid-stage Yuanying. I bet he was bought off by the Tianzhu demon sect long ago, probably sent by Nangonglong's invitation. Just wait till I get my hands on him, I'll break all 3 of his legs. I can't believe they sent a Yuanying to assassinate me. They really underestimate me, huh, ha ha. Ironically, thanks to you, I got to eat a Yuanying. What a feast! I kinda hope people try to assassinate you every day. Zhen Tian patted Lu Li's shoulder excitedly. Alright, I'll report this to the sect leader. He'll probably come personally soon. Take care of yourself. With that, Zhen Tian, the great demon king, sped off. Mo Li, still holding Lu Li's hand, watched Zhen Tian leave. That guy is strange, his personality is quite eccentric, but he's a good guy. And how long are you planning to hold my hand? Lu Li's blunt words made Mo Li blush, her eyes widening. I just wanted you to die in front of me. Don't misunderstand. She quickly withdrew her hand, flustered, making up excuses to Lu Li. Honglu Zhenjun descended from the sky beside him. I heard a Yuanying cultivator tried to assassinate you. Are you all right? She asked Lu Li with concern. Thanks to Zhen Tian, the great demon king, I'm fine. Good to hear. This Lu Li guy is quite the charmer. A hot babe just flew down to check on him, she continued. But there's still one thing. Yangshu spilled everything before he arrived. The 9 great demon sects summoned you for questioning. Both Lu Li and Zhenjun entered the hall. Zhenjun said, You really stole the show this time, outshining both the Tai demon sect and the Tianzhu demon sect. They've never wanted the Mo Ming ghost sect to rise, so they'll definitely use this as an excuse to cause trouble, Lu Li said. So the Tai demon sect and the Tianzhu demon sect are behind this, Zhenjun replied. That's right, be careful inside. They want you, Yangshu, and Nangonglong to confront each other. They'll definitely try to frame you. Think carefully before you act. Inside, everyone was seated at the table. Nangonglong, covered in injuries, lay nearby. Yangshu standing next to him, both glared resentfully at Lu Li. At the table, on the left side, were the Blood Shadow Sect, Tianzhu Demon Sect, Tai Demon Sect, Extinction Path, 9 Nether Demon Sect, Profound Soul Sect, Harmony Poison Sect, Whitebone Sect, and Earth Slaughter Sect. Suddenly, from the head seat, Lu Li thought, this guy's gotta be at least Nascent Soul, maybe even Soul Transformation, 1 level above Nascent Soul, trying to pull a power move on me. Huh? Zhenjun spoke up. 9 great demonic sects gathered here, what a show. Anyone would think we've already crushed the Buddhist path and unified the universe or something? Then, the Soul Transformation Grand Demon from the Supreme Devil Sect said, Madam Hong Liu, Lu Li behind you, let the 10 champions of the righteous path go. We suspect him of being a spy, so we summoned him for questioning. What's wrong with that? Zhenjun replied. Without evidence, your words are meaningless. At this point, Dugu Feng at the head of the table spoke. All right, I don't have time to listen to you guys bicker about this. Even though we're the demonic path, we still consider evidence. If the 9 great demonic sects want to convict this Lu Li today, then show us the proof. Yangshu clasped his hands together, reporting to the city lord, I am the proof. In the last battle, Nangonglong and I had already severely injured 4 of the Lingsword sect. We could have captured them easily, but right at that moment, Lu Li not only intervened and let them go, but he also viciously attacked and killed Nangonglong and me. Dugu Feng looked at Lu Li and questioned him. Lu Li, do you have anything to say for yourself? Lu Li calmly replied. So whatever you say goes, huh? 2 losers like you, I could beat you with 1 hand tied behind my back, and you severely injured 4 of them? That's hilarious. No one here is going to buy that, right? No way, no way. Zhenjun covered her mouth, giggling slightly, while Yangshu groaned in frustration. You! At this moment, old ghost Yao Ying of the Heaven Extinction Demonic Sect slammed his hand on the table. Insolent, watch your tongue, boy, Du Gufeng gestured. It's fine, Lu Li, continue. Continuing, Lu Li said. As a member of the 10 champions of the demonic path, my glory lies in confronting the 10 champions of the righteous path. At that time, I had already severely wounded 4 from the Lingsword sect. I planned to use them as hostages to lure the other 6 righteous champions and capture them all in one fell swoop. But then Yang Shu and Nanggong Long took advantage of the situation and tried to steal the credit, so I had no choice but to retaliate. Yang Shu pointed directly at Lu Li's face. You're lying. You call that retaliating. You beat Nanggong Long to a pulp, and even used the Great Layan Temple's Great Merciful Palm. If that doesn't make you a spy, then what does? Lu Li looked away, scratching his face and stammering. About that. Suddenly, Lu Li changed the subject. By the way, speaking of Nanggong Long, where is he? He wanted to confront me directly, didn't he? He calls for a confrontation, but he's not even here. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Yang Shu roared furiously. Lu Li, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Nanggong Long is clearly right here. Lu Li walked over, pretending to ask. Is there a person in this bag? Nanggong Long, fuming, sat up abruptly and shouted, Lu Li, I'll kill you. Lu Li dodged and said, Whoa, so it really is senior brother Nanggong. You're still in good spirits, huh? Lu Li leaned closer, placing a hand on Nanggong Long. Senior brother Nanggong, calm down. Your body is important. Seeing you recover so well, I'm relieved. Nanggong Long roared again. Don't touch me, I'll kill you. Old ghost Yao Ying pointed at Lu Li and yelled. Stop wasting our time. Tell us, why did you beat Nanggong Long of my Heaven Extinction Demonic Sect to such a state? If you don't give us a good reason, I'll cripple you right here and grind your bones to dust. Lu Li sighed. The reason is very simple. Actually, senior brother Nanggong and I are rivals in love. He put a hand to his forehead, feigning distress. Lady Lin Guan of the Harmonious Union Sect is the woman of my dreams. We've already promised each other a lifetime of happiness, a night of spring passion. Nanggong Long trembled with rage, only able to utter, you, Lu Li, took Nanggong Long's hand. Senior brother Nanggong, you have a good eye. That intimate gesture from Lu Li reminded Nanggong Long of Xiang Zhuo's cold words, cripple, so, you can't cultivate with me anymore. Then I'll be going, farewell. Recalling those words, Nanggong Long's fragile heart couldn't take it, and he coughed up blood from the heartache. Seeing Nanggong Long suddenly in this state, Lu Li panicked. Oh my seniors, everyone saw that. Right? I didn't do anything, senior brother. I told you not to get agitated. Look what's happened now. Yang Shu's master from the Supreme Devil Sect suddenly flew into a rage. Lu Li, you liar. Even if you are Nanggong Long's rival, why did you also attack Yang Shu? Furthermore, you severely injured your fellow disciples over a petty love affair. Disregarding the bigger picture, you are clearly a spy. Lu Li calmly replied, they attacked first. I didn't expect that just a little self-defense would injure them so badly. Besides, I'm part of the demonic path. If I cared about the bigger picture, I would have joined the righteous path long ago. Everyone here has cultivated for thousands of years. Do I really need to explain this? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Lu Li, radiating killing intent towards him. The Heaven Extinction Demonic Sect aggressively moved to attack Lu Li. I've put up with you long enough, you disrespectful little brat. But his attack was quickly intercepted by Zhenjun Hongliu. The Heaven Extinction Demonic Sect member said in a low voice, Hongliu, step aside. Today I must teach this unruly brat a lesson. Zhenjun Hongliu retorted unhappily, HMPH. All this talk is just because your disciple was humiliated and you can't swallow it. Youngsters fighting over love. Skills not as good as others. What's there to brag about? Now picking a fight with a Zuji of the Tianju Mozong. Truly shameless. Today, with me here, no one can touch him. Not even a single hair. Du Ji Yu Feng, sitting on the main seat, boomed. Stop. Hearing this, both of them quickly withdrew their attacks. Du Ji Yu Feng slowly said, Madame Hongliu is right. Since no other evidence can be presented, let's disband. This lord is very busy and must return to Wanma City to handle business. The Shu Ying men suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, she slowly continued. Let's temporarily set aside Lu Li's issue. The most important thing now is Fang Yin Lei Jiao, come out. the various sect leaders echoed. Yin Mingguizong can't monopolize Fang Yin Lei Jiao. That's right, hand her over. Fang Yin Lei Jiao should be handled by the 10 great demon sects. Tisk tisk tisk. We can just use this Fang Yin Lei Jiao to make a big deal out of this and suppress the Xianming's morale. The Xue Ying men gave a meaningful smile, looking at Honglu Zhenjun and said, Madam Honglu, a junior might not understand the bigger picture, but surely you do. Hearing her words, Honglu Zhenjun's expression turned serious as she stared at her. Lu Li directly stepped forward from behind and declared clearly, Hand over my ass, I captured Fang Yin Lei Jiao. On what basis should I hand her over to you guys? He didn't hold back, cursing directly at the sect leaders present. The bigger picture, hilarious. You demon sect people, incapable of capturing her yourselves, now want to pull rank and show off your authority to a Zhuji cultivator like me. The Tai Madzong coldly warned him, Kid, don't act recklessly. Hand over Fang Yin Lei Jiao. Otherwise, your Yin Mingguizong won't have a place in the 10 great demon sects. But Lu Lai completely ignored his words, continuing, HMPH. Who needs the 10 great demon sects? We'll just establish a new 10 great demon sects ourselves. Worst case scenario, if the net breaks, we'll go back and destroy the ancient magic array, let the Xianming rush in and kill everyone, and we'll all become dogs that bite their masters. How's that sound? Honglu Zhenjun shared Lu Lai's thoughts, her voice soft but carrying weight as she reminded them. Some people should think before they speak. I don't have time to waste here with you, Lu Li, let's go. Lu Li immediately replied, Yes. The Tai Ma Zong stood up abruptly and shouted, If you don't hand her over, no one leaves today. Lu Li only coldly replied, I will not hand her over. Whether City Lord Du Jiyu stays or goes is not up to you to decide. Knowing he couldn't force Lu Li, the Tai Ma Zong quickly resorted to negotiation. Wait, how about a trade? As long as Yin Mingguizong hands over Fang Yin Lei Jiao, any request can be made. Lu Li smiled with satisfaction, knowing his goal had been achieved. Well, why didn't you say so earlier? He didn't want to waste any more time and went straight to the point, loudly declaring, In that case, our Yin Mingguizong only wants to be the decision-maker in the great Xianmo War. Du Jiyufeng couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing his words. Puffed, the Tai Ma Zong immediately refused. No way, change your request. Lu Lai put on a regretful expression and said, Trisk, you just said any request. If you can't do it, then don't pretend to be so cool. I'll take a step back. Give all the Tianmo books of the 9 great demon sects to our Yin Mingguizong. The Tai Ma Zong still didn't agree. Something else. Lu Li quickly turned to leave, full of frustration. This won't do, that won't do, what's the point of talking? The Tai Ma Zong was forced to back down. Wait, I'll trade a Dao artifact. What do you think? Lu Lai was a bit surprised that he agreed. Is this for real? But his next words instantly made Lu Li lose interest. Well, kid, our Tai Ma Zong is preparing to refine a Dao artifact. It will probably take about 3,000 to 5,000 years. After it's refined, I'll personally deliver it to you. Now, you hand over Fang Yin Lei Jiao first. Lu Li was speechless after hearing this. He gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. This Lu, I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've met someone more shameless than me. Truly broadened my horizons. You are the real expert. He quickly turned to leave. Since you guys can be so shamelessly thick-skinned, then I'll hand over Fang Yin Lei Jiao after your Dao artifact is refined. Hopefully she'll still be of value by then. Of course, maybe Xuan Tianguan will be generous. I'll take my leave now. Trading with a Dao artifact, the other demon sects could only grit their teeth as they watched him leave, unable to do anything. Du Jiyufeng stood up cheerfully and said, All right, in that case, let's all disband. At this moment, Nan Gonglong suddenly struggled to stand up and spoke. Wait, Lu Li, I want to conduct a soul confrontation with you. Du Jiyufeng sighed wearily upon hearing this. Lu Lai turned back with a cold expression and looked at him. Soul confrontation, Honglu Zhenjun calmly explained to him. Soul confrontation is a kind of demonic art, a soul contract. Once it's embedded in the souls of both parties, there's no way to lie to each other. But normally, only Dao companions use it. Lu Li was surprised to hear Zhenjun say this. He looked at Nangong Long warily and said, Senior brother Nangong, my tastes aren't that salty. Nangong Long roared. Stop playing games. He addressed the elders and the city lord. Accusing Lu Lai, elders, city lord Du Jiyu, This Lu Lai is definitely a spy. I want a soul confrontation with him. Lu Li smiled, accepting his request. All right. Although it's troublesome, since senior brother Nangong wants to understand me so thoroughly, I can only comply. Du Jiufeng directly arranged the soul confrontation between the two. Both sides have agreed, so let's begin. Squeeze out a drop of blood. Lu Li and Nangong Long each squeezed out a drop of their blood. Next, City Lord Du Giyu used a secret technique to merge the 2 drops of blood into a blood contract, forming a magic table between them. Lu Li closed his eyes slightly and thought, that interrogation method of Elder Hu Jing was blocked by me last time. This time, the refinement system is officially established. Lu Lai flashed a confident smile, looking at Nangong Long and thinking, am I supposed to be scared? City Lord Dugu softly spoke up. Begin. Nangong Long immediately questioned Lu Li. Lu Li, are you a spy for the Buddhist path? Lu Li firmly replied. No. Nangong Long immediately moved to his second question. Then you intentionally let Ling Jiangxiang and his group go. Were you trying to rescue your comrades? Lu Li again replied. No. Nangong Long continued to ask. Have you ever thought of betraying and leaving the demonic sect? Lu Li calmly replied. Never. Nangong Long suddenly shouted angrily. This is impossible. You're lying. True monarch Hong Lu calmly spoke. All right. Now that things have reached this point, can we clear Lu Lai's name? But Nangong Long still refused to give up. He lunged forward and grabbed Lu Li's collar. Lu Li, did you really dual cultivate with Ling Guan? Lu Li calmly replied. Yes. Then, he casually added a sentence that completely crushed Nangong Long. Furthermore, she said you weren't very good. Nangong Long was immediately demoralized by Lu Lai's words. What? Not very good? Lu Lai leaned close to Nangong Long's ear and whispered, except for speed, everything else is not good. Nangong Long, as if losing all reason, frantically yelled, that's not true, that's not true. City Lord Dugu, listening to their exchange, struggled to contain her laughter. Dude, Nangong Long went into anaphylactic shock right there from Lu Lai's earth-shattering words. His body trembled and convulsed uncontrollably, shocking even Yang Shu. Yang Shu exclaimed in alarm, He's dead. He's been angered to death by Lu Li. Seeing their disciple die so tragically, the Heavenly Extinction Demonic Sect immediately flew into a rage, charging towards Lu Lai. You're dead. But before he could even touch a hair on Lu Li's head, a sword blocked his path. The owner of the sword was none other than City Lord Dugu, she coldly said. In my myriad demon city, no one is allowed to kill indiscriminately. The Heavenly Extinction Demonic Sect hastily retorted. Dugu Feng, this isn't your myriad demon city. Dugu Feng was not pleased with his statement. She frowned and said, what are you talking about? The Yellow Heaven Empress Earth, the Prosperous Star, and the Romantic Moon all belong to Myriad Demon City. The Heavenly Extinction Demonic Sect asked in a deep voice, Dugu Feng, are you going to defend him today? City Lord Dugu calmly replied, so what, old ghost Yao Ying? Do you want to test my sword and see if it can cut down a nascent soul? Her gaze immediately sharpened. The Heavenly Extinction Demonic Sect was speechless. Oh well, fine. He simply turned around and walked away. HMPH, I'll give face to the City Lord. He suddenly stopped, turned back to glare at Lu Lai with murderous intent, and coldly said, I'll remember this grudge, kid. Next time, no one will be able to save you. Lu Lai was quite surprised that he gave up so easily, a nascent soul elder, yet so cowardly. This Dugu Feng is truly worthy of occupying the mountain at Myriad Demons Mountain, proclaiming herself king, establishing a city, and ruling it. So strong, Lu Li looked at the figure before him with admiration. City Lord Dugu smiled, and turned to ask Lu Li, HMPH kid, you still haven't left. Lu Lai bowed his head and thanked her. I naturally want to thank the City Lord for upholding justice. Before leaving, he didn't forget to poke fun at the others. Yinming Ghost Sect, I still have some business to attend to. Seniors and fellow Taoists, see you later. The Heavenly Extinction Demonic Sect, unable to do anything to him, could only slam the table in frustration. Trisk, Lu Lai, and the true monarch returned to the Yanma Palace. He stretched tiredly. Haiz, today was exhausting. True monarch Hong Lu suddenly blushed for some reason. She shyly said, Lu Li, were the things you said earlier true? Lu Li was a little confused. Huh? Which words? True monarch Hong Lu quickly replied, the things you said to Nang Gonglong during the blood oath. And also, the things about Ling Guan. Lu Li smiled, scratching his head sheepishly. Ah, those words. All lies. True monarch Hong Lu seemed very satisfied with his answer. She breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But she suddenly realized something was amiss. What the heck? How's that even possible? You're not affected by the blood pact at all. There's no way you could resist it on your own. Could it be that City Lord Dugu Feng of Myriad Poison City cheated? Lu Li quickly avoided Zhenjun's probing gaze and replied, maybe, but inside he was freaking out. Crap, I can't tell anyone about the system. Lu Li's answer made Zhenjun ponder seriously. Cheating under the watchful eyes of a great master from the 9 demonic sects. Seems like the rumors are true. This city lord Dugu Feng really possesses the gangling bell from the demonic scripture, Lu Li, intrigued, asked. The gangling bell, Honglu Zhenjun replied with a stern face. That's right, the demonic scripture has a total of 10 volumes. The 10 demonic sects once attempted to combine all 10 volumes, hoping to probe the demonic origin, but nothing happened. It seemed like one volume was missing, and that missing volume is the gangling bell. So it seems to be in the hands of City Lord Dugu, Lu Li thought to himself. There's even something like this going on. My answer back then actually had quite a few loopholes. This might be a way to cover up the old story. Who would dare cause trouble for that city lord anyway? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Lu Li, get out here. 2 sword-wielding figures, waiting outside, eager to kill him. You little bastard, Lu Li, pay for my son's life, Honglu Zhenjun surmised. Seems like Nangonglong's parents are here for revenge, Lu Li calmly said. They sure got here fast, Honglu Zhenjun, annoyed, stepped forward. How dare they? Do they really think our Yinming ghost sect is easy to bully? I'll go check it out. But before Honglu Zhenjun could even appear, someone else stepped in. Nanggong Xie, what are you yelling about? Are you crying for your mommy and daddy? It was none other than Guimo Zhenren, Lu Li's master. He boomed, and Nanggong Xie furiously charged forward. Guimo Zhenren, your disciple killed my son. Today I'll kill you first, and then I'll chop up your disciple to avenge my son. Nanggong Xie quickly closed in on Guimo Zhenren and decisively swung his sword towards Lu Li's master. But this attack was basically a mosquito bite to a rhino compared to Guimo Zhenren's power. He stood there, unyielding like a god. Guimo Zhenren easily suppressed Nanggong Xie's attack and said in a deep voice, this level of skill is softer than my grandma's braised pork knuckle, and you dare come to our Yinming ghost sect for revenge? Guimo Zhenren smirked. Call me grandpa, and maybe I'll give you some pointers. With that, Guimo Zhenren launched a counterattack against Nanggong Xie. His power surged like a violent storm, threatening to sweep away everything around him. Nanggong Xie was stunned by this terrifying sight. He quickly raised his sword, struggling to block Guimo Zhenren's attack. At the same time, his wife flew up to help him. Thanks to his wife's assistance, Nanggong Xie managed to avoid Guimo Zhenren's attack. They immediately combined their swords, launching a joint counterattack. Their 2 swords seemed to merge into one, striking back at Guimo Zhenren. Guimo Zhenren simply said coldly, dual swords combined, interesting. He quickly deployed his magical treasure, Kunpeng swallowing heaven. Instantly, it was as if a ferocious giant shark appeared. Nanggong Xie, seeing it, frowned and said to his wife, not good, this technique is too bizarre, dodge. They immediately pushed each other away, each dodging to the side. Guimo Zhenren's Kunpeng swallowing heaven continued its mad dash towards the Nanggong couple. Even with their combined strength, they were still unsure if they could fight against Guimo Zhenren, his wife anxiously said. We can't win like this, Nanggong Xie quickly replied. Run! They swiftly fled, still having enough breath to warn Lu Li and Guimo Zhenren, you and your disciple better watch your backs. Guimo Zhenren couldn't help but curse. Screw you, Nanggong Xie, don't let me find your son's grave or I'll dig it up and turn it into a latrine. Lu Li watched his master intently from below, thinking, able to force 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators to retreat, as expected of someone who offended 7 golden core demonic sects. After dealing with the Nanggong couple, Guimo Zhenren landed. Lu Li, seeing him, quickly bowed. Disciple Lu Li greets master. Guimo Zhenren replied in a deep voice. Rise, rise. He looked at Lu Li, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, Lu Li, this time you did very well. Single-handedly fighting against the 10 elites of the Immortal Path and even capturing one brought great glory to our Yinming Ghost Sect. You made this venerable one very proud. Lu Li, praised by his master, immediately became cheerful. Smiling, he replied, "It's all thanks to Master's excellent teachings. This small matter is not worth mentioning. Master's nascent soul early-stage cultivation forcing back 2 nascent soul mid-stage cultivators was truly shocking to the demonic path, awe-inspiring, and renowned throughout the world. The 2, Master and Disciple, played their roles perfectly, each praise readily accepted by the Master." Ha ha ha, alright, you don't need to flatter me. This Master knows his own abilities well, Lu Li quickly replied. But the world needs to know as well, Ghost Devil True Person replied without any hesitation. That's right, ha ha ha, Hong Lu True Monarch, like a light bulb amidst their little play, could only think to himself helplessly. It seems Lu Li's shamelessness comes directly from him. Ghost Devil True Person patted Lu Li's shoulder contentedly, praising him over and over. Lu Li, you've made a great contribution. The sect entrusted me to reward you. I've already requested a supreme treasure for you. Hearing this, Lu Li became even more cheerful. Disciple thanks Master. Ghost Devil True Person, seeing him not very curious about the counter-mentioned treasure, wondered, "Oh, you don't want to know what the treasure is? What if it's unsuitable? Wouldn't that be a huge disappointment?" Lu Li, his eyes full of respect, replied clearly, "Master's calculations are divine, with far-reaching vision, refined and gentle, broad-minded, handsome and extraordinary, head in the heavens, feet on the earth, captivating all beings. How could you possibly choose the wrong treasure for your disciple? Besides, Master came from afar. This disciple is only grateful. How could I possibly complain?" A flowery, poetic speech concocted by Lu Li to flatter him. He didn't know how nervous Lu Li actually was inside. "Hurry up and give it to me. I can't keep this up any longer." Ghost Devil True Person, showered with such compliments, was truly overjoyed. It was the first time anyone had seen him smile so brightly. Ha ha ha, this Master didn't take the wrong disciple. He then took out the treasure. "Here, take it. This is a 6-syllable true word talisman for suppressing heavenly demons, suitable for cultivating the 23 heavenly demon sword techniques." Lu Li hurriedly accepted the treasure from him and opened the talisman to look, thinking to himself, "The strokes are so powerful. Just one look, and you can tell it wasn't written by a mortal." So there are 6-syllable true words in this world too. Written on the talisman was a line of text. Om Mani Padme Hum. Lu Li quickly flipped it over to look at the text on the back. The lines written on the back truly astonished him. Lu Li thought suspiciously. Explanations, phonetic transcriptions. His expression suddenly changed, and he worriedly thought, "This isn't right. I've read quite a few books here, and I've never seen phonetic transcriptions, not even a single letter. Could it be that there's someone else who transmigrated into this world?" Lu Li hurriedly asked the 2 people present, Ghost Devil True Person and Hong Lu True Monarch, "Master True Monarch, do you know what these characters are?" The 2 of them leaned in closer, staring at the line of characters before answering in turn, This Master has never seen such strange characters before. I haven't seen them either. Perhaps they are some ancient characters." Ghost Devil True Person quickly asked Lu Li in return, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this talisman?" Lu Li put on a bright smile, evading his master's question. No. This disciple was just curious why our sect has this kind of Buddhist true word talisman." Ghost Devil True Person calmly replied, "What's so strange about that? We've been fighting and plundering for so long, seizing countless things from the Buddhist sects. Moreover, the people of the demonic path are best at excavating tombs. Perhaps someone went to the Buddhist side, dug up a few monks' stupas, and found this talisman." Lu Li didn't discuss the talisman further, simply bowing his head in thanks to his master. "So that's how it is. Disciple thanks Master." Ghost Devil True Person gently rubbed his head, speaking softly. All right. No need for such formalities. This Master doesn't really understand much about Buddhist items. You have great comprehension. This Master believes you can find a way to understand it yourself." Lu Li frowned, thinking to himself, "Looks like I can only keep an eye out for myself in the future." Ghost Devil True Person then remembered that he had another disciple and glanced around, looking for him. "Right, where's Bai Jinfei? That kid is probably dead in some woman's bed again." As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Bai Jinfei appeared, barely clothed, rushing in from somewhere. Master. He hurriedly knelt at his master's feet and saluted. Disciple Bai Jinfei greets. Master, I apologize for being late. I hope Master will forgive me. Ghost Devil True Person, already knowing his personality, didn't mind. All right, but he didn't forget to gently remind Bai Jinfei, smiling as he spoke. But each word sent chills down the listener's spine. Your junior brother was attacked by a nascent soul cultivator and interrogated by the 9 great demonic sects. Seeing you're all right, and even having so much fun puts this master at ease. Hearing these words, Bai Jinfei frantically asked about Lu Li. Attacked by a nascent soul cultivator, is junior brother all right? Lu Li and Hong Liu, true monarch, witnessing Jinfei's Oscar-worthy performance, could only remain silent and let him immerse himself in his role. Lu Li calmly replied with a sentence that nearly made Bai Jinfei faint on the spot. I'm fine, just almost died, that's all, ha ha ha. Bai Jinfei looked at him with a bewildered expression. From behind, their master's icy voice suddenly rang out. Jinfei, your ghost control sword technique has reached the 2nd level's peak. It seems you're about to form your core, right? Bai Jinfei, receiving his master's attention, didn't know whether to be happy or sad, stammering, yes, master. Ghost Devil True Person leaned closer to his ear, his voice low. Then this master must give you some proper guidance. Bai Jinfei, trembling, looked at him, forcing a smile to calm his nerves. Yes, master. Ghost Devil True Person directly dragged Bai Jinfei away, hurriedly saying a few words to remind Lu Li. This master still has things to do and can't stay any longer, Lu Li. Go back and cultivate. Remember to be more careful when you go out next time. Bai Jinfei, being dragged away, could only cry silently, signaling Lu Li to save him. Lu Li just said solemnly, Take care, senior brother. Lu Li returned to his room, still thinking about the talisman. This 6-syllable true word exists. Perhaps there are also golden Buddhist scriptures like the Diamond Sutra, Amitabha Sutra, and Lotus Sutra in this world. If so, my cultivation techniques might be able to evolve further. Thinking of this, Lu Li couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Too bad, the clues have been cut off. I should stop cultivating for a bit and figure this out later. Lu Li then switched to researching how to use the talisman. He placed it on his forehead, thinking, it's a talisman, so using it like this should work, right? Immediately, the talisman took effect on Lu Li's body. The system notification chimed in right after. Your great strength Vajra mantra, your great awesome heavenly dragon mantra, sensing the supreme Buddha power's blessing, has entered a state of enlightenment. Cultivation efficiency increased by 10,000. Your Vajra indestructible divine skill, sensing the supreme Buddha power's blessing, has entered a state of enlightenment. Cultivation efficiency increased by 100,000. Your great Tathagata Buddha palm, sensing the supreme Buddha power's blessing, has freshly entered a state of enlightenment. Cultivation efficiency increased by 50,000. You have obtained the supreme Buddha power's blessing. All evils shall not invade. Lu Li thought with satisfaction. Increased 100-fold. Truly a good item. Plus, it really does have the effect of suppressing evil things. If this is the case, wouldn't it be able to help me refine the heavenly demon sword? Lu Li shouted. By the heavenly demon sword, immediately, many demonic insects flew towards him. Lu Li smiled with satisfaction, saying, Good, good. He diligently cultivated the heavenly demon sword, with many demonic insects flying around and being restrained by the spiritual chains created by the heavenly demon sword. Lu Li smirked, saying, This way I can refine 10,000 flying swords. Lu Li, currently cultivating martial arts, didn't look so good. No, not good. Dried up. Really, there's not a drop of Ling Qi left. Perhaps his vitality was depleted, causing Lu Li's words to be incomplete. A moment later, he cupped his face, sighing in relief. He seemed to be pondering something. 2 realms is still not enough. Right now, I'm only at the 4 decrees realm, just 10 days of continuous refining, and I've reached my limit. Rest a bit first, then think about it. How can I keep this up? In the end, Lu Li chose to stop thinking to relax his mind. At the same time, the girl diligently cultivating beside him kept muttering something, causing Lu Li to pale. No overtime, don't want overtime, no overtime, don't want overtime, Lu Li thought. The heavenly demon 24 swords are probably going to revolt. He softly exclaimed, That's right, I remember something happening during the demon sword refinement process. Then, He quickly opened the system screen and searched for something with great concentration. The system screen displayed the following text. Your yin-yang primordial kunpeng demonic god skill, because it's too gluttonous, couldn't help but go out to search for and seize Ling Qi. Your yin-yang primordial kunpeng demonic god has seized a strand of primordial qi within the imperial court Dao Palace, ate its fill, slightly increased in height, progress increased by 25. Seeing this, Lu Li exclaimed in surprise. Primordial qi, isn't this an essential treasure for soul formation? Great experts cultivating supreme techniques. Which great expert's house did it steal from? After refuting for a while, he fell into deep thought and continued to ponder. That's not right. Primordial qi is a type of innate qi, and its method of appearance is to be born together with Dao artifacts. Could it be that the yin-yang primordial kunpeng demonic god skill found the location of a Dao artifact, the imperial court Dao Palace? The next morning, as Lu Li stepped outside to enjoy the fresh air of the early morning, a girl appeared and called out, Lu Li, you've exited seclusion. Hearing the call, he approached, greeted, and chatted with the girl. The beautiful girl started the conversation. It seems like cultivating has been good for you. Even your appearance has become more handsome, Lu Li replied bashfully. Ha ha, if I weren't handsome and bright, how could I be worthy of my wife's stunning beauty? Lu Li's answer made the girl blush. But she didn't get too distracted and went straight to the main point. Ahem, Lu Li, this person has been waiting for you at the headquarters for a long time. She was Xiang Zhuo, the daughter of Madame Yunmu. The girl then introduced Lu Li to another equally beautiful person. Seeing Lu Li's still blank expression, she concluded with, your fiancé. Hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Huh. Just a few seconds later, he processed the girl's meaning and clutched his head in a panicked manner. What? I heard Ghost Demon True Person mention this. Didn't I already refuse? Why are they still coming to my door? This is a big problem now. Xiang Zhuo gently walked over to Lu Li and greeted him warmly. This servant greets her husband. Lu Li was still dazed. Hello. But don't you think this is moving too fast? Xiang Zhuo didn't react, just happily replied. Huh. Fast. My mother, after hearing about your deeds, became extremely fond of you and told me to hurry over last night, wanting to consummate with you first, and then hold the wedding ceremony later. I've also brought quite a bit of dowry. Don't worry, don't dawdle, let's hurry up. Suddenly her expression changed to one of discomfort, as if this wasn't something she entirely volunteered for but was rather forced into. Seeing the girl's discomfort, Lu Li asked in surprise. Huh, what was that just now, Xiang Zhuo? She put on an innocent expression and replied, Oh, what's wrong? Xiang Zhuo doesn't understand what you're talking about. Lu Li was confused. That, Miss Xiang Zhuo, haven't you heard of a saying from the Immortal Dao Great Confucian Sage Sect? This life is dedicated to the country, without regard for matters of women. Without regard for matters of women. So you mean you don't want to marry me? Xiang Zhuo's tone seemed to change. Without saying anything more, she immediately reached up and started to unbutton her clothes. This action was truly perplexing. Lu Li thought she was being a bit too forward, so he covered his face, backed away awkwardly, and stammered, Whoa, miss, what are you doing? But, this isn't what Lu Li trailed off, realizing he'd misread the situation entirely. Xiang Zhuo simply laughed and tossed aside her outer robe. She yelled angrily, Damn you, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me pretend to be shy for so long. If my mother hadn't forced me to come, I wouldn't have even glanced at you. After venting her frustration, Xiang Zhuo coldly turned away. She didn't forget to leave a parting shot, Don't want to see you again. This action was truly decisive, and her attitude had completely changed from the beginning. Naturally, it left Lu Li bewildered. He thought to himself, that was a quick turnaround. Seeing Xiang Zhuo leave, the beautiful girl didn't chase after her but instead smiled at Lu Li and said, Pfft, you should have done your research. You should have asked around. You'd have found out Miss Xiang Zhuo is a little devil with sky-high standards. She doesn't like anyone. Her mother, Madame Yunmu, has found countless handsome, talented young cultivators for her. In the end, she tormented them all to death. Hearing the beautiful girl's words, Lu Li noticed a detail in her statement and asked curiously, Wait a minute, tormented how? Dunno, wanna find out, go chase after her. The girl replied nonchalantly. Lu Li, hearing this, sighed and said, I think I'll pass. Lucky I didn't agree to anything. Right, Zhenjun. Any major incidents in the past 10 days? the beautiful girl said coldly. Yes, 5 days ago, that Dao artifact reappeared. The girl recounted the events of the past few days to Lu Li. The 10 great demonic sects, using such methods, finally found the location where the Dao artifact disappeared, Zuxian Valley's Wankexian Cave. For the past 5 days, both Immortal and Demonic cultivators have dispatched disciples to Wankexian Cave to search. Around the area there have been thousands of fierce battles, hundreds of clashes. But the Dao artifact's whereabouts remain unknown. Lu Li listened silently, his mind preoccupied with one thought. Wangxian Cave. Could Huangting Dao Palace be located within Wangxian Cave? Lu Li held his head in his hands, pondering the future. He said dejectedly, "Looks like I'm about to be sent out on another mission." The girl calmly continued, "Indeed. And that's what worries me. The Xianming hates you to the bone. Several Xianming prodigies have secretly been in closed-door cultivation, forming their jindan. They'll emerge directly from seclusion, ready to assassinate you. Some of them are no weaker than Ling Jianshuang. This trip is extremely worrying." Unlike the girl, Lu Li seemed enthusiastic about the upcoming mission and said cheerfully, "Then I'll take the initiative and prepare a plan to avoid a repeat of last time. I'm not taking any fellow disciples with me." Seeing this, the girl became even more worried about Lu Li's safety. But going alone is too dangerous. Lu Li subtly acknowledged her concern and gently replied, "Don't worry, Zhenjun, I'm not going alone. I'll bring someone with me." The scene shifts to another location where this girl is washing clothes, looking rather unhappy. Stinky carp, making me wash his stinky clothes. Watch me rip your clothes to shreds. While grumbling to herself, the girl suddenly stopped. A giant ship appeared in the sky. This is like that ship from the superhero show I watched as a kid. Meanwhile, Lu Li was enjoying the greatest feeling in the world. He just lay there, enjoying himself, while the girl had to wait on him hand and foot. She complained, "HMPH, I'll pinch you to death." Lu Li didn't react, simply ordering her, harder. Even the girl had to comment on his physique. "Why is your body so hard? What kind of cultivation are you practicing?" Hearing this, Lu Li turned and said, "What? Trying to gather intel, so you can tell Ling Jianshuang and she can kill me." The girl quickly turned her face away. No, I was just curious, that's all. Hey, with your pea-sized brain, don't even think about trying anything with me," Lu Li said. "If I didn't think you were so dim-witted, I would have had you popping out babies for me already." Lu Li seemed to be deliberately teasing her. Hearing his words, the girl angrily exclaimed, You're the dim-witted one. It's just having kids. Who's afraid?" Hearing this, Lu Li immediately stood up. He gave a cunning smile and said, "Oh, really?" His action immediately startled the girl. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and walked inside. "Then let's go back and make 8 or 10 kids right now. I'll scare you to death," he thought triumphantly. The girl, still thinking he was serious, frantically said, I was just kidding. Put me down." Their attention was suddenly caught by something. Lu Li said curiously, "What's going on up there, huh?" A man pointed towards the sky and said, "Ahead lies a crucial area. No unauthorized entry. Lower the ship immediately." Both Lu Li and the girl immediately jumped down. He cheerfully approached the man and said, "So it's fellow Taoists from the Shuying Zong. A pleasure. Sorry for bumping into you, please forgive me." The man, feigning annoyance, raised his sword and asked, "Who are you?" Faced with this, Lu Li didn't resist. On the contrary, he replied respectfully, "I am Li Jing of Huangfeng Jiyu, paying respects to the senior brothers of Shuying Zong." The man seemed surprised and asked, "Huangfeng Jiyu? Never heard of it. But you have such a powerful servant girl. Seems like you're not an ordinary person," Lu Li replied. "Not worth mentioning before the 10 great demonic sects. I wonder if this senior brother could share some information so I can safely enter Wankexian Cave. I will certainly repay you handsomely. However," the man politely said, "there's no useful intelligence to share." You can go in," Lu Li happily responded to the man's apparent generosity and walked inside. "Thank you very much, senior brother." As soon as he left, the man revealed his true colors and watched him go. It seemed Lu Li had been lured into a trap. He then intended to attack Lu Li from behind. Unfortunately for him, Lu Li had already detected his actions. He caught the sword and said, "Oh, senior brother, what's the meaning of this?" The man behind him replied, "Just playing along with you to stall for time. You're quite enthusiastic. Stop pretending." Lu Li. In a flash, Luli shattered the man's sword into 100 pieces with his bare hands. Don't tell me you thought you could kill me with a few rotten bird eggs and this pile of scraps, HMPH. We know we're not your match, we're just stalling for time, but a few of my senior brothers from the Blood Shadow sect have just finished their closed-door cultivation and, having heard of your great name, are very eager to meet you. The situation doesn't seem to be going quite according to plan. Being surrounded like this right off the bat is pretty ridiculous. Despite the situation, Luli didn't give up. Well, your senior brothers better hurry up, because if they're too slow, they won't be able to collect your bodies. The girl with Luli might have looked delicate, but she wasn't as useless as everyone thought. Her power just wasn't as overwhelming as Luli's. Seeing the situation escalate, she didn't hesitate to make her move. 5-star sun and moon ring seal. With a single strike, she took down a few small fry. See, don't judge a book by its cover. The girl's actions earned some praise from Luli. Not bad, pretty nimble. You know we're both grasshoppers on the same rope. Don't support my work and I'll feed you all this stuff. While it sounded like a compliment, the girl wasn't pleased. Yeah, well, it also served to piss off those sneaky bastards. Damn it! You think you can just retreat unscathed with your little maid? There's so many of us you can't possibly take us all on. Kill them? Hearing this, Luli just chuckled and replied, Who said I was relying on her? You. Show them what you're made of. With his attack, Luli took down twice as many people as the girl. In the blink of an eye, only the arrogant man remained. Luli graciously bound him with a golden divine rope. While he wasn't subjected to any painful blows, he was now restrained. Only then did fear set in, his face turning pale. To be able to control so many heavenly demon swords, are you even human? Luli didn't say much, his expression cold. That's not something you need to worry about. He then flung a long, red object towards the man. Witnessing the scene, the girl exclaimed in shock, You're a member of the Demonic Sect, yet you hunt down and kill your fellow disciples like this. Luli brushed his hands and replied, Huh, a righteous person like you sympathizes with sects that cultivate using the blood of the living. Besides, I have a grudge against their sect, the girl asked, surprised. Huh. What grudge? He recalled the incident angrily. They interfered with my love life. I once admired a beautiful woman from the Blood Shadow sect, but someone from the sect objected. The story Luli told seemed interesting. It piqued the girl's curiosity, causing her to keep asking, who objected? Her parents? I get it. Love not being accepted by the family. Quote, I've read about this classic plot in so many books. But Luli's answer was completely different from her assumptions. He answered bluntly, No, it was her husband. The answer left the girl dumbfounded. Huh? He left her standing there, speechless, and continued on. All right, let's go find the Davio artifact. Not surprisingly for the Demonic Sect, they arrived before a cave. The two looked around curiously. Suddenly, the girl cried out, It's so hot! Luli, being a man, didn't express his feelings easily. Although he was hot, he endured it silently. Still, this cave is an active volcano. The space inside is probably formed by billions of years of eruptions. The Imperial Court Palace might actually be here. A girl, hearing a noise, turned and asked, Who's there? Luli bumped into her voice and saw her. The girl stood on the cliff wall, seemingly unaffected by the heat. Luli looked up at her. How did you get in here? The girl asked, seemingly annoyed. The girl jumped down. Luli stammered in response to her question. Sorry, there are too many bad guys outside. I just came in here to take shelter. I got lost accidentally. People from the Immortal Alliance. Luli glanced at the girl and thought to himself. Hearing Luli's answer, the girl didn't question him further. She lowered her voice and said, Is that so? The outside is surrounded by the Demonic Sect. The inside is now the Immortal Alliance's territory. You shouldn't wander around. You don't look so good either. I advise you to get out quickly. Seeing the girl say this, Luli just stammered. I'm here. The girl seemed to realize something and said delicately, Sorry. My eyesight isn't very good. Suddenly she froze, staring at him. You're Luli. His identity was quickly discovered. She pointed her sword directly at him. Seeing that she recognized him, Luli said, Your eyes can still see that. Seems I'm quite famous in the Immortal Alliance. The girl didn't say much and immediately rushed towards him. The Alliance leader gave me a spirit token. If I met you, I would immediately recognize you. Even if you transformed, I'd still know it's you. Prepare to die, you arrogant fool. Unfortunately for the girl, she missed Lu Lai. He quickly dodged her attack and escaped unharmed. Her actions made Lu Lai blurt out, "You're going blind, dude? Aren't there glasses in this world or something?" Seeing this, the girl walking with Lu Lai spoke up. "Long Jiji, it's me, Yin Li." The girl turned around and replied, "Fang Shimei, you're here too, don't worry. Stay behind me, I'll get you out of here." Lu Lai, seeing the girl's rather unusual behavior, turned to Yin Li and said, "Is she here to put on a comedy show?" Even Yin Li seemed exasperated. She replied, "Long Jiji, she normally stays up late reading novels." Suddenly, another man appeared out of nowhere. "Long Shimei, I heard your voice. Are you all right?" This man quickly recognized Lu Li. "It's you, Lu Li." Long Jiji, seeing this guy appear, said, "You Shixiong, be careful. Rumor has it this Lu Li cultivates the 23 heavenly demon swords. His strength is unfathomable. You must be extremely cautious." Lu Li remained calm, observing their every move and word. He spoke up, "So it's just the two of you? Where's Ling Jianxiu? Haven't seen her in a few days, kinda miss her." Yu Shixiong, hearing this, became enraged, pointing a finger at Lu Li and yelling, "HMPH. Last time's defeat was only because Ling Shimei fell for the Demonic Sect's dirty tricks. Dealing with you doesn't require her to lift a finger." "Oh, really?" Lu Li smirked and said, then launched an attack at Yun Shixiong without warning, further infuriating him. He didn't hesitate to draw the sword from his back, adding, "Insignificant talent." He then swung the sword powerfully down at the ground. It seemed all his rage was channeled into the sword. This sword is called Lin Sha, forged from extraterrestrial steel and tempered with the essence of golden crow star metal. To die by this sword is a blessing. Once again, Lu Lai responded with his usual swagger. "Oh yeah, is that so?" He wouldn't accept such an insult, so he continued his attack. The man couldn't withstand Lu Lai's blows and stumbled backward. To completely neutralize the man, Lu Li didn't hesitate to attack again. The man didn't even have time to recover, because Lu Li's attacks were too swift, too dangerous. Despite this, he didn't give up, struggling to his feet to continue fighting, seemingly finding it very difficult to defend against Lu Li. "Tough opponent. Guess I'll use you to test out this new technique." Seeing the man still resisting, Lu Li unleashed all his techniques to force him into submission. The man angrily shouted, "If that's how it is," he immediately began to cultivate his power to return the blow to Lu Li. Nine heavens, profound thunder, majestic and mighty. Lynch exam flies. Phoenix body soars, break. His rage made him lose all restraint. The man let out a decisive yell and launched a direct attack at Lu Li. The two men clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield. Although Lin Jing specializes in unorthodox methods, he's still considered top tier in the Yinming ghost sect. These Xianming geniuses casually display the strength of 7 or 8 Lin Jings. Lu Li suddenly spoke. "Haiz, what a pity." Somehow, all the man's attacks were completely shattered. Even his strongest technique couldn't withstand Lu Li's power. The man weakened, blood spraying from his mouth. This time, he was completely defeated. "Yu Shixiong." The girl rushed to support the man, her face full of worry. "Ugh! Yu Shixiong, are you all right?" The man clutched his chest in pain, replying, "I'm fine. Just my natal spirit sword is damaged, suffering backlash. But being able to damage his heavenly demon sword is worth it. Now there's nothing to fear from him." Despite his injuries, the man didn't seem willing to admit defeat. His words made Lu Li chuckle. "Remarkable, remarkable. Ah, Dao Shixiong truly has some skill. But since when did I say I only had 6 heavenly demon swords?" Lu Lai's voice suddenly changed. Seeing the man still talking big, it seemed he hadn't learned his lesson. "If that's the case, then this Lu Li will have to teach you another lesson." The man looked at the scene before him with fear. "How is this possible? All of these are heavenly demon swords. Let's go. This guy is too ferocious. We need to regroup with Ling Shimei." With that, he turned to flee and save his life. But it was too late. There was no chance to escape now. Lu Lai, seeing him about to leave, yelled, "Wanna run? Not so easy." The girl seemed to realize Lu Lai wanted to stop them, so she used a trick to distract him. "That thing again, you dare throw it around here? Seems kinda dangerous." So Lu Li quickly pulled Yin Li away. "Don't look, let's go." Yin Li still hadn't processed anything. Her only expression was one of utter bewilderment. Just as they left, it exploded. Suddenly, Lu Li noticed a figure behind them. "Whew! finally got out of that mess. Ugh, that was scary. Scared me so bad I'm almost hungry now. Luli approached Yinli and said, "Hey friend over there, if you're gonna keep following us, why not just come out and talk?" Yinli looked confused, not understanding what Luli was talking about. Humph. Just as he finished speaking, someone appeared. As expected of the strongest of the demonic 10 elites. You can actually see through my concealment technique. Luli suddenly felt something indescribable happening within his body. A 3-tailed fox demon. Strange, why do I want to touch her tail when I see her? The girl laughed triumphantly and said, "Haha, Luli, do you want to touch my tail? Then come here, you can touch me all over." Knowing Luli's desire, she seemed to intentionally provoke him. "What are you waiting for? Really not gonna come and hug me? I can let you touch me to your heart's content." Luli was about to lose control. He was trying hard to restrain himself, not letting her easily seduce him. This smell, like I'm in a fairyland. Suddenly, he pinched his nose and asked Yinli a completely clueless and frankly rude question. "Did you fart? It stinks like hell." He was immediately cut off. Yinli retorted angrily, "You're the one who farted." The fox demon girl was extremely annoyed that she almost had Luli but failed. It didn't work on him. The two blamed each other for a while, then turned to the fox girl. Maybe it's the smell she's giving off. She's probably from the Heavenly Fragrance Fox clan in the depths of the demon realm. Yinli immediately hid behind Luli, panicking. It's said the Heavenly Fragrance Fox clan can make their enemies fall unconscious without them even knowing. If we don't leave, we're dead. Then I'll definitely be taken back to breed foxes for them. Hearing Yinli's words, Luli finally paid attention. The demon realm wants to capture me. Instead of being scared like Yinli, he seemed quite intrigued. There are such good things. Yinli, having been with Luli for a while, immediately understood what he was thinking. "I know you're a pervert, but you don't have to be like this." Luli seemed to ignore Yinli's words, he replied. "But compared to being captured by her, I have a better idea. Capture her and make her my mount." Without further hesitation, Luli quickly launched an attack towards the fox girl. The girl didn't react or dodge, but calmly waited for his attack. "Haha, others fear your heavenly demon sword, but I don't." She was the only one who had ever countered Luli's attack. It seemed she was indeed his rival. Her action just now made Luli extremely annoyed. Such a strong physique. If the heavenly demon sword doesn't work, I'll just have to get closer. Luli's expression now amused the fox girl. "You want to play rough? I can play rough too. Such strong blood chi. We demons of the demon realm love to devour beings with strong blood chi." The situation seemed more dangerous than Luli had imagined. It was the first time he looked so apprehensive. Seeing Yinli still standing there dumbfounded, he turned and said, "Are you still watching the show? I'm not saving you if you get captured." Hearing this, she hurriedly responded, All right. As she spoke, she prepared her power to fight. 5 Suns Moon Essence return. Meanwhile, Luli and the fox girl were still fiercely facing each other. Just as she got close to him to strike, Luli quickly used a teleportation technique to dodge. "You should obediently come with me." "What a hasty man," the fox girl softly uttered. Seeing Luli in danger, Yinli yelled a warning. "Not good, Carp. Be careful. We're in trouble." "Ah!" Luli cried out, sounding in pain. A bright red light emanated from where he stood. Yinli, standing nearby, covered her face with her hand. Oh no. This time, he's really gonna be grilled carp," she worriedly exclaimed. Suddenly, her expression changed. "Huh." From within the flames, Luli walked out unharmed. "Haha, you're really a troublesome little vixen." Luli's reappearance surprised the fox girl. "How is this possible?" she panicked. "What kind of bizarre cultivation technique is this?" Luli said with a smug look. "Like it? I've got plenty more, guaranteed to satisfy." Who knew Luli had this kind of trick up his sleeve? He quickly dashed towards the fox girl and unleashed his attack. Muttering an incantation, Buddha Tathagata, a girl in an orange-yellow dress seemed to be under some kind of influence, and she looked to be in great pain. A light enveloped the girl, and she couldn't move or resist at all. Can't believe a big, strong guy like him would do something like this. Couldn't he go easy on a girl? He just shot out a hand-shaped blast of light. The girl, trapped within the light, said, "You damn bastard, I won't forgive you." She strained with all her might, trying to create enough power to break free. "Demon God, protect me!" Her eyes glowed crimson. She then used her sharp claws to tear through the light prison. After struggling for a while, she finally broke free and flew up like a fairy. As she flew towards Lulai, she shouted, "Don't get cocky! My sister will be back soon with more powerful demons to avenge me. And then, you'll be picked clean to the bone," Luli calmly replied. "Oh really? Too bad you won't live to see it." Just then, 3 more people appeared behind him. There were 2 Tangsanzang masters and a guy with spiky white hair. Luli added, "I told you I have plenty of tricks. Be patient." The fox girl, confused, said, "Huh." Suddenly, a pink-haired girl rushed over and blurted out, "Captain, Heavenly Dragon Diamond Mantra, Indestructible Diamond, he really is a pervert." Lulai finished his attack. Lu Yi sighed, returned to base. Time to rest. At this moment, a cute little cat jumped down from above. Seeing Luli holding the cat with a cheerful expression, the pink-haired girl said, "Lulai, the demons in this abyss aren't easily subdued. Plus, with a shared grudge, they'll swarm back for revenge soon," Lulai replied. "I don't want to subdue it, but using it as bait isn't bad either. Let's see if they dare to oppose the combined forces of the Immortal and Demon sects. By the way, do you know how to find someone from the Immortal Alliance?" Hearing Lulai's question, the girl quickly turned away. "Huh, what are you talking about? We should keep moving." Seeing her avoidance, Luli grabbed her collar. "Don't play dumb, you're already dumb enough," the girl cried out in fear. "No. You clearly want to use me to capture Ling Ji," Luli sighed. "I'm all alone now. Taking you along to find Ling Jian Shuang. She'll definitely have a bunch of people with her. How am I supposed to capture her like that?" He then pinched her cheek. "Besides, I've placed the most vicious and insidious demonic curse of the Demonic Sect on you. Disobey my orders, and your body will explode." After some pleading, the girl finally led Luli away. She pointed ahead and said, "This way, just keep going." They continued through the rough, unstable volcanic terrain. After a while, Luli asked, "Are we there yet? Are you leading me in circles? Just follow my directions." Luli was getting tired. The pink-haired girl said, "HMPH. Believe it or not, Ling Ji will be here soon. You won't even have time to run." Whoosh! Something appeared again. A blow swept between them, scattering rocks and earth. Sensing something amiss, he said, "She's here, all right." Luli crouched down, placing his hands on the ground, scanning his surroundings. Then he saw a perfect copy of himself jump onto a towering rock, revealing a foot wearing a purple sandal. Indeed, it was a bright-faced girl. But she was pointing a sharp sword forward, specifically at Luli's face. "If you want Fang Yinli to die, just make your move," she asked back. "What do you mean?" Luli pointed and explained, "If I die, the demonic talismans and curses in Fang Yinli's body will erupt. I suppose you wouldn't want to see her in such a miserable state. Worse than death, right? You rotten carp, you're evil. Pig-headed, ham-fisted, I hate you. Thieving, despicable demon. What do you want?" "That's more like it. Getting angry will give you wrinkles, you know? It's simple. I just caught a demon from the abyss, but I'm afraid the abyssal demons will come for revenge." With that, he shamelessly ran over and hugged the purple-haired girl. "So, I'd like to invite Ling Jiji to be my bodyguard, to protect me a bit." Seeing Luli suddenly hug her, Ling Jiji immediately pushed him away, looking angry. "Don't touch me. Do you want me to stab you with my sword? You're full of bad intentions. What kind of devilish plan are you cooking up?" "Now," Luli just chuckled and said, calm down, I'm such a pure person. What bad intentions could I possibly have? Besides, with Fang Yinli buried with me, what do I have to fear?" Ling Jiji turned to look at Luli and said, "You dare?" while he looked evasively elsewhere. "Or how about, I go find another fellow disciple? That would be better." A moment later, Luli turned back with a suspicious grin. "Although I have quite a few enemies, maybe they'll spare me for Fang Yinli's sake, right?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet. Only 2 people, a man and a woman, were left, staring intently at each other. Embarrassed, Ling Jiji quickly turned away. Fine, I agree to help you, all right," the pink-haired girl outside shouted. "You're the idiot," Luli could only laugh awkwardly. All right, happy cooperation. You can have your stupid Ling bodyguard back," the pink-haired girl outside shouted. "You're the idiot," Ling Jiji pointed her sword forward and said, "Don't push your luck. I told you not to touch me. And don't call me a bodyguard." Despite Ling Jiji's warning, Luli stubbornly continued. "All right, Ling bodyguard. Let's go. Remember to protect me, Ling bodyguard." This made Ling Jiji furious. He continued to call her that. Ling bodyguard, is there anything interesting up ahead? Ling bodyguard, where are the others? Ling bodyguard. As he spoke, Lu Lai walked forward. Wait. There, having only taken a few steps, numerous swords appeared, surrounding Lu Li and holding their blades to his neck, but Lu Li remained calm and composed, showing no fear. Xianming, you guys sure do love putting swords to people's necks, huh? It's not just you three, is it? There's a whole army behind you too. Such a grand welcome. What good fortune has befallen me? Ling Jiji then ran out to intervene. Fellow Taoists. Hold on, Ling Jiji rushed forward to explain. Fellow Taoists, this Lu Lai is holding junior sister Fang hostage. She's been cursed with a demonic Daoyo spell, forcing us to fight the abyssal demons for him in revenge. I had no choice but to protect him. Junior sister Fang timidly stepped forward. Fellow Taoists, I apologize for the trouble I've caused everyone. The red-haired girl turned and said, Junior sister Yinli? And then everyone turned their gazes towards Lu Lai and shouted, shameless, despicable, vile. Lu Li ran over and patted Ye Qing on the shoulder. You're right, truly despicable and shameless. I can't even stand to look. Am I right, Yanqing? Enraged, Yanqing grabbed Lu Li by the collar. Lu Li, don't push your luck. Don't think I won't hit you. Lu Li seemed very arrogant, unafraid. Then try it, come on. No more holding back, no more hesitation. Just don't hit my face. I said you can't kill me, not that you can't capture me. If I just surrender, I'm afraid I'll be hunted down by the demonic Dao before I even reach the Xianming, or the Xianming will use me as a bargaining chip in the war and hand me over to the demonic Dao. If someone just gets angry, becomes ruthless, and ignores Fang Yinli's life to capture me and bring me back to the Xianming, then I'll be free. Lu Li imagined himself as the supreme Buddha, with many people worshipping him below. Once I arrive at the Xianming, I'll immediately reveal myself as a Buddhist disciple, then demonstrate my understanding of Buddhist cultivation techniques in front of everyone, then evolve a bit. Wouldn't the Buddhist sect worship me then? Besides, I've investigated thoroughly. Among the 3,000 Buddhist sects, there are several branches that allow marriage and having children. The Buddhist sect has deep roots and abundant cultivation resources. Reaching Huashen in 300 years and Zhuxun in 500 years is not just a dream. Straight to the peak of life, Lu Lai continuously provoked Ye Jing, come on, hit me head on. But Ye Jing didn't make a move, just stood there wasting both of their time. Lu Li raised his middle finger and said, damn it, Ye Qing probably didn't want to deal with Lu Lai, so he let go. But he still grumbled. Having let go, Ye Qing turned and walked away. Without hesitation, Lu Lai wondered. He actually held back. Ling Jiji ran over and asked Lu Lai, you, what did you do? This guy was always like this, looking carefree and calm. Of course, I'm trying to build good relationships with everyone. It makes me happy to make friends. Oh, isn't that Taoist Tongxiang? You look good. Seems like you've recovered quite well. Lu Li ran over and put his arm around Taoist Tongxiang's shoulder. Have you mastered your diamond claw yet? How about I teach you? We're old friends. I'll charge you only 3 high-grade spirit stones. How about it? Taoist Tongxiang, unbothered, turned away. He put his hands together and said, Amitabha. The people behind him started chattering. This Taoist friend looks very unfamiliar. Are you interested in getting acquainted? The girl immediately introduced herself. I am a cultivator from the Kunwu Island overseas. I accidentally got involved in the Immortal demonic war. I just want to see the Dao Qi. Please don't bother me, Taoist Lu. Lu Li took the opportunity to get close to the woman. If you're a cultivator from overseas, then there's no need to be so distant. This made the girl extremely flustered. He looked straight into the girl's face and said, why do you wear a veil? Could it be that behind this veil lies a stunning beauty? How many people are in your family? Are your parents still healthy? What are your hobbies? The girl was stunned, stuttering and unable to speak. She was so embarrassed that she ran away. She hastily said, fellow Taoists, I don't want to see this Dao Qi anymore. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Lu Li quickly called out, hey, wait a minute. But it was too late. Lu Li didn't bother with the people behind him. He turned around and walked away. He put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Why isn't anyone attacking me? Don't any of your vanguards have a fiery temper? Seeing this, Sister Ling angrily stomped over to Lu Lai. She pointed forward. Look, that's the palace with the Dao Qi. Suddenly, a small blue vortex appeared on the bridge. In the flowing lava, Lu Li went closer and saw that it was the Huangting Dao Palace. He looked for a while and then sat down to observe the Huangting Dao Palace. So the yin-yang, Hunyuan, Kunping demonic god technique ran here to look for food. He turned and asked Sister Ling, "If you've already found it, why don't you go in?" Sister Ling still looked angry and said, "HMPH. Then you go in yourself and try." Then he picked up the cat. "In that case, I'd rather obey than be respectful." The cat was confused and asked, "Where is this?" And then he threw the cat into the vortex. The cat screamed, "Ah, you wretched human, I'll never forgive you in this lifetime or the next. I'll definitely pull out your tendons, skin you, and dismember you." Gradually, the cat was sucked into the vortex. It spun it around wildly, but it was eventually spat back out. Lu Li ran over and picked up the cat. "As expected, there's a restrictive barrier. You wanted to trick me into touching it. You truly are a woman with a vicious heart. Since that's the case, give me 5 of your Immortal Sect's Divine Sky Separation Departure Purple," Sister Ling asked. "What do you mean?" Sister Ling was furious. "In this environment, do you know how much destruction setting off a Separation Departure Purple would cause? If you want to die, I won't stop you, but if you implicate the cultivators of my Immortal Sect, then FCK off." Lu Li pointed to his head and said, "Why haven't you sent people to protect the people below? If the cultivators of our demonic sect come here and toss a few dozen Ghostwater Yin Thunder pearls, wouldn't you and I become a pair of lovebirds in shared misfortune? It's strange. How can you be so old and still have an IQ similar to Fang Yinli's?" Sister Ling got even angrier and leaned her face close to Lu Li's. "You? Who are you calling lovebirds in shared misfortune?" All right. Don't get angry at the drop of a hat. It's not cute at all. No need, we're already here." A guy in a yellow robe led a large army behind him. "Lu Li, just now you killed a fellow member of the Demonic Sect, the Blood Shadow Sect, and now you want to publicly flirt with someone from the Immortal Alliance, and you still say you're not a spy for the Immortal Alliance." The people standing above shouted, "Zhu Shen Keksu, long time no see." The guy in the yellow robe angrily shouted, "My name is Yang Shu." He then calmly continued, "Cut the crap. Maybe you haven't figured out the situation yet, right? Today, with all these fellow Taoists as witnesses, when we return, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. Has your brain been fried dry by the lava? Can't you see I've brought the hostage Fang Yinli? Also, you're the one who hasn't figured out the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone parted to make way for an old man. He said, "Who dares to touch a member of my demonic sect?" Yang Shu immediately said, "Senior Nangong." Lu Li thought to himself, "This old guy's magical power is on par with Zhuji's 8 branches, but he's still at the peak of Zhuji." Senior Nangong stood in front of everyone and declared, "Lu Li, it was you who angered my grandson, causing his soul to scatter, wasn't it? So he really is a relative of Nangong Long. No wonder he's so old and still at Zhuji." Lu Li held a green jade in his hand and said, "I'm so sorry, your 7th branch head Nangong didn't have time to attend the banquet. This low-grade spirit stone." He then flicked the jade. "Consider it my condolence money." The jade flew past Senior Nangong's face, leaving a long scratch. He was furious and said, "Are you looking for death?" Then he drew his sword. He slashed at Lu Li for the first time. But luckily, Lu Li dodged it. The cat asked again, What's going on now?" He held the cat out in front of him as a shield. Isn't that a bit too cruel? With such a terrifying power, it's really unfair for Lu Li and the cat to fight alone. The little cat was extremely frightened, but in the end, everything was settled. Lu Li held the cat and said, "No wonder you're from the Deep Abyss demonic race. You can take a hit like that and still be fine." Old man Nangong suddenly appeared from nowhere, spitting down from above, holding a sword, ready to strike. "Take this, Lu Li." Lu Li remained calm and called out to Sister Ling, saying she should go. "Protector Ling." Sister Ling rushed up to deal with him but didn't forget to scold Lu Li, "Stop ordering me around." And right after that, Sister Ling and the old man started fighting. The battle was evenly matched. Because they were equally powerful, the old man jumped up and created a giant whirlwind, making Sister Ling lose her balance and fall to her knees. Senior Nangong was still determined. Focusing his attacks, Sister Ling looked up and counterattacked. "Don't even think about running. Take this." After a tiring fight, The old man knelt on the ground, looking exhausted. Stop. Yang Shu and his gang from earlier appeared, everyone holding some kind of round object. If anyone dares to make a move, I'll directly detonate these Ghostwater Yin Thunder pearls. We're here too. Who are you trying to scare? You think we don't have them? Let's see who blows up who. The two teams started arguing. If you move again, we'll see. Try it then, fellow Taoists. Please, for my sake, stop first. What now? Yang Shu pointed at Luli's face. Luli, are you really this shameless? Why we're making a move, don't you know? Isn't it because you guys have been taking so long to detonate, so I might as well set one off first? What do you mean by setting one off first? Both the blue-haired guy and Yang Shu were surprised and turned around. They had a container filled with round, tennis ball-like orbs. This time, Luli really played them for a fool. Wake up! When everyone turned around, Luli had already run away. Yang Shu turned back and said, Are you crazy? Do you want us all to be buried here? Luli said. That's why I was kind enough to come here and remind you. Run! Luli dashed forward. Even if the true Dao Qi appears, I can't take it. It's best if no one can take it. In an instant, a huge explosion occurred. Everyone scrambled to escape. Run! By this time, Luli had already hidden behind a cliff, watching the others run in a panic. The lava below started to flow. But there was a rock floating in the air. It flew higher and higher, gradually reaching the top of the sky. Fang Yinli and Sister Ling looked back. He actually triggered the secret of this place. Everyone who was running suddenly stopped and looked up. There was a stream of light. It will emerge in a few days. The time has come, nurturing Dao Qi, the golden zenith sword, the secret realm of heaven and earth spirit, the jade spirit Huangting Dao, aiding cultivation, gifting the divine treasures of the secret realm. Select 10 great true disciples, squandering heaven's gifts. Everything will be destroyed. The misty clouds of the secret realm cracked, and the Dao Qi emerged. All the treasures were floating in the air. Yang Shu turned around. This is actually a secret realm of a primordial sect? The golden zenith sword, the sword Dao. The soldiers behind him were already rushing forward. They said, Strike first to be sure. But Yang Shu raised his hand to stop them. Wait, you idiots. You, so it was them. Your greed brings you here just to snatch the treasures, haha. The supreme secret island is mine. Before they could even grab the treasures, they were struck by lightning from above. They were all burnt to a crisp and fell to the ground. If you don't meet the requirements of the 10 great true disciples, even if you get chosen, you won't make it. 1 is the 5-color Dao Foundation, 2 is the 3-flower Dao Foundation, 3 is magical power as strong as Jindan, 4 is the 9 yin-yang divine body, 5 is the divine sky lightning pulse body, 6 is the innate 5-element spirit body, 7 is the heavenly spirit body, 8 is the heaven and earth divine spirit incarnation, 9 is the Dao ancestor incarnation, 10 is the Buddha ancestor incarnation. If anyone tries to snatch them, they'll be struck by the heavenly thunder. A blue-haired guy appeared and said, Fine. Our immortal sect has 4 people with magical power as strong as Jindan alone. I am the divine lightning pulse body. Wuxiang is the heavenly spirit 5 elements body. The others also have immortal Dao. We can take everything. Yang Shu was furious. Take everything. You really don't take us seriously. The two sides faced each other, faces close, growling. Today you won't be taking anything. We'll see how capable you are then. Luli suddenly ran over. Fellow Taoists. He jumped on top of everyone's heads, making them all yelp in pain and hunched over. Then, he spat on the area where the treasures were. He picked up a glowing golden orb and asked, Please, for my sake, let me take one thing first. Is that... Okay. 3 flower gathering Peak Dalio Foundation, a person from the Demonic Sect. He held up the treasure and retrieved a small brown pellet, like a spirit pill. This one doesn't look bad, fellow Taoists. I'm sorry, but this pill already has an owner. Luli, hand over the pill. Did you ask the fellow Taoists of the Immortal Alliance here before taking that pill? The heavenly lightning body was about to rush forward when a sword suddenly pierced the ground in front of him. Gradually, a girl's legs slowly descended. The chief disciple of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Do I need your Immortal Alliance's permission to do things? Lu Li was delighted. Senior Sister Lu He, why are you here? The sect master heard you came here alone, so he sent me to quickly come to your aid. The heavenly lightning body turned away and thought to himself, a disciple of the Yinming Ghost Sect has arrived too. They are all my subordinates, I can rest completely assured. Senior Sister Lu. He is taking orders from the chief's senior brother with a wink. If you call me that, I won't accept it, senior sister Lu He. Lu He glared at the heavenly lightning body. HMPH. You think just this handful of your people can stop our immortal alliance? You're dreaming. Lu Li pointed to his temple and said, Are you muddled in the head? Don't forget, I still have a hostage in my hands. Lu He and Sister Ling stood side by side. I also have a very powerful protector, Lu. He suddenly sighed. Senior brother Lu, you really have some skills in training women. To even make Ling Jianchang so obedient, how did you do it? Ling Jianchang stood beside them, blushing. Lu Li happily replied as if it were a great achievement. It's because Protector Ling is now much gentler and cuter than her previous fierce self. I always have time to reveal to you my methods for training women. Ling Jianchang stepped forward and said. Her expression seemed a bit reserved. Fellow Taoists, I'm sorry, the man angrily growled. Shut up, Lu Li, you scoundrel. Hiding behind women is your only skill. If you have the guts, let's fight to the death. Hearing this, Lu Li wasn't too surprised. He replied, You, a defeated opponent, still have the nerve to come here and challenge me. From below, the man shouted, Could it be that you're afraid of me? If you lose, you have to remove the demonic curse on Fang Yinli and return her freedom? If you win, this sword formation will be yours. With your myriad demon sword combined with this formation, your power can surpass realms and kill Jindan cultivators. Is that enough? Seeing the man's determination, Ling Jianchang tried to dissuade him. Senior brother Yu, the 3000 Bright Moon sword formation is your ultimate technique, you absolutely can't do this. But the man calmly replied, Junior sister Ling, for you, what does it matter? Besides, rest assured, I'm confident I'll win. On this side, Fang Yinli couldn't help but worry and said, Senior sister Xuan. Senior brother Yu, don't worry, Senior brother Yu has 3 trump cards to secure victory. This opportunity is not easy to come by. Lu Li thought the man's decision was somewhat unwise, but if he insisted, he'd have to oblige. Fine, if you're so eager to offer up your treasures, how can I refuse your kindness? Let's begin. The two were about to start their duel. It seems these two can't meet without a fight. The man coldly drew his sword from behind his back and, without hesitation, quickly charged towards Lu Li. On this side, Lu Li was still calmly waiting for him to arrive. I thought you would have some new tricks. Your swordsmanship has already opened my eyes. Are you still doing it? Very quickly, Lu Li dodged the man's attack again, partly because the attack was too familiar, and partly because the man was too stubborn. He knew he couldn't defeat Lu Li, but every time he met him, he always wanted to challenge him. Having missed his attack, he immediately left Lu Li's position. A yellow jade appeared in his mouth, and in an instant he bit it into 100 pieces. Once again, he stubbornly charged forward. This time, Lu Li was a little wary. This man seemed more powerful than before. He wouldn't give up or be defeated easily. However, there was no way he could get past Lu Li. The attack just now seemed intense, but Lu Li still escaped. Lu Li couldn't help but think in his mind, what did he eat? Why did the magic power on his body increase so much? He turned his head and spoke in a sarcastic tone. He was sure that Lu Li also noticed the difference in his body. What's wrong? I've just started, and you can't take it anymore. Where did that smug mouth and face from before go? Ling Jianchang, who was watching, was also surprised by the attack just now. Jumo Jian Huang, Despairing Demon Sword Pellet, infused with the highest level of sword intent, a forced breakthrough talisman that ignores the realm's limitations. The power is all at the Jindan level treasure. This girl is no different. Ling Jianchang was truly amazed. Senior brother Yu's current strength is probably on par with the mid-stage Jindan now. Using these treasures to fight a 5th level Zuji like me, it seems you really want to win, huh? Lu Li seemed to realize the man's current desire. He didn't say anything, just laughed out loud, showing his contempt. Lu Li stood and watched, feeling confused. Maybe he was having a power trip and going crazy. Suddenly, he disappeared. No one knew when he had acquired this bizarre ultimate move. He quickly moved towards Lu Li and threatened him. Can you still laugh now? But he missed the opportunity. Lu Li quickly used his move to defeat him. But he was blocked in time. Too weak. These things were originally given to me by my master to protect my life. Now, using them to kill a demon spawn like you should be grateful. The man gave a cruel smile and said, Lu Li had never been one to easily give in to enemies, so he wasn't afraid of this man at all. You look more like a demon than I do. Besides, If you kill me, Fang Yinli will definitely die too. Lu Li's words indirectly angered the man. He was so angry that he couldn't control himself anymore and rushed at Lu Li. Shut up. No matter how strong he was, one thing that could never change was that he could never defeat Lu Li. Such strong sword intent, Lu Li thought with a frown. Lu Li, even if you offend the Moyu Abyss, demonic territory abyss, wanting the protection of the immortal path or wanting to seize the Tao artifact, seize the supreme treasure, these things are nothing to me. But you have implicated Ling Jiancheng. A despicable demon like you wants to keep Ling Jiancheng by your side, protect her. Lu Lilai finally understood the reason why the man was always trying to harm him. Ah, so it's intense jealousy? Just kill you, and it will all be over. The demonic sect will lose a great general. There will be no more obstacles in the fight for the treasure. Ling Jiancheng will also not be threatened by the demonic sect. As he spoke, he swung his hand towards him. So Fang Yinli's death has nothing to do with me. This ultimate move had never been seen from him before. It's true that he had taken a spectacular step forward. He rushed forward, swinging a powerful palm towards Lu Li. Die! The light emitted from his power made Lu Li gasp in astonishment. The rays of light just kept flashing. A truly terrifying scene. The clothes on Lu Li's body were as if they were being burned and torn into many pieces. He struggled to hold on, but couldn't. The indestructible diamond body basically couldn't block it. On this side, the man seemed pleased when he saw Lu Li's current state. This is a sword intent printed by a Yuanying Zhenjun, nascent soul true lord. Unless you have the Chunyang Dao Gang, pure Yang Dao elixir, on you, otherwise even a late-stage Jindan can't dodge it. A demon ant like you, just rest in peace and die here. Although his clothes were torn, Lu Li had no intention of surrendering. You, from your immortal path, do you all like to talk about your cultivation techniques when you fight? After hearing those words from Lu Li, the man felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his face. What? I've never touched the Chunyang Dao Ging pure Yang Dao elixir, until now. How could a person from the demonic sect like him, Ling Jiancheng, stood there watching, thinking to herself, I used to think that Lu Li had taken some kind of divine elixir to be able to cultivate the Three Flowers Dao Foundation. But I never expected that he's actually cultivating the Dao, Demon, and three methods simultaneously at Feixianhuani Taoist Temple. This guy seems to have had a bit too much to drink. He's watching the situation through a divine whole, holy moly, Dao, Buddha, Demon, three cultivations, and also a pure Yang Dao Foundation. My old ass has been preserving my virginity for 80 years, and I haven't even managed to cultivate that. This kid is 18, and he can already cultivate his spirit to this extent. If he's not the reincarnation of the Daoyao ancestor, I'll eat the Daoyao ancestor's statue. He then turned to his attendant. Stop what you're doing for now. Quickly call someone to bring him here. Holy Buddha. This Lu Li is likely the reincarnation of a Buddhist disciple, a fellow monk exclaimed after witnessing everything through a divine hole. Another monk chimed in. Such a pure and sacred place. How can you utter such vulgar words? Holy crap, quickly. Have the Konghui Ming fly at full speed towards that direction. We must invite him to our Buddhist sect. No mistakes are allowed. The other monks below echoed in unison, Amitabha. Inside a room, a hot-bodied girl was also watching Lu Li. This kid is a bit interesting. It seems I need to take a trip to Mount Wanamo to meet him. If he's a disciple of the Daoyao ancestor, then I'll bring him back and keep him as a plaything. If he's the reincarnation of a heavenly demon, then I'll just beat him to death. Back to Lu Li's side. If you're so eager to kill me, then don't blame me for not holding back. Immediately, Lu Li unleashed an attack towards his enemy, threatening him, Dao Foundation sword guard. In an instant, his sword pierced straight through his enemy's defenses. The fight was becoming more and more intense. The man was given a good scare. He fearfully retreated. You damn demon spawn! How dare you run rampant here, huff? Puff? He was panting heavily from overexertion, but his hatred overwhelmed him, so he wouldn't stop until he took down Lu Li. He looked ahead and suddenly froze. A multitude of swords appeared before Lu Li. He beckoned with his hand, and all the sword points aimed directly at the man. You really are forgetful, aren't you? Hundreds of swords flew towards the man, piercing straight through him. He could only scream in agony. Senior brother Yu, a girl yelled. Lin Jiancheng, out of fear, closed her eyes to avoid seeing the horrific scene. It's only been a short time, and he's already grown this strong. Looks like I wasn't wrong about him. After all, Lu Lai stepped closer to his position. The man was now nothing but a puddle of blood. The Buddhist monk, seeing this scene, clasped his hands in prayer. Amitabha. Everyone started to criticize Lu Li. Lu Li, you dare kill a disciple of the Tianhe sword sect, prepare to die. Lu He sword formation. Lu Li stepped forward and shut them up. I'd like to see who dares to make a move. Hearing her provocation, an angry man was about to rush forward to fight her, but Lu Lai stopped him. Seeing that the Immortal Alliance side seemed agitated, he walked over to Lin Jiancheng and said, Lin Jiancheng, don't you people in the Immortal Alliance believe in accepting the consequences of your actions? Lin Jiancheng angrily replied, you killed senior brother you could have spared his life. Ridiculous. He used 3 magic treasures in succession, all at the Jindan realm, and you want me to spare him? Do you think I'm the living Buddha? The red-haired girl, hearing this, became furious. He changed his expression and turned serious. Moreover, I already said I only needed to kill Fang Yinli. He clearly knew that, but still wanted to kill me. Lu Li's words left Lin Jiancheng speechless. She lowered her head and said, don't you know what this means? The red-haired girl, still stubborn, rushed forward to argue with Lu Li. What are you talking about, you demonic scoundrel? Don't even think about playing your divisive tricks. As for Lin Jiancheng, she didn't want to argue further and lowered her voice. Enough. We of the Immortal Alliance keep our word. Put your swords down. Seeing Lin Jiancheng back down, Lu Li also changed his attitude. That's more like it. Protector Lin is still the sensible one. The girl next to him was furious but could only comply. HMPH. He then turned to Yinli and said, hey, glutton, I remember you're some kind of special spirit body, right? Go help me pick out a treasure. Yinli innocently replied, huh? Why should I help you? The red-haired girl couldn't contain her anger and yelled, Lu Lai, don't push your luck. There are only a few treasures here. You've already taken one, and you want more. The man angrily shouted at Lu Li in protest. Lu Lai, without hesitation, retorted, problem. Wasn't that guy just now considered a powerhouse of the immortal Tao? If he said to take one treasure, and I beat him, then his share naturally belongs to me. The words that Lu Lai uttered were extremely convincing. It was uncertain if the people of the Immortal Alliance would find them acceptable or not. Then he pointed towards the treasures and said to Yinli, go, pick a 10,000-year spirit medicine. Yinli could only obediently listen to him. Okay. A few seconds later, she reached the place where the treasures were displayed. She reached out and took one that contained a small branch. Seeing that beautiful jade, her eyes lit up with praise. It smells so good. Judging by her expression, she really wanted to keep it for herself. While she was engrossed in admiring its beauty and alluring scent, Lu Lai quickly snatched it back. Just smelling it is enough. This isn't for you to eat. Yinli, caught off guard, looked like she was filled with regret. Oh. After taking it, Lu Lai turned to leave. As for the rest, you guys figure out how to divide it yourselves. I'm tired, I'm going back for a nap. Glutton, come on. Yinli immediately trotted after him. Okay. Passing by her 2 senior sisters, she didn't forget to bid them farewell. All 3 shared a look of regret. Senior sister Ling, senior sister Quan, goodbye. Senior sister Quan seemed like she wanted to keep her. Yinli, this guy. He was furious but could only bottle it up inside. This guy is too arrogant. Suddenly he exclaimed, wait a minute, where's the biggest fire crystal stone? Why is it suddenly gone? After hearing him say that, everyone noticed and looked up to see that the stone was no longer there. Having been found out, Lu Li hoisted Yinli onto his shoulders and made a run for it. A shout echoed from behind. Lu Li! Finally, they managed to escape outside. Lu He turned to ask, Chief Disciple Lu, aren't we waiting for the Tao artifact to appear? Hearing her question, Lu Li replied, no way, even if the Tao artifact appears, we won't be able to get it. Once a chaotic battle starts, we'll easily be surrounded and attacked. By then, you'll all be dead. Moreover, before he could finish, he suddenly covered his mouth. He showed a pained expression. There was a smear of blood on his hand. That Davio sword intent, it's really not weak. Lu He, seeing this, worriedly ran over. You're injured. But Lu Lai reassured her, calmly saying, quiet down a bit. The injury isn't too serious, but if we attract attention, it'll be very troublesome. He wiped the remaining blood from his mouth. I took these treasures, so I'm sure people will soon come to ambush you. Change directions and go first. I can escape on my own, but if you're here, I won't be able to run at full strength. Hearing Lu Li say this, Lu Li looked a bit angry and said, it's us who are burdening Chief Disciple Lu Li. Seeing her angry expression, Lu Li tactfully replied, Senior Sister Lu Li, hey? I didn't mean it like that. Earlier at the Huangting Dao Palace, when you showed up, you helped me a lot. Hearing him say that, Liu Hui didn't argue further. If that's the case, Chief Disciple Lu, please take care. He didn't forget to respond to them. Senior Sister Liu Hui, be careful on your way. When we get back, I'll find you to catch up. After bidding farewell, Liu Hui and her people quickly left, as Lu Li wished. Lu Li still stood there, watching their figures fade away, and sighed to Yin Li. Phew. They're finally gone, otherwise, if we really started fighting later, I wouldn't know what to do, Yin Li naively added. You know people want to ambush you, yet you still sent away your helpers. But you even beat Senior Brother Yun's trump card. Who else could possibly kill you? Seeing Yin Li's naive comment, Lu Li explained to her, Well, think about it carefully. I've offended 3 major forces. The Immortal Alliance, the Demonic Sect are both inside. Who hasn't appeared yet? Yin Li pondered for a moment. She suddenly realized. You mean? The cat on Lu Li's back suddenly spoke. HMPH, my reinforcements are here. You guys are dead meat. The two turned around and the ground was all messed up. Aren't they already here? Lu Li said cautiously. Stepping out from that direction was a bull with the form of a human. It was very tall and could crush its enemies in an instant. Yao race from the abyss. It walked up to Lu Li and threatened him. Hand over my people, and leave behind the treasures on you. Otherwise, you die, Lu Li arrogantly replied, just based on a bull like you. The cat, seeing this, excitedly exclaimed, Niu Niu, I'm here, Niu Niu. Seeing Lu Li's arrogant attitude, angrily roared, I am a Kui ox from the Yao race of the abyss, with strength reaching 15 jiaos. You want to try me? Lu Li still calmly responded. Although I don't know what unit of measurement that is, I'm not that easy to kill. I have a better suggestion. I can return this fox Yao to you, and then give you 10 top-grade spirit stones. We each go our own way, how about that? Niu Niu, seemingly swayed by Lu Li's words, stroked his beard and muttered, that doesn't sound bad, but if I kill you, everything will be mine. He then charged towards Lu Li. He charged forward, throwing a punch. But Lu Li quickly pushed Yin Li back to keep her safe. His fist was 100 times bigger than Lu Li's. But Lu Li still managed to block it. Seeing this, he said, Interesting. You can actually withstand my punch, I told you. I'm not that easy to kill. As he spoke, Lu Li braced against Niu Niu's punch and shoved him back. The enraged Niu tried to crush Lu Li with his foot. But Lu Li narrowly escaped. He raised his fist again and continued to attack Lu Li. Lu Li grimaced. Oh no! He slammed his fist down, shattering a rock into pieces. Yin Li sat watching the two fight. In the midst of the heated battle, he suddenly froze. Ling Jiangshu appeared just in time, stepping in to block the attack and protect Lu Li. From behind, Lu Ling said, I didn't realize that beneath your cold exterior, you actually cared about me. How arrogant! Ling Jianshu replied flatly. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just worried about something happening to Yin Li. With that, she charged forward, Hyunbing sword, lead. With a single strike, she startled Nigu. Yin Li cried out joyfully, Ling Jiji, you finally came. Hurry and kill that cow. I've never eaten deep abyss demon cow before. The cow was terrified by Ling Jiangshu's sword strike. Ling Jiji, one strike, one Hyunbing sword, so she's the legendary Ling Jiangshu. This is bad. Seeing Niu's fear, Lu Li fanned the flames. Stupid cow, it's 2 against 1 now. Still want to fight, he furiously pounded his chest and roared, HMPH. My Chi Mu clan doesn't turn tail and run. With that, he charged towards them. The two calmly watched him to see what he would do next and plan their response. Harag. His massive body drew closer, but he couldn't land a hit. Apparently, not turning tail meant charging straight ahead. He fearfully ran straight into the deep forest. Brat, I'll remember you. I'll be back, Lu Li's cat said. Nimoni, where are you going? His BR running is better than mine, Lu Li. I want to make a deal with you. Ling Jiangshu suddenly made Lu Li an offer. I want to replace Yin Li. Release her and take me as your hostage. Hearing this, Yin Li ran over and said, Ling Jiji, no, I haven't eaten them poor yet. The two exchanged heartfelt words. Yin Li, you saved me before. It's only right that I return the favor. Yin Li hesitated. But, before she could finish, Ling Jianzhu pressed her hand against Yin Li's neck. Yin Li felt dizzy and began to lose consciousness. I'm sorry, Yin Li. I'm afraid you wouldn't have gone back otherwise. Ling Jianzhu carried Yin Li to a tree and placed her there. Before leaving, she said, sleep here for a bit. Jing Quan will come find you soon, and then you'll be at Luli's house. Luli finally spoke up. Wait a minute, I haven't agreed yet. I've grown fond of this glutton. Besides, bullying you wouldn't be as fun as bullying Yin Li. She simply replied coldly. My upfront payment will be higher. Luli was instantly persuaded and accepted the deal. As Luli's manly figure emerged from the village gate, the villagers rushed out, buzzing with excitement. Unable to believe their eyes, I heard Luli return safely and even captured Ling Jiangshu. The men were shocked. Impossible. Ling Jiangshu, the legendary leader of the Qiandao's top 10, no way. Even with their doubts, the scene before them was undeniable. The powerful Ling Jiangshu was meekly following behind Luli, obedient and unresisting. Everyone gaped, pointing and murmuring at the girl. It really is her, Ling Jiangshu. I'm seeing her in person for the first time. She's even more beautiful than in the pictures. Is she real or fake? A man yelled to his fellow disciples. Quick, go tell Senior Brother Qi. Print more copies of Female Sword Saint, tonight. I want to pre-order 10 copies. Seeing this, the others also chimed in. Me too. They shouted amidst the commotion. Ling Jianshu frowned upon hearing this. Luli, seeing her slightly annoyed expression, teased. So, scared now, huh? Too late for regrets. Jian Lingzhong shook her head, refusing to look at him, and scoffed. This small matter, what's there to be scared of? I never regret my decisions. And yet, the moment she finished speaking, a creep materialized out of nowhere behind her, his eyes filled with disgust, and a dirty grin plastered on his face. He yelled, Ling Jiangshong, it really is! Ling Jiangshong, I can't hold back anymore, let me kiss you. The words left his mouth, irretrievable. A large, long sword, forged from the fires of a furnace, immediately pressed against his neck. The man, who moments before was consumed by lust, froze, his entire body stiff, unable to move. Only his throat worked, gulping nervously. Having just delivered a warning blow to him and the other lurking perverts, Luli glared with a cold look. Don't want to die? Get lost? Everyone scrambled away in 8 different directions, not daring to mess with him anymore, leaving only a few face-saving words. Luli, you just wait. Just you wait. Soon, the entire square was deserted, not a single soul in sight. Things calmed down. Luling withdrew his power, not forgetting to reassure the person who was almost scared witless earlier. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can touch you, Jian Lingxiong. Though, slightly frightened, also felt embarrassed, turning away without a word of thanks. I don't need your protection, you know? The sky was blue, the clouds were white. After a long day, Luli finally returned home. This time, he even brought back a new trophy, far more valuable than the previous hostage. Honglu Zhenjun hadn't even seen him yet, but heard him coming, and at the slightest sound, she rushed out to greet him. Luli, you're back, I've been. Before she could finish her greeting, she saw a stunning beauty standing before her, her previously cheerful face darkening, her voice losing its enthusiasm. Oh, bringing another beauty home, making me worry about you. Seems like you're pretty free, huh, Luli? Awkward and speechless, could only force a laugh. She volunteered to come home with me. Honglu Zhenjun just hummed in acknowledgement, not bothering to believe the words of this playboy. Well, your charm is certainly hard to resist. The two of them went back and forth like this, while Jian Lingxiong, still clueless about the implications, just stood there dumbfounded. Honglu Zhenjun leaned in close, examining every pore on the beauty's baby-smooth face, her mouth trosk ts king, with a hint of sarcasm. Even Ling Jianzhong has willingly and obediently come home with you. She then sighed, which made Jian Lingxiong curious. She immediately greeted them and explained herself. I followed him back to Chuxian City to save my martial sister, Wen Fang, Honglu Zhenjun. Ling Jiangzhong, chief disciple of the Tianhe sword sect, pleased to meet you. This girl was really something. Honglu Zhenjun's eyes widened in surprise. You know me, Jian Lingzhong said with a serious expression. The famous nascent soul Zhenjun of the 10 great demonic sects, I remember them all. This introduction made Honglu Zhenjun extremely pleased. Just a moment ago she was slightly disgusted, but now she became polite, praising her sincerely. You have a good memory. In her mind she thought, Well, I don't know about that. It's better to keep my spy identity a secret from her for now. All this time, Lu Li had become invisible. Thankfully, he suddenly remembered Honglu Zhenjun, and she immediately pounced on him with a barrage of questions. Right, I heard Lu Ha and the others came back injured earlier. Are they badly hurt? Is there actually someone in the Immortal Dao who can injure you? Jian Lingzhong pondered. Despite being a demonic sect, she cares about her disciples like this. That's not entirely irredeemable. A figure emerged from a room, greeting them as he walked. I bet that little brat of yours faked his death again to challenge the 10 calamities of the Immortal Dao. That's why he got hurt. Finally seeing a man greet him since he got home, his senior brother asked curiously, Wait, that's not right. This is the aura of a nascent soul Zhenjun. Kid, don't tell me you've already stormed Chumo City, Lu Li humbly replied. I was just injured by a sword intent from a Zhenjun. It's nothing. Then, he pulled out his 2 trophies from this trip. Disciple couldn't find the Davar artifact, but I managed to snatch 2 divine treasures from the secret realm, a medicinal pill and a lingji. Too bad I don't know what their uses are. However, just sending them over was enough. His senior brother, more experienced, said, The aroma of this medicinal pill is so strong, and there's even a divine Dako aura inside. A void refinement old monster couldn't refine more than a few of these in their entire life. And this 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, could it be the legendary Immortal Transformation Zihi? Everyone immediately turned their eyes to the 2 bubbles containing the precious items. The Lingji, a translucent snowy white, without a speck of dust, looked like a work of art, Honglu Zhenjun exclaimed. It has the fragrance of orchids permeating the heart, like ascending to immortality. It truly is the legendary Immortal Transformation Zihi. Immediately, the senior brother slung his arm around Lu Li, trying to negotiate for the 2 unique items. Kid, let's make a deal. I can give you anything. Just give me half of the snow lingji, Lu Li chuckled. Really? What he wanted in exchange was something else. I heard your great heaven-suppressing demon king still has 2 unmarried daughters, he said, making his intentions clear. A hero truly struggles to overcome the allure of beauties. Seeing this, his senior brother jokingly scolded, You bastard! The sect master has 2 illegitimate children outside too. You don't ask the sect master, but you ask Lu Li. Seeing this, Lu Li asked, Who told you that? Of course, the sect master's wife told me, he replied with a laugh. Speak of the devil. Lu Li had another visitor. The words had barely left his mouth when his senior brother's face paled. Sect master. Everyone bowed deeply upon seeing him. Greetings, sect master. Jian Lingzhong frowned upon seeing him, her face serious. Is he the sect master of the Yinming ghost sect? Lu Li hurriedly presented the 2 items he had just acquired to the sect master. After careful examination, he said, This medicinal pill was refined through the primordial heaven and earth formation. After consumption, it releases a small amount of medicinal power to improve the physical body, but if completely refined, it can double one's magic power, physical body strength, and soul power. Lu Li asked in astonishment. That powerful? The sect master then praised. Lu Li, you did well this time, seizing the opportunity. However, he advised, you should consume this pill yourself. If you wait until after we reach the peak of Zuji and then fully refine it, I'm afraid others will be envious. The sect master added a few more words of advice. This pill is only suitable for Zuji refinement. It won't have much effect above golden core, so don't even think about it. Hearing this, his senior brother had no choice but to give up. He then said, Who would steal from a child anyway? As for Honglu Zhenjun, she had no objections, of course. He then took the lingji, carefully examining it before saying, As for this 10,000-year-old Immortal Transformation Zihi, I will take it. Later, I will find someone to help you refine it into a limitless golden core so you can pursue invincibility in the golden core realm. Lu Li could only express his gratitude. Disciple thanks, sect master. Honglu Zhenjun quipped. The limitless golden core is extremely difficult to refine, consuming a lot of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. But once you use the limitless golden core, your magic power is limitless. This time, the sect master lost big. Having finished his business, the sect master waved goodbye. It's all right, I didn't come here just to see you. I have an important matter to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Also, a Dao artifact will appear in 5 days, but the Yinming ghost sect won't get involved. The sect leader specifically told Lu Li. During this time, you guys just focus on cultivating, Lu Li replied. Yes, sect leader. He then went to see the sect leader off, and the whole group bowed to him. Go back, the sect leader said. Lu Lai's face showed a thoughtful expression. Dangerous. Not going after the Dao artifact. Forget it. That Dao artifact would be trouble in anyone's hands. Gotta take this time to level up a bit. Crap, almost forgot. There's still something else. He turned and grabbed Ling Jiangshuang's hand, saying, "Let's go back." This made her extremely embarrassed. Such intimacy, she stammered, retreating. "What do you want?" Luli laughed. "To have you help me cultivate, of course." The two then went to a deserted courtyard, face to face. Ling Jiangshuang asked again. "You want me to help you cultivate?" Luli maintained his previous attitude. "That's right. Right now you're the most suitable." He then smiled shamelessly, startling Ling Jiangshuang, who flung his hand away. "Pervert, shameless, vulgar, lecher," Luli, realizing he'd gone a bit too far, tried to soothe her. "What are you even thinking, geez?" He summoned a scroll and quickly clarified his intentions. "I mean sword practice. I don't keep idle people around here. Fang Yingli wants to eat, she has to listen to me, work for me, and you'll teach me swordsmanship." After hearing Luli explain her role, Ling Jianshuang still had reservations. Looking at the scroll in his hand, 3000 Bright Moon Sword Formation Diagram. "This is the opportunity senior brother Yun worked so hard to obtain." Still annoyed by his previous behavior, she warned him. "First of all, although I'm your prisoner, I'm not obligated to teach you swordsmanship. Besides, I can go without food for dozens of days, it's not a problem." Luli realized this girl was really stubborn, so he clapped his hands and praised her. "Good, you have spirit. But, you remember Lu Ha from before, right? She's a woman," Ling Jianchuang, unsure where he was going with this, retorted. "I'm not blind." "What pointless things are you saying?" Then, he smiled slyly and whispered, "She also likes women." Immediately, Ling Jiangshuang blushed crimson, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Seeing Ling Jianshuang's flustered reaction, Lu Li, finding this very effective, continued his act. "Yeah, she helped me so much before. How should I thank her? If you don't want to stay here, then I can give you to her." Ling Jiangshuang yelped at that idea, then relented. "Fine, prepare a moving puppet, we'll practice swordsmanship." Lu Li obediently followed her instructions. "Yes, please instruct me, Master Ling." The spirit beast, sprinkled on his pants earlier, finally spoke, but its face was ashen. "Speaking of puppets, I happen to have a steel that's really good at resisting." Before it could finish, it was grabbed by the head and dragged away like an animal, its eyes wide with shock. Lu Lai threw his spirit beast towards Ling Jiangshuang. "You're it, go!" Its desperate cries echoed throughout the courtyard. The fox from earlier transformed into a beautiful fox girl, her silken robes fluttering, but he threw her to the ground, so heartless, she screamed angrily, "You bastard! How dare you treat me like this? I'll skin you alive!" But no one seemed to notice. Lu Lai listened attentively as Senior Sister Ling instructed him. "The sword is an extension of the spirit. To cultivate sword formation, one must be in harmony with the sword, effortlessly directing the spirit, and the sword light will follow." "Like this?" Lu Lai asked, mimicking her movements. Lu Lai listened attentively as Senior Sister Ling instructed him. "The sword is an extension of the spirit. To cultivate sword formation, one must be in harmony with the sword, effortlessly directing the spirit, and the sword light will follow." "Like this?" Lu Lai asked, mimicking her movements. Boom! Following Ling Jianshuang's sword movements, Lu Ling's every strike caused an explosion, and the direction they were facing happened to be towards the princess. From the thick smoke, only panicked screams could be heard. Ling Jianshuang disapproved of Lu Li's swordsmanship, criticizing him. "Wrong. Yours is just simple swordplay, not true harmony between man and sword." Here, she gently placed her hand on his, gripping it firmly to guide him. "I'll only show you once. Follow my rhythm and breathing, unify your mind and spirit." The little fox princess, rolling out of the large explosion, fumed with an indignant expression. "You two lovebirds? I'm the 7th princess of the Heavenly Fragrance Fox clan. You're using me for sword practice." But her grievances went unheard as they continued to swing their swords mercilessly at her. Wait. The street fell silent. Only the screams of 3 people being flung from a corner could be heard. "Ah, ouch, I'll get you for this. Stop shooting swords at me, wah." A beautiful, elegant figure appeared on the street. Everyone who passed by couldn't help but stare, admiring her graceful gait. "Could this be a goddess?" Ming Mingzhu softly asked. "This is Chu Immortal City of Mount Wanma, right?" A sly rogue answered the beautiful woman. "That's right, this is Chu Immortal City, beautiful, unless you've lost your memory." He then attempted to act indecently in broad daylight. Seeing the goddess's delicate appearance, he moved closer, touching and groping her with his filthy hands. "Let me check your body." The woman didn't say a word, only raised her hand to her chest mysteriously. "Thanks, but no need." Her words were cold and decisive. Like Thanos' snap, he instantly turned to dust, his body shattered into 100 pieces, disappearing into the wind. "Got the information." The woman noticed a familiar building. "Seems like it's over there." She quickly walked towards it. With a single leap, she jumped over the wall and landed in the courtyard where Lu Li and Ling Jiangshuang were practicing swordsmanship. So she came here to find them. Seeing the strange figure suddenly appear, everyone stared blankly. Only the little fox princess trembled, clutching her head and praying. "Don't see me." Mingmingzhu looked at the busy scene. "Seems I came at the wrong time." Lu Li gritted his teeth, eyes glued to the girl standing before him. How did this person appear here? Seeing everyone's 180-degree shift in attitude and the sudden tension in the air, Ling Jiangshuang asked him, "Who is she?" And yet, incredibly contradictory, Ling Jiangshuang bowed deeply in respectful greeting. Disciple Ling Jiangshuang greets the Mingzhu. Lu Li was utterly astonished. "You just asked who she was." Lu Li looked at Ling Jiangshuang, then glared back at the woman standing before him. "The Mingzhu of Daoming, the woman who rules the 9 heavens Dao sects." What followed was a heartwarming exchange of greetings between master and disciple. "Xiaoxong, no need for formalities, I'm here today to take you back. But that's only the first reason. The second is to find him." Ling Jianshuang smiled, touched. "Thank you, Mingzhu. So someone has come to rescue me." Knowing the extraordinary identity of this mysterious figure, and that she was looking for him, he hesitantly asked, "Mingzhu is looking for Lu Li. Are you the reincarnation of the Buddha?" Lu Li scratched his head, unsure how to respond, and opted for a nervous laugh. "Do you think so? Or if you're happy with that, we can just go with it." "I don't really care." But Lu Li, a serious expression etched on her face, the words hitting him hard, yes or no, he realized he'd just made a complete fool of himself. He froze, a flicker of fear in his eyes. "This is the first time I've felt this powerless," he stammered. I'm not. I've been through a lot of mental manipulation, but the system has always been able to neutralize it all." Mingzhu, half believing, half doubting, pressed further. "Reincarnation of the Daozu, Lu Li?" He continued to deny. "No." Mingzhu probed further. "Reincarnation of the great heavenly demon, Hua Zizai?" "No." Lu Li denied again. "Why is it completely ineffective against this woman?" After running through a whole list of familiar names, and Lu Li still vehemently denying, Mingzhu tapped her chin, puzzled. "This is strange." Standing before this woman, Lu Li suddenly became timid. It wasn't just her captivating beauty but her terrifying power. Before her, he was nothing but an ant. "But her timing is perfect. If it's her, she can probably get me off Mount Wanama easily." He consoled himself somewhat and spoke up, dispelling the fear from moments before. Mingzhu, actually I'm a good guy, so could you take me to the Xianming?" Mingzhu was thoroughly confused. "You want to go to the Xianming just because you're a good guy?" She decided to test him with a classic trick. She'd met plenty of smooth talkers before. Lifting the hem of her white dress to reveal her creamy thighs and alluring curves, she asked, "Am I beautiful?" Lu Li immediately nodded, eyes glued to her legs, drool practically dripping. "Beautiful. Of course you're beautiful." His true colors showed. Mingzhu looked disgusted. "Then you can stay in the Magjiao. We don't accept perverts in the Xianming." He was taken aback. So it was a verbal trap. Now how to fix this? Lu Li quickly grabbed onto her words, trying to explain. "Wait, Mingzhu. Everyone appreciates beauty. It's perfectly normal. Besides, your legs really are beautiful. Plenty of people flatter me. And you dare to compliment my thighs," Mingzhu retorted. "But they're not for you to ogle." She turned away, ignoring Lu Li, and spoke to Ling Jiangshuang. "Ling Jiangshuang, let's go." Suddenly, a voice boomed. "Hold on!" A powerful aura erupted. In a flash, the sect leader appeared. "The Mingzhu of Daoming is here. How can you leave so quickly? Won't you stay for a cup of tea?" The atmosphere darkened. Lightning flashed as the two figures faced each other, but the sect leader's usual cold, imposing demeanor was gone. He stared, transfixed, at the woman before him. Mingzhu didn't need to say anything. The aura emanating from her was enough to make everyone cower in fear. Can I go now? Mingzhu, unwilling to engage, turned to leave. Farewell. The sect leader recognized the figure he had long searched for. So it's you. You were the one all along. He never thought he would find her like this. With such a remarkable identity, Mingzhu couldn't hide it any longer. You know, the sect leader respectfully replied, I thought you would hide in the shadows, protecting this land. I never imagined you would appear openly. As the Mingzhu of Daoming, he hadn't expected to find her in such a prominent position. Mingzhu wasn't surprised. She simply said, What's wrong with that? Can't I enjoy myself a little? Seeing her unchanging expression, the sect leader felt a pang of something he couldn't name. While you're here, Mingzhu, let's settle this once and for all. You instructed the Dao and Buddhist sects to attack the Magjiao so they would open a formation, right? Mingzhu, innocently oblivious, pondered his previous statement. Not exactly, but now that you mention it, yes. The sect leader finally had his answer, yet he felt a strange, unspoken frustration. Her cheerful expression as she confirmed it left him speechless. Lulin, eavesdropping, understood nothing. Can you guys say something I can understand? He scratched his head, frustrated with his poor eavesdropping skills. Seems like I've missed quite a bit. Where did I leave off? Mingzhu, losing patience, bid farewell to her less than gracious hosts. All right, I must be going. A dimensional gate opened. Ling Jiansheng and her master had no reason to stay any longer. But the debt hasn't been paid off yet. How can I just let her take someone away? The sect master, always good with calculations, called out, demanding some of the fostering fees. Wait a minute. You're taking Ling Jiancheng? You have to leave some ransom money. She's Lu Lai's prisoner. Luckily, the sect master is an honest person and wouldn't dream of welching on a debt. You have a point. She then pulled out a bright purple crystal from her bosom and tossed it to the sect master. Here's a memory stone. Consider it ransom. This is a sword cultivation technique from 300,000 years ago, enough for you to enjoy for a lifetime. Luli grabbed the gemstone, feeling extremely puzzled. Before he could even ask, it instantly transformed into a surge of power, enveloping the sect master. The sect master continued, Consider this a little gift. To us, going around with our chests and bellies exposed is quite an eyesore, so she was just criticizing others for being poor and always wearing rags and giving away some fabric as charity. But this fabric really does have a faint smell of laundry detergent. In an instant, from the eyes of mortals, the woodcutter, Luli, transformed into a tall, handsome and dashing young man. The end of this story is a real goodbye. After a long and tiring journey, both of them returned to their peaceful abodes. With the two beautiful fairies gone, only two dry men were left to converse. Only then did Luli begin to inquire about what had just happened. Sect master, what's going on? Who was that person, and what kind of formation was that? The sect master, seeing the beauties gone, didn't want to beat around the bush and made an excuse. Save it. The water here is very deep. With your current cultivation realm, you shouldn't know too much. Just focus on your cultivation. Maybe in a year you'll know. Luli's face drooped in disappointment. What kind of opportunity is this again? Could it be that you don't even know what you're showing off? But anyway, losing a sword technique master only to get a memory stone and a set of clothes, Luli felt like he had made a huge profit from a loss. He was also still angry about being stabbed earlier. A gentleman's word, revenge is not too late. Even after 10 years, I'll cultivate until I'm invincible, then I'll definitely grab your feet and have a good look. Luli entered the house, thinking about the windfall he had just acquired. If it's something given by the sect master of the Dao Alliance, it's probably quite powerful. Instead of guessing, he decided to try it out immediately. He held the gemstone in one hand, channeling his energy, and the power transmitted through the treasure, appearing before him. It was none other than the sect master from earlier. She just returned and already appeared here. So this is the meaning of memory. In Memory Stone, Luli was amazed. Incredible, it's so lifelike. Moreover, old habits die hard, and when there's free food, only a fool wouldn't take it. He reached out and looked down at her flawless legs. This time, it seems like I don't even need to practice to get a good look. But this illusion was strange. Its face suddenly turned extremely ugly, frowning at the pervert who was doing indecent things in broad daylight, then casually gave him a slap to teach him a lesson about messing with pretty girls. Pretty, yes, but definitely not easy. Luli was stunned, his teeth and lips a mess. What the hell, what's going on? It can even hit me. He couldn't believe his eyes. Maybe it was a new product with many defects. He moved closer to examine it carefully. Could this thing even have a physical form? This time, Luli hadn't even touched a single hair when he got another slap, equally distributed on both cheeks. She's pretty, that's for sure, but it hurts. Luli was furious, cursing twice already. That thing is definitely not a memory stone. I wasted so much effort, exchanging a prisoner who was both skilled and beautiful, only to get back a nagging hag. The illusion replied, "Of course it's a memory stone, but it's a high-end one, you just haven't seen one before." Luli thought this talking model was lying. He's handsome but not stupid. High-end, my ass? Who are you trying to fool? How can the illusion in your memory stone even answer my questions? But there's always someone better, and the sect master, who leads our entire Dao alliance, can predict the future, so couldn't she have come back earlier? Then the illusion asked, "Do you want to learn or not?" Luli, though his nose was burning with anger, thought it sounded reasonable. Maybe he was just too much of a country bumpkin. He gritted his teeth and endured. "Fine, I'll learn." The illusion picked up the wooden sword that had just smashed the meaty stick and started to demonstrate. "Watch carefully, I'll only demonstrate once." The sword plunged into the ground. This is the activation of the illusion demonstration. The energy surged up realistically, and that's it, the show's over. And just like that, the preset program shut down. Luli was shocked, thinking using this crap was worse than just cultivating normally. He gaped, his face pale. The illusion, having finished its work, casually jumped onto the sofa, legs crossed, shamelessly exposing herself in front of someone else, and complained about not wanting to teach anymore. "I'm a little sleepy, good night." Saying that, the illusion brought him into a dream, leaving only Luli in extreme frustration, cursing non-stop. Luli, now standing, asked the memory stone, which now showed the sect master of the Dao Alliance lying down, "Do you even have the qualifications to be ransom money?" All right. Since you're begging me so much, I'll be kind enough to teach you." It yawned and said. Luli was furious. "Who's begging you?" It continued. "But compared to talking, this method might be more suitable for you." Then it pointed a finger at Luli's forehead. At this point, it seemed like he'd received some immense power. The system then reported, "Your 24 heavenly devil swords, due to listening to the explanation of the Supreme Sword Dao, have gained great enlightenment and comprehended the third sword. The deduction time is 25 swords, reduced by 300 years. You've learned it." The third sword of the 24 heavenly devil swords, the system told the devil. 23 swords, greenstone tablet. "Understood," it continued. "Comprehend it yourself. I'm going to sleep." Poof, it vanished. Luli, seemingly not quite understanding yet, yelled, "Wait, we're not done yet. Scene change." At this moment, a man with silver-white hair entered, looking out the window, murmuring, "The Netherworld Devil Emperor has personally descended. Looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer." Just then, the Dao Clarity Sect's leader suddenly appeared, saying, "No need to wait any longer." The man bowed. Taoist Feng Ling of the Flying Immortal Sect greets the Dao Clarity leader. She walked past him, saying, "Rise." She sat down and asked, "Feng Ling, I hear you're doing quite well at the Supreme Devil Sect. Are you here to capture Luli?" The old man replied, "Yes. The sect master ordered that Luli, the reincarnated Dao ancestor, be brought back to the Flying Immortal Sect. No mistakes are allowed." The leader poured tea, saying, "I just met him. He's not the reincarnated Dao ancestor, nor a reincarnated Buddhist, nor the reincarnated Great Heavenly Devil. You needn't waste your efforts." The Buddhist sect's Peacock Myriad Feathers also wanted to take Luli, this so-called reincarnated Buddha. "I've already spoken with her," Feng Ling replied. I understand." Sipping her tea, she asked, "How's that formation coming along? How much has the Supreme Devil Sect opened?" Feng Ling answered, "About 90. I'm afraid it'll be fully opened in just a year." Also, the Supreme Devil Sect seems to have found the location of the Imperial Court Dao Palace's restriction. They're secretly removing it, preparing to retrieve the Dao sword within. The leader looked out the window, softly saying, "No need to worry. The Dao sword chooses its master. It won't be taken by the Supreme Devil Sect." Back to the devil. 23 swords were learning soul-severing sword. The soul leaves the body, merges with the devil, transforms into formless sword intent, severing the soul and destroying the spirit. Luli pondered. The soul can leave the body and strike enemies thousands of miles away. What a powerful and eerie sword technique. But won't merging the soul with the devil make it easy for the devil to seize the body? He shuddered and shook his head. No, no. Too dangerous. I'm not practicing this, the system reported. Your great Nhulai Buddha and your new friend have become sworn brothers. Despite being of different genders, the great Nhulai Buddha is inviting your new brother to his place. Do you agree? Luli asked unequivocally. Sworn brothers with the great Nhulai Buddha. Isn't this that chaos stirrer guy again? Resigning himself, he selected yes. Whatever, they're here anyway. Let them do their thing. He then picked up the greenstone tablet, saying, Still, the Dayo Clarity Leader transmitting sword Dayo to me was really beneficial. Even if I can't use the soul-severing sword, other sword techniques have leveled up quite a bit. That senior brother Yu was a sword cultivator. There's probably something useful for me in his loot. He laid out his acquired items: 6 high-grade spirit stones, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 3 high-grade spiritual artifacts, 8 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, 6 sword rings, 26 bottles of unknown pills, and 38 unknown talismans. Among the items, he suddenly noticed a sword. When did this sword get here? Suddenly, a voice spoke. You seem rather impolite. Put me down this instant, Lulai asked curiously. Where's that voice coming from? It spoke again. This is infuriating. I'm right here. I thought the great Nhulai Buddha's master would be a decent person, but you're so rude. Put my body down immediately. Looking back, the sound came from the table. A small girl with pink hair in 2 buns was speaking. Luli reluctantly greeted, Sorry, are you the great Nhulai Buddha's new brother? Your body is this sword, right? I'll put it down right away. The girl sulked, turning her head away, thinking, I thought the great Nhulai Buddha would bring a cultivation technique, but he brought this weird creature instead. The girl said, This is boring, I'm going back. She turned to leave, then suddenly spun around with a greedy expression. As if seeing something precious, Luli pointed to the orb with the character for sword inside, asking, You want this? The girl nodded eagerly. Can I? Luli pushed the orb towards her, saying, Here you go. You're the great Nhulai Buddha's brother. After all, I can't let you leave empty-handed. The girl took it. Thank you. Really? Thanks. She began to eat, and exclaimed, So yummy. Luli looked bewildered, thinking, She can eat sword rings. What kind of creature is this? He asked. Right. What's your name? The girl, no longer sulking, replied, I'm Jiankui. Thank you for the delicious food. You're so nice. He started to feel something. Jiankui, sword defect, that name sounds familiar. He began to recall the strange words from before. The Jade Spirit secret realm, the spirit of heaven and earth nurturing the Dao Qi of the Golden Zenith Sword. The time has come. He realized it was the Dao Qi of the Golden Zenith Sword. Luli changed his attitude, showing respect, and asked, Hey Jiankui, where do you usually live? Jiankui replied, I live in a palace called Huangting. He made a funny face, remembering the Huangting Dao Palace, and then asked, So how old are you this year? Jiankui answered, 3,000 years I cultivated my initial form, 3,000 years to condense into a sword spirit, another 3,000 years to give birth to a spirit. If you add it up, I should be around 9,000 years old. That's right, she's probably the sword spirit of the Golden Zenith Sword, no doubt. Moreover, if she could be paired with the greatly enlightened Buddha palm, her IQ would probably be a little more than half of Fang Yinli's. Very easy to fool. Luli, overjoyed, thought. Luli pushed forward more orbs and said, Seeing how much you like to eat sword pills, I'll give all of these to you. Jiankui drooled with delight and said, Really? Thank you, you're such a good person. Luli continued, Hey Jiankui, since you're already here, and you're the sibling of the greatly enlightened Buddha palm, why not stay here for a few days? I'll take good care of you. He was talking to the girl who was busy eating the sword pills. Jiankui refused, saying, I want to go back and watch the fighting. Luli didn't understand and asked. Fighting, she continued. That's right, the Huangting Dao Palace. A group of people came recently. They fight non-stop at the palace gate every day. It's very interesting. Unfortunately, not enough people die. Luli made a confused face, thinking, What a busybody, and such a wicked personality. You're the one from the Demonic Sect. Luli began to coax her. Hey, Jiankui, You like watching fights. There are plenty in Zuxian City. There are demonic cultivators fighting every day. At least 1,000 people die each day. Jiankui said, Really? That's great, he continued. Moreover, if you stay here, not only will you have sword pills to eat, but you'll also have a pet to play with. Come on in! He called out towards the door. Open the door. The one who entered was the demon fox. It asked, What did you call me for? He gestured and introduced. Look, this is your pet. Jiankui was unimpressed. A demon fox? What's so interesting about that? The demon fox was surprised and recognized that it was a spirit. She's very powerful. Not only can she take a beating, but you can also play with her however you want. Moreover, don't underestimate her just because she's a fox. She can even learn to bark like a dog. Little Foxy, come on, bark like a dog for us, he ordered the demon fox. The demon fox angrily said, You're the dog. How dare you make a princess of the Tiangxiang fox tribe act like a dog? It's just... Lulai picked up his sword. The demon fox obediently barked. Woof woof. Jiankui clapped her hands in delight and laughed. Ha ha, that's so fun, Luli continued. That's right, you should stay here. This fox will play with you every day. Jiankui jumped up and hugged the fox, saying, Great! Luli was overjoyed at successfully tricking Jiankui, and returned to the volcanic cave from before. Inside the cave, two strangers were talking. This secret realm's Dao Qi has finally opened. That's the Heaven's End Demonic Sect's old ghost demon Shadow, a nascent soul cultivator. He said, Supreme Demon. According to our agreement, all the sword Dabayo inside will belong to your Supreme Demon Sect. All other treasures will belong to my Heaven's End Demonic Sect. On the other side, the Supreme Demon Sect's Supreme Demon, also a nascent soul cultivator, said, Don't worry, our Supreme Demon Sect only needs the Dao Sword. With the Dao Sword, Yangshu will be invincible. As for our Supreme Demon Sect, we will restore our glory and dominate the 8 great demonic sects. The two entered the gate, leading to Huangting. Huangting was now empty. The Supreme Demon suddenly said, Impossible. He was shocked because there was no Dao Qi. This is impossible. Where's the Dao Qi? Where did my Dao Qi go? Old Ghost Demon Shadow was also surprised. The Dao Qi is gone. How can that be? The Supreme Demon said. Only a few people knew the secret of how we removed the Dao Palace's restriction. Unless you secretly took the Dao Qi and are now putting on a show for me, Old Ghost Demon Shadow retorted. Bullshit. If my Heaven's End Demonic Sect had that kind of power, we would have unified the Demonic Sect long ago. Why would we need to put on a show for you? He continued. Is it possible that this was all a deception? That this palace was just a distraction? And the Dao Qi had already emerged long ago? The Supreme Demon suddenly... You mean among those 10 secret treasures? That's not right either. The Immortal Alliance took 5 treasures, and there was nothing special. We also took some and didn't find any Dao Qi. As if remembering something, he continued. Wait, I remember now. Yang Shu once said that Luli snatched a particularly large fire crystal and then escaped. The Supreme Demon angrily smashed a nearby rock and roared, Luli, it's you again, Old Ghost Demon Shadow said. It's him again. That arrogant brat should have died long ago in the Myriad Demon Hall, and he even dared to kill my descendant Nanggong Long. Even cutting him into 100 pieces wouldn't be enough to wash away my hatred. Now, Supreme Demon, you should know what to do, right? Jiankui clapped her hands and laughed with delight. Ha ha, so interesting, Luli continued. That's right, you should stay here. This fox will play with you every day. That little show-off brat Luli deserves to die too, he said with a resentful expression. At this time, Luli was practicing his swordsmanship when Yunzu Qinghonglu Zhenjun came looking for him in a hurry. Seeing this, Luli asked, What's up, Zhenjun? Why so rushed this early in the morning? She said, You better not go out recently. There are rumors everywhere that you've obtained the Davio sword. Who knows how many demonic cultivators are out for your head right now? Luli, startled, said, I haven't. Who's spreading these ridiculous rumors? Of course it's rumors spread by the Tai Mazong and Tianzhu Mazong. Yesterday they joined forces with 7 other sects and pressured the sect leader to hand you over, Luli asked. So what about the sect leader? What did he do? Zhenjun replied calmly. Don't worry, she recounted. Yesterday, at the Demonic Sect's conference, the sect leader took out the 24 heavenly demonic swords, defeated the 4 Liangshu stage cultivators, and completely dominated the scene. When he left, he also left a message. If my murky nether ghost sect truly possesses the Tao sword, I will personally take the sword and chop off all of your dog heads right here and now. Then I'll take them and offer them to your deceased parents. Lu Li, after hearing this, clapped his hands and said, "Excellent, truly excellent. The sect leader is indeed a jade tree in the forest, refined and elegant, his words like poetry. This junior is truly impressed," Zhenjun continued. "Come to think of it, your sect's lineage seems to enjoy sending regards to other people's parents as well. What kind of tradition is this murky nether ghost sect running?" she said with a sigh. Anyway, although the sect leader managed to suppress the situation this time, it's still difficult to guard against everything. "You should still go out less," Lu Li replied. "Actually, I was just about to enter closed-door cultivation for a year. It just so happens that I have a request for you, Zhenjun," she asked. "Closed-door cultivation for a year, so suddenly? Are your preparations complete? Do you need anything from me?" Lu Li replied. "Recently, the situation everywhere has been tense, so I've decided to enter closed-door cultivation to increase my cultivation level. It's a good way to avoid trouble as well. I've already prepared all the necessary cultivation materials, so no need to worry." He clasped his hands together and said with a serious expression, "Zhenjun, please bestow upon me some of your zhenki to aid my cultivation." Zhenjun didn't hesitate, placing her hand on Lu Li's forehead and transferring her zhenki, saying, "Here you go. Now go, cultivate diligently, and reach the Jindan stage soon." Lu Li replied, "Many thanks, Zhenjun." After a pause, he asked, "By the way, what happened with the Imperial Court Palace in the end?" Zhenjun, confused, asked, "Imperial Court? What about it?" Then she remembered and said, "I heard that the Tai Ma Zong and Tianju Ma Zong still haven't found the Tao artifact." After they left, the entire cave collapsed and eventually disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, back at the sword fault, Jian Kui was crying and wailing about losing her home. "I just went out for a bit. How could I lose my home just like that?" Lu Li, with a sad expression on his face that belied his inner joy, comforted her. "Hey, that's really unfortunate. Don't worry, you can stay here with me. There's food, drinks, and even pets to play with every day. It's much better than fighting demonic cultivators outside, isn't it?" Lu Li patted Jian Kui's head to comfort her. Jian Kui, believing his words, asked, "Really? Can I really stay here?" Regaining her composure, Jian Kui said, "Thank you, you're such a good person." Lu Li humbly replied, "No need to thank me, you're the brother of the great Tathagata Buddha after all." He then said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Well, I was wondering if you could lend me a bit of the Divine Cloud Greatsaber's power from the Dapio sword to help me with my sword practice. Would that be all right?" Without hesitation, she extended her hand and said, "No problem at all." A beam of light from Jian Kui's hand began to flow into Lu Li's head. The system announced, "You have absorbed a portion of the Dakio sword's divine power. Your sword cultivation efficiency has increased by 100 million, he thought joyfully. 100 million times increase, truly worthy of being a Dakio artifact. Combined with the resources I've gathered everywhere during this time, it shouldn't be a problem." Time passed, spring went, and autumn came. The system announced, "Your great Tathagata Buddha, using the diamond indestructible divine art, went out and whacked an evil demonic cultivator with his staff, upholding justice and accumulating immeasurable merit. Cultivation level increased to 5. It continued. After receiving guidance from the 24 heavenly demonic swords, the great Tathagata Buddha upgraded his staff technique to Punishment of the Wicked, specializing in ambushing evildoers in the fallen Immortal Valley area, upholding justice. The great Tathagata Buddha, combined with the diamond indestructible divine art, the great majestic heavenly dragon mantra, and the great strength Vajra mantra, went out to uphold justice." It continued. "Jian Kui, the sword spirit, is extremely pleased and is making frantic calls." 1 year later, the system panel appeared. Murky Primordial Kunpeng Demonic God Art Level 19 Progress 99. Great Majestic Heavenly Dragon Mantra Level 5 Progress 99. Great Strength Vajra Mantra Level 5 Progress 99. Shield Sword Technique Perfected. Myriad Demonic Swords Perfected. Diamond Indestructible Divine Art Level 5 Progress 99. Great Tathagata Buddha Level 15 Progress 99. Zhao Zhao Imperial Flight Technique Level 2 Progress 99. Lu Li then said, "This year has been completely dominated by the great Tathagata Buddha, but the results are pretty good. They've all leveled up quite a bit, and I've also successfully advanced. It's just, Seeing that the closed-door cultivation period was over but Lu Lai still hadn't come out, Jiankui flew straight in to find him. Lu Lai, it's time, why aren't you done yet? Hurry up and come out. That fox demon outside is about to starve to death. She flew in and saw Lu Li, with his massive body, just sitting there. She stopped dead in her tracks. Ha ha ha, you serious with this look? Jiankui burst out laughing, tears streaming down her face. Lu Li fidgeted. Stop laughing. Everything was fine before. Today, after I finished closed-door cultivation, I woke up like this. Plus, the spiritual power in my body feels unreal. I can't even sense my actual strength right now. Did something go wrong? Jiankui observed him for a moment, arms crossed. Who told you to absorb so many spirit stones at once? And all those spiritual herbs too, Lu Li asked, confused. Do you know what happened? Simple. Even the best materials need refining to become a treasure sword. The better the sword, the more materials it needs, and the more effort it takes to refine and remove impurities. It also allows the materials to fuse together. Otherwise, it's just a lump of scrap iron stuck together. You absorbed so much spiritual energy at once, you're neither here nor there. Of course your power feels unreal. Some of that energy couldn't be refined. It's a miracle your body just puffed up like this and didn't explode, Lu Lai finally understood. Didn't think a sword spirit like you would know so much. Jiankui puffed up her chest, proud of the compliment. HMPH. Of course, I've lived for 10,000 years. To use your words, I've eaten more dirt than you've eaten rice. Lu Li didn't argue, just nodded. Right, got it. So I just need to refine the spiritual energy in my body to solidify my power, right? He sat back down in a meditative pose, preparing to refine his body and the absorbed materials. Probably won't take long. He gritted his teeth, straining to force the energy out. Boom! A burst of energy exploded outwards, filling the room, blasting out the door, and even sending Jiankui flying. Cough, cough. You couldn't have given me a little warning. Haha, sorry. But it's finally done. Zuji completion. Lu Li is back. His body back to its normal proportions, he put on his clothes and walked out. Having completed a year of cultivation, now I feel like my power is at least true level 31. He was startled to see a demon fox squatting there, gnawing on something. Apparently his intense cultivation had made him temporarily forget his pet. It's me. The three-tailed fox. She turned, her form thinner than before, her expression mournful as she looked at her master. Lu Lai stared at her for a long moment. No wonder you looked familiar. Jiankui flew over, pointing at the fox. Lu Li, this fox has been secretly eating the spirit fruits in your cave. Even the leaves and bark are gone. Punish her. Cut off a tail for a scarf. Then when her fur grows back in winter, cut off another. The little fox hugged her tails protectively. I was hungry. If I go outside, I'll be caught. There's nothing to eat in here, so I had to eat the spirit fruits. After I finished them, I could only eat leaves and grass. Please don't cut my tails. Lulin felt a pang of guilt. She's kind of pitiful. I completely forgot about her after throwing her in here. He conjured some sweet fruits and offered them to her. You can eat these. The fox's tails wagged excitedly. Really? Thank you, master. Seeing Lu Li nod, she eagerly gathered the fruits in her arms and started devouring them. She's calling me master now. Looks like this little abyss isn't so hard to tame after all. A year of starvation did her some good. She won't dare to be arrogant and eat people anymore. Lu Li was much more satisfied with her. Now, Lu Li, you've finally emerged. Honglu Zhenjun appeared, congratulating him on finishing his cultivation. Looks like you've got a woman waiting for you. She glanced irritably at the fox sitting beside Lu Lai. Misunderstanding. Lu Li raised his hand in denial. He picked up the fox and said, She's actually the fox demon I brought back before. The fox then transformed back into her human form. Still clutching the fruits Lu Li had given her, Lu Zhenjun stammered. Misunderstanding. I didn't. Good, Lu Li grinned. So, how does it feel to have reached Zuji completion? Invincible. I feel like I could take on 10 Ling Jiangshuangs, Lu Li boasted excitedly. You, Ling Jiangshuang, is about to break through to Jindan and is traveling the world. You won't find her even if you want to fight her. Honglu Zhenjun chuckled, covering her mouth. What? Ling Jiangshuang broke through to Jindan? Lu Li was shocked, unable to believe she was so far ahead of him. That's right. You've been in closed-door cultivation for a year. Ling Jiangshuang and a few other peerless geniuses swept through the demonic Dao. No one could stand against them. They disappeared 2 months ago, probably to cultivate. So anything big happened this year? Luli asked. Same old, same old. The Immortal Demon War is in a stalemate. Both sides have been fighting back and forth around the Tritian Valley. Nothing major. The demon clan of the Shenyuan Abyss has also retreated. On the other hand, there's a strange thing. In the Tritian Valley, cultivators of many sects are frequently attacked and killed by others, dying in an unfathomable way. The ones who died the most are from the Taimo sect, followed by the Tianmo Jui sect, and the culprit seems to be some kind of pink child. He looked over at Jiankui, who was playing with Hu Yao. It's definitely not Jiankui. Then please take me with you, Zhenjun. I want to go to the Xianmeng for a trip. Xianmeng? Why do you want to go there? Zhenjun asked him, puzzled. This year I learned the sword formation of the Xianmeng, and also gathered the sword techniques of the 6 shadow stones, plus the true Q that you, Zhenjun, transferred to me. This kind of hint might be able to make people in the Xianmeng recognize me. Outside Zuma City, a group of 3 people are strolling together, including 2 young men and a Nico. The red-haired young man named Lin Dong in the group was surprised, walking and looking around, saying, "Oh, so this is the outside of Zuma City." Lin Dong looked at the treasure he was holding, waved, and playfully said, "Hello, friends of the Xianmeng. Hello, everyone. Mom and Dad, can you see me?" Suddenly, Lin Dong spotted a black chameleon in the distance, its entire body covered in many electric currents. Lin Dong was both curious and surprised, holding the treasure towards the chameleon, innocently saying, "Look, there's a black electric venomous scorpion here. I heard it's extremely poisonous, but I don't know how it tastes." Suddenly, Lin Dong decisively caught the chameleon. Without hesitation, he put it straight into his mouth. Lin Dong chewed thoroughly and said, "It doesn't taste like chicken, Miao Yu, friend. Do you want to try?" The Nico next to him stammered, gently replying, "Amitabha, I am a monastic." The senior brother in the group reminded Lin Dong, "Junior brother Lin Dong, can you be quiet for a bit? Doing that makes it very easy to attract more cultivators." Lin Dong turned to look at his senior brother, confidently saying, "Ma cultivators. What's there to be afraid of? I have my treasure with me. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill them both." At this point, the senior brother folded his arms, his expression serious as he warned his junior. There are also strong enemies among the Mo cultivators, especially Lu Li, one of the 10 fiends of the demonic path. A year ago, he suppressed the 10 elites of the immortal path, and even senior sister Ling of the Tianhe sword sect was no match for him. The senior brother continued, "Now more than a year has passed. This Lu Li's cultivation is probably even more terrifying." But Lin Dong paid no attention to his senior brother's words. Lin Dong, with an arrogant expression, loudly replied, "HMPH, what's so great about Lu Li? If he dares to show up in front of me, I'll beat him into fish balls." As soon as he finished, Lu Li was already standing next to him, calmly saying, "Fish balls might be a bit of a waste. Fish fillet hot pot is tastier, more convenient, and faster, not to mention it can maintain the freshest quality." Lin Dong was startled and surprised, innocently responding, Is that so? You're quite the expert. Wait, but who are you?" At this point, the expressions of the 2 accompanying Lin Dong changed drastically. They quickly rushed to stand in front of Lin Dong, thinking, "This person is fast." The sword-wielding one assumed a defensive stance, ready to engage. The senior brother's expression became serious and fearful, his face drenched in sweat. He thought tensely, when did he appear? Neither I nor Miao Yu detected him. What level has he cultivated to? It's Lin Dong's first time on the battlefield, and he unexpectedly ran into Lu Li. I have to find a way to get him out of here. Then the senior brother whispered to Lin Dong behind him, "Junior brother Lin, this person is very dangerous. Don't act rashly." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong rushed forward, grabbing his mouth and laughing, saying to Lu Li, "You're Lu Li. Your notorious reputation is known throughout the entire Xianmeng. No one doesn't know you. Today, I finally get to meet the real person." Lu Li also shook hands, joking with Lin Dong and saying, "It's just an empty reputation. You flatter me?" Then suddenly, Lin Dong noticed a very familiar object, pointing at the thing hanging around Lu Li's neck, curiously asking, "What are you wearing?" "It looks very similar to the Yun Huang in my hand," Lu Li happily replied. It's a simulated object from your Xianmeng. the Yunhuan, our Mo sect simulated it. Right now it's also being live-streamed in the Mo sect. Many people are watching the conversation between Lin Dong and Lu Lai through a glowing circle in the sky. Lin Dong naively said, so it's a knockoff, how shameless, Lu Lai calmly replied. Isn't it? Why else would we be called the Mo sect, right? Lin Dong laughed with delight. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, everyone in the Mo sect could only sigh in silence. In another place, a man in yellow, his face full of hatred, tightly gripped a teacup. While watching the two's conversation, Lu Li asked Lin Dong, "Have you eaten?" Lin Dong replied, "Not yet. There's half a lizard left here. Do you want some?" Lu Li responded, "It doesn't look very tasty. Is there anything else?" Suddenly, the man in yellow crushed the teacup, cursing, "Lu Li, damn it, this guy's words and actions are all like that of a spy." Lin Dong and Lu Li were still conversing happily as if they had known each other for a long time. Lin Dong asked, "So what are you doing in Zuma City?" "Looking for relatives." Lu Li smiled happily and replied, "Of course I'm here to fight. Come at me." Lin Dong then shook his wrist and said, "Is that so?" Lin Dong threw a devastating punch at Lu Li, sending him flying. The powerful blow from Lin Dong caused a nearby large rock to explode, its fragments flying everywhere. After the blow, Lin Dong excitedly said, "I also really like to fight." But suddenly, Lu Li quickly appeared behind Lin Dong, startling him. Lu Li's body, after that powerful punch, was intact as if no blow had ever landed. Lu Li smiled and said, "Truly impressive. I didn't realize your strength was this great." Lin Dong turned around in surprise and exclaimed, "You!" With incredible speed, Lin Dong spun around, leaped into the air, and kicked Lu Li in the head, saying, "That's really something." With his swift reflexes, Lu Li blocked Lin Dong's kick. Lu Li was surprised, he thought to himself. He hasn't even activated his Fa Li yet. How can he have such great strength? The genius of the Xianmeng is indeed not a fake. The kick created a huge shockwave, causing the trees in Lu Li's direction to be cut in half. Lin Dong's senior brother shouted anxiously, "Junior brother Lin Dong, come back quickly, he's very dangerous," the Nico advised, reminding Lin Dong's senior brother, Brother Bai, although it's very dangerous, for Lin Dong it might be an opportunity. He hasn't experienced the world yet, his temperament is not stable. Perhaps through Lu Li's hands he can mature. When he falls into a dangerous moment, we can go all out to rescue him. It won't be too late. The senior brother looked at Lin Dong worriedly, thinking, that's right, Lin Dong was born with divine strength. Even before he started cultivating, he was already on par with Zhuji cultivators in the Xianmeng, with few rivals. The purpose of leaving the city this time was originally to let him experience and train. What's more, with his unique physique he might even be able to handle Lu Li. Lin Dong jumped right into Lu Li's guarded stance, preparing to unleash another powerful punch. A fierce battle ensued. Punches were thrown in rapid succession, sending dust and rocks flying. The clash between the two men was intense. Two men fighting, two pairs of strong arms blocking each other's blows as they faced off. The long-haired man spoke, "What did you eat growing up? Your strength is incredible." The red-haired man leaped high into the air, his powerful counterattack catching the long-haired man off guard, forcing him to stumble back. Losing his offensive advantage, he jumped high with the triumphant grin of a victor, his long legs raised high, descending with unimaginable force. A landing of immense power shook the surrounding ground, creating a large crater. Inner strength. That power sent the long-haired man flying, born with Zhuji-level strength. After the red-haired man's powerful landing, the long-haired man seemed to slide a long distance on the ground to regain his balance. With a thoughtful expression, he pondered, "Born at Zhuji level, what kind of protagonist trope is this?" If he had been born a few years earlier, he would have been one of the Xianming 10 elites, maybe even on par with Ling Jiangshuang. The long-haired man raised his hand, chanting an incantation. "That the Xianming demonic sect can survive to this day is a miracle. I can't stay in this demonic sect any longer." Dark red streams of energy gradually emanated from his hand, forming a swirling vortex. The demonic circle appeared in front of the red-haired man, 3,000 bright moons. The red-haired man stared at the circle in surprise. Suddenly, countless sharp red arrows shot out from the red magic circle. The arrows slammed into the ground. causing it to shake and shatter into small pieces. A white stream of energy emerged from the circle on the ground. The long-haired man turned to the two people behind him. Why aren't you two rescuing them? How much longer do you want to watch the show? With sharp eyes and furrowed brows, he seemed to be pondering something he wasn't saying aloud. The two people behind him wore anxious, worried expressions. What are they so wary of? Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in surprise, sensing something strange. He glanced down at his feet. Wisps of dark smoke drifted past his feet, converging towards a mysterious location. The black streams of energy gathered into a massive cylindrical shape, as if restoring something. The black-haired man watched in astonishment as the black mass grew larger. After a while, the black mass dissipated, revealing the red-haired man with terrifyingly white pupils. He seemed to have been revived, his body unharmed by the black energy. Interesting. Seeing his opponent revived, the black-haired man trembled, sweating and stammering, unable to speak. You're more like a demonic sect member than I am. The red-haired man raised his arm, now covered in black energy, and spread his hand, revealing sharp claws. A dark energy gradually emerged from his palm. My master once said that true strength doesn't lie in techniques or inner power. The energy rapidly grew, forming a sphere containing immense power. But in the Dao, the man clenched his fist, and the powerful energy sphere shot outwards. The glowing, terrifyingly powerful sphere of energy flew straight towards the long-haired man, he replied. But you're really messing up the environment doing that. The red-haired man clasped his hands together, releasing energy that formed a golden, petal-shaped shield in front of the spellcasting man. He unleashed power, creating an incredibly strong defensive magic circle around himself. The immense power caused the ground to shake violently, sending rocks and debris flying. After enduring the dust cloud, the long-haired man thought to himself, besides monstrous strength, he can also store poison within his body and convert it into Phi Ali, this poison erupting, his F Ali directly forced to the peak of the mortal realm. Startled, he looked up to see a mysterious, gigantic object hovering above him. It was a massive boulder, suspended in the air by magic. The boulder seemed about to crush him. The red-haired man had used his Fa Li to move the giant mountain to his opponent's location, intending to finish him off. With a dark expression, he said, "This is the 5 elements demon-subduing mountain, forged from a mustard seed and refined, as mighty as the 3 mountains and 5 peaks." With a dark face and eyes devoid of humanity, the gaze of one possessing dark power, the man flicked 2 fingers downwards as he spoke. This time it will hit. The giant mountain descended powerfully in the direction indicated by his fingers. It crashed down onto the long-haired man. After the impact, the air was filled with dust and smoke billowed around the mountain. Suddenly, the mountain began to rise. A large, golden, spherical magic formation, filled with terrifying power, lifted the mountain, surprising the red-haired man. Truly impressive, but inside the golden magic sphere was the long-haired man. Seemingly unharmed, he brushed the dust off his clothes and calmly said, "Luckily, my diamond claws are thick enough." The female cultivator, her jaw dropped in astonishment, couldn't help but admire him, thinking to herself, 3-inch thick diamond claws? So many mid-stage golden core cultivators in Shuyu Convent couldn't cultivate them. "A Zuji like him," the long-haired guy said with a smug grin. "Your magic treasure doesn't look half bad." A swirling black vortex of magic engulfed the massive, sturdy mountain. After a moment, the mountain seemed to vanish, leaving only dissipating magical energy. The long-haired guy absorbed the magical vortex into his palm, a triumphant smirk on his face as he taunted the red-haired guy. "Now it's mine," Luli said. Lindong, now much more powerful than before, gritted his teeth as his 5 elements mountain treasure was so easily taken. "So, you can actually seize my magic treasure, you're the first," he roared. He then lunged straight at Luli. Again he roared valiantly, charging forward. He repeatedly punched Lulai's diamond claw. Unfortunately, the diamond claw didn't even chip. Not good. If this continues, fellow Taoist Lindong might suffer qi deviation. Prepare to rescue him. Yao Yu worriedly wanted to intervene and pull them apart, ending this pointless fight. Lindong, seemingly having lost all reason, continued his futile, frenzied attack. Luli remained calm and carefree inside. yawning casually. Aren't you tired? Aren't you here to fight? Come out and face me head on, Lindong yelled inside. Before he could finish, a blinding light shot out, slamming into him and sending him flying backward. Lu Li, having heeded Lindong's words, opened his diamond claw and fought him hand to hand. That blow must have hurt. Fire and earth flew everywhere, let alone against flesh and blood. Well then, obedience is better than politeness. Lu Li remained completely calm. Fighting Lindong with ease, he thought to himself, I've used you as a punching bag long enough. The Xianming folks have probably enjoyed the show, haven't they? The blast of light left a long gouge in the ground, even cracking the cliff face behind. Fellow Taoist Bai rushed to Lindong's side, shaking him violently. Junior brother Lin. He was pale, his body bruised, returned to his original form. Yao Yu ran forward, shielding Lindong, telling fellow Taoist Bai to take him for treatment as quickly as possible. Take him. He's badly injured. He needs immediate treatment. Fellow Taoist Bai lifted Lindong and left. He didn't forget to remind Yao Yu, be careful. You absolutely must be careful. I'll be back with help immediately. As they left, Lu Li didn't bother chasing them. Amitabha. Benefactor Lu, what brings you here this time? Yao Yu asked gently, with her hands clasped together. You're the little nun from Shuyue Nunnery, right? I told you. I'm here to fight, and then conveniently plant the Yinming Ghost Sect's flag on the walls of your Zhuma city. Lu Li stated his reason directly, without any hesitation. Nun Yao Yu said in surprise. What? If Benefactor Lu insists on such arrogant talk, this humble nun cannot stand idly by. I will stop you today, even if it means my death, Lu Li clapped, his face showing admiration. Good, I like you, but I don't want to kill you. How about a wager? Yao Yu cautiously backed away. Amitabha, a monastic cannot gamble. Lu Li pressed his advantage. You don't even care about life and death, and you're afraid of a Buddhist precept? It's simple. The Buddha will understand. Fly from here to Zhuma City. If anyone from your Xianming tries to stop me, I'll immediately betray the Demonic Sect, abandon evil for good, and join your Shuyue Nunnery to cultivate Buddhist Dharma. Really? Yao Yu asked innocently. Lu Li started walking. Of course. No matter how many people your Xianming has, if anyone stops me, you win. And if I win, I don't need your little life, nor do I need you as a prisoner, and I don't need any spirit stones or treasures. Just let me choose a beautiful person from Shuyu Nunnery. All right, the heaven-suppressing Demon King said, laughing loudly as he and the Honglu True Monarch watched the great battle. This kid isn't worth a damn, Honglu True Monarch seethed with jealousy, crushing the teacup in his hand. That guy, back with the Xianming. Lu Li leaned close to Yao Yu, his voice lecherous. Haha, I think you're pretty cute, Honglu True Monarch seethed with jealousy, crushing the teacup in his hand. That guy, Yao Yu, was initially taken aback but quickly realized it was a message from her fellow disciple, and immediately obeyed. She said, Fine. Today I'll let you witness the Buddhist Dharma of Shuyue Nunnery. Lu Li was very confident in this wager. He complimented her bluntly, then turned to leave. Activating his aura, he said, Then let's begin, little nun. Yao Yu took out her magic treasure, a large string of beads, radiating powerful energy. Benefactor Lu, please forgive me. She used her dharma to levitate the beads, forming a large circle. From it, many rings of light radiated outwards. She herself gently floated into the air. Divine Dharma wheel. The rings combined like a shot fired directly at Lu Li. This technique of hers was terrifying, capable of blowing away an entire hill. No kidding. In a blink of an eye, the hill-sized boulder had a massive hole blasted through it, and the surrounding forest exploded into flames. The cut was so perfect, nothing superfluous, clean and straight along the path of the Dieu Fap Lufian, miraculous Dharma wheel. Little miss, looks like you can't stop me today. Lu Lin dodged safely and is stepping out, ready to counterattack. Dieu Ngojek, miraculous jade, is dumbfounded, a bit terrified even. You, how is this possible? This attack, 100, power, successful. But it didn't even break his defense. Unbelievable, little nun. Watch closely. Lu Li launched himself forward, flying so fast you could barely see him move. He's flying towards Xianming City. Dieu Ngosak tried to stop him. Don't even think about escaping. Witness my technique. Her prayer beads expanded, spinning rapidly. It formed a pretty impressive-looking shield to block Lu Li's path, but he charged headfirst like a raging bull. Like a massive blade, he pierced right through that enormous shield. The shield shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the sky. Dyun Gosak was helpless, just standing there hoping for a miracle. Amitabha, Lu Li continued to advance relentlessly. A group of Xianming disciples at the top of the city wall rushed out to intercept him. They shouted, "Advance! If we let him plant his flag on the wall, it will be Xianming's greatest humiliation. Charge together and stop him." They leaped, swords flashing, thrusting at Lu Li from all directions. "Out of my way!" Lu Li tore through their ranks without pausing. The nearby disciples didn't dare approach, fearing the same fate. "Senior brothers, no one can stop him? Is there really no one who can stop him? Don't worry." A large man stepped forward. "Because I'm here." It was Dieptan Ye Qing. With a treasured saber on his back, he confidently prepared to stop Lu Li. "It's Senior Brother. Senior Brother has left seclusion. Senior Brother, you're finally here. My divine art is complete. I've cultivated the 9 transformations golden body. My strength has reached the 6th level of the Lushi Jiao. I'm invincible at the Zhuji stage." Diepthon unleashed his power. In a flash he stood before Lu Li, fist raised menacingly. "Come on, Lu Li, prepare to die. Thought you were so tough, huh?" Before he could land a punch, Lu Li rammed straight into his stomach. He spat blood and collapsed unconscious. Senior Brother is injured. He was knocked completely off course by Lu Li's charge. Lu Li landed on the city wall, completely unscathed. "I think I bumped into something just now." Whatever. He was moving so fast he barely registered the opponents he'd plowed through. He pulled out his army's flag. "Greetings, Xianming cultivators. All here to watch me plant my flag." Lu Li hoisted the flag on his shoulder, surrounded by Xianming disciples. One of them dared to point at his face. "Lu Li, today you bring the flag of the demonic sect here. All of us, even if it means our lives, will ensure you don't leave this place alive." "All right then, come at me. Make sure I don't leave. I've been waiting for this moment," he thought to himself. "As soon as they attack together, I'll pretend my power is exhausted and let them capture me. The demonic sect is watching. I can't let them think I'm a traitor. The pursuit has to unfold logically." The Xianming disciples gathered, forming a battle formation. "Bullies, form the array. Come on, I can take it now. Hit me with all you've got. Xianming, here I come." Lu Li wore a satisfied expression, anticipating something. "Enough. Stop this at once," a booming voice echoed. "Xianming, your talent is pathetic, worthless. Plant the flag." A Xianming elder stepped forward, allowing Lu Li to do as he pleased. "So, I guess this counts as a failure," Lu Li said, baffled. Pretty magnanimous of you." "Lu Li, although you injured Lindong before, you also prevented him from losing control and succumbing to qi deviation. Consider it a lesson learned." The elder stroked his beard calmly. "Although this person is extremely vicious, our Xianming is honorable and accepts defeat gracefully. We absolutely must not bully the weak with our numbers. Remember this humiliation today, strive to cultivate diligently, and one day plant the Xianming flag on Mount Fanmo." "Elder, you're right, our skills are lacking, and we have brought shame to Xianming. Elder, we will train twice as hard." The Xianming disciples wept with heartfelt remorse. "So, I'll plant the flag now." It seemed Lu Li was the one who should be crying. "Ha ha! How did things turn out like this? What the hell is going on?" He was utterly bewildered. "Hurry up and plant it. I need to get back to cultivating. Quickly, don't dawdle, plant it and get out of here." They were not only letting him plant the flag, but urging him to hurry. Why does this feel so strange? Xianming is truly a bunch of lunatics. Lu Li reluctantly planted the flag, his mind racing. The sect leader was watching him, excitedly divining. That kid, she divined Lu Li's fate. Why does it say, "Phoenix about to take flight, many children, many blessings"? Is the divination wrong, or is someone concealing his fate? She pondered this deeply.